and gentlemen, Charlie came. He came to Deer Haven. See money. Thank you for coming, sir. It's a delight to have you. I really love speaking with you. And Charlie, because he's a saint, has gone through the Map Is Indestructible, and we've been talking, and I really appreciate his depth of reading, his depth of thought, and I think he's getting at exactly what we need to think and talk about and take on today. So thank you, See Money. It really matters. And it's raining today, and it's actually a nice rain. It's soft. Usually we've been getting these blistering flood rains in July in Virginia, so you've brought actual rain that isn't trying to...
It's not too bad out here.
No, it's just, this is actually good for the garden, so, you know, it's a blessing, etc. But no, it's wonderful to have him, and The Map Is Indestructible is book 2, volume 2 of a trilogy called The True Isn't the Rational, that, you know, Michelle and I, we've kind of been wrestling with for a decade or so. And the first volume is called The Conflict of Mind, and it's not the case that you have to read The Conflict of Mind at all to get The Map Is Indestructible. They're just kind of a building conversation. But one of the key ideas of The Map Is Indestructible, like that the subtitle says, is the problem of internally consistent systems. And what that is, and the book will call these maps, and it's going to talk about Alfred Korbowski, Science and Sanity, and he's kind of the one attributed the phrase, the map is not the territory. But what he means by that is, you know, the phrase over time has simply been, oh, well, ideas are not the same as the things. But he's trying to get at this, at really being the center of what it requires to be sane. Because if you forget the map is not the territory, you go crazy. And if you forget, and then furthermore what that would mean is that identification, like a simple A is a tree is a tree, is actually setting you up for madness. Because things are not simple equal signs. They're not simple identification. And he was really warning at the beginning of the 20th century that if we don't rethink our language, we don't rethink our logic, our politics, our economics, everything, to remove, I think at one point he calls it the virus of identification. It's like a mind virus. And he's like, if we don't remove this, we will actually basically have, well, a loss of mental health, you know, the great spread of mental illness. And he also thought it would be politically consequential, socially consequential, and lead to all sorts of problems. And of course, you know, as tends to occur with super important books, it was forgotten, overlooked, and lost. And a lot of his thinking, which I associate with the modern counter-enlightenment, as I like to call it, which is this movement of philosophy, I think was basically missed and forsaken. All of these thinkers are warning about very similar things. And by missing them, we've just kind of been, well, we've been stuck in either a modernity that leads to an autonomous rationality that gives us totalitarianism, or a post-modernity that might critique the totalization, but then it just ever fragments, and you get what the book calls map proliferation. But this means we have to think the problem of identification. But this is a very deep problem, and then I'll just say a few more things and pass it, is that this leads to the problem of an internally consistent system. And what that is the idea that thought naturally creates a map or a way of understanding reality that entails no essential contradictions, meaning there is nothing within the way that it structures reality to itself that necessarily means it's wrong. It could be true. But of course the problem is it could be internally consistent and not correspond with reality. Well, that's a kind of psychosis. You know, that's a kind of where, you know, you always have an answer to whatever reality throws at you, so you don't have to change. Another way to look at it is the problem of internally consistent systems is that the person never has to change. Thought is trying to achieve a system where the person never has to change.
It's thought motivated by the desire to achieve stasis.
Yes.
Which I technically don't think is thought, but so it's a mistaken act of thought. It's a sinful missing of the mark and of attempted effort to solve a problem. We think we're coming across the problem and we're trying to objectively, linearly reason our way through it. But it turns out the problem isn't linear, it's not objective, and it's not reasonable. And so we're using the inappropriate tools to attack the issue. And I think that's an identity misunderstanding because you don't understand your body and you don't understand your environment and you don't understand how to solve the problem of body, environment, homo habilis working together to survive, to cohabitate, to co-create, to continue to live off of each other. I think that's the relationship between man and other humanity and the world, self and other, friend and whatever. Like, we're not doing these borders properly. We're not identifying appropriately with the other. And that's causing an internally consistent system because we're trying to think our way through it. And then we're triangulating through representations, which are then the maps, and then they're not the territory. And then we're acting as though the maps are the territory, and then words are even breaking down. It's even hard to explain the confusion of the problem. It's something like that.
That's very well put. I think this notion of the problem is what ends up happening in the internally consistent system. People would say, well, of course I still believe there are other people. No, but you understand otherness in terms of your worldview, not otherness in terms of the other's worldview. Like, that's where, and when you said that basically identification is not thinking, yeah, it's like a false form of thinking that presents itself as thinking that really isn't thinking. And that's where, like, the paper at the, on critical thinking basically is saying that critical thinking, if we take that as a valid term, is not simply thinking well. It is a mode where thinking is critiquing the very way that thinking represents reality to it. It's more like the movie critic is a critic of the structure of the movie. Like, we haven't begun thinking. You don't begin thinking until you're a critic of the way that thinking represents reality to you. Until that point, you're simply dealing with the motions of thought, or you're just dealing with a kind of experience that is logically constructed, but it's more, you're just absorbing. Like, there's a paper in the Conflict of Mind called Compelling, which wants to argue that mostly what we do is absorb. We don't actually kind of critique it, in a sense. And until we engage in thought that is critiquing the way that thought presents reality to us, we have not engaged in thought.
So there was something you were saying earlier where A isn't A. We think that reality or whatever. So we tend to overfit to the data. So what we have to learn is not the structure of the data itself, isolated independent data, but what does this data mean for me? Or what does this information, how does that apply to the way I need to survive in my habitat?
Right.
And so there's a human informational interaction that affords a survivability or adaptability in the environment. And so it isn't what is the information, I'm a computer, what is the program, let me auto-program this and then I'll regurgitate a program. It's more like, how do I live in the world? And so the example earlier was like, when do I plant my strawberries? And it's like, do you plant it based on when the calendar says? Or are you present and you're familiar with the patterns and you understand how to relate to the world, and you can just instinctually or gut or driven or intuitionally just kind of know how to plant strawberries because you've been doing it for years and that's part of your identity.
Right.
And then when are you acting like a computer to fit to data who then needs to be programmed to plant your strawberries on the 1st of whatever.
Right.
And so then how do we, because I heard you say that the information isn't information or something like that. Like the A isn't A, or like that's not useful. And I don't think people understand why.
Right.
And so there's a difference between information and like applicability or livability or the significance to the individual or how an individual cares or utilizes it or interacts with it. And so there's a difference between the information as the map and then the map that allows you, that affords you the ability to traverse the territory.
Excellent.
And so it's actually, how do we get people traversing is what is meaningful, is what matters.
Yes.
And then the literal explicit directions of left and right at 42 yards, like, that actually doesn't matter as much. And so we're not focusing on walk 12 feet at 45 degrees and then here and then here and then here and then that's how you get here.
Right.
It's more like follow your internal moral compass in your conscience, and then you have a sort of through line of intuitional guidance that then from beneath you drives up and motivates you and compels you towards something. Not, I have no internally consistent system, and so what is some sort of top down, I mean, no, I have no internal self.
Right.
And so what is some sort of system that I can use instead of my presence, instead of my moral compass, instead of my sensitivity? How can I just look at a GPS and follow directions? Or how can I just download a Excel spreadsheet? Or how can I download a program?
Right.
And so that's what I was trying to get at, is like the program, the information actually doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, I can give you a microchip full of programs, but if you're not a computer that can run that, and if that computer running program doesn't improve somebody else's life, well, then there's no point.
Right.
And so that's, I don't know, I think that I feel like that doesn't necessarily land home to the non-philosophically inclined audience.
I think that's very, very well put. So a few things on the A is A idea and why identification is problematic is the way that kind of Hegel will put it, and that Korbowski is also getting at, is the notion that if I say a tree is a tree, it's an empty, it's kind of vacuous, is the phrase, because what's a tree? And here's the issue. The moment you ask what is a tree, I'm going to have to start saying, well, it has leaves, it has limbs, it has roots. Oh, so I have to start describing things that are not a tree. I have to pass over into otherness to tell you what a tree is,
Do you
right?
want to sit in the shade? Do you want to eat the fruit of
Yeah.
it? Do you want to turn it into a house?
That's-
Do you turn it into a
this is
canoe?
the
Like,
issue.
what is a tree?
By identifying what is a tree,
What is
in
it?
no way whatsoever does that say what I ought to do regarding the tree. And in what ways can a tree be used or employed and still be a tree? When does a tree cease being a tree is also not given by the idea of A is A. Because there's clearly a point where if I cut down a tree and slice it up into boards, is it still a tree or is it now boards? Like, at what point does the A turn into B, per se, and become something else? But if A can become B, if a tree can become boards, then it must, in its isness, contain the potentiality for that becoming other. And that becoming other must be present even when it's just a tree, right? So that it can so change into boards, right? So the notion that Hegel is getting at is that the problem with A is when I say a tree is a tree, I can't even tell you what that means. And unless I pass over into otherness. So the question is, what exactly are we doing then when we say a tree is a tree, right? Well, Hegel basically is warning, and Korbowski is always like, we're actually kind of doing nothing.
Right.
We're not doing anything at all.
And I
But
think that's most of human communication.
yes, we're doing nothing at all.
Is saying things that don't matter and don't mean anything.
Yes, because the only way something can matter is if it has the passing over into otherness mechanism there, if it has momentum.
Right.
And that's where Korbowski, like the book will emphasize situation and movement, is the notion that Korbowski is like intelligibility is a product of a movement. Like that, like the intelligibility does not come from me saying a tree is a tree.
It's real. It's processing. It's lived out. It's
Yes,
yeah. It's real.
that's exactly right. And so there's
This isn't real because
Yeah.
this isn't going anywhere
that's correct.
because it's not related.
That's correct. And so for Korbowski, and he explicitly says basically the same as Barfield on the idea that there are no things, there are just relations. And the issue is that the problem is, so Korbowski is a semantic. He's in the semantic movement, kind of like a Peirce and people like that. And what he wants to warn is, in a very real sense, there are no such thing as nouns. When you talk
Yes.
about a car, there are no
And
nouns.
that's McGilchrist, the matter with things.
Yeah, yeah.
There are no nouns, only adverbs.
Yeah, and absolutely, Korbowski is
Yeah.
is a thinker of McGilchrist. He is in that line, and so the problem is we use a language that is constantly habituating us to nouns,
Yes.
and as a result, we forget that there are not nouns, and then we take that training from language and put it on reality, and thus we start making reality into an image and likeness that's auto-cannibalistic. So,
Yeah, that reminds me of this. So it's a concept of metaphorical substrate that
Yes.
I've seen on a couple, YouTube videos talking about Jordan Peterson. But there's something about what you were saying right there with the A is A, which sort of implies an objective, factual this equals this.
yes,
And what that does is that carries a set of implications or spiritual interpretations or characteristic understanding of the world that then sort of imposes an objective framework that the tree is the tree, which is different than being a subject of like, do I need shade or do I want a house or do I want fruit, or like there's a different sort of metaphorical substrate in the implication of what a word is and what a word means, which
Yes.
then gets back to that data.
yes,
We are used to speaking data that actually isn't meaningful.
yes.
And so how do we alter the metaphorical substrate in such a way that we're speaking more subjectively or inspirationally speaking that then activates a sort of participation in the audience,
Yes.
rather than some sort of top-down, here is the map, and then they can just scan it, recognize it, know it, and file it away. That isn't actually something they have to journey and change and grow and live and experience and live and breathe and consume that daily bread and then be altered by that experience. Like there's a different metaphorical substrate between giving an object of irrelevance that is then like consumed and ignored versus bringing a subject of experience that then the audience has to then participate
Yes.
in, of which they then relate, of which they then connect to the other, of which they then receive information, of which they change, of which they reorient, and
Yes.
then they're more mature, or they're more wise, or they're more informed, or they have then benefited from the conversation, which is
Yes.
why you're opening your mouth in the first place.
Yes, I mean,
And so this is the metaphorical substrate that I think is key to why this conversation is so hard to have.
100%, because then the very substrate creates a kind of barrier to understanding the discussion of the substrate, which then preserves
It creates
the
a
substrate.
confusion. It
Yeah.
creates a confusion, and then we identify with the confusion, and then we aim our psychic energy at the confusion, and then we will necessarily miss the mark because the way that we're aiming our attention is inherently
Yes.
inappropriate,
Yes.
irrelevant, insignificant.
Yes.
I don't. Again, the words are tough here.
Well,
But-
no, I completely agree. All maps want to vanish. You know, it's that idea of the map vanishing, and there are various strategies that maps employ to vanish and become "quote unquote" isness. A map does not want to be recognized as a map because then you might realize all this,
'Cause
right?
then it's real. So,
Could-
or then it's
Something you can change, something you can identify and change
So-
your orientation
So
to.
what is this desire for that which is unchangeable? What is this desire towards the static, and why are we so resistant to that changing, relating journey of participation, of openness?
I think that's-
why is it that why do we want the internally consistent system? Why do we want that wall? Why do we want the concept to act instead of our presence? Where is the fear of being present, or where is what's going on here?
Oh,
Sorry.
it's magnificent.
Too much.
So because if you encounter otherness, you have to put, I'll reference Jordan Peterson in his book Maps of Meaning, which is talked about toward the end, is the idea that without maps, humans can't even make sense of reality. Like there is no such thing as pure objective thought. And so this is important because, before I forget, everything you were saying about basic, like Korbosky is calling for nothing short of a semantic revolution. Like he's like, if we don't revolutionize and radically and intentionally, almost like employing a Manhattan Project, if we don't radically employ such a project to change how we use language and think about language, we're going to end up in a very bad place. So he's calling for a massive semantic revolution.
Yeah. That gets me to something that cheap empathy and costly empathy, or
Yes.
something like that. And so there's something about modernity, modern taker culture, MTC, that we're in a meeting crisis, and it seems as though we're trying to shallowly distract ourselves out of it.
Yes.
And so how do we get into the depths of the problem, into where the real issue is? And if that is kind of the core of how the psyche works, then in a sense it is a sort of Manhattan Project. It is a sort of Christ death. It is a sort of total personality death. There is a sort of phoenix alchemy that burns up in the flames that actually does totally reorient.
Yes.
And so it does. I do think we're getting to that point of a Manhattan Project, or of a explosion point, or an implosion point. If it's an internally consistent system, I guess it would be an implosion. But whatever that is, we're not connecting. Something's not there.
Well, there is something to be said. Like, if this continues because of the necessary political ramifications of map making that is not identified, that leads to this oscillation between map totalization and map proliferation, and every single map becomes a totality to itself, that will inevitably lead to a global crisis that will be a forcing function that will necessitate this Manhattan Project. So I completely agree. And there could be an argument that ultimately nothing but a forcing function could bring this about, which, historically speaking, it's either a mystical, beautiful experience or a forcing function of some kind that brings it about.
Trauma.
Or trauma,
Right.
yes.
And so at some point, what's the difference between it relating to the real? If it's good, then it's a mystical thing, and if it's bad, well, then it's traumatic.
Yeah.
But like those are almost the same.
Yes.
And there's like a subtle difference, pun intended.
Yes.
And so how do we have the proper discretion? How do we have the proper presence to access the internal conscious judgment that accesses the through line that is the mystical transcendent with the real that then guides you appropriately?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of the metaphorical substrate of the collapsed objective. I already know what this is, and this is the border that is my personality, and I know this.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
so, yeah.
I mean,
I'm kind of getting lost.
no.
But
For
there's
me, I
something-
call the real is the quote-unquote Lovecraft with the craft in parentheses. It is both the potential beatific vision of Dante, the love that moves the sun and other stars, and the ancient one that reduces you to ass. In the same way that there's traditions of saying God is hell to those who hate him, and he's heaven to those who love him. And it's not that,
Definitely.
it's not that God, it's not so much that God judges you and looks at you and says go to hell. It's that the very experience of beauty and goodness, if you have sin, actually is a terror
yes.
to you. Basically,
And that's I think the status of today. We have
Yes.
all of these ideas that we think are correct. And then that actually loads like a sort of, those are givens, the givens that are passed down from the culture, the institutions, the empty institutions of the givens that are passed down from the culture, then become the original sin that aim our psychic attention misdirected.
Yes. Well, for me, the territory is Lovecraft in a sense. It is that craft with the parentheses. And that, because whenever you find out, and even though I'm not saying it's the same as God, I mean, ultimately there's a sense in which it's the ground of all being, etc., so forth, it is of the real. That's right. But the issue is that I think every time the human actually approaches the territory, per se, that is not reducible to the map, they have a kind of experience of Lovecraft with the craft in parentheses. It is either going to be an opening that is beautiful to them, or it will be a terror. And in fact, it tends to be you have to go through the trauma to be open to the beauty, and it's actually both. Like every sort of, and this is actually getting back to your question of why do we make this mistake of the substract, is because precisely moving out of the mistake of maps requires an encounter with the Lovecraft that is difficult.
Right.
And then if you've been trained to think that if it feels bad, it's wrong, then as you approach it, you
it's
interpret.
uncomfortable, it's scary. I
Yeah.
don't want to do that.
And therefore, I've been taught to associate that emotional experience with wrong. Therefore, it's rational not to do, and so you enclose yourself, right? One of the great benefits of religious teachings is actually just because it feels bad does not mean it's bad. In fact, it might be facing the sin and overcoming the sin. You may need to lean into the bad.
I think that's where we are right now.
Yes.
Is that we're so culturally habituated to aim towards the stasis of hiding behind a concept
Yes.
that whatever the presence is that would afford us the ability to connect or love or make meaning or do something that matters, like you were just saying, it feels wrong, it feels scary.
Yeah, it feels
that's
scary.
I'm not in my little comfort zone. I don't want to do that.
Yep, that's
And
right.
so then the natural person, when presented with an opportunity to make meaning, is scared and
Yes.
shuts down.
That's correct.
And so that is the state of modernity, and the more civilized and big city you are, the more that vibrational frequency is going to subconsciously be prodding you.
Absolutely.
And so then how do we fix this would be to create a sort of, I don't know, place where you could go to then confront chaos.
Yes.
To then be in that state of unknown. And so it's like we're too overloaded with the real that we then are scared and need to put up barriers.
Yes.
And then we habitually think that it's good to put up barriers so that the real never comes in.
Exactly.
How do we then get people to realize that no, you have to relate with the real and then have some barriers. But it's not you put barriers instead of the real. And there's something about that subtle difference that I think is the difference between adaptability and madness.
Yes.
Or is the difference
Yes.
between
Yes.
surviving and an auto-cannibalistic
Yes.
delusion of whatever.
Well, what you're getting at is also another reason why we stay in our maps, because if you go outside the map, you have to somehow know the difference between madness and adaptability. But it is outside. But the map is what gives you the intelligibility to make those discernments.
So the paradox.
So
yeah,
this
doesn't
is the
make sense.
paradox. See, the problem is, and this is what
non-rational.
Peterson.
So
It's
then
not rational.
what part of your personality is non-rational? Because
Exactly.
I think the MTC is over-identified with the ego
Yes.
that is left hemispherically given the rational
Yes.
substrate.
Yes.
So how do we remember that we are not just the egoic left hemispheric top-down
That's it.
representation? How do we remember that we are the presence that then, I don't know, creates maps, that then our ego feels thrown into and confined by the facticity of the map that we're given?
Exactly.
How do we remember that we're not the ego given the map, we are some sort of self, capital S, or some sort of spirit or soul that lives in the world, and through openly living with that, then we regurgitate a map? How do we not say, hey, I'm given a map, let me follow the map, but like, here is a map because I lived real, and I'm real, and then here's kind of a map. And then the map then becomes a representation of what was real,
Yes.
not a faux simulacrum of profelicity, of pretense of this is how I be real by acting out this form like a machine.
Yes.
And somewhere in there. Yeah.
100%. So before I forget, this is the stakes. Why is Plato and classical thinkers, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, all know Plato, why is Plato so adamant on basically wanting to prove the eternity of the soul? Because if the soul is eternal, then this can be addressed that you just described. If it is not eternal,
right.
there's no
Right,
outside, and so that's it. And then also Plato is perpetually interested in memory, remembering. The slave boy remembers geometry, because it's like, well, the way you're able to do that is the eternity of the soul. So if there is no, this is the claim, if there is no eternity of the soul, there is no possibility of changing the way you use maps. There's no way of remembering an intelligibility that is beyond the intelligibility given by maps that would nevertheless be sensible, right? Because if the soul is eternal, then it has within it the potentiality of an operation that is distinct from the intelligibility given by the map, right? It's mysterious, it's difficult to apprehend, but it is non-rational and yet not chaos.
Unknowable.
Yes.
It's almost like by definition, it's like inherently outside of the bounds of knowing. It's outside of the scope of knowledge, of abstract knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely it is. The weird thing with it is an unknown that unfolds. And this is also the absolute idea for Hegel, is the idea that yes, it is unknown, but it is not unintelligible because it unfolds through time. And so what ends up happening is you can never finish it. You can never know the entirety of it. You can never know where it is going, but you can know that it is going. You can never identify the destination, but you can follow it in a manner where there is a destination, because if it takes you somewhere, then there's a destination, right? But then this is faith, trust, and courage and stuff like that, right? So the key is the claim that the real, or the Lovecraft, has the characteristics of an unknown that is wooing, that is actually unfolding. But the only way to relate to it is a certain level of trust. Because the difference, you could say, between abstract knowing and I'll talk about calculation and apprehension. The difference is calculation, you can know the end. You could argue the entire idea of a program and autonomous rationality is to know the outcome before getting there. You'd be like, you kind of have a program.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, the GPS, kind of.
We're trying to program everything.
That's correct.
That's our disposition. That's our stance.
Yes, because...
I think that's the foolish stance. Sorry.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the normal stance.
Absolutely it is. And one could say
stance.
another reason why we make all the mistakes we're describing is because that normal stance, in a sense, is safer. It is less risky. Seems to be a better survival strategy.
It's more consistent.
It's more consistent. And you can say, well, if I do this, I know
We've mistaken consistency for understanding.
Yes, we have. And it's basically just a survival mechanism. And also, but here's the issue. If you go into the Lovecraft, there is real risk. That, if you actually take seriously the Gödel Point and you take seriously the problem of maps, there is real risk.
Definitely. Because
if you, and actually you could argue the, dare I say, blessing of postmodernity is that it has actually showed us what happens if you deconstruct maps as opposed to changing your relationship to maps to unveil an opening to the other, because those are not necessarily the same. Now, when you read someone like a Derrida, who I have great respect for Derrida because I think he's nuanced. It's the deconstructionists who take him and become less nuanced. But the idea of Derrida is there's this idea that deconstruction is supposed to be justice. Well, what does he mean by that? Is the idea that as long as we have ideology or maps, there is always going to be the problem of, well, internally consistent systems that become totalitarian, and you relive the Nazi Party, you relive Stalinism, you relive this thing. So we better get rid of maps. Here's the problem. You can't do that. And so if you get, and this is where Peterson is correct, if you get rid of maps, people go psychotic. And they still end up in totalitarianism because when people are psychotic, they look for a strong man to make everything sensible again. So the problem is that you can't, the book is trying to, the Map Is Indestructible as the book is trying to find the fine line between not deconstructing maps, but existing and dwelling in maps in such a way that opens them in the Gödel Point, right? That's the fine balance. And the issue is, though, if you do that, there is real risk because you can encounter the Lovecraft, not be ready for it, and be reduced to ash, or, not have the virtue to handle it. So there's a reason why people avoid it. And also, too, it's so much work to even establish the coherence of a map. Like, to actually find the internal consistency of a map, you can make a career out of that. You can spend a life doing that. So what do you mean, guys? You're saying we should spend all this time to determine internal consistency for the sake of finding the point where it no longer applies? That's really counterproductive. That's counterintuitive.
You would think, yeah.
Yeah, why not just use, I don't know, consistent systems to make societies? Well, that's what a lot of people do, but here's the problem. It must keep out otherness. It must ultimately keep out as, Peterson talks a lot in Maps of Meaning about the idea of the stranger. And the problem of the stranger, that every society has to face is a stranger can set, I believe the phrase he uses is a cascade. It can set off a cascade of questioning everything, and then it becomes chaos. Because if you're the Christian and you encounter the atheist, and the atheist makes you question, well, that could set off a cascade where your entire way of life is taken away, right? And that's happened to many people, and many people have gone through deconstruction, the Christian movements of deconstruction, blah blah blah.
Isn't that what's happening to society?
Absolutely, it's what's happening. The meaning crisis is a cascade crisis, basically.
So how does that as above, so below work? How can we make that more apparent to people?
Well, I think. So this, to kind of look ahead, ultimately what is required to say something very large, because you were also talking about the problem of unveiling people at a rate they can handle so that they don't identify the border as the map. There is basically an entirely new social infrastructure that is needed that I associate with the social coordination mechanism, which people are using. Zoom, YouTube, Philosophy Portal, this corner of the internet is using it in this manner, where you are socially coordinating people to interact with other people in a manner that has an ongoing discussion. You need to change the school system from being test-based to oral-based. You need to remove the resume and replace it with the portfolio. And you also need to change the structure of regulation, which has led to basically people joining corporations versus doing more entrepreneurship or making their own businesses. You need to increase fluency in the system, like the amount of fluency in the system, because all of the incentives now are actually for stable states. You want a business that is stable. You want a resume that is stable. You want everything is incentivized. Social intelligibility is stability. All the incentives is status, resume, stable things. Well, if you have that, then basically you have a social order that incentivizes identification. So you have to increase the probability that people associate fluency with a good use of time, and that requires some social structural changes. But these changes are not telling people what they should do or be. That's the key. How do you, because if you're trying to predict the future or make the future, then you're totalitarian. But you can change the conditions of possibility now in the present to increase the probability of a future that doesn't make the mistake of AA logic and actually is more likely to naturally habitually think according to AB or the Gödel point or process and relationships. That is not closing down and saying what the future must be. That's the fine balance you have to run, is not forcing a future, but let me put it this way. You have this danger of saying, well, we gotta go in and force everyone to think a certain way, which can be totalitarian. Or you have the manner of, we need to increase fluency in the system so that whatever way people choose to think, it has a different quality. Where instead of being primarily identification, it's relational, it's situation, and it's open, right? Where you're adding a Gödel point to every possible worldview is how I would kind of put it. To Christianity, to atheism, to Islam, to capitalism, to communism, to whatever. You're trying to add it. What needs to happen is the social incentives change to where it increases the probability that people will add a Gödel point to their worldview, whatever that may be, or to their map. If everyone did that, that means there's a point of openness instead of a closeness, and from that you can have this possibility of people being in their maps but open at the same time. But that gets into structural and social incentives. Now, basically, if you take all this seriously, you have to change the social and political infrastructure away from creating an incentive landscape of identification, things versus relation, algebra versus geometry. There are different languages. You could basically say it this way: the social order incentivizes auto-cannibalism ultimately by its logic.
Right.
It does not.
The metaphorical substrate I mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Is that's the implication of the logic. Then is
Yeah, that's correct. And you see what's happening now, as a kind of to take a larger. We have a lot of political responses to, I think, a subconscious recognition that something is not working, but right now the something that is not working is still being projected onto the other as they're the problem, right, as opposed to seeing openness to the other as the address. And so what you have is political, social, and economic responses that are a reaction to a sense of auto-cannibalism that is nevertheless representing the logic of auto-cannibalism in different forms. But since it feels like a change, it feels like you're doing something, but you're actually not. And that's why identifying the problem as ultimately AA versus AB, to put, to sum up a lot in those phrases. Like, if you're just doing another form of AA, it's not a change. actually. It's the same logical form in repetition. And if you repeat the same logical form, you can do something different and it's still going to be autocannibalism. And basically, whether it be map totalization, map proliferation, all of those are still relating to the maps as consistency being the goal of them, as opposed to using the map to find the Gödel point by which they open up to the other. And as long as we keep doing that and then don't change the infrastructure to create incentives to do that, you're just going to have trouble upon trouble upon trouble.
So then that gets me sort of to identity, because I think a lot of this meaning crisis is an identity crisis.
Yes.
Is a confusion of who we are, where we are, what we're doing, what we're supposed to be doing.
Yes.
And I think a lot of this is, to maybe use Jungian terms, we are too egocentric. We've lost contact with the overall self, and we now find ourselves thrown into the facticity of the self-conscious monkey mind ego. And then we think that's us.
Yes.
And then that self-conscious monkey mind ego is almost the emergent abstract complex of the left hemisphere.
Yes.
And so I think the problem with an internally consistent system is that it is the chunk that is being given to the left hemisphere.
Yes.
And then we are like the ego rational processor computer of maps. And then the problem is the map that we're given is like internally consistent or self-referential, or there's no holes in the map, because that's literally how the psyche made sense of it.
Yes.
And so then that was
That's the key.
nugget of, that was the chunk of information, that was the left hemisphere saber of, this is all this chaos, here's a chunk of information. And
Yes.
then the ego receives this chunk of information and is like, oh, life is this chunk.
Yes.
But then that separates it out from everything else. That disconnects it from memory.
Yes.
That makes it an abstracted, separate, almost a dead thing.
Yes.
That then takes it out of the through line of connection, of meaning, of memory, of significance, of implication, of application, of meaning, of salience. It's
Yes.
autocannibalistic.
Perfectly put, because it is the very incompleteness of the map that allows the entrance of the ego to create a map as if it is complete. Like, it is the very fact that the experience of the ego of reality is too full. It is too much. And what's very interesting, when something is experienced as too much, you actually experience, it is simultaneous an excess and a lack. Because when you're overwhelmed, you also experience the lack.
Because you lack the understanding of it.
Yeah, that's
'Cause
correct.
If you're properly whelmed, then you get it, and then you understand it.
That's-
But if you're overwhelmed, well, then you don't get it. And so
That's-
you're both... Yeah.
That's correct. And so in the excess, there is a lack that is the incentive of the creating of the map to then bring the excess into that which is understood, which flattens it, right? But it is the lack that actually is the creation of the space and the incentive to do this. But then, of course, that lack must not be included, because if you made the map...
And if we're calling it a lack, well, then it isn't anything. So
Exactly.
what are you even talking about,
That's the-
Daniel?
that's the
Daniel,
key.
what are you talking
That's
about?
exactly
How
the
can
key.
we talk about this thing that doesn't exist?
Exactly. Well, that's...
Shouldn't we just ignore it and keep on our...
There you go. Because lack is rationally that which, if it's not there, then it's rational to disregard, and then you're damned.
So
then
how
you're
is this
locked in.
paradox that which we don't understand, we can't understand, isn't real and doesn't exist, is also like the most real thing that we have to pay attention to, and we have to learn how to relate to that which we don't understand. How does that make sense given how we're educated in internally consistent systems?
It is...
So where's the faithful presence that can access the parts of the psyche that aren't thrown into the facticity that is the presumed taken for granted left hemisphere, top down, abstracted, necessarily going to miss the mark because it doesn't understand the base of reality, because it's not rooted. And so Simone Weil, we've lost our roots. McGilchrist, we're all left hemisphere. Whatever that is, we're not then appropriately relating to the other that is the source of the emotion, that is the bottom up connected to the embodiment. We're just receiving top down and then trying to impose that top down and then trying to pretend the body to fake the top down.
Yes.
And then it's like a profile culture of top down pretense. And eventually that doesn't make sense. That's not grounded.
Correct.
And so that's where we are. We lack that grounding. We lack that sense
Yes.
making. We're full of profiles and we're full of shiny things, but we lack the meaning of it and the
Yes.
significance and the applicability of it.
Very well put. Basically, we have been using thinking to obtain, you could say, certainty. The problem is certainty is not possible, so this is an illusion. It must be an enclosed structure.
Right.
So if you get certainty, it has to be an illusion. But thinking is in the business of certainty because it doesn't want to be surprised. Thinking naturally doesn't want to be surprised. But what we're alluding to is that actually thinking, it can't even be itself without surprise. So there's a certain paradox at the very heart of thinking. And the paradox you also described is exactly what needs to be thought. That if thinking doesn't think that paradox, it's not even itself. Because thinking must by definition understand itself by creating something it isn't, by passing over into otherness. But if thinking is, dare I say, of the soul, that is excessive, that is of the excess that we experience as lack, then it entails in its very mechanism of understanding that of which in a sense works against itself into a reductionist version so that it can understand itself. But here's the key. That understanding could be the grace of eternity, because that never ends. There's always something more to understand. Or it can feel like hell, because it never ends. So it depends on how you
understand it, because there's no orientation. There's nothing to grasp onto.
That's exactly right.
So there's something about the mind that grasps that feels comfortable.
Yes.
And that's the fruit of knowledge, top-down,
Yes.
abstract intellect.
Yes.
And there's something about the embodiment that relates, that submits, that doesn't know, that feels crucified or
Yes.
sacrificial. And then there's something about modern culture presumes the top down. We take for granted the bottom up, and then we try to enforce the top down.
Yes.
And by constantly taking for granted the bottom up, we've then disconnected from that bottom up, or we've
Yes.
atrophied the ability to appropriately relate to that.
Yes.
And so we're almost thinking non-emotionally.
Yes.
We're thinking instead of emoting, and then the thoughts and because again, emotions are tough but it's the thought and the meaning of it. It's the embodied.
Yes.
Corresponding psychic frequency of
Yes.
relation, of otherness, of whatever that is.
Yes.
We're like, nope, I just want to do what I want to do.
Yeah.
Or something. Again, I don't know how to explain
Well,
this stuff.
the problem is, so to make a giant metaphysical claim, a lot of our problems are because we have an improper understanding of reality where space is more real than time when really it's time-space. And you see, if you think in terms of time-space, then emotions are motion. The problem becomes when we think emotion in stable state. I am happy versus I'm feeling happy, and that's
doesn't
an
even make sense.
That's correct.
Yeah,
I am happy, therefore that's an orientation of how I move through time space. So likewise, the problem becomes we are, you could say knowledge, the tree of knowledge wants to make everything space at the expense of time, where actually properly we resist the temptation of space for the sake of time. But that is very counter because by definition, if you make time primary, there's a humbling because you don't know it. You have to follow. You have to go with space. I've got space. I don't have to humble everything. So pride sacrifices time for space, and so knowledge goes. Please.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not going to map this very well, but there's something with the McGilchrist hemispheric stuff that really seems to track in this space-time representation, abstraction, conceptualization, internally consistent system. Those all seem to vibrationally resonate of the same persona, the same kind of spirit of the left hemisphere.
Yes.
And the mistake is to believe that that is the source of reality.
Yes.
And I think that is the inherent mistake. And so then,
Completely.
sorry to then go back on this, the former was the tree of knowledge, the latter was the tree of life.
Yes.
And so the tree of knowledge activates the left hemisphere, which then reduces the phenomena into a representation, which then allows the ego to dominate it and consume it because it's then just a logos. And so then there's that sort of spiritual arrogance of top-down of abstract knowledge.
Yes.
And then there's the time-space, the opposite embodied bottom-up, right hemisphere, submissive, I don't yet know what this is because I'm ongoing, that's humiliating, that's scary, that's disorienting, and that means the other is greater than me, and then I am now responsible to that other.
Yes.
And there's something about modern society educates you in such a way that you are never in the headspace where you are submitting to something greater than you and then attempting to appropriately relate to that.
Yes.
Modern society educates you and orients you to look down and only look for things that are easy to digest and consume.
Yes.
And then that top-down, easy to digest and consume eventually ignores the bottom-up and then creates an insane top-down
Yes.
self-referential feedback loop
Yes.
that creates a satanic, desire for stasis that then
Yes.
atrophies your presence and makes you unable to procreate because you're not using both energies. You're just
Correct.
using the masculine energy. You're
Correct.
just using the top down. You're
Correct.
just using the yin.
Correct.
And then by only masculine energy, by only yin, by only abstraction, you lose the embodiment, you lose the participation, you lose the feminine, you lose the connection, you lose the meaning, and then we are saber and we've lost connoisseur.
Completely. What ends up happening is so space-time basically says that time is relative to space, and that ultimately there's a block universe, and there is, in a sense, time doesn't even exist, right? Well, then space has to only relate to space. So there is just self-relation. Like, ultimately, the idea that there isn't self-relation in space-time is a kind of illusion, because there's just space relating to space. That is reality. So then from that metaphysics, you get a world where the name of the game is to collect space, to collect possessions, to collect a resume, to collect status, to collect things of which increase your identification in space. But if time-space is most real, then you are only real to the degree that you participate in the unfolding of an unknown. Right, that's why time being primary is a very big deal. And honestly, it would be a larger conversation. The notion of eternity has been interpreted by modernity and moderns, I'll dare say, as merely being timelessness, as in space that doesn't end. When really eternity is an ever-unfolding mystery that doesn't end. And eternity is now. It's just that we have the ability to misidentify it.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So that's led to a lot of trouble. One of the things, before I forget, that is, so there's a few things. So first off, the problem is, I'll just say the soul. The soul's mechanism of precisely unfolding always creates the possibility of losing sight of the unfolding, because if it didn't, it would have to interpret the excess of reality all at once, which would overwhelm it. Right. And so there always has to be the possibility of misidentification if there's going to be unfolding, right? Well, this is why what's very fascinating to me is this is why the tree of knowledge has to be in the Garden of Eden. AB has to have the risk of AA, because AB can only unfold through a frame that is experienced as if AA, that you sacrifice for the next frame, that you sacrifice for the next frame, that you sacrifice for the next frame. But if there is a frame, a frame of space-time, then you can make the mistake of over-determining that, of over-identifying that. So the tree of knowledge has to be present as a possible mistake in the Garden of Eden, because otherwise there's no way. And critically, there has to be, let me put it this way, there has to be space in the sense of space, rather than time be relative to space, and time-space, which gets into more of a Henry Bergson view of things, and Augusta, et cetera, so forth, is that space is a manifestation of time. Like, what we see around us is time manifesting, and space is more as this creative unfolding, even a Whiteheadian sense. But space is actually the way time manifests to us. It's like the language of time.
See,
right?
yes, that's the language of experience isn't the experience.
Correct.
And we're confusing the language with the experience.
That's correct. But that mistake must be possible, because we have to experience one thing at a time, or else it overwhelms us, and we can then therefore make the mistake of thinking that one at a time is all time. It is the whole, right? Like that characteristic of experience. And so the mistake has to be latent in the proper orientation. But of course, here's the problem. If you make that mistake, though, it then brings with it a logic that closes it off from return.
Sticky, yeah.
It's sticky.
It's tempting or something, yeah.
Yeah, because once
it's deceptive.
Once I say to you, what do you mean time space? Look around. All I ever see is space. When you look around, you go, that seems to be true. It does seem to be true that space is more real than time. The natural way you experience things is on the side of making the mistake of enclosure, because it just seems.
The natural way you experience things is through the ego that's already given the left hemispheric chunk.
Yes.
So you naturally experience the representation.
Yes. Yes. So what ends up happening is, the space-time and the time-space stuff, that's like we talk about that a lot, like Bergson, who I think is important, and Whitehead and other things. But the main point is that what we tend to do is naturally collapse things into space, collapse things into the frame of experience. And we say, we collapse a process into a situation, or relations into things. And Owen Barfield kind of talked about the idea of things as a kind of idolatry, where things become their own ground of being as opposed to in service of God. But the issue is that once we collapse things, we then get in a habit of collapsing things, and then we habituate ourselves to our collapsed understanding of reality, which then creates a mechanism of reinforcement. So once you create an internally consistent system, you get in a habit of thinking in terms of that internally consistent system. And it's funny because, like, to get at what you've said is, we tend to sacrifice the interior, the internal, the heart, for the internally consistent system, and so you lose the through line. You lose the soul. Once you do that, once you lose your soul, it's real hard to get your soul back. But you get into habits of doing that, and once you get into those habits, you lose the capacity to think outside of it. And so, ultimately, when we're talking about social, political, educational, like, all of these are questions of what kind of habits are you going to form. Because, and habits get tied to Aristotle's virtue ethics. James K. Smith, he has that lovely book, and he, the more, his trilogy is like Desiring the Kingdom, but he has that book called, You Are What You Love. And it's this idea that what you love is what you form habits around, and your habits are who you are. And there's a strong connection between habits and personhood. And the problem is, where we really get in trouble, and I'll give it to you, is that we collapse reality into things, and then we love those things, we love that idolatry, and we form habits in light of that idolatry, and then anyone who wants us to give them up, they're betraying our loves, and they get our passions, which our passions are violent and very problematic. So there's a mechanism of collapsing to habit formation that then has to be reversed. Like, you have to have a society that generates different habits that are going to be more on the side of keeping things open.
Yeah, I always struggle here, because I think that, I don't know, if you talk about Peterson and canonical works, he talks about the Bible being the most canonical, and he talks about the Bible being kind of the center of Western culture. And so then if the Bible is the center of Western culture, I mean, I know that's an argument, but just bear with me. And then the Garden of Eden is the origin story of that. Then it seems like our whole culture is built on the fact that our identity as humans is based on a sort of Garden of Eden relationship. And so then that mythological story narrative is supposed to be somewhat of a symbolic or mythical representation of how the human mind works.
Right.
And so then that story of the Bible is actually the identity story of our culture, which is actually the way we are supposed to organize our psyche. Mm-hmm. And so I think that if you break that down, you have the two trees in the center of the Garden of Eden. You have man and God walk together, and then there's a certain, then that's the dawn of man, and then that's the story of humanity. And so then if you take evolution and you go from Homo habilis to Homo erectus to Homo sapien, you go from man who interdepends on his habitat for survival, and then he grows and he evolves and he complexifies, and then he's able to stand up and use his hands. And then by manhandling, manos in Spanish, you are then able to manhandle the world and stand up.
Yes.
And so then that was an evolutionary, whatever, adaptation, acceptation, whatever, you increased your skills. You raised your ability, and then that means you need a different name.
Yes.
And so then that new name that described was Homo erectus.
Right.
And then that thing started getting abstract representations. That thing started mapping the world, and then that thing started living through its abstract mapped representations of the world.
Right.
And then that thing became interdependent on surviving its habitat through using sapiential frameworks.
Yes.
And so then we had to become Homo sapiens.
Yes.
And so then what I'm trying to say is that the Bible is the story of what it means to be a Homo sapien.
Yeah.
And so what it means to be a Homo sapien is to be a man who is in a relation with God, who is in a garden.
Yes.
And that's a walled garden, that's an organized structure. And within that organized structure, you have two sources of food. You have the food of life, the tree of knowledge of life, and you have the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Right.
And I think the tree of life is somewhat of your your right hemisphere chamber, and then the tree of knowledge is like your left hemisphere.
Right.
And so, like, what does it mean to be a Homo sapien is to have two different ways of ingesting the world and learning. And one of those is through embodied experience, where you don't know what's happening. It's still ongoing, it's still emerging, it's still relating. You are conocering, you're connecting to it, it's ongoing, and you don't know what it is.
Right.
But you're living it, and it's real, and that living is a form of life, and that's a form of understanding.
Right.
And then you have the tree of abstracted, top-down knowledge that's good and evil, that's right and wrong, that's predetermined, that this goes here and this goes here. And my theory is that alongside of McGilchrist, where he's saying that modernity is captured by left hemispheric domination, I think that spiritually our modern culture is captivated by the intellect that eats the fruit of knowledge that looks top-down.
Yes.
Sorry, this is a really long way of piggybacking on your habits.
Yeah.
What is the habit? What I'm trying to say about modern taker culture is that we are that which has been aimed and educated and formed, and we have built our personality by consuming the daily bread of top-down knowledge.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And if you consume a habit of top-down, you atrophy bottom-up.
Yes, you do.
You sever your connection to bottom-up.
Yes.
Or Lucifer rebels against God, and then you disconnect, and then you're just an abstract ideas without the embodied experience that correlate.
Yes.
And so there's something about with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
With great ability to abstract comes great
Yes.
responsibility to embody and resonate and
Yes.
stuff.
Yes.
And so the modern organized civilization has given the intellect steroids while numbing the body. But
No, you were spot on.
something like that, I think, is what's happening. As above, so below, to each individual, as well as the institutions, as well as the culture, as well as the incentive landscape that we find ourselves thrown into, and then we mistakenly think we are limited by the structures that we are thrown into based on how the mind can only understand maps, can only orient towards yin, can only understand walls.
Yes.
And so then we are habitually consuming what we think is our understanding, but actually, paradoxically or ironically, that's then limiting us, that's then severing our consciousness, that's then atrophying our ability to relate to the real, which then makes us infantile, emotionally immature, and eventually we're going to crumble into either a fit or a panic attack or a delusion or whatever the overwhelming confrontation with the real is, where you don't have your little safety BS measures of fruit of knowledge to protect you and sever your connection, something like that.
1,000,000%, and everything you just said is, I think, manifesting politically, socially today.
As above, so below, everywhere.
And
It's
so
everywhere.
it is very, very important. So there's a few things. I agree 100% with everything you said about atrophy. If you get into the habit of top down, then you atrophy your capacity for bottom up, and then what ends up happening when the day arrives where you require the bottom up, you will either rebel against that, you go into nihilism, you'll go into...
You'll think it's scary and you don't want to do it.
Yeah, or you'll turn to a strong man that says you don't have to do it, and so this politically manifests. The consequences of dying.
That's the Peterson temptation to ideology.
Yes.
We've become weaker and weaker, and now we're susceptible to ideology.
Yes.
We don't have that internal mass, the atomic mass, the atomic mass that is our own personality to withstand a confrontation with the real.
Yes.
We're just this top-down illusion of whatever that then doesn't have the integrity to listen or to submit or to experience and be present.
Yes.
We just dissociate and then hide behind a script.
Yes.
And so how do we, I don't know.
Exactly what you're saying, and it should be noted that this ability to handle, like the mental model for handling is thinghood. I turn things into things and I can handle them. So I reduce them into a thing so I can handle them, which is great as long as I remember to move out of thinghood, right? As long as I remember that. But here's the problem. The more and the better you get at treating things like things to handle, because you build stronger civilizations, you build more and more, the easier it is then to forget that thinghood.
And it becomes sticky.
Yes.
And then
you're in the internally consistent system. So that's the problem, is that thinghood is a very useful mental model for handling. But because it works, here's the key. The problem are mental models that work, not that don't work. It's the ones that work that create the habits that separate us from the root. And that's when we get in trouble. And you see, thinghood is such an incredibly powerful way to approach reality because it makes us able to handle reality. But that's precisely the trouble.
Temporary.
But it's temporary.
And the temptation is to use the temporary solution as a permanent orientation.
Yes.
And we're not identifying with that. Okay, so sorry, one more thing.
Please.
Maps. We get maps. That's the left hemispheric receptor.
Yes.
So there's something about the self that kind of resonates with wave frequencies, and then that self then collapses the wave into a particular relation that's relevant to
Yes.
us. And then that understanding of the pattern recognition of the thing that's relative to us then becomes the left hemisphere chunk that we're then given. Or sorry,
Yes.
that becomes the chunk that our left hemisphere is
Yes.
then given. And then we are thrown into receiving this chunk.
Yes.
And so this is all, again, wave, particle, like there's like a wave, a right hemisphere, a time, a body.
Yes.
And then there's like the collapsed particle, the top down, the space, the mind, the intellect, the representation.
Yes.
And because the only thing we can latch onto and grasp is the quantifiable static,
Yes.
we are now confused because we think the graspable is the real.
Yes.
But at this point in the development of humanity, I would like to make the argument that actually that static habit is collapsing to something not real.
I agree.
And that's actually an illusion.
Yes.
What is supposed to be used temporarily
Yes.
has now become tempting to identify with.
Yes.
And so the map isn't the territory or something.
Yes.
We're aiming at the wrong.
Correct.
Sorry, I'm getting lost again.
No, that's exactly right.
We're aiming at particles, but it's actually how do you be present enough to interpret the waves into a particle?
Yes.
Not how do you take an already collapsed particle and then understand the particle.
That's correct.
It's how do you leave the particle into the presence of the wave.
That's correct.
Or something, again, this language is breaking down.
No.
But it's something.
This is all correct. Because, so there's a few things. So first off, if one understands reality as time, space versus space-time, it's easier not to make this mistake. Because you understand that anything you create is temporary. And
Right.
funny enough, temporary is spatial. Like, the fact that it goes back into time means that that process is actually more real, right? So there's an interesting kind of...
And so it's only that which goes to the through line of multiple times.
Yes.
It's the atemporal thing that
Yes.
manifests through each apparent
Yes.
thing. And so
Yes.
like the MTC throws you into the facticity that says this is the monad.
Yes.
I like to call it an egg, but
Sure.
this is the egg you're thrown into. And it's like, no. Actually, you are that which goes through all of
Yes.
those monads.
That's correct.
And so what is more real is not what you can grasp.
Correct.
It's actually what humiliates or what evades your grasp or
Yes.
what is unknowable.
Yes,
And
that's
so
correct.
actually the paradox is that the more real is less knowable.
Yes.
And the more knowable it is, the less real it is.
This
and
is-
so there's a
Absolutely.
I don't know, paradox,
No,
irony, there's a
well,
there's a,
the weird thing is that the only way to identify that which goes beyond your grasp is in your grasp. Because if you don't grasp it, then you could always plausibly say, no, it's not beyond my grasp, it's just that I haven't grasped it yet. When you grasp things and create thingshood, that's when you actually lose the plausible deniability that they're beyond your grasp.
yeah.
Because it's in your grasp that you see it's not even there. So in a sense, we're at the historical age. So there's a few things. First, the mistake of thinghood was actually historically necessary to get us here. Because we had to make things we grasped in order to realize we couldn't grasp them. And also, thinghood is how you got civilization, how you got, it created society.
Yep.
The problem today is not that we went through an age of thinghood. Hegel has this line where he says the fear of error is the fear of truth. He's like, you have to see the process. Every error is actually a necessary error to then get to the next step where you can see that as an error and have what he would call the negation of the negation. Like, the error is the negation. You're making a mistake that you actually need to make to get to the place where you can see that as a mistake in what he would say sublate, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that we've made the mistake of thinghood is actually not to say we did something wrong. It was historically necessary. The problem is if we overfit it now, is if we keep doing it. That's the mistake.
Yes.
Is if you keep doing it. Because keeping is the mistake if time is most real. Because you can't keep anything. There's only the change, right? So my argument, and I'll give it to you, my argument would be the revelation that thinghood is historically not appropriate now is global pluralism, is difference, is diversity, is networks, is encounter of otherness. That under those situations, a treating of things as most real habituates you into capacities that make you more fragile before the surprise of otherness, before the encounter of difference, because difference evades thinghood. And if all your habits and mental models are about reifying thinghood, then when you encounter difference, you have to kick it out. You have to get rid of it. And that's going to create, of course, small fascist states, totalitarianism, oppression, etc., so forth. So we need new habits that understand things are situations. They are processing.
Right.
But
Processes,
that would require us not to say, oh, well, they did something wrong in the past. No, they did what was historically. The funny idea in Hegel is that there are historically necessary errors. There are historically necessary errors. But those errors are actually the path to truth. Because the only way to actually approach truth, because truth is excessive, you can never get the whole. It's apathetic, right? Well, by definition, if truth is apathetic and always beyond what we can comprehend, there's only one way to get at it. One error at a time, because you're never going to capture the whole. Like, the only way to approach God is by error, because you can never grasp all of God. But does that mean error equals false? No, it means incomplete. This is also the key, is that a historically necessary error is a necessary incompleteness, with the in kind of in parentheses, because unfolding is incomplete. But it is as complete as it can be at this moment. But the logic of holding to something that is as complete as it can be in this moment, that the next moment will be incomplete, you can follow that if you're able to roll with it. If you have a temporal logic that can grasp, let go, grasp, let go, grasp, let go, that's no problem. It's if you're unable to do that, then the fact that the truth is this complete now and then incomplete, you're going to lose it, because you're going to get locked in a frame of space, and then when it no longer applies and it's moved beyond you, you're still back here. Right? So you have to be able to keep going, and then you are as practically complete as can be in a process that never stops, right? Because you're always, in a sense, if this is the limit of time and you're here and it's moving and you're with it, then you are as complete as practically possible, because you're holding with the unfolding. But if the limit is here and you stop here and it keeps going, well, now there's a problem. Right? So if temporality is most real, you've got to stick with it. But that means you have to always be letting go of the thinghood. There's more to say, but let me give it to you.
So there's something about, again, what I was saying is there's a presence that's like the capital self that then intuits or infers or like perceives or like collapses it into something that then gives it to the ego. And then we are the ego that is then thrown into the form, the structure. Yes. And so then there's something about that then our identities are that which act out these structures. And so then we identify with the structure, and then if our structure works, we get happy and confident, and if it doesn't work, then we get all sad. And so there's something about what I'm trying to get at is, if you can't access the real, and your only way of accessing the real is through traversing maps, then each one of your maps is a necessarily stepping stone in the direction,
yes,
but it's not the destination.
Exactly.
And so what is it that transitions through maps but doesn't hold on to the map? But
yes,
then also realizes that you need a map to take a step, but then also the map is insufficient. And
yes,
so there's something about that where you have to realize that every map you use, every step you take is insufficient.
Yes.
And so every map that you think is correct, you then identify with.
Yes.
And so the mistake is to identify with the map,
yes,
not that which walks through maps.
Yes.
And so my point that I'm actually trying to get at here is what happens when you realize that your map is insufficient. That feels like an error, which then feels like an identity crisis.
Yes.
And so I think the medicine to the meaning crisis is to treat yourself in these instances where you feel like your personality is breaking down and you're dying. You want to stop that. And I'm saying, no, those places where your map is breaking down is actually where you're accessing the real, and then that error is good. You want to,
yes,
you want to consume that error. Because then that's like eating the serpent of DNA that then is like a sperm that then reorients your egg to then shape your future
yes,
ego, your egg, the ego, the personality, that which receives the information, then change and reorient.
Yes.
And then you're given a new ego that has a new information
yes,
structure.
Yes.
And so the sin is to think that the map or the structure is you.
Yes.
But it's actually you need to be able to let each map die.
Yes.
And then that feels like an excruciating Christ suffering, dying. And then that's what you need. The admitting of your error feels like ego death.
Yes.
And the admitting of error that feels like ego death is the precursor to wisdom, or is the precursor to knowledge, or realizing that as a child you were wrong is how you become an adult that has more wisdom.
Yes.
And so there's something about that paradoxically, the more you know that you're wrong, the more you've actually learned.
Yes.
And the more you are just being right and not getting any feedback, is actually when you're becoming internally consistent.
Yes.
You're going into insanity and delusion.
Yes.
Like that everything is consistent and nothing is pushing up against me is actually a sign you're disconnected
Yes.
and not real.
Yes.
And then the sign that you're getting resistance and you need to change and you need to be reoriented feels humiliating, feels scary, it feels wrong.
Yes.
But paradoxically, that's the courage that you need to engage with. That's
Yes.
the dragon you need to confront. And then by confronting that dragon, you get the gold behind it. Or
Yes.
by then encountering that chaos, you learn from it. Or by fighting that demon, you become stronger. And then that's how you increase your atomic mass. That's how you become a better person. That's how you're more capable of confronting chaos.
Yes.
Is by doing that internal karmic journey to be honest and have integrity, and then something like that.
Perfectly put.
Again, I'm getting a little
perfectly
pulling out
put.
from all
But
different
this is why. So Hegel, this idea that the fear of error is the fear of truth, is exactly what he's
Right.
getting at. Is everything you just said, and the reason
Because
why.
the left hemisphere, the ego, relies on a representation, but that will necessarily miss the mark. And so that representation is necessary an illusion. It's a tempting, empty calorie, missed mark
Yes.
that feels good, and without the subtlety and without the presence and without the conscience and the sensitivity and the ability to through line, judge, and connect and understand and separate the wheat from the chaff, then you will be tempted to consume these ideologies and lose touch. But then it's more consistent, and then you get more momentum,
Yes.
and then you get dopamine, and then that
Yes.
feels good.
Yes.
And so how do we tell people that actually that little dopamine that you're used to is the contagious sin, that is the curse that
Yes.
is pulling you away from your spiritual connection and your ability to understand reality?
Correct.
Something like that?
Very well put. So, for Hegel, one of the reasons he felt like logic needed an update, not that Aristotle was wrong with A is A, but there needed to be a kind of sublation, is because the logical form that we were operating in did not entail the possibility of error being right.
Right.
Like, you
Right,
see
right.
that, so our entire logic, language,
then-
semantics does not make space for the idea that A equals B is right. And so, because that would be wrong, that's an error. A doesn't equal B, and Hegel's like, no, error is actually correct.
Yeah.
And so, if we don't have a logic to think error as correct, we're done. We're going to end up in consistency. And
And
that's,
that's the metaphorical substrate, or that's the language. That's
Yes.
why I know I'm using this Overton window wrong, but there's the ability to speak in the common language that
Yes.
then assumes that metaphorical substrate, that then narrows the mind, that then ignores the body, or something like that.
I
You
think
see
you-
how that feeds in it, and then that
Yes.
consumes it, and then that habituates it, and then that structures itself in the way
Yes.
that it has habitually been interpreting it, and then that becomes a spiritual interpretation that then like possesses itself, and then is a like
Yes.
sticky left hemisphere.
Absolutely. Well, I think the Overton window is great to bring in, because if you don't think this problem, you are stuck in the Overton window. You're going to be manipulated, right? Whatever the extreme thing is going to pull you over, and you're not going to have any way not to be pulled by the political discourse that's using the strategies of the Overton window. So I think that's appropriate that we could go.
There's something about the structure of the language and the way that you communicate with other egos almost then makes you put it into left hemispheric static
Yes.
structure.
Yes.
And so it's almost, you almost can't communicate to somebody else because there isn't
Yes.
that faithful presence of literally sharing the same nervous system.
Correct.
We are people of different nervous systems that then have to pretend to relate using abstractions.
Yes.
And so the problem is we're no longer communally neurologically oriented.
Correct.
We are all abstractly
Yes.
pretending
Yes.
to communicate,
Yes.
and that's, to me, that's the Tower of Babel.
Yes.
Is we're all technically saying the same words, but they mean different things, and so we're
Yes.
up here and we're down here, and we're disconnected, and what we're saying isn't what we mean, and that's the presentation and the representation, and then
Yes.
Sorry, I'm getting lost here.
No, everything is exactly correct. And also, I wanted to say that when you were saying the difference between identifying with maps versus what go through maps, that's
Yes.
exactly right.
Yes, yes.
To me, to dwell in the Gödel point is to identify with what is going through maps. What I will
Would that be then the map maker, or
That would be-
the explorer that then writes a map that then shares the map, or like
to be in the Gödel point is to identify that maps are necessary, but they're for the sake of finding the point of the error in the map to open up, not to identify with the map, but actually to find where the map isn't the territory, and to emphasize that as a commonality with other people in other maps who must also have Gödel points, and that can be the universal experience of the map failure that can actually be a connection point between all people that unveils that maps are actually platforms of a subject, of the person, that the person is not reducible to their maps. Please.
I don't know. There's something that I'm not quite getting, but there's something about the way that you were just talking there was almost like speaking as if the Gödel point is a specific point that we can then access. And by then knowing that, you're almost then enclosing a system and delineating where the Gödel point is.
This is the tricky move. Yeah.
Like we were talking about earlier, I can't remember exactly what it was, but then I was like, oh yeah, then we're fine.
Yeah.
Because that's the same thing, is once you start to think you know where that point is,
you're
then
done.
You're no longer in the point.
That's correct.
And so there's
this
something
is very
about like
important.
once you
Very
determine
important.
it and once you collapse it and once you aim
Yes.
at it,
Yes.
then you are mistaken.
Yes,
And
you're correct.
so it's I wanted to object at the way
No,
that
no,
you're
no,
speaking,
it's-
but that's just the metaphorical
No,
substrate
no,
of
no,
how you
no,
communicate to another abstracted person with a different nervous system. So-
This is the no.
But this is the meaning crisis.
This is a huge
I think
issue.
This is like
To dwell in the
part-
Gödel
part of it.
point
This is part
is
of
a way to describe you are always working to be. The Gödel point must surprise you. You can't
so it's
pick
like a
it.
present. It's like
It's-
it's an unknown.
Yes, it's a mystery in your map that you're always working to find. Like, and you
Right.
never identify with the consistency because that stops the movement. You are trying to always dwell in the Gödel point in the sense that you are treating your map as always containing the potential of this surprise. That then means you can't. This is the weird move that is entailed in the completeness of your map. This surprise where your map fails is the very point that makes it possible for it to appear as entirely coherent, and yet the entirety of its coherence is actually the revelation that it can't be complete. Because if it is, there's no excess, and then it's closed, right? It would be unreal. That's the weird move that's, in my opinion, very hard to get with Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorem, is that it is the very completeness of a set of numbers that unveils that set of numbers cannot be axiomatically grounded. It is the very fact, reality is an open, let's put it this way, reality is an open system. So if your system is closed, it can't be real.
Right.
That's the weird move.
Right. That's the key. Yeah.
And so
how do you identify as a presence that is open without collapsing and then not caring for yourself? Like remember the organ. It's like, how do you maintain the selectively permeable membrane that establishes that you're a liver and not a kidney?
Yes.
But then how do you not close off the blood flow that you're not getting nutrients? And so where's the connection and the separation, and how do you believe that you're connected, and how do you believe that you're separate? And my concern is that, again, that Overton window of the metaphorical substrate of the objective landscape doesn't allow for that contradiction. Doesn't allow for you to be closed liver and open to the body.
Yes.
And so what is this where we are properly closed off, but also properly open? And so we are improperly barriering ourselves, and I think it's because we're aiming our barriers with our ration, or with our reason, with our intellect, with whatever that fallen thrown into is.
Yes.
And so we're using the reductive thrown into as a pretense of the, and so then we've usurped, and then we're acting instead of, and then we're insane.
Everything. So this idea of how do you be properly closed and properly open, this is basically everything. This is everything. And it all comes, and if this is not addressed, politically, economically, socially, we're done. We're in huge trouble. Unless you would like to close down global pluralism, which would require, if you can, let me put it this way. If the average person you encounter is similar enough to you, then even if you can't solve this problem, you will practically solve it on average, because most people will just naturally, by their beliefs, be properly open and properly closed enough because they're similar enough to you, right? So this is where, if you can't deal with this issue, you're going to see isolationist strategies, you're going to see return to small fascist states, you're going to see closing down. But then the argument would be, following the real speculations with Gödel, technology fundamentally is pluralistic. With the internet, it is open, right? So unless you want to employ censorship or have the internet restricted by nation, you start having all of that. But then, of course, the flow of capital is necessarily pluralistic, right? So in order to survive and not deal with this problem, you'd have to cut yourself off from global capitalism and from technology, which this is why the paper says basically a lot of these strategies to neoliberalism are actually more Amish than they realize. Because a lot of people don't understand that the Amish are not anti-technology. They have a democratic process of voting on what technology they have and what not, right? So basically...
It's recognizing that there's a trade-off in technology.
Yes.
I think the MTC thinks that technology is good.
Yes.
And so we think that grasping onto things is good.
Yes.
And so we think that being technological and grasping onto things and making static plans that are predictable is good.
Yes, that's correct. And so,
but that's literally the exact same thing as selling your soul to the devil.
yes,
And that's like literally Cain's credo. That's the Cain-like mentality. That's the what is it? The taker culture. That is the that which doesn't have faith in its ability to manage the other, it then needs to delineate and predict and secure.
Absolutely. I mean, AI in that sense is very Luciferian. I mean, it is absolutely a sort of demonic logic. Now, of course, there's...
So it's not bad in and of itself, but it only becomes bad when that takes over.
Yes.
When that dominates the psyche, when that becomes auto-cannibalistic, when that no longer shares the energy.
Yes.
And so again, like that McGilchrist attention of the hemispheres, it's like the left hemisphere is given the nugget and then holds on to the map as though that is real.
Yes.
And there's no longer sharing. It's like the right hemisphere doesn't know what's happening.
Yes.
And then it sends it to the left, and the left's like, okay, this is what's happening.
Yes.
But then you can't step in the same river twice. And so then as soon as the left has fucking established it, then it's not what's there.
Yeah, that's right.
And so then it's how do we understand that what's there is not what's here, and that we can talk about what's here, but then that's not where we are. And so what we can talk about isn't what's relevant.
Yes.
And so we need to be facing forward, not talking backwards.
Yes.
And we have created a community around talking backwards.
Yes.
And then that is a tempting deception to not take responsibility for opening the eye of attention and moving forward.
Yes.
And if we are, again, the canonical and the biblical, if that then breaks down to Egypt, and then if our God is the attention that is atop of all the other hierarchies, then what is that attention that isn't thrown into the fallen collapse?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And so how do we then access that greater attention?
Yes.
That isn't motivated by the static, graspable known.
Yes.
And then how do we realize that graspable known is the temptation of is like more like a temptation of ignorance or a temptation of deceit, or what we think we orient and what brings us psychic comfort, and the ideologies that stabilize us are actually that which is disorienting, that which is splitting us.
Yes.
And so what we are consuming as comfort food is actually the irony that is pulling us away from what ought to be imported.
Yes.
We are purporting something top down, and we're not importing something. We're pretending something, we're not metabolizing something. We're not living it as an accepted life, we're pretending it as a top down, something like that.
Completely. I think quantification, knowledge, the AI, computer, potential demonic, is very good as long as it doesn't replace the qualitative, the real, the
it's a
encounter.
supplement.
It's
it
a supplement.
Can't be a replacement.
No. The mistake is, and it just makes me... And
that's the tempting, is that it's that's what we consume, and so then we think that's what's real. And so then we replace that with the... Yeah, sorry.
That's 100%. And a way to kind of describe it is, if I'm going to the Leibniz example, is Leibniz brings something to our attention. He's like, you actually can't count. What's the difference? So if I say there's 1 apple, 2 apple, 3 apple, 4 apple, and I count. He's like, hey, what are you counting exactly? You're counting a quality. That's an apple, that's an apple, that's an apple. So the only way you can even quantify is it because there's a quality.
Right, is it to represent
And so the mistake, he says, a lot of people, he says, okay, what's the difference between 1 apple, 2 apple, 3 apple, and me going 1, 2, 3? The key is realizing the second is actually not counting, it's listing numbers. When I just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all I'm doing is listing numbers. I'm not actually counting. Counting requires a quality that I'm counting. Now, you could argue I'm
like
counting. Yes, that's right.
So
if I
consistent counting is just a consistency.
That's correct.
Labeling numbers is just a
listing is consistency.
But then counting would be
correspondence. That's correct. And if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is counting, you would have to say, well, they share the quality of being numbers. They share the quality of being numbers that don't correspond. So you literally cannot quantify unless there's quality, and the quality has to come first. And so what ends up happening, though, is that quantification works so well, you forget the quick act of quality that you're counting. You forget it. And once that occurs, you're damned. Because you lose track of, wait a minute, the only way I'm able to quantify is because there's a quality that I'm quantifying. 1, 2, 3, 4 apples. There are 4 apples, so I'm counting apples. But then, of course, where's the quality come from then? Judgment. So there's a human intelligibility that is saying that is an apple. And so there's a human element that is inseparable from quantification because we identify qualities. Please.
So then there's something like that, the quality and the quantity maps on again to kind of the map and the territory.
Yes.
And the point of a map isn't to like sit in the cockpit of your vehicle and then like steer your thing across the map.
Yes.
The point is to look at the map and see where the rivers are and see where the
Yes.
mountains are, and then like you have to step on this rock and you have to step over this crack,
Yes.
and then you have to slightly walk around this tree.
Yes.
And so the map is a reference point, but the point of what you're doing is to be present and to
Yes.
navigate the territory.
Yes.
And so the map is like a tool to guide
Yes.
your
It's
presence.
a guide. Yes.
It's not, oh, this map is the directions, and now I'm just going to program the directions,
Yes.
and then the map is what's real.
Yes.
And so there's something about that where we think the map is real, we think the left hemisphere is real, we think that
Yes.
the space is real, we think that the quantity is real. And so then we send quantitative data of objective
Yes.
linear landscapes.
Yes.
And technically none of that matters.
Yes.
None of that is significant.
Yes.
That is only significant once you've shared a metaphorical substrate, once
Yes.
you've shared a nervous system, once
Yes.
you've shared a community, once
Yes.
there's a connected, embodied
Yes.
relation, grounding roots. Once there's roots, then that stuff makes sense.
Yes.
But what we're doing is we're in the Tower of Babel and we're not rooted together. And then we're just spitting concepts at each other.
Yes.
And then we're like, oh, well, that concept sounds like my concept. We're saying the same thing.
Yes.
We're on the same team.
Yes.
And it's like, well, no.
I think that is very well
And
put.
so it's not the quantity, it's the quality.
Yes.
It's not the word, it's the experience. It's not the map, it's the territory.
Correct.
It's not the representation, it's how you are present.
Yes.
And so we have made an identity confusion
Yes.
where we have built our personalities by thinking top down and identifying which top downs,
Yes.
which means we've identified as not having a body, which means we can
Yes.
repress our emotions
Yes.
and we can ignore our emotions.
Yes.
And in some sense, like if you're hungry but there's work to do, like you want to override your hunger so that
Yes.
you can do something. And so like I'm not, again, it's subtle. It's a subtle difference, and we're not managing that understanding of the identity of what is more important.
Yes.
We're taking the collapsed yin known left hemisphere that we can grasp onto, and because that's how the ego can grasp onto, that's what orients the ego, and we think we are the ego, that is now elevated to our primary hierarchy.
Yes.
And that's the original sin. It's
Yes.
like, no, the primary hierarchy is that embodied territorial mover,
Yes.
the participant. It's not the thinker, it's not the representer, it's not the territory. I mean, it's not the map, it's
Yes.
not the, yeah, sorry.
I completely agree. And as you were speaking, it's a funny thing. Aquinas said that angels were minds without bodies. It's kind of funny because if humans become minds without bodies, the only kind of angel we can be is a fallen angel because we weren't made to be angels. So there's something Luciferian in that.
Sure.
I think also maps are supposed to be to the glory of territory, not to their replacement. Understanding is supposed to be to the glory of the fullness. But the issue is, so there's a few things. So the question becomes, why are we so prone to replace quality with quantification, to replace process with things, and etc.? And the problem is because it's pleasurable to understand. It's pleasurable.
It's familiar, you get a dopamine fix. Like
Yes.
There's something consuming about that. There's something familiar and consuming that foes as fluency that feels real.
Yes, you have to. It's kind of like, so Lacan and these kind of psychoanalysis, they warn that the brain is drenched in libido. It's drenched in the pleasure principle. It wants to
Everything is
enjoy.
creation.
And so when I say that's 4 apples, then I feel like I understand. There's something pleasurable about that. I feel like I have a grasp on things.
You can reduce it.
But if I say to you that's an apple, and I say, well, what's that? If you think about it, an apple's kind of you got to explore it. You got to think about it. So if I present
Well,
things,
it's a nesting of potential. It's
Yes.
a network of
Yeah.
potentials. It could be anything.
it's correct. And so if I just give you this as an apple, like be the Cézanne painter and really pay attention to it and really look, it's like,
Collapsed
well,
particle,
it's-
then there's nothing there, and I don't care about it.
yeah, that's right. And
So
if
then
and,
that collapse thing that you just gave me, I don't care about.
exactly.
So then why would you give me something? So you would have to give me something real, right?
Yep.
Or, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and well, if the issue is, if I give you an apple and you go, why am I giving this to me? There's 2 responses. I just say, well, pay attention. And you can say, no, hand it back. Or I've just invited you into a mystery. And if I've invited you into a mystery, then you might have to change your entire life. Because if you could literally see this apple, if you were to really see this apple for the first time, really see something, then all of reality is now different. Because that experience that you could have of that apple could now be brought to every phenomenon you could bring, right?
And so I think that's the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what the religions are trying to get at.
Yes.
I think that's what wisdom is getting at.
Yes.
I think that's what proper awareness is, or
Yeah.
proper participation, or
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah.
faithful presence, whatever
Yes.
your words are.
Yes.
I think that sort of being on the cross of the vertical dimension and the horizontal dimension, being either or and both and left hemispheres.
Yes.
Understanding the tree of knowledge and the tree of life.
Yes.
Understanding a lived embodied experience and a top down.
Yes.
And so there's something where we're like either one or the other, but really the only one we can actually talk about is the left, and so it's always that left hemisphere top down intellectual represented
Yes.
quantity that then is irrelevant or
Yes.
is insignificant or something.
Yes.
And so then
Yes.
we are orienting around something we think is going to be significant, and then we orient towards it, and then we are not fulfilled.
Yes.
And then we blame fate. And it's
Yes.
like, well, until you make the unconscious conscious, it'll direct your life, and you'll call it fate. Until you realize that you're aiming at abstracted representations is going to be the fact that you're never present, and you always blame fate for being unfair. And
Yes.
it's like, well, no, it's not fate that's unfair. It's just you're confused. You're
Yeah.
you're psychically disoriented, and then in your own disorientation, you hurt yourself. It's not that the world is wrong or like whatever God is wrong. It's that you were confused, and then in your own belief of your own confusion, well, then you blame fate because that's not you.
Yeah.
And so I'm not to blame. That's something else.
Yes.
I'm the faithful follower of my map.
Yeah. Right.
It's whoever gave you
Exactly.
the map
Yes.
that's to blame.
Yes. That's right.
And what you need to realize is that no, you're the map maker.
Yes.
You gave yourself that map.
Yes.
And so you don't get to sit here and blame and complain that you were given a wrong map.
Correct.
You were the coward that chose to hide behind your satanic
Yes.
map and use the map instead of your presence.
Yes.
And so then in V for Vendetta, if you want somebody to blame, look in the mirror.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember where he
Yeah.
took over the thing, and then he tells them, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, well there was fascism, and there was murder,
Yeah.
and there was all these reasons. There were all these reasons for you to be scared and to hide
Yes.
behind your rationality.
Yes.
But now that you live in a totalitarian state, like at some point, like look in the mirror, dude.
Yeah.
And so like that's what I'm trying to get at. This
Yes.
as above, so below
Yes.
thing is it's like we don't realize how much we are hiding from ourselves by thinking our way out of situations.
Yes.
Or something to that effect.
Yes.
We end up lying to ourselves to hide behind a static idea.
Yes.
And then we're no longer faithfully present, and then we're no longer maturing and gaining wisdom. We're actually atrophying, becoming more immature, becoming more irresponsible.
Yes.
And then with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
We are putting all of our money into increasing technology, and then we've just totally forgotten about wisdom. We've totally atrophied connection and religio, the binding
Yes.
to the unconscious,
Yes.
whatever that correspondence to the vertical is.
Yes.
We're just putting steroids in the horizontal. We're just
Yes.
putting steroids in the linear. And we're not getting the spherical. We're not getting the vertical.
Correct.
We're not getting the unconscious. We're not tapping into the right hemisphere. We're not tapping into the present embodiment
Yes.
of the through line of connection and that resonates to life.
Yes.
We are just whatever we think this fallen, separate, abstracted ego that uses its saber intellect to then manage known chunks,
Yes.
which then is an anti-life philosophy.
Yes.
Because you're aiming at the static chunks, which means you believe in death.
Yes.
Which means you're no longer living and consuming life.
Correct.
Which means you're then going to get into an auto-cannibalistic,
Yes.
self-destructive,
Yeah,
self-deceptive.
exactly.
And so how do we then be the whatever the philosopher, the alchemist, the mystic, the religious, the priest, how do you get the person to confront their own darkness, to confront their own shadow, to enter their own God
Yes.
image, to deal with their own real inside of themselves so that they don't think themselves out of being present to themselves?
Yes.
And so like that's my biggest concern
Yeah.
is that not only are we misrepresenting everything else,
Yeah.
but we're actually misrepresenting ourselves.
Mhm.
And so then this is even more of an internal meaning crisis because it isn't out there.
Yeah.
The
That's
meaning
right.
crisis is actually my own cowardice, my own V for Vendetta looking in the mirror of hiding behind more rules because there's scary people out there,
Yes.
because I'm afraid of the stranger,
Yes.
because I'm too weak to deal with the
Yeah.
stranger.
Yes.
And so in my
Yes.
cowardice and
Yes.
my inability to deal with the stranger, I'm going to hide behind some
Yes.
structure that I already know.
Yes.
And then I'm going to get a dopamine fix off of how
Yes.
cool I am hiding
Yes.
behind my structure.
Yes.
All the while, I'm just being a coward and avoiding reality.
Yes, that's
and and that's how our society thinks.
Yeah.
So how do we not do that?
Well-
how do we not do whatever I just said over the last 3 minutes?
Well, and if we
How are we encouraged to step outside of that facticity we feel like we're thrown into and remember the faithful presence that taps into the greater self that then can reorient the ego and can do things that were previously thought impossible.
Yes, if we cannot do that,
How do we tap into that magic?
Yes, basically, doing what you just said is the question of if we can handle global pluralism without disaster. If we cannot do this, we're basically
If we
doomed.
can't reconnect to our presence,
Yeah, we're doomed.
we're
Doomed. And, you know,
yeah.
from talks with Gödel, this is a question of if we can move from an age of maps to an age of absolute knowing. So, you know, we talked about the age of givens, the age of maps, age of absolute knowing. If we cannot make this move, it's done. Global pluralism will destroy itself. There's a few...
So can you get into that absolute knowing?
Yes.
Maybe in the context of the maps, and then being
Yes.
the map, and then what's kind of beyond the map or something?
Absolutely.
Can you connect those dots? A little bit?
Absolute knowing in Hegel is basically the realization that limitation is actually why we're able to think. Like, limitation is good. So in Kant, limit is like thinking, here's limit, and thinking is here, and limit stops thinking. We don't have to think limit because we're contained in limit. In Hegel, limit is in thinking for thinking. We are actually limited so that we can think. And of course, we can look at this in terms of if reality is excessive, the reason we're limited is so reality doesn't destroy us. The limit is for us, actually. An absolute knowing, when it's not like I know everything. It's realizing that at the point where knowledge achieves its absolute zenith, you're going to encounter a limit, but it's a limit that moves, and so you have to humble yourself. You have to follow the limit.
Right.
So absolute knowing is not some kind of enlightenment. It's the absolute point where knowing can go no further, but that is not because knowing is trapped from the noumenon in the Kantian sense. That's because every moment there is a limit that is historically necessary so that thought can advance, and it's a historically necessary error.
And
but
that's
that
going through the maps.
That's
through
it.
Map to
Yes.
map to map to map.
That's
to map.
exactly right.
And it's not any one map, but
No,
it's the
through line.
It's the through line.
It's the
And
through
so
line.
this is the ability to know that you are more than the map.
Yes.
To know that you are that which is
Yes.
using the map as a tool to navigate the territory.
That's it.
And
That's
there's
it.
something about being Homo sapiens that we take for granted the sapiential framework, and
Yes.
so we take for granted the map.
Yes.
And so there's something sticky about human nature that makes us pretend we are the map.
Yes.
And then that's the great forgetting that disconnects us from the spirit
Yes.
that transitions through maps, which then could be this absolute knowing or something.
Yes.
That can we,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that?
Completely. Because that's why the phenomenology of spirit is basically it's walking through history. It's showing the movement of how we become conscious, then we become self-conscious,
Right,
and then we encounter
right.
reason. There's this movement of always hitting a limit, and you hit a limit, and you hit another limit. Like you get self-consciousness, and then I encounter you and realize, wait a minute, this other person's consciousness is not reducible to mine. Now I could choose to pretend like you don't exist, but if I choose to believe you exist, I move from self-conscious to reason, and then once reason then sees a collective soul, so it moves to spirit, etc., etc. So there's this movement of Geist, which we can just think of as spirit or mind. There are different ways to word it, but the point is that thinking advances by an encounter with limit. But the moment it encounters that limit, it then reconstitutes an identity to itself in light of that limit. So it becomes other. It's always
So-
becoming something different.
Yeah. So then that I don't know about Hofstadter and Strange Loops
Mm.
in the co-creation.
Sure.
And so there's something about that where we consume our own maps and then we create ourselves to be in the shape of those maps.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's something, yeah, I don't know. That-
But here's the tricky. So the problem becomes once you get to religion. So it's consciousness, self-consciousness, reason. You get spirit, religion, absolute knowing. The problem so every one of these steps is necessary. None of these are like less than the other, right? And actually, for Hegel, in a sense, thought has already done them all, right? It's already come to. It's just that we as subjects haven't realized it. The problem that can happen is that in religion, as Hegel describes it, the limit is no longer self-evident. Like the limit seems to go away because you get an internally consistent system, basically. So you have to choose to believe the limit is there even if you don't actually experience it. And that's basically our problem now. That's what we're getting at, right? We've created internally consistent systems. So the limit doesn't appear in our experience of the world because we could choose to believe that quantity is above quality, A is below A and B. And it's not like reality is going to stop us. It's not like if you make this mistake, it is not like reality is going to stop you until the apocalypse, until the disaster. And then here's the other horror. Let's say you experience the trauma that's the invitation into relation versus thanehood. Well, you don't have to choose to go into relation. You could choose for the, well, damnation to end the trauma, which could be the grace to actually still stay on the Luciferian direction. So even you could experience beauty and then choose to forget it the next day, right? And that's kind of the super damnation point, right?
I think that's how modern society conditions you to be.
Yes, yes.
To experience beauty, to be overwhelmed, to dissociate, and then to go back to your satanic, non-beautiful life.
Yes, and
it's like beauty is now scary, and so now we almost like are aversive to beauty, or we're like afraid of it, and then we reason ourselves out of it, and then we structure something, and then
and this is the key difference.
I think that's the courage we need, is to engage with that beauty, to relate to that beauty, to be inspired, to be humble, and then to try to rise up to that beauty.
Absolutely. This, to me, is the key difference of why the movement to absolute knowing is somewhat, in my opinion, different from other movements, because the other movements, if you grant it, basically force you to identify the limit, but absolute knowing, you are not forced to identify the limit. You could actually just interpret it to go back into A as A. So there's a contingency at absolute knowing that is historically unique. Now, I say that, but then I also should note that you could get stuck in reason. It is not necessarily the case, but there's something about absolute knowing that is uniquely difficult, because it is precisely the experience of the excess itself. When you, not to get too much into Hegel, because it's not necessarily here, what I think the difference is that when you reach the limits of reason, you really do experience the limits of reason. You experience it in terms of autonomous rationality, totalitarianism, and all these things. You say there is a need for spirit, right? And also spirit seems to present itself more easily when you look around, because people are going into meditative retreats. They are looking to Eastern philosophy. They are looking, there's kind of a sense that spirit is given by the society. Well, then you go into spirit, and then when you're in spirit, with time, it becomes very natural to say, oh, spirituality has its limits without religion. You need religion because if you have spirituality without religion, you have no community, you lose family, and so you need religion, right? So there can be a movement that's quite natural to religion. But then as you move into religion, the next step is basically, you could say, an identification of God as apathatic versus overly capathetic, right? There is nowhere in religion that forces you to make that move. Right?
What's the difference? Apathetic and capathetic.
Capathetic would be an emphasis on God as present, as your models. You know, this is the danger of, like, some of the great mystics, I guess you could say, like a Master Eckhart, warn that it's kind of better to say God is not God than to say God is God, or God is not good, because your idea of the good is so much a restatement of what your map, that it's almost better to say God is not good, so that you remember that God is transcendent of your understanding.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. So there's an idea.
So then that's where the A is A gets so wrong.
Yes.
Is because that thinks that the phenomenon is the representation.
Yes.
We need to be present in the phenomenon,
yes,
but then we can kind of use representations to orient us.
That's correct.
But the primary root of experience has to be beyond that.
That's correct. The problem with A is it's a capathetic logic, and Hegel's basically like, we need to think logic from an apathetic posture, and that's going to completely transform the categories of logic. And he presents those in the Science of Logic, which occurs precisely at absolute knowing. Like, the phenomenology of spirit is a phenomenology that actually creates the stage for Hegel's philosophy proper, which is thinking the categories of logic from the standpoint of absolute knowing, which is from an apathetic position. From, okay, what does it mean to know something if everything we know is in excess of our categories? What exactly are categories then, if all they are is representations that are not actual? What do we do when we think? If when we think we're
what are we talking about if what we're saying is insufficient?
Exactly. And yet, talking matters. And yet, that insufficiency is somehow sufficient in some sense. Right. It's just not totally sufficient.
So what's with that paradox? Because there's something here where it's like, Jung says that the wise person can see the paradox, or can see the polarity, the bipolarity of everything.
Yes. Well, the issue is that this is where Hegel is like, the contradiction is where thought is the birthplace of thought. The contradiction is not the thing that we don't have.
That's the real. That's the presence. That's where. That's the Gödel point.
That's exactly right.
And so it's like, how do you be present with the non-map?
Yes.
Not how do you know what the hole in your map is shaped like?
Yes.
But it's
Yes, that's exactly right.
Something like that.
To dwell in the contradiction. To dwell in the
To
contradiction.
attend to the contradiction. To be a... Because that's the A is non-contradiction.
Yes.
And that's not real. That's how
That's
the
not real.
mind processes, and
Yes.
that's how we find comfort.
Yes. Yes.
But that doesn't actually correspond.
No.
And so that's a correlation, not a correspondence.
That's exactly right.
And so how do we remember that we aren't the ego monkey mind that correlates to its own ideas in an auto-cannibalistic way?
Yes.
How do we remember that we're a self that
Yes.
whose maps need to correspond to something outside of what we feel like we're thrown into?
Yes.
And so how do we not identify with that fallen thing that manages the particulars? And then how do we re-identify with the transcendent thing that then collapses particulars?
Yes.
And then
How do we remember AB or contradiction when every act of understanding is of an AA that trains us into a habit against the contradiction? That's
Something like
exactly
that.
right.
Something
Absolutely.
like that.
There's a weird way in which, for me, absolute knowing does not force itself upon us. Now, that could be countered, because I was saying there's something about seemingly reason that lends itself to spirit to religion, but the transition from religion to absolute knowing seems particularly tricky, because you are limited from experiencing limit. That's kind of the weird move.
Yeah.
AA is the limit of AA is precisely the necessity of experiencing itself as unlimited. That's the weird thing. Like when you make the mistake of autonomous rationality or autonomous quantification or technology, like technology must experience itself as not limited, which is its limit, because it is limited. And you could argue, though, that the meaning crisis and nihilism and all of that are evidence that we are being forced into absolute knowing. But actually, we are not forced to interpret that trauma in the direction of going toward AB and limitation in the Gödel point. We could just interpret it as we're not rational enough yet. We need more technology.
Right.
Once we get more. So there's a particular difficulty in this moment. That, well, it's so difficult, I'll give it to you. I mean, it's so difficult because you have to go from the ground up. Like, if the whole problem is top-downness, then you're literally talking about, well, we need to recover the bottom up. Well, that means the ground. That's why you got to get funda-frickin-mental. How do you relate to space versus time? I mean, it's a fundamental issue, so it's particularly tricky. And it's very, like, can you adapt to a fundamental change? Well, fundamentals are the very terms by which adaptability are determined. So how do you adapt to a fundamental change, or do you just have to change wholesale and trust? Like, the shift to absolute knowing is more of a leap of faith, a trust move that then affords new adaptability, seemingly more so than just something you adapt into, because what you're adapted into is already kind of overdetermined by the quantifiable, the A is A, the understanding. Like, it is very difficult to adapt to AB if your very experience of the world is constantly reifying thingness, right? That makes it really, really tricky. You know, what I was also going to say before I forget is on the idea of abstraction. So the problem is we are getting lost in abstraction, we're losing the territory. So the question is, why do we abstract? What is abstraction? In terms of time-space, abstraction is precisely my ability to, in a sense, conceal the excess to an amount that I can perceive it, so that then I actually can handle more and more. So there's a way in which abstraction is the human capacity to veil for the sake of unveiling.
So then it becomes like sunglasses or something. So we use, you look at the world through rose-colored glasses, and all the red flags just look like flags or something. There's something about maps that are then like lenses.
Yes.
There's something about the real that's like the sun, that we can't stare at the sun.
Yes.
We can't relate to the real. The only way to look at the sun is through a filter, is
Yes.
through a map, is through something that reduces the real.
Yes.
And so then the sticky thing is to think that the map is the territory, to think your sunglasses are the territory.
Yes.
And or to just live your life with so many different pairs of sunglasses on that you don't realize you're wearing sunglasses.
Yes.
And you think that what you're seeing is real.
Yes.
And so then you think those flags are real.
Yes.
It's not. There's a white flag, and then you're imposing 15 layers of societal
Yes.
tainting, and then that is tainting the flag. That's coloring the flag. I like to think of it as like a prism.
Yes.
Like a pyramid or a prism. and then the maps are informed prisms that shape your understanding. And then as you as a light being, you send your light through it, and then the light being shapes it, and then that colors your experience.
Yes.
And then that's the lens that colors the experience, and then that filters, and then that reduces the real. And then that's how you relate to the map, through the map, through the map, through the map. That
Yes.
then eventually is you walking.
Yes. I think that's very well put. There's a sense in which if you properly relate to your map, then you relate to maps, and those maps turn into something more like a prism, of where there's multiple dimensions of the territory.
And so then you, as the perceiver, realize that your perception is the product of the filtration of the maps to the real.
Yes.
Not whatever I'm seeing is what I'm seeing.
That's correct.
And like, I think that's the thing that we're tempted to be thrown into, experiencing the perception as reality.
Yes.
And we're not realizing that we are perceiving something through layers of implication, and we're like almost like building a model based on the different implications that we have.
Yes.
And then we're saying, hey, I know what that is.
Yes.
And I'm like, well, no, you actually have models of implications of models
Yes.
of models that are waves and waves and models and waves
Yes.
and models. And then your godly ability to abstract that is then saying, you know this.
Yes. Yes.
But that's actually not at all what's happening.
Yes.
But that's
Yes.
what feels like what's
Yes.
happening.
Yes.
But I'm just thrown into this little box, and this is how my experience
Yes.
works. And it's like, well, we need to be reminded that we are more than that, or something
Yes.
like that.
Yes. Absolutely.
And it's that temptation to think you are only what is grasped
yes.
that then makes you forget to be open to the territory.
Yes.
And so then the more you focus on the grasping, the more you dopaminergically consume things,
Yes.
but the more ignorant you're becoming.
Yes.
And so that's the thing, is I think our culture has oriented us to consume ourselves,
Yes.
instead of orienting us to deal with the real.
That's-
or whatever that is, because I know we can't get to the real, but you get the
Absolutely. And so
The more
basically then, if there is incentive for the economy to serve the part of us that we want served, well then businesses, services, etc. will reflect the dopamine, reflect giving us what we want. And the problem is with the economy is it's really good at giving us what we want. And if we want something that
not
is
what we need.
reifying a false identity, we're in huge trouble, right?
Because it's the ego that is the left hemisphere, that is the fallen, that only grasps onto what it knows.
Yes.
That thinks it wants to eat what it already knows.
Yes. That's correct.
However, the only food that is revivifying is the food of which we don't yet know, the food of which we need to relate
Yes.
to, the food of which we need to participate.
Yes.
So to be given this day our daily bread is not tell us what programs we need to regurgitate. It's give us the kind of transformative experiences that will reorient our psyche in such a way that we're open and responsive, and then through that openness and responsiveness we can then adapt.
Yes. Completely agree.
And so there's a difference about where your psyche should be intended to, and what matters.
Yes.
And what is meaningful.
Yes.
And we are disoriented.
Yes.
And so we are mistaken. We are
Yeah,
taken in
yeah,
error, and
yeah.
then when you are mistaken and disoriented, the products of your intentions will not pan out. You will necessarily miss the mark.
That's correct.
And then in necessarily missing the mark, you'll cause unintended consequences and unnecessary suffering.
Yes.
And then you will be the victim of unnecessary suffering that isn't your fault.
Yeah.
But again, I just tried to say that V for Vendetta, it actually kind of
Yeah.
is your fault.
Yeah.
And this is the spiral we
Yeah.
all find ourselves in.
When you
Like, this is the
Yes.
story of humanity. This is the battle. This is the spiritual
Yes.
battle of which you need to confront and pay your karmic debt so that you're not continuing to delude the world.
That's correct.
And so how do we all take responsibility for not getting into this self-effaced delusion, or self-referential delusion? How do we something?
Yes.
Something.
Completely.
Something.
So the real trouble begins when you have a situation that you are responsible for, but simultaneously it's plausible that you're not responsible for it, because that creates the wiggle room to continue the perpetuation of the mechanism of auto-cannibalism. So this idea, so if we go to Hegel's idea that you're limited from experiencing the limit, which all maps are working to do. An internally consistent system is where you don't experience it as a system, you experience its isness, because its very enclosure limits you from experiencing it as limited. A successful map is one that you don't experience in it that it's not the territory.
And so that's the paradox, is it's like we once you have it understandable and knowable and graspable, well then it's represented and it's no longer real.
Yes.
And then if you're participating in it, well then you don't know what it is.
Yes.
And so there's a paradox where actually living and being real is not knowing top-down
Correct.
conceptually.
Correct.
And so there's a paradox where when we're talking,
Yes.
we're not living.
Correct.
And so then how do we philosophically orient towards life
Yes.
instead of habitually consuming an anti-life philosophy that
Yes.
top-down orients us to
Yes.
atrophying our souls and
Yes.
selling our souls
Yes.
and,
Yes.
and with meaning crisis?
100%. Because you have to
So
constantly.
how do we reorient our salience landscape in such a way that we find value in the strange, where the Gödel point is that
Yes.
we don't understand?
Yes.
How do we
Yes.
then attune the psyche to find meaning in what is, and to import
Yes.
that which we don't know?
Yes.
And so how do we maintain the feminine, humble, submissive, receptive egg that then finds that Gödel point of the vein that then receives the serpent of the information that is
Yes.
the DNA trend that then causes a breakdown,
Yes.
but informs us in a different way,
Yes.
and then causes us to act out that pattern reshaped given that new experience.
Yes. Yes.
And so what is this transition? What is this maturity? What is this proper relation to the stranger that then gets you out of your previous egoic monad and into an experience that you don't yet know, that feels scary and crucifying and disorienting, but is the only way you can actually grow and live and mature?
Yes. 100%.
And so how do we have the courage to be in that liminal space of the unrealized real,
Yes.
instead of hide behind that static thing that we think we know but isn't actually knowledge because it's just deception?
Yeah. Completely.
And so we're like I don't know, addicted to the sugar highs of the whatever, and then we're not.
Yes.
I don't know. The metaphor
Well,
sucks. Sorry.
no,
But-
it's this is the question. So because the map, when it is the weird thing is a map's failure appears precisely when it doesn't seem to fail.
Right.
That's the weird move.
Right.
But that's precisely the move when you would say, "What do you mean it fails?
Because it's
It
the
works."
lack of resistance.
Yeah.
Because then it's not real or something.
Yeah, that's right. And yet that's precisely when your brain says it's most real. So
yeah.
you have to
Because that's when it's most fluent.
That's
And
correct.
So what's the difference between fluency and reality?
That's
And, like,
correct.
we recognize what's fluent is the consumable things of the intellect.
Yes. Yep.
But as long as we keep that value structure,
Yeah.
we're fucked.
If you identify fluency with reality, where would the idea come from that fluency is not reality? That fluency is actually damnation. Like, where would that come from, right? This is the problem. Like, if your experience of reality is unlimited, where would the idea come from that it is limited, right? Like, where would that come from? You have to know it. You have to remember it. You have to encounter it. And also, so this is where for Hegel, there's this weird idea that it is only an idea. This is when it kind of flips, where idea is necessary for reality. Because you can't experience limitation. You have to know that you are limited in the experience of unlimited and actually then interpret experience through that.
So I think the ego is given a map, and then that map is indestructible or complete, and then that feels sufficient and total.
Right. Yes.
But you see how that's yeah.
Yeah, well, because what ends up happening is the weird move is
Because that digestibility feels like it's sufficient. Like that,
Yes.
to me, is the tempting. Is like if you didn't digest it, well, then it wouldn't be real, and then you wouldn't be able to relate to it.
correct.
But the paradox is that you have to relate to that which you don't yet know, and then once you do know it, you're no longer relating to it,
Correct.
or something.
Well,
that-
the trick move of the
Sorry.
really tricky move that I think that's coming to mind as you're speaking with that the book tries to argue is you would think after Gödel that would be the end of maps. Because if they're incomplete, shouldn't, if we understand that no map can be axiomatic, shouldn't that mean that everyone understands that the map isn't the territory and actually opens them up to the territory? No, what actually ends up happening is incompleteness is then a feature of maps. And so the very fact that you encounter incompleteness no longer means your map is failing. Well, all maps are incomplete. Therefore, it actually worsens the problem of maps. Because the very fact that, for example, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, that no longer necessarily is an example of a lack of knowledge that could make me question my map. I would say, well, yeah, all maps have some unknowability to them. That's no reason to overturn my worldview. That's no reason to overturn what I want to believe. And you end up in a world where everyone is in what could be called presuppositionalism, as Joe Carini will say at The Natural Theologian, where everyone is just in their presuppositional assumptions and they're all separated. So the experience of unknowing can be digested. Like, after Gödel, incomplete. The thing you don't know, you have a means of digesting it. The fact that you don't know something does not become necessarily an invitation to mystery. It's simply that which your map will digest when it gets to it. So it's not an invitation to make your map strange to you. It's actually just the variable your map has adapted to stay a map without ever opening up to the territory. But it's actually really nefarious because it seems like you are open to the territory because you're acknowledging the fact that the map is incomplete. But by making it a feature of your map, that incompleteness is actually of the quality of your map, not alien in the manner that would be necessary to really open you up to the Gödel point. So it becomes particularly difficult to work through.
So I finally got that connection again. So you were talking about basically not encountering any resistance feels dopaminergic, but that's the deceptive delusion that you have consumed something that isn't real. And then I want to compare that to the opposite of what we were talking about earlier with the error being good.
Yes.
Or whatever. And then how you then, the mistakes are good, and then that error is how you then reorient.
Yes.
And so there's something about being already oriented that you then never hit a bump
Yes.
in the road, but
Yes.
then you're prone to delusion.
Yes.
Where there's something about this where you have something and then you know it's real when you get bumped.
Yes.
And then it's that ability to transition between maps
Yes.
that is the real, not
Yes.
any map.
Correct.
And so what
That's it.
is that where you realize the insufficiency of your map?
Yes.
And so there's something about when you never realize any insufficiencies of your
Yes.
map, that feels good, and that's all dopaminergic.
Yes.
And you get that Luciferian high, and your intellect starts consuming
Yes.
yourself, and then it becomes auto-cannibalistic.
Yes.
But that's the path to deception that we're currently
Yep.
on.
That's correct.
And so then whatever this globalism is, dealing with people that have different maps and realizing you're in the Tower of Babel and realizing that that doesn't work anymore.
Yes.
And then so then how do we then
Yes.
mind? Instead of minding, how do we remind
Yes.
that we are that which transitions between mental maps?
Yes. Exactly.
Not that which we are given a mental map.
Correct.
Or we are thrown into a facticity.
Correct.
We are that creates facticities.
Yes.
We are that which makes maps.
Yes.
Identity crisis, because we are identifying with the fallen.
Yes.
We are identifying with the representation. We are not identifying with the present.
Yes.
And then that's the Lucifer usurping God, or the intellect rebelling against the body, or the mind severing the connection from the intuition. The intellect over the intuition, the mind over the body.
Yeah.
Whatever the
Well,
metaphors are.
Everything you're saying, I agree with. If error is the fear of error is the fear of truth, then the removal of error is the removal of the truth. Right?
Correct,
So
which
you're-
is the auto-cannibalistic.
Yes,
which
that's
is,
correct.
And so
That-
the paradox is when we don't hit a bump in the road, we're probably wrong.
Yes.
And when we hit bumps in the road, that means we're probably at least paying attention.
Yes. Yes.
Or
Which is
some-
completely counterintuitive
something
to
like
how
that.
we experience reality.
Something like
We
that,
have to associate the real with that which we experience as that which we should other. Like you experience error as that which you should remove.
Right. And so then the immature MTC yin only says, "Oh, I don't like that. I don't associate that. I'm dissociating from
Yes.
that. That isn't me."
Yes.
And then that creates the immature
Yes.
cycle.
That's
so
correct.
it's like, wait, that error is me.
Yes.
How do I integrate
Yes.
that? How do I believe that?
Yes.
How do I attend to that? How do I accept that? How
Yes.
do I receive and connect and
Yes.
recept and humbly be oriented by that which... Because it's
Yeah.
tough, because I don't want to say that which resists me, because I don't want to say, oh, find somebody that resists you and then
Yeah.
listen to the resistance.
Yes.
and then
Yes.
But that'd be a lack of discretion. That's not what I'm saying. But there's something about that ability to deal with the other
Yes.
that is necessary for sanity.
Yes.
But we think, no, sanity is when you have your map and then you don't have to deal with the other.
Correct.
And so how do I stay sane by myself
Yes.
actually doesn't make sense.
Correct. Yes.
But I think that's what we're trying to do,
Yes.
is like society is teaching you to how do you make
Yes.
sense by yourself.
That's correct.
And that's causing us to dissociate. That's causing
Yes.
us to split our psyche. That's causing us
Yes.
to be schizo. That's causing
Yes.
us to be disconnected.
Yes.
That's causing us to act as if it is more important to top down pretend to project a profile
Yes.
than it is to be present. And
Yes. Yeah.
whatever the Tao that can be named that isn't the real Tao is, that is the opposite of that left hemisphere
Yes.
I just described.
Yes, it's pandemonium. It's the castle of hell and Milton. It's backwards, and all the incentives are in the direction of this mistake.
Right,
And if all the
right.
incentives are in the direction of this mistake, why would you ever think they're wrong?
And
Right?
so then that gets me to the whole Jordan Hall rivalrous dynamic. how do we change the path of society,
Sure.
then changes the social dynamic to be an arena where we are participating and recreating, and then that's outside of the left hemisphere. A is A that doesn't have contradiction, that then we can't have mutually beneficial things.
Correct.
Because a rivalrous non-contradiction is well, it's give and take.
Yeah.
And so then I want to take.
Yeah.
And so how do we get to that co-creative transcendence?
Yes.
That's outside the egoic, that's outside the left hemisphere, that's
Yes.
outside the known. How do we? That's because then it's an environment, then it's an embodiment, then it's an environment then it's an arena that calls forth a spirit of participation that is then active and living.
Yes.
Not a structure that is known and top down and programmed.
Yes.
And so I think our society is based on the metaphorical substrate of the presumed dynamics that we're in rivalrous competition.
Yes.
And so then how do we recreate a communal dynamic where we are co-inspired to transcend?
Yeah.
Without, I don't know, making a cult that then goes off by its own and then is delusional because
Well, that's exactly
because
it.
it's then self-referential.
Yeah. That's
and
what
so
tends to
it's
occur.
how do you create that arena
Yes.
that then calls forth the presence
Yes.
while not totally disconnecting from reality, and then
Yes.
again I don't know because but it's
there has been no successful
something there.
effort. There has been no successful effort to do this that has identified something like this problem that has not ended up in a cult.
Right.
That's the issue.
how do you repair culture to integrate with society without separating from society to create your own faux culture that then is auto-cannibalistic on its own?
Yes.
And so how do we, as above, so below, encourage every individual to spherically take their own karmic journey so that all of this stuff is done, and then the whole arena
Yes.
is this communicative arena.
Yes.
Not the whole arena is a rivalrous dynamic. That's a Tower of Babel. That's
Yes.
different people, but no, they're different and they're the same, and so we should pretend they're the same and we should be nice to them.
Yes. Yes.
And then we know we're different, but then
Yes.
we're supposed to pretend, and then we're not, and then it's just identity crisis all the way down.
Completely.
And I'm even confused myself in
Well,
talking about
if this is not addressed, you're either ending up with a world where Nick Land's AI capital singularity takes over, a world where it is split into countless small fascist states, ergo cults,
Right.
or you're going to get a global totalitarian state to command, coordinate
So how do
the
you
system.
separate to connect, and
Yeah.
connect but separate?
Yeah.
And that's what we're not getting. We're either connecting without discrepancy.
Yes.
What does Peterson say the chronic problem of the woman is? She's too accepting. Is she's too whatever.
Yeah.
Is damn it, I screwed that up. But there's the lack of discretion, the
Yes.
accepting of everything.
Mhm.
And there's something about the masculine, the Nazi that removes the stranger,
removes
and
the
there's something
stranger.
about the woke that accepts everything.
Yeah.
And so how do we not be neurotic and Nazi germophobic that we exclude the stranger? And then how do we be not overly compassionate, overly feminine and woke, and just exclude everything, and include everything, and
Yes.
support everything, and glorify everything?
Yes.
Like, how do we have acceptance and standards, or an ideal and a whatever, and like we're
Yes.
not
Yes.
harnessing those energies appropriately. We're not responsibly identifying appropriately with directing the psychic energy with the spiritual interpretation
Yes.
that would call forth the ability to interpret life as meaningful.
Yes. Agreed.
something
And
like
there's
that?
a few things for that come to mind. So that is
There's
the
a lot there,
question.
sorry.
No, it's the question. A few things before I forget. So there is a question why do we have abstraction? Why can we make these mistakes of creating thanehood and so on and so forth? What should be kept in mind is, for me, it's the necessary mechanism of eternity to be an unfolding and not a stagnant state. And what I mean by that is if eternity gives us abstractions, eternity generates the abstractions that then we can approach eternity through and release, and then keep releasing and ever release, right? That if we couldn't make abstractions, then eternity could not be a self-turning wheel, right? So the issue is that abstraction is the necessary means of taking steps. But of course, it necessitates the mistake of treating the abstraction as the thing, right? But there would be no way for eternity to be an unending process, an unending unfolding, or for God to be an unending unfolding, unless we have the capacity to veil God. That's kind of the weird thing, is God has to give us the ability to veil him so we can ever approach him. Because if he wasn't veiled at all, we'd be destroyed, or we'd be God. Because if we could totally comprehend God...
So our tree of life has to be veiled because the real overwhelms us.
Yes.
And then the tree of knowledge is that which filters out the real for us so that we think we know it.
Yes. That's correct. The tree of knowledge gives us a counterfeit of having the tree of life, because it makes us.
Neither one of them is real. But by combining the two,
yes,
it's like they're both underlying wave electromagnetic frequencies, and then there's something about those overlapping that then we say, ooh, that's that.
Yes. Yeah, they have to be together because there's this weird way in which...
So there's like a left and a right, and then we see a box.
Yes.
And we're like, hey, there's a box.
Yes.
And it's like, whoa, no.
Well, what's so odd
No,
is
there
in the
isn't.
story is the tree of knowledge and the tree of life are in the garden together, so they're doing this. Once we eat from the tree of knowledge, it's as if we consume... Like, once we consume the knowledge, we over-identify with it. And, of course, the idea is, well, now that they've eaten from the tree of knowledge, we can't let them eat from the tree of life. There's an odd cause and effect here, where it's like now that they've over-identified with the tree of knowledge, then their only way of approaching the tree of life would be wrong, to reduce eternity to a stagnant state. And so we're going to kick them out precisely for their sake, because at this point you actually couldn't eat from the tree of knowledge without losing it, in of what it actually is. But it's in the garden they're doing this.
That's interesting.
In the garden, they're doing this. But once you over-identify with the tree of knowledge, you have to be kept from the tree of life, precisely because the experience of the tree of life, you're a sinner, so the experience of God purely would destroy you entirely.
That's the pearls before swine.
Yes.
Thing.
Yes.
Because then you're misunderstanding it. And then if the words are a spell, and if you're magic and you're trying to get somebody to do something, then they have to follow the spell. Then it's something about that person's ability to access the force or access the magic that then could act out your spell.
Yeah.
And so there needs to be something there that then is fooled or something.
Yes. Well, and that division creates the possibility of error as well. Once you're not in the garden with the tree of knowledge, you can forget it. But that possibility of forgetting is now kind of the necessary precondition, the necessary cost of over-identifying with the tree of knowledge.
So the tree of knowledge then gives you an ego, and that ego is a temporary understanding of the monad that you're in.
Yes.
But you're not just one monad.
No.
And so you need to then eat tree again. But once you've eaten from the tree of one, then you're not allowed to eat the other. And so then once you've eaten the one, you become that person.
Yes.
And then that ego needs to die.
Yes.
And then it's that painful death that then allows you to then reconstitute.
If you could eat from the tree of knowledge, life, without that ego dying, that ego would become God. And that would make, like, Lucifer God, basically, which would be the ultimate contradiction that would destroy the universe, right? Like, that would make heaven literally equal hell. And so the ego has to die to go back to the tree of life. So there has to be separation.
We think we are that ego.
Yes.
And so we need to sacrifice ourselves to gain heavenly wisdom.
And basically, if you weren't kicked out of the garden, you could access the tree of life without sacrifice. Now, to regain the tree of life, you need to go through sacrifice, ergo Jesus, right? And then...
Because you have identified yourself as an abstracted intellect,
yes,
in order to get new intuition, your abstracted self that already knows everything has to let go, has to give up control, has to
that's right.
That ego behind something like that?
Yeah, because if the ego that knew everything became God, then everything will be over. Because you know everything, and so there's nothing left to know. You've become God. God is dead. But
isn't that what this is saying, basically?
Yes, that's what this is saying, basically.
Because your God is in your motivation, and if your motivation is just the map, and if your map is fallen,
you're dead. You're dead.
Then you're living an anti-life philosophy.
Yeah, you're
as soon as your culture builds itself in the shape of the fruit of knowledge, and you take for granted the person that is as above, so below, identified as the consumer of knowledge, it is from that day, surely you will die.
Yeah.
It is not the first moment you eat an idea that you die.
Correct.
It's the moment that you have habituated eating such that you've now passed that down.
Yes.
And now the third generation that's inheriting the original sin, surely they will die because they are no longer connected to reality.
Yeah. That's
so
exactly
how
right.
do we in the first generation, as above, so below, not curse our future generations to this disconnect?
Correct.
How do we not selfishly, temporarily maximize this monad at the cost of our children's will to live?
Yes.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Again, it's as above, so below. It's within and without, but...
Yes, that's exactly right. And basically the idea of internally...
I think the problem is that we are structured by the system that already knows. and then we think it's more important to reaffirm what we already know.
Yes.
And by thinking it's more important to reaffirm what our adult ego mind already knows,
Yes.
we are abandoning our inner child. We are sacrificing the child. We're sacrificing the future for this egoic, momentary, temporary exploitation of dopamine high.
Yeah. Yeah, because...
And so how do we not be captivated by the temptation to know the world and hide behind it that then is going to curse the future?
Yes.
And so I think that's the dragon that we all have to be constantly facing in every moment. That's Mad Eye Moody's constant vigilance pattern. You have to be something?
100%. All orientations that know everything must sacrifice children. Because there's no future. You know everything. You know everything. There is no future.
And that's what people don't understand is the more you grasp onto something,
Yes.
the more you're actually letting go of the responsibility.
Yeah, that's
and
correct.
so you're feeding your mind and you're abandoning your body. You're feeding your intellect and you're abandoning your intuition.
That's
and
correct.
so there's a trade-off. But my point is that we've aimed society to value that as good.
Yes.
And so we're not seeing that as a trade-off.
No.
We're not seeing it as a compromise.
Correct.
We're not seeing it as a spiritual sacrifice.
Correct.
We're seeing it as an only good.
Correct.
And then we're living our life doing only good and only good and only good and only good. But
Yes.
Daniel, why do I have a meaning crisis?
Right.
This isn't fair. I've done everything right.
Correct.
I've done what everything told me. But this is fate. Fate is unfair.
Yeah.
I'm going to curse the gods now.
Yeah, that's right.
Do we see how we've done this to ourselves?
Absolutely. It is the necessary... So, there's a funny way in which autonomous rationality, or A is A logic, or however we want to language it, necessarily must lead to a meaning crisis.
Right.
Because it must be auto-cannibalistic. But in an odd way, there's a grace in that, in the sense of it can never give you a moment that you experience as working. It's always going to feel like it's not working, and that's actually the grace in it.
That's the cross that you have to bear.
That's correct. In the same way that there's that...
Because the coward hides behind the already known.
Yeah.
And they're not taking the cross of responsibility.
That's
they're
correct.
not bearing the burden of being present.
That's correct. And so the very fact that the meaning crisis, in a sense, is a sign of hope, in that it entails a certain grace of a revelation that something is off. Now, of course, you can choose to say, well, the problem is we need to be replaced by AI, or we need more drugs, or we need more dopamine. But you see, if all of those continue in the logical form of A is A, then those will exhaust themselves as well, or those would lead to auto-cannibalism and not be sustainable. So in the same way...
Can I interrupt you?
Please.
I think what you're saying is very true and it's very wise. But I think you're coming from a perspective of seeing cycles.
Yeah.
My concern is that we are conditioned to take the monad as the facticity.
Yes, we are.
Which then puts us out of that cyclical.
Yeah, you don't see history.
Which then would eliminate that.
Yeah, that's right. Because you're not... We experience reality as unlimited. Like, all what's happening is all logical forms of AA is to bring you to an experience where you're missing nothing. Because it's self-contained. So this idea of cycles, what do you mean? There are no cycles. It's contained. Like, it's this, right?
How do we win this?
So what Hegel's point would be is that the success of A as A must be an experience of unlimitedness, where you're not missing anything. But his great inversion is saying, but that is the limit. The fact that you can't experience the limit is what you're limited, and that's why thought can always have a chance. Because it can realize that and then reconstitute itself in light of the realizing that it can't experience its own limits, which means it's treating itself as God, and then it can go, well, I'm not God. I know that that it's not possible for me in experience to grasp everything at once. And so if that is the case, then I must be limited from experiencing my limit. And that is the move where also is Hegel trying to base thought as an act of negation. Not a gaining, not a grasping. He wants us to see...
It's the grasping of ungraspability.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Yeah. He wants us to primarily identify with the negation. So that we can have a negation of the negation. Not nihilism, but so that we can have an opening.
Yeah, so what's the difference between the hand that lets go and the hand that doesn't believe in the first place?
Exactly.
Like the hand that believed and then realizes the belief is insufficient.
Yes.
Versus the hand that is like, oh, I'm too cool to believe.
Yeah.
Like, those are two different... Those are
very different.
Like, so different.
Absolute knowing is only possible for the hand that grasped and let go.
Right.
It has to go through the grasping. So this, and likewise, history had to go through the grasping. Right. History had to go through the mistake of thinghood.
But once you're in the mistake of thinghood... Yeah, sorry, keep interrupting.
Yeah, it had to... No.
There's something there.
It had to go through it, and that's why it's so important.
But I think as a society, we're in it. And
Yes.
so, like, it's again, as above, so below, there's cycles all over the place.
Yes.
And so, in theory, we are getting outside of the cycles
Yes.
to show the cycles.
Yes.
But the problem is then how do you bring that back down into the people who are thrown into it?
Yeah, that's...
And then how do you bring that outside perspective inside the map?
Yes.
And then how do you get people inside the map to believe the outside perspective?
Yes.
And then that communication changes and alters and then reorients the psyche, and then the maps grow.
Yeah.
Or the maps complexify.
Yeah.
And then that bifurcation of the map creation, of the expansion that then spherically out, and then
Completely.
and then that is where real life is.
Yeah, that's where real life is. That's exactly right. And it also then turns human beings into an ecosystem versus crystalline structures.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
it's all veins
Exactly.
connecting with
And that's
other
why
things.
that's why it's a garden,
It's a
and we
garden.
are shepherds, and that Abel was
Yes.
a shepherd, and
Yes.
then Adam tended a garden,
Yes.
and then Cain was a farm that then collapsed everything and knew everything and planned everything, and he didn't have faith.
Correct. 100%. If we cannot think this, global pluralism is doomed. So there's a few things. First off, if there is indeed a meaning crisis, or if the average person on planet Earth is increasingly having a feeling that something is off, that actually is the opportunity. Because if more and more people feel as if something is off, that means they're potentially open and receptive. They may not have the language or the realization or the form, but there's at least a certain sort of something is not working. Now, of course, that is precisely when the strong man runs in, the fascism returns, and the oppression. So that's really, really
the
bad.
tempting oversimplified solutions.
Yes.
The low resolution maps that seem to prevent chaos temporarily.
Yes. And so in that, again, for me, it's
That
really...
doesn't sustain you. That's
Yeah.
not real.
That's correct. And for me, this is why it is important to see a certain sign of hope in the meaning crisis. Because we actually, and the reason why I say that, and I think we've spoken about this before, we actually do know how to give meaning. You go to xenophobia, you go to racism, you go to fascism. The problem is not that we don't know how to give meaning, it's that all means of getting meaning are problematic. And so we're looking for new ways to get meaning, and we're not sure what those are. And so, but the very fact there's a meaning crisis means there is some percentage of people that are resisting the temptation of easy set meanings, that are looking for a higher dimensionality of meaning. Because unfortunately, you can get meaning in having a map. Your map can give you meaning, it can give you direction. The problem is that meaning could be at the expense of the other. So for me, when Vervaeke talks about the meaning crisis,
Then that isn't meaning, though.
That's the
Because-
key. That's
because
what I was going to say.
meaning is significance. And so then that is just this is just data.
Correct.
And like data isn't meaningful is what I'm trying to get at.
The key,
Yeah.
the key is that you have to experience what you think is giving you meaning in the same way you have to think that what you think is thinking is actually a flattening. It is not actually the real thing. But that's a thought. Where does that thought come from? Where do you realize that the meaning you get from being in a exclusive group that kicks out the other is actually a false meaning? It's a false belonging, right? Well, because that's always the thing. You can say it's not really meaning, and I can say, well, let me just keep out the people that tell me that this isn't really meaning until I convince myself. But that's where it becomes brainwashing, and that's where it becomes a cult. Like, that's why all of this, if we don't think the problem that we're tracing out, it's all going to end in cults or a global state or an AI replacement, because
So it either dissolves into an amorphous blob, or
Yes.
it splits out into different cults of Towers of Babel.
yes,
And so we're in the Tower of Babel, and the solutions seem to mix and implode or continue further fragmenting.
yeah, that's
And
right.
So how do we...
Yep.
But okay, so sorry. That's if you take for granted the linear story of what's happening. Those seem to be the two options.
Right.
So how do we then get onto the vertical that then exits the linear that then gives us more options?
Yes.
Because that...
Yes.
Sorry, did that make any sense?
It makes 100% sense. For me, the world is trapped,
'Cause-
oscillating between map totalization, map proliferation, many towers of Babel or an amorphous blob. That's, I'll call it the singularity versus the small fascist states, basically.
True.
And the singularity, but critically, singularity is distinct from harmony. What we want is
Right,
harmony.
Right.
Not singularity, but harmony would require us to know how to work difference. And the problem is we're very bad at difference, and it's hard. And it feels like an error, and it feels like doing something wrong, and we've been trained to assume that means we're doing something wrong, so we exit as opposed to going deeper, right? So we are trapped right now, and then because this is right now, in my opinion, we are in a world that is stuck between singularity or small fascist states. And we're just oscillating between those two, and that's
the false dichotomy that we need to transcend.
Absolutely.
That's this that we need to that.
Yes, for me, when I say the problem of quote unquote global pluralism, it is that oscillation. Global pluralism right now, the only way we're figuring out how our response to global pluralism is either singularity or small fascist states. This will not work.
Because we're thrown into a linear plane. And
yes.
So when we're thrown into a linear plane, the only things we can think of sound like that.
Yes.
So how do we get out of the ego and into the self that then accesses a vertical plane, which then opens up the perspective, which then gives us more than that?
Yes, because
something like that. Because
yes.
again, once I explain it to you like that, then I'm calling forth the ego to go out on that journey.
Yes.
But what I'm actually trying to do is get into that part of the psyche that isn't managed by the ego.
Yes.
And I think it's only through that relating to the part of the psyche that isn't top-down already known that you aren't already thrown into.
Yes.
It's that part of you that isn't known, that isn't
yes.
you, that isn't talk-aboutable.
Yes.
That's the source of transcendent information.
100%.
It's relating to that. That's the Jacob's ladder to God that then gives you divine inspiration.
Yes.
And that isn't necessarily some transcendent function. That's like a part of you. That's like
100%.
And so that's the as above, so below thing. Is
yes.
It's not. There's an external religion to relate you to an external God. There's almost like a internal faithful presence that allows you to tap into your whatever that then is internally yes. your through line of connection.
Yes.
That is then almost like a morphic resonance that then allows spooky action at a distance.
Yes.
Which then isn't being guided by your ego. It
yes.
isn't an abstract intellect.
Correct.
It isn't rational. It's embodied. But where
Correct.
does that embodiment come from? Well, we don't know.
Correct.
But it comes from within inside.
Yes.
But then what is that inside? Well, that connects to outside. And
yes.
so then we relate to the outside through the inside.
Yes.
Or something like that. Again, I'm getting the paradox.
Yes. It's a Mobius strip.
These
are called it. No, it's 100%.
It's the self looking at J. It's the strange loop. It's the
yes.
Mobius strip. It's a co-creation. It's
global pluralism cannot be addressed with anything short of a geometry like that. And another way to put it, it has to be apathet. Whatever the thing is.
Because the language that we're given is linear.
Yes.
And then is linear and yeah. And then we need the algebraic, sorry, linear and algebraic.
Yeah.
And so we need the spherical and
yes.
the geometric.
Yes.
And then it's how to get to the vertical plane.
Yes.
How do we incorporate the spirit that transcends the map? How do we access that which walks through and perceives
yes.
maps?
Yes.
Not think we are the perception.
Yes, and it should be noted that this is nothing short than a logical or semantic, as Korobowski says, revolution. It would require a complete
an identity revolution. Almost
because semantic. Because identity.
So
the
so bad.
Sorry, absolutely, 100%. So that's nothing short of it will suffice because pluralism.
That's the fundamental atom bomb of Phoenix burning off all the dead wood. That is the original sin.
Yeah, and that is the shift. That you see in complexity science is the idea that small shifts lead to these entirely different emergences. Right. Like basically we have exhausted the end of the emergence of A as A. We're at the logical end.
A tiny spherical
yes.
makes a massive linear.
Yeah, that's right.
People
That's it.
That's what people don't understand is getting into the depths, getting into your foundation, getting into your core,
yes.
you can make a tiny change.
Yes, that's right.
People are like, no, I'm linear and I need to make massive changes and make grandiose displays.
No.
And it's like, no.
No.
You need to look within, and then
yes.
a very subtle change
yes.
will spherically massively apply out into everything.
Yes.
And it's that ability to get into what matters that then applies to everything.
Yes.
That is where the psyche ought to be oriented.
Yes.
Not at all of the fractal distractions that are decadently aiming down.
That's correct.
How do we then humiliate and aim upward?
Correct. One of the great revelations. So if we take... So basically what has to be located before we move to this question of the kind of the socio-political... The question is the following: what is the smallest of all possible fundamental changes that will lead to all of the transformations we are saying are needed? Because whatever that smallest of all possible fundamental changes is, and it may not just be one thing, it may be, say, 3. But the highest probability of, dare I say, an address or a success in the way that we are describing is going to be found in the simplest of all possible changes. Because the more complicated or compound the change is, the less likelihood you'll succeed, right? So you want to locate the smallest possible change that will be sufficient, right? Now,
something like the most relevant, the most central, the most fundamental.
That's correct.
The most foundational.
That's correct. Because anything short of that, the probability of success in all possible worlds is less, right? Because it's more compound. There's more parts that have to align. You see what I'm saying?
The complexity versus complicated.
Yeah.
is what's coming up.
Exactly.
It needs to be simple in the fact that it's not complicated.
Yes.
But it can't be simple in that it needs to be complex.
Exactly.
So,
That's
sorry.
exactly right. And
Pedantically, it's hard to listen
so
to.
that is kind of the question, because when I say like modal logic in all possible worlds, I don't mean alternative dimensions. I mean in any future situation that may arise, what is the change that could be made now that would be able to respond sufficiently to whatever situation would arise? So that's what I mean by all possible worlds. Because modal logic...
So then that would be information that is consumed by the spirit and reorients the spirit.
Yes.
Rather than information that directs the ego and then is reoriented
Correct.
to the ego.
That's correct. So what...
Spirit, self, ego...
That's exactly right.
I'll get my words confused.
No. So what is the most simple, fundamental change that would have the reorientation from the ego to the spirit,
Right.
that would increase the probability of proper address of all possible circumstances that may arise so that we don't fall back into the auto-cannibalistic? And that is... those are the questions we have to think, and I'll say more. But basically, anything short of that will prove insufficient for global pluralism.
Because I think that's accessing the sphere, that's accessing the through line, that's
Yes.
changing your
Yes.
way of interpretation.
Yes, your way of interpretation.
And that's different than making complicated linear miles.
Yes.
You can just go into the internal, the depths, and get into the sphere and make a tiny move.
Yes.
And so, yeah, where do we get into the real?
Yes.
That then tiny changes expand out globally.
Yes.
Not transversing the globe by walking the whole way. Sorry, does that make
No,
sense?
that's 100%. The reason why there's actually hope in a funny way is because basically, if the problem is that we're stuck on the linear, then actually a single step that successfully went vertical would be the revelation of an entirely new dimension.
Exactly.
And that would actually be enough, because you can't unsee what you've seen.
How do we direct the psychic energy of the person to the trans-dimensional state?
Exactly. Yes.
Because right now we are fallen and we are thrown into the facticity, and then we're trying to manage the monad of what's already known.
Correct.
And that is a schizoid dissociation.
It has to be. It has to be.
It's an illness. It's a confusion. It's a mistake.
For Korbosky, it's going to be mental illness by definition. So the hope is that, if I were to, and then I'll see a few more things. If I were to see a green cat, and I never see a green cat again, well, I know green cats exist. A single experience transforms what's possible in the world, right? So if you can have the average person take a single step in the direction of the vertical, even if they never take another step toward the vertical is forever a possibility in reality, right? And it also unveils that the reality entails the vertical, right? So the name of the game is, what is the fundamental shift that you can make in the social order that would increase the probability that the average person takes a single step toward the vertical, which if so taken would then be something they'd see that they couldn't then unsee, which in of itself would then create a memory of the possibility that could lead to a more substantial transformation of them actually focusing on the vertical.
Something that creates interest in the vertical.
That's correct. That creates interest in the vertical. That's correct.
Because we're thrown into the facticity of the monad that assumes the linear is all that there is.
Yes.
And so then when we assume the linear is all that there is, we ignore the vertical.
Yes.
Atrophy our ability to access the vertical.
Yes.
And retard ourselves.
Yeah, basically.
We become numb. We become dumb.
Exactly.
Irresponsible.
Yes, and that's what happens. And you see, for me, the hope.
And so we're knowing things and grasping things that we think is making us smarter.
Yes.
But it's actually sealing us off and making us numb and ignorant.
That's 100%.
And so where's the paradox that knowledge is ignorance?
Yes.
And experience that's terrifying is also knowledge.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, 100%. And, so for me, the hope in that is that, let's say the address we needed for global pluralism was found on step 15,000 of linearity. Well, then the only way to address global pluralism would to get everyone on planet Earth to step 15,000, which would be impossible. And basically, most utopian projects have, in essence, been that.
Right.
Like, let's
and
get
so
everyone...
That's the utopian cult, is we're going to fix this on the linear level.
Yes.
How do we create environments that teach each person that they can go on their own karmic journey to access their own psyche, that then gets into the sphere, that then when all members are spherically co-oriented around the same through line, well, then that's the theoretical fix the meaning crisis or something like that. But
yes, and that's basically where everyone's trapped. Is if only everyone was on step 15,650 of the linearity, then we'd all be saved.
But how do we get out of linear language? And that's the metaphorical substrate of the Overton window that I'm talking about, is that it limits to the linear.
Yes.
And I'm saying that entire language is
wrong. And that's the hope,
entire
though.
language, it sounds like it's orientus. It sounds like we're communicating. But that's the irony that's confusing us.
Yes.
And so how do we realize that we have a psychic presence, we have matter, we have a personality that isn't the ego, we have something that isn't the known, there is part of us that accesses the potential, that accesses what isn't known, that connects to the through line of the future, that remembers the past and aims of the future, not neglects the future because we're obsessed over regurgitating the past.
100%.
Past and future got to be connected, but we're doing it the wrong way. Or something.
Form everything you say exactly right. If the address, so a few things. If the address of global pluralism required everyone to get to step 15,640, it's over. There's no hope.
Yeah, we're never going to communicate.
We're never going to communicate.
To do that.
The fact that the problem is a substrate problem is actually the hope. Because if it wasn't that, then it would be some 15,000 step. Right. But since it is that, then it's actually plus one vertical. Like, if the answer had to be plus 15,000 linear or horizontal, game over. No. But if the address is plus one vertical, that's actually doable. And also the reason it's doable is because... That's right. And the other reason it's doable is because the vertical... Potential for the vertical, by definition, must be possible in all possible phenomena. Because...
We've forgotten that.
Yeah.
The MTC doesn't realize that.
Yes.
And so I'm afraid that the audience or people that we're talking to are like, what are these crazy people?
Of course. No, exactly right. But if the issue is plus...
you realize that craziness that you don't understand is actually what you need to believe in.
Yes.
Because that doesn't make sense.
Correct.
But I think that's the only way to make sense. Yes. So the weirdness is the insanity comes from the disorientation. Or something.
Yes, that's 100%.
Again, it's
no, it's absolutely that. For me, if the address is plus one vertical versus plus X horizontal, game over. But if the reason why, if it is plus one vertical,
it's easier.
It's much easier, and it is possible in all possible circumstances. And this is very important.
Because it
fractally works. And so therefore...
Then that's spooky action at a distance. That's morphic resonance. That's then the spherical total. Not each linear thing needs to be adjusted.
That's centered. Yes, that's 100%. And so if the address was on the horizontal axis at all, there is some difference you'd have to erase. There is some calibration of how people live that would be unacceptable. But if it's vertical, then there is no necessary diversity that is excluded. Because every possible diversity entail vertical potential of some degree.
So that verticality is accessing the Christ consciousness that is at the cross of the vertical and the horizontal. Or sorry, the linear and the vertical, the spherical.
That every possible arrangement of diversity, every unique arrangement of how reality could be entails a vertical potential, right? Therefore, no difference has to be secluded. Like,
I was trying to get to at-one-ment and then symbolic and diabolic. The left hemisphere saber separates it out and is diabolical and splits. Then the symbol or the symmetry of bringing it together then allows you to be at one, which allows you to transcend a dimension.
Yes,
and
that's correct.
So we're thrown into a false dichotomy.
Yes.
And it's something about transcending that false dichotomy that raises the level of dimensionality, that then gives a proper perspective to see outside the original monad.
Yes. Agreed.
Sorry,
that I completely agree. So for me, there's a few things. So first off, the first way we try to deal with pluralism is what Hunter and James Dr. Hunter calls multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is where you say, yes, we're all different. We have different religions. We have different beliefs, but at the end, we're all the same. And Hunter says, no. People are deeply different. Difference is deep. You could say the error, you could say the sin of the right brain hemisphere is to treat difference as if it's not real. That's the temptation, is for the right brain to say everything is one and that there is no deep difference. The right brain must be toward the vertical. If the right brain is not toward the vertical, then it actually... Yeah, that's right. The right brain was tempted to deal with the problem of difference by denying the existence of difference, and we attempted that. And that project...
It brings it together.
And you could say... And what you could say is right now, as of 2025, for the last 25 years, the effort of treating difference as if it is not real has collapsed. because people see it is real. But the problem is, because we don't have the right response to that, people are going off to fascist states because they feel like the fascists are the only ones who actually accept that difference is real. Like, they're like, you globalists don't actually believe difference. You talk all day about diversity and pluralism, but you guys don't actually believe it.
But you don't
actually believe it. And
they bond over the sameness of agreeing to difference.
Yes.
Whereas the people are bonding over the pretense that difference isn't real.
That's exactly right. And so the issue is, we have to treat difference as real. But if you treat difference as real, it seems like you're doomed, because it's gonna split. Right. The only way to treat difference as real and not lead to spurious fascist states is a vertical. If you add a vertical, you can have all this difference, but the vertical, like, it's like Jonathan Pajot will say that, right? That the vertical connects the difference, right? Okay. The hope is that every possible horizontal arrangement entails a plus x of the vertical. There is no possibility in the horizontal that is totally absent of the possibility of a plus one of the vertical, of at least a plus one of the vertical. If that is the case, there's no such thing as damnation, like in the sense of you're totally damned and there's no hope. That's kind of the promise of Christianity, is like, no matter what the circumstance is, there is actually the possibility of grace. Now, you could of course deny that forever, but there is no necessary damnation. Damnation is always contingent, meaning whatever arrangement on the horizontal there is always the possibility of the plus one of the vertical, right? If that is the case, and I believe it is, then global pluralism is not doomed, because every possible arrangement of people's lives that are a testament to a deep difference will never, in that difference, exclude the possibility of a plus one of the vertical. And therefore, the potentiality of the address of global pluralism, and thus also addressing the problem of internally consistent systems, is present in all possible configurations of all possible worlds. But of course, the question is the following. Okay, that's nice and all, but how do you increase the probability that the average person actually realizes that plus one, moves from the NPC, and identifies with the plus one of the vertical? And that gets us into the structural things, et cetera, so forth. Oh, and I should clarify with the all possible world stuff, because I think it's so hard to understand what Leibniz is getting at, because we're drunk on the multiverse. Obviously, he is not writing in a multiverse or thinking in terms of dimensions. It's the idea of, if X is present in all possible worlds, and what that means is any world that this world might become, like any course of potentiality. If X is present in all possible worlds, then X must be essential. It must be the through line. It must be not just accidental. And so for Leibniz, to ask modal logic questions is to try to get at the fundamental principle that adjusting could have a paradigmatic and, significant impact on whatever world it comes into. So, because let's say that Y only applies to certain possible worlds, then whatever impact Y has could be lost if a possible world arises that Y doesn't carry through, right? So if you can think of X, which is possible in all possible worlds, then whatever change it brings about will be present in any way the future goes, right? And so he wants us to think in terms of, well, all possible worlds. Now, something Leibniz talks about that I think is relevant for us is Leibniz, he's in the analysis of citas, which the great and legendary Anthony Morley has written on and brought to my attention, and I owe everything I know of Leibniz to him. The analysis of citas is interested in the issue of similarity. When I say two things are similar, what do I mean? Because, and the way he describes it, he says two things are similar if I could confuse them as the other when they're apart. So, for example, let me say I have an apple that I think is, that looks a certain way, and I see it in the garage, but then I see it in the kitchen. I'm like, wow, how did the apple get from the garage to the kitchen? And then it turns out I go to the garage and find two apples. That for him would be similar because it is so much like the other that you think it is the other when they're apart in space. And here's the key. The only way to tell they're similar versus the same is to bring them into the same space or the same mental space, right? Well, that is a revelation. Here's the weird thing. Two things that are similar seem to be the same until they're brought together in relation, which unveils a difference.
A is A until it's not.
That's correct. And so there's a shock of difference, a surprise that sort of emerges, right? He thinks that similarity is the revelation of metaphysics and the form in Plato. that when Plato talks about form, he's talking about similarity. Like the form of a thing is this similarity. Now, for Leibniz, similarity is fundamentally metaphysical, because where do you see similarity in reality?
Yeah, that's the key, is the metaphysical.
Yeah, because when I say two apples are similar, what am I saying? Like they're what am I saying? They're different. They're clearly different objects, right? And yet I'm recognizing some sort of similarity between them. But this similarity is not reducible to facticity. Similarity is fundamentally a relational term. Now, ultimately what Leibniz wants to say is all intelligibility is an act of similarity. If I say that these ideas are that, or I'm speaking, then I'm saying it's similar, but similarity is not in nature. Similarity is a metaphysical judgment.
Yeah, you can't step in the same river twice.
Yeah, that's correct. You can only step in a similar river twice. The reason why this is extremely important is because the X that is possible in all possible worlds is the thing that maintains similarity, regardless what possible worlds, which means it is the same, but it is actually manifesting differently relative to these different worlds, but it has an essence that is always present. Because, to explain that, the thing that is always appearing similar is that of which I can recognize regardless the circumstance that it manifests in. So it can have it can manifest differently and yet maintain sameness as well, right?
It's a similar higher form, even though it manifests particularly different in this vector.
That's correct. And so basically the only thing that can be in essence, quote unquote, a hefty term, the only thing that could be in essence is something that would have to be like that. That would have that kind of geometrical unfolding. Right. That's correct. And so the question is, so basically Leibniz is like, so when it comes to this question of, all the stuff that we've been alluding to, so how do we get the average person to think this way, et cetera, so forth. That's what I would call the address of belonging again. So you have the explanation, but then you have the question of the address. All right, so we've explained the global pluralistic situation swinging between singularity and small fascist states, and we've explained why that is our situation. Now, what would be the address? Leibniz would say the only thing that has any hope of being an address would be something with that higher geometrical form, that it's going to be an essence, that of which will manifest differently in different worlds, but is present in all possible worlds, and thus there must be a through line.
Yeah, so that was the direction maybe I want to take it a little bit differently. I think this best of possible worlds is something about how does that information seep into your capital S self that then loads on every way you can imagine a potential situation.
Yes.
And then that's different from a sort of egoic program of the ego then thinks about what's possible given its facticity.
Yes.
We're not talking about that kind of imaginary what's in all possible worlds.
Correct.
But like, how does, I don't know, thought or rationality or the grounding of being, how does that formulate in such a way that isn't bound by any monad? And
yes.
So then what we're trying to get at is what's in all possible worlds is like what resonates to the through line of your personality.
Yes.
That then when you find yourself in a facticity, all of the potentials that then manifest are then like tainted or filtered by this understanding of reality, of how the greater reality is informed.
Yes.
And so we're taking that framework, that lens of protection of the filtering the real, and then we're using that to inform the situation.
Yes.
Something like that?
100%. I completely agree with that.
And so then how do we get to the all possible worlds that is, what is that higher form that then imagines itself as thrown into a bounded facticity?
Yes.
That's the all possible worlds that we're getting at.
Yes.
Not like what's like theoretically possible if I just imagine shit that's not real. It's like
that's correct.
No, it's like this is actually real. This like actually matters.
Yes, that's correct.
So or something like that. I don't know.
That whatever the address is, it has to be of that structure that you just described. It has to align.
It has to connect to the through line of what is possible with how you understand reality could possibly be imagined.
Yeah, there you go.
It's the only realistic way of formulating a map that makes sense of the overwhelming phenomena that you're thrown.
Exactly right. It would have to be. I make a distinction between map and gestalt, and gestalt is the whole. So basically, the problem is we're confusing the gestalt with maps. We create maps and call it the gestalt. But the gestalt entails all possible maps and the space between them.
So would a gestalt be a thingified monad that is a whole? But then by aiming at it as a monad, you're then making it a separate thing, which then ungestalts it.
Yes, that's correct.
And so then in my theory, your right hemisphere is in constant spherical gestalts as above, so below,
yes,
everywhere.
Yeah.
and then your left hemisphere is separate in knowledge and grasping.
Yeah.
And so it's like, actually, how do we get both of those? Because
Yes.
technically
Yes.
neither is real. And
That's
so
correct.
neither is sufficient.
Yes.
And so we can't take a left hemispheric understanding of the world, and
Yes.
we can't take a right hemispheric understanding
Correct.
of the world. And so A can't be A.
Correct.
Because there's a left hemisphere side and a right hemisphere
Yes.
side. There's a yin side and there's
Yes.
a yang side.
That's correct.
There's an actual side and a not actual side.
Correct.
And so what is this not actual side?
Correct.
Other than what McGilchrist says is more real.
Yeah.
And other than what is actually the grounding of being, and then what is actually the transcendent thing that the transcendent relation that makes the apparent possible.
Yes. Completely.
And then how do we remind ourselves to be present with that transcends what's fallen? Or sorry, I got lost again.
I completely agree. We could say that a map is when the left brain eclipses the right brain. It uses the right brain to the services of the left brain. It creates a whole that seems as if it is the whole, but it is actually it's a static collapse.
Yeah.
Whereas the Gestalt would be the left and right brain who are dancing. They are together. Where the left... Now, I will say that in the Gestalt, the left brain serves the right brain. It's not actually an equal relationship. It's more of the right brain is the whole, and the left brain is the orientation in the whole. Like, it's not, it's the left brain is supposed to be the conditioning, the orienting, the what part of the whole you're looking at. And so the left brain is supposed to position itself in the right brain and interpret and understand in a manner that is always then releasing and negating the understand back into the whole. Whereas in a map, what ends up happening is the right is collapsed to the service of the left. So Gestalt, and I'm just using that term, that people use that term differently. I'm using it thinking of James Wigley's work, The Experience of Meaning, and this idea of this kind of inside of Gestalt and Gestalt psychology theory and so on and so forth. But if you grant me that distinction here, the question is, how do we access Gestalt as opposed to maps? And Gestalt is going to include all maps and the space between maps and the interaction, whereas a map is going to only entail its own consistency. So the Gestalt is going to have to be, the address of global pluralism is going to have to err on the side of Gestalt, and people orienting themselves to the Gestalt.
It's the Gestalt.
Yes.
It's the higher thing that's connected.
That's correct. And it will have to... Now, the issue is you can't destroy maps. Maps will always be with us, but people within their maps can be toward the Gestalt. And that's to be toward the +1 vertical. Like, they can be toward the Gestalt. And that's where you're not trying to deconstruct everyone's maps. You're trying to have them orient themselves and carry themselves differently in their map toward the Gestalt.
That's the key, is we've mistaken the map, and then we think our identity is the map.
Yes.
And so we're no longer identified as that which uses a map to navigate a territory.
Correct.
We think we're a machine program following a map. And
That's
then
it.
in that machine program following, we're like blinding ourselves to follow a static structure that acts instead of us.
Yes.
And instead, we need to be present and aware and attentive and responsive, and then choose maps or representations or something.
Yeah.
There has to be, there's got to be a conscious using of a tool.
Yes.
Not, I am the tool.
Yes.
Or something like that. Again,
That's
language
correct.
kind of breaks down, but
What you're doing is you're using the map for the sake of Gestalt, as opposed to using the map to be Gestalt or to forget Gestalt.
something like that.
So
yeah.
you're using the map as a kind of, I want to say a necessary, I don't want to say necessary evil, but a necessary error.
fine.
It's a kind of necessary error. You say, I have to use a map because I'm finite. And the map is how I access
I think
eternity.
necessary evil is actually the right.
Sure. It's a kind of
I think
necessary evil.
People think that good is good and evil is bad.
Sure.
And so there's that inability to see the polarity. There's the inability to see the yin yang. There's the inability
Absolutely.
to see that, yeah. And I think that's actually the root of the issue, is that
I agree.
inability to acknowledge the reality of the other. The inability to acknowledge that
That's-
your organ depends on the vein Gödel point of where it isn't complete. Like something like that is the confusion of where value is. That's the gold. That's the snitch. That's the flinting gold of hermetic attention grabbing that accesses your inner God.
Right.
That's the inter-essay that then affords you transcendence.
Well, I think that's getting at something very important. It makes me think, what is it, the Splendid Vices in Augustine? I mean, he's basically suggesting that you have to see something necessary about certain vices if a political order is to be possible, that there is actually some sort of necessary evil that is actually part of the redemptive possibility of the Gestalt, and you have to see that as actually necessary. So I agree with that. So there's a necessary evil to maps. That
like your body is fallen and that's lower, but then you depend on that lower embodiment to actualize.
Yes, completely.
So you can't then say, oh, well, that's my body, that's lower.
Correct.
It's like, well, then that's the only way you actualize.
Yeah.
So then it's always the paradox.
And that's basically maps. And that's why it's important to realize that, dare I say, the postmodern project of deconstructing maps was a mistake. It was basically a Gnostic mistake. Maps are necessary. And they're also indestructible. And one of the reasons the book is titled The Map is Indestructible is to get us out of the business of trying to get rid of them. Instead, we need to see them as a necessary evil so that we have orientation to the territory, orientation to the Gestalt. And so we've just wasted a lot of thought on destroying maps. Well, really what we do is destroy the other's map, not ours.
Right.
So it's just a complete waste.
It's a projected destruction of the map.
Yes.
We're not actually destroying it.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So it's like...
So it's that map that we've identified with, that we think is us, that isn't us, that we need to have the courage to dissolve, to transcend, to get
completely
somewhere in there.
That's completely it. And you
that's
see...
humiliating and scary and terrifying and painful.
Yes, yes.
But without the ability to responsibly take on that humility and that difficulty,
yeah, we're in trouble.
We're then cursing the next generation.
Yes, we are. We are.
That's then selfishly maximizing the moment at the cost of the future adaptability.
Yes.
And my fear is that we are doing that in different layers of our psyche, so many layers deep that we don't even realize that's what we're doing.
There is a
and
very...
we even are in danger of doing that in this conversation.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because if there is the potential for the +1 vertical in every possible circumstance, there's also the potential to forget it in all possible circumstances, including this conversation. So that's the ever-present risk. That is also the ever-present hope. There's a very interesting way in which all sin can end up in a child sacrifice. Like, all sin is actually kind of almost oriented to child sacrifice.
I think so, and that's the knowledge that we are addicted to.
Yes.
And so we are addicted to child sacrifice, and we don't realize it.
Yeah, we are. That's completely the case.
We're addicted to self-destruction, and we don't realize it.
Yes.
We're addicted to an Ouroboros, self-destructive behavior that we have ironically labeled as good, and now we are trying to be more good by killing ourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Or going insane or something like that.
That's correct. And
again,
you see...
words break down at this point. I mean, that's the whole point. Is that right?
Yeah.
Because if we just knew it already, if it already made sense, it'd be done.
We'd be done. That's right. No, that's completely it. And you see, the issue is, in a sense, it's a great, dare I say, a great demonic strategy. If you're trying to get everyone to kill themselves, it's really hard to get, it can be harder to get people to directly kill themselves, but if you simply have them kill children, that can be easier. It's a form of suicide that's indirect, that's more likely to work. And so, there's something about sin that is always toward a kind of child sacrifice. If you could go through this. I mean, gluttony, there's no food for the kids. Lying destroys the trust, so there's no social intelligibility. Obviously, promiscuity destroys the family. You can go on and on and on. That there seems to be a destruction of children. That is part of it. So that's a child sacrifice. And for me also, the reason why the map is indestructible is, again, the key phrase, is you're being asked to give up your map at a moment when you realize it's indestructible. So you're basically being asked to give up God. Lowercase g God.
Oh, that's it.
And that's really hard ask.
That's what people don't understand. They think their motivations are their reasons. But at some layer of metaphor, your reason is your God.
That's it.
And so, we have thought that we've killed God and replaced him by reason. But that's not actually how gods work. We just now worship reason as our God.
That's correct.
And then that is a idol of a God. That's a representation of a God. That's a mistaken God. And so then by worshiping the mistaken understanding of reality, we are bound to miss the mark.
Yes, completely. And there's a very real sense in which God has not died. everyone you can't kill God.
Because that's what it means. Yeah, that's what it means to be grounded in God. That's what God being the source of being is.
Yes.
It isn't some abstract guy in the sky. It's like how your psyche understands reality.
Yes, that's correct.
It's how you understand reality.
Yes, that's
so
correct.
your relationship with God isn't necessarily a relationship with some dude in the sky.
Correct.
It's how you understand
Yes.
all possible worlds.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so then that's the spherical change of all possible
Yes.
worlds that is
Yes.
yourself.
Yes.
That then perceives things that your left hemisphere is then thrown into, of which your ego then thinks it is what it is.
That's correct. And
it's that mistaken, that fallenness, that we've forgotten who we are, and then that's when man kills his own God and forgets that he's made in the image of God and forgets that he's the one making this whole prison to begin with.
Yes.
And then that's the V for Vendetta. You want to look in a mirror.
Yes.
No, you created this.
Yes. That's
you're,
it.
You're not a victim of fate.
Yes.
This is your own cowardice.
Yes.
And like we're not able to realize that we've been a coward and hiding our whole lives.
Yes.
And so yeah.
I completely agree. Well, maps are gods.
Yeah.
And the reason, and the historic, so what the book also wants to argue is that at this point in history, there's almost been a kind of intellectual natural selection. And this is only because now we have the internet, we have books, we have communication, where notions that were not internally consistent systems have kind of fallen away. And now we've selected where most civilizations and most people,
and we only accept illusions.
Yeah, that's right. And so now what you have is most civilization and most people have found a map. That means they have found a God. And that means they found an indestructibility.
And they don't understand that, yeah.
And so one of the reasons why it is so hard to move to absolute knowing is because at this point, people have to sacrifice God, lowercase g God. They have to give up their indestructible God. And that's where there seems to be something,
we worship ourselves. Sorry, that's the own narcissistic, that's the Luciferian, that's the MTC, is that we think we are the map. We've identified with the map that is our knowledge. And then we're too afraid to give up the knowledge that we think we already know.
Yes.
And then that feels like we're dying because we identified with the prior map.
Yes.
And so it's this foolishness that's identified with the prior map that needs to let go.
Yes.
In order to open its eyes to become something that's an adult worthy of attention.
Completely.
And that's how, if the meaning crisis is a severing of the spirit from the body, a severing of the intellect from the body, which then atrophies the spirit, then the meaning crisis is the revivification of the opposite of that shit. I got lost again.
No, I agree. Well, the issue is, I think it was from the garden they picked, that this also is getting at why it does seem to be the movement to absolute knowing is so difficult, because it's a movement from indestructibility into vulnerability.
Right.
Whereas that's completely irrational.
That doesn't feel like it's helping.
Correct.
Why is vulnerability good?
Exactly.
Because
whereas
everybody I've ever told me has said that knowledge is good.
Exactly.
And you're telling me vulnerability is good?
That makes no sense.
I don't understand why is that.
So there's a great inversion of absolute knowing. Whereas the movement from, say, reason to spirit can feel good. Like it can feel correct because you've reached a certain dehumanization. But when you're saying, no, indestructibility is bad and vulnerability is good, that is a very difficult inversion that would seemingly require a powerful forcing function to make people do.
Right.
And so it is not by chance that our age seems to be so chaotic, because the forcing function of our age likely has to be of a higher intensity than previous ages. And though, even then it's not guaranteed, because the nature of an indestructible map is to interpret even that forcing function into its own logic. And this is where we arrive at the role of beauty, the modeling, the social coordination mechanism, and so on and so forth. This is where I do absolute no. You could argue that transformations of history tend to follow, forcing functions, great leveling events, as that book talks about, etc., so forth. This one, which is a fundamental transformation, is probably going to require something different. Something, I don't want to say, I think it has to be in a concert of forcing function and modeling beauty, things like that. So there's a few things that come to mind. So that's one of the reasons why the move to absolute knowing seems so difficult, because at absolute knowing, you change the meaning of the entire journey you went on. Like it has a retrospective sort of transformation where you suddenly see all the steps. You see progress as a movement through error, not a getting more rational. You see it as necessary error. It redefines every step along the way. It's a massive shift. And likewise, you see maps. Suddenly, maps are not about coherence. They're about the encounter of the Gödel point that opens you up to the Gestalt. Suddenly, society is not about finding people similar to you. It's about creating the capacities to handle difference. Suddenly, thinking is not about correctness, but the able to handle the unfolding of mystery. Absolute knowing has this changing of everything. And then in changing it, it was always that. And so that is a very, I almost want to say, paradigmatic and traumatic sort of shift that is different from quality of everything along the way.
Yeah.
That makes it so kind of dramatic in what is going on.
So to get back to something earlier, is we're talking about a certain paradigm of an objective substrate,
Yes.
and the need to return to a subjective embodiment. We're here and we need to return to here.
Yes.
And so there's something about this that's
Yes.
excruciating and traumatic.
Yes.
And so you're saying it needs to have another forcing function. Because if we are the ego, that is the monkey mind that is thrown into facticity, then we are never going to be our own forcing function that destroys ourselves.
Correct.
And so we have to relate to something that is greater than us that destroys ourselves.
Yes.
And so then, okay, does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
And so then if maturity is admitting your errors and growing from them, then maturity is the self-sacrifice that gives to a forcing function, or
Yes.
something like that.
Yes.
And so either you can be traumatized from outside of you against
Yes.
your will,
Yes.
or you can willfully confront that.
Yes.
And then that brings me to something Peterson says a lot about the neurology that is called forth from a situation. If you willfully confront chaos, it's likely to focus you and inspire you. And if
Yes.
chaos is thrown onto you, it's likely to terrify you and shut you down like Medusa.
Yes.
So, okay, then there's Peterson, and then the Daniel Quinn thing, which is, I don't know if you
Yeah,
read the
Daniel
email.
Quinn, yeah.
The Daniel Quinn was a philosopher about Ishmael, and he
Yeah,
basically
yeah, yeah.
said that the story culture that you're given determines the, well, I'm going to put it determines the NPC. So like what I was saying earlier about we have oriented our psyches towards understanding the world. Now we think rationally, and that severs the connection to the spirit. Then you got the Peterson that says that the willful confrontation calls forth a different neurology.
Yes.
And then I talked earlier about the Garden of Eden being the identity story of humanity.
Yes.
And then if your identity story of humanity sets the stage for how you interact with the world, we're given an identity story of humanity that worships the intellect.
Yes.
And so how do we find an identity story that says you are a confronter of chaos? Of your own volition, go find those Gödel points where you don't understand. Go humiliate yourself and
Yes.
be present.
Yes.
And then where is the identity that orients the psyche that way,
Yes.
that finds difference interesting?
Yes. Correct.
Not what is the story that you're supposed to know and you're supposed to hide behind.
Correct.
And you're supposed to be safe and everything's supposed to be right and you're never
Correct.
supposed to be wrong.
Correct.
Because then in that thing you have sold your soul to the ego, and then
Yes.
you'll never willfully enter that point of trauma.
Yes.
You'll never willfully go onto the vertical.
Right.
So how do we create a story that makes us this cross, which then makes us value the horizontal, which then makes that sacrifice willing, which then makes some sense of it?
Yes.
Does that make any sense?
That makes 100%
And
sense.
so how do we change the metaphorical substrate to get ourselves to where we find the difference interesting? Because now, given that we're thrown into the ego, we necessarily find sameness comforting, and we find difference horrifying.
Yes.
And so we're thrown into a salience landscape that perversely incentivizes us to be afraid of difference
Yes.
and to worship sameness, which is the exact temptation of insanity that we find ourselves in. So how do we change ourselves, or change the story that we're thrown into, or change the ways in which our communities are related so that we inspire each other to use the type of engagement that will allow you to
Yes.
meaningfully engage,
Yes.
not something you're constantly shocked and thrown into and then hiding behind your justifications of why you're making excuses for why you're not present.
Yes. Yes.
Because that's how I think we're encouraging each other, and that's how I think our institutions are set up, and that's how I think our schools are set up, and that's how I think our personal relationships are set up,
Yes.
to encourage each other to maintain our ignorance.
Yes.
We're no longer encouraging each other to be the confronter of chaos,
Yes.
and to look into that Gödel point, and to have the faith to stand in that present
Yes.
moment, to deal with the onslaught
Yes.
of overwhelming emotions that you don't understand.
Yes.
That's how you become a better person.
Yes.
That's how you increase your atomic mass.
Yes.
Not by hiding behind something that you think you already know because you made an excuse because that's how somebody else told you, and then you're hiding behind none of that.
I agree with all of this. So for me, belonging again, we'll talk about spreading child. Everything you just described is a question of how do you spread childhood, which is alluding to the Nietzschean childhood. Another way to word this is basically the question is how do we plus one vertical for people? Because ultimately all of this is the kind of how do you add a plus one vertical, which is the revelation that the vertical exists. And once
I almost think that, sorry to interrupt you, but I think the paradox is that almost you don't, because if you're thrown into the thing and then you think you need to add plus one,
yeah, you're in
then
trouble.
you're in a confinement plus one,
Yes.
and then that's still within the confinement.
Yeah,
and so you paradoxically,
yeah, that's correct.
almost need to let go. You
Yes.
almost need a
Yeah.
minus one.
In a real
you
sense,
almost need
yes.
to not be
Yes.
trying.
Yeah, that's
you almost
right.
need to give up your orientation.
Yeah.
You have to be humble to then receive reorientation.
Yes. Like, so
Sorry,
here's
sorry
the
to
ultimate
interrupt.
paradox. This is the issue. The average person, I'm just going to say average person. I don't mean mediocre person. I mean the average person. What I mean by that is no person in particular, like of any calibration. The average person has to plus a one that is experienced as unintended, because the plus one vertical, the act of intending plus one vertical turns it horizontal. You can't intend the vertical.
You have to be,
So how do you spread the conditions of possibility for the average person to plus one a vertical that intending makes it horizontal?
It's the story.
That's the problem. That is the ultimate kind of contradiction. Like the dire, really critical paradox and issue. So if you intend the plus one vertical, you turn it into the horizontal. If you intend the Gödel point, you say, I'm going to dwell in the Gödel point, then you run the risk of actually making it part of your map's consistency. If you say, well, we're going to determine the fundamental, if you say the world needs X and you've identified X as what the world needs, well, then that's probably just in service of your map. So there's a certain quality of the risk of identification in the act of trying to address the problems of identification. So what does it mean to talk about a fundamental principle that is present in all possible worlds that isn't an act of identification? What is going on there? So a few things to start. If whatever we're describing is the vertical, which is an idea of a movement from algebra to geometry, whatever, I'm just going to say the plus one, and by that I mean the plus one vertical, I'm just using that as a signifier. Whatever the plus one, I'll say plus 1v. Whatever the plus 1v is, itself must be a geometry. It would not make sense if plus one was algebraic, because then it would just be horizontal, right? It has to be different in quality, right? So the plus 1v is going to be more like a geometry than just a variable. A geometry is always going to also entail a certain, I want to say space, a certain architecture, a certain thing you can enter, because it is multidimensional. Like I can't enter a point, but I can walk on a line, if you grant that as a plane, and I certainly can walk into a cube, right? It's going to be something that can be entered, right? So the plus 1v for me is going to be something you can enter. And the space that would afford it would be something you could enter. It can't just be a concept, because if it's a concept, it's horizontal. It has to be, the plus 1v has to be bodied. It has to be embodied, and it has to entail relation. It has to entail situation. It has to entail the body and all dimensions of the person, right? So the plus 1v has to be more on the side of a thing you enter than it is a concept you think, right? And whatever the thing that enters also cannot be that of which guarantees a concept being thought, because then it would be linear and deterministic and it wouldn't be alive. If entering the space means you must think why, well then it's actually not a space. It's a program. It's a brainwashing. It's a system, right? So it has to be like a garden. A garden has to have a certain unpredictability to it. And yet a garden also has design. This is the tricky thing about a garden. A garden is the perfect blend between design and open, right?
And that's the metaphor for the psychology, is how do you tend to
It's the
garden.
perfect metaphor.
Right. It's not how do you write a program.
That's correct.
Which is what we tend to assume based on our education. It's like,
exactly.
wait, how do I program my life?
Exactly.
And it's like, no, how do you attend something that is real beyond you? Or something that lives without you? And then how do you cultivate a responsible relationship with that?
Exactly. And design is the key principle here, because there was a great theologian named Austin Farrer. He wrote a book called The Finite and the Infinite. My beloved William Wilson talks about him. And Austin Farrer was a great friend of C.S. Lewis. And arguably, he was part of the Inklings, but not remembered. Farrer and, both Barfield and Farrer are two of the giants of the Inklings that have not been recalled. But Farrer, to take one example, he was talking about the problem of evil. And what he wanted to point out is that the problem of evil and the argument from design are inseparable, actually. Because the design determines what you believe is good and evil. And so he says, look at a garden. How do you tell the difference between a flower and a weed? He says, because there are plenty of weeds that look like flowers, like a morning glory, for example, right? It's because of the design. You say, well, that's a weed because it wasn't intended in the garden. I didn't intend it to grow there. But then, of course, he points out that you could see the morning glory and go, well, actually, no, that's part of the garden. You could just turn around and make it part of the garden, right? But it's all relative to the standard of the design.
Right.
Now, the reason why this is important is because whatever the vertical is going to be not a principle of right and wrong, but a principle of design of which determines what can be said is right or wrong, right? Okay. So it's going to be a design matter, right? And what you're trying to do is you're designing something in which people can enter that has the probability of growing something inside of them, like a garden, that you would say, yes, this is part of the garden because it is exactly that of which makes the ecosystem possible and itself, right? So, of course, if the garden is the vertical, then the flowers you want growing in it are participating in the vertical, right? And the vertical in this sense we'll call AB, where you're not just in AA, but AB logic. The ability to think beyond identification, to think movement, to think process, to think unfolding, right? So the plus one has to be something designed in which subjects grow into the kind of beings who can think outside of the linear and the horizontal. Now, critically, you're not determining what is good and wrong. You're determining of the vertical, you're simply trying to get a change in kind. You're trying to get a change in kind, not a specific outcome, but a change in the way that people orient, right? Definitely. So what we're looking for is a design principle that requires people to enter full body, that then the results are open. We don't know exactly what it's going to be, but we do know that the very design will give us the ability to tell the difference between the horizontal and the vertical. And here's another critical point. If people actually are even aware that there's a difference between the horizontal and the vertical, you've done it.
It's a good start.
Because now they know there's another dimension, right? And so, boom, like this, that's a huge deal. So if you can create spaces that unveil to people a different mode can be afforded, even if they don't do it, the mere seeing of it, or the mere change in the kind of people that go into that place versus not, is enough to make plausible, there's something different about this. That's also critical. Another way to think about that is what Anselm is trying to do, and that book talks about Anselm's argument. A lot of people, I don't think, understand what Anselm is trying to do.
I was struggling with that.
Yeah, it's like what Anselm is trying to do in the ontological argument, because critically, the ontological argument is in the structure of the proslogia, which is in the form of a prayer. It is not a standalone argument. It's the mode necessary to follow the rest of the proslogia, which is actually the main goal of that, is to get you to believe in the possibility of eternal joy. It's not actually just to make you believe in God, but what is the mode that would make plausible the possibility of eternal joy. Now, we don't need to go into all of that. But critically, what Anselm is trying to say is that the only way to even ask the question if God exists or doesn't exist is from your knees. Like from a posture of belief. Because if you don't believe in God, then you don't even exist in the world where the question is meaningful, right? And so, but then of course, if it's from your knees that you can meaningfully ask the question, does God exist or not? Well, then God exists. So the question is simply, what is that God? And what does it mean? And et cetera, so forth, right? So once you understand what Anselm is doing, once he can convince you that you can only ask about God from a position of believing in God, that changes thought. Like you've now opened something you have to explore, that once you explore it, it changes the kind of subject, right? Now, that doesn't mean, ultimately Anselm would say, well, you don't have to believe in God because you could know he exists and rebel. Basically what Anselm would be saying is that, no, you don't have to believe in God. Disbelief has to be rebellion. You can't disbelieve to erase God. There has to be a conscious rebellion against God, right? Now, of course, we can buy that or not, but the point is that Anselm is trying to show that intellectual endeavors cannot be separated from postures and orientation. All intellectual, positions are pre-oriented.
And so that actually, that connects back to what we were saying before. And I wanted to pedantically interrupt you.
Please.
Because you were talking about something about how to get into the +1b or whatever. And paradoxically, once you start to then specify it out, you're then calling forth the kind of interpretation that would undermine it.
Yes.
And so it's actually not a particular structure and this is how we want to be. But it's almost the sense of presence that then interprets where it is to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Or something. Again,
Yes.
the words are toughing it. But what I'm trying to get at is like, who is asking? So we're talking about a thing and we need to enter the thing.
Yes.
But it's actually what is entering the thing.
Yes.
And then the way that what enters the thing interacts with the thing then is what the thing is.
Yes.
And so we can't actually say the thing and then go interact with it.
Yes.
And
It's
so
all together.
I know I'm being pedantic and I'm
No,
being
no.
annoying,
But this is the tricky move. This is the move.
Because I
when
think
you
people
go
are going
into-
to mishear this. And so
When you
it's
go
like,
into the vertical is always already. The vertical is a realization. It's not adding the vertical to the horizontal.
Right,
It is
right.
experienced
And so
as an adding.
that was my concern about the +1.
Yes.
Is because then that says, okay, we're in the horizontal and then we're plussing a vertical.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm trying to
yeah.
say that that is sticky. That throws in the metaphorical substrate of the temptation to presume that you are linear
Yes.
+1. It's not life.
Yes.
And then like, oh, there's linear, and then like,
Yes.
no, there's actually life more
Yes.
than linear.
The reason
where it's like, no, we're linear, and then like also life.
that's
in that
totally agree.
Yeah.
The tricky move in Hegel is that it is experienced as a +1 to the subject that then in the experience unveils it to be an always already. Like it is on the side, what he would say is on the side of understanding, you experience it as addition. But once you go through the addition to the side of reason, you realize it was an addition, it was a latent potential that was always there. The reason why all of this is so tricky is because you're stuck in experiential frames that then once you get through the experiential frame, you're able to retrospectively see what was going on, but it's only on the other side of it.
And so then I think what you're saying is that we're then trying to design arenas that allow for the participation of people to realize they transition through maps.
Yes.
And so then we're trying to create an environment that calls forth the spirit of interaction that will then make the person identify as the participator of
Yes.
confronting chaos and dealing with reality and being in the Gödel Point.
Completely.
And so it's tough because we're saying we want to design a specific thing, but what we're actually intending is the meta presuppositional disposition towards a thing.
Yes.
And so paradoxically, we're trying to have an attitude change that then changes a structure.
Yes.
That then we can embody the structure, and then that calls forth a different personality.
Yes.
And then that different personality can be open.
Yes.
And so paradoxically, we're trying to open ourselves by closing down on the way to orient to open.
Completely. If this is A is A in the linear, you're designing something that's vertical, so in a sense you're negating that. But the thing you design negates it as well into negation of the negation and changes the whole. That is the very difficult move in Hegel's logic.
And that's how you educate the next generation to be given.
Yes.
So then we're given a story of top-down unwillingness.
Yes.
So how do we remember to participate to...
Yes, that's exactly right. When your brain is naturally habituating you to forget. Like it's naturally the way it understands.
That's what we are. We are addicted to habits of dissociation.
Yes.
And so how do we encourage ourselves to start to participate, to being responsible, into associating, into being present? Then there's a certain ability to be present.
Yes.
That has been cut off by the saber of Cain-like multi-generational.
Yes.
3,000 years of beautiful tradition from Moses to Andy Koufax. So, sorry to quote Big Lebowski, it's my favorite movie. But, and so there's something about that tradition that is beautiful and is true because it's lasted so long, but then there's something about that that has been taken for granted and represented and taken for granted and represented that is now just a simulacrum of a simulacrum.
Yes.
That is then just a top-down...
Yes.
something that then we lack the embodiment to make sense of.
So
how do we
completely
re-embody that which we have forgotten? Or like, how do we then we're trying to recreate something that we've lost, but we haven't actually lost it, we've just forgotten it. So how do we create a map to get us back to where we've already been?
You can't.
Sorry,
completely.
I'm confusing.
No, completely. The only way to keep the tradition is the vertical that realizes the always already. If you don't do the vertical, the past is lost into the spuriousness and just becomes a simulacra of itself. But if you move into the vertical, which is the gestalt that also entails the past, you're able to keep the tradition and it not be a simulacra, because it is the logical form that the past always already entailed that is recapitulated in every moment that you're realizing. You don't get to keep the tradition unless you move to the vertical. You just get a image of it. You just get a simulacra. And so that's the problem with the conservative who's like, we need to return to the past. You can't return to the past. And the past, the value of the past is to the degree it participated in the AB logical form. So if you want to honor the past, you're able to reclaim the AB logical form, which everything inside of you wants to forget. Everything inside of you naturally forgets, because we habituate ourselves to linearity outside of the vertical, right? So there's no way to, but then the same applies to the future. You can't plan for the future in anything short but moving to the vertical in the present, because the logical form must be AB, or the future will just be fascist states.
There is no future in the line.
Exactly.
Because the line is almost it's like almost atemporal. It almost is out of time.
It's atemporal. It doesn't exist.
Right.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's right. So the only way to honor the past
the problem is we believe that we are what doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Or something like that.
And the mistake of honoring the past or planning for the future, both of them are orientations to a non-reality, when really the only way you can do either, you can both honor the past and prepare for the future in moving into the logical form of AB, which is situation versus relation, etc., so forth, right? The movement into Gestalt. The only way to honor the past and prepare for the future is Gestalt. Anything short of that in Gestalt is a matter of the present moment now and our orientation to it.
It's a memory. It's a spherical connection to the through line of the point.
Yes.
It's not a point.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but
it's the geometry of time. It's the geometry of all of the unfolding of the duration of time that is available now. Because it's every moment of time is isomorphic. It has the same structure that is this geometry that if you access now, you access it at all points, because it is the through line.
How do we make real personality change? If we have a meaning crisis because everything's in the linear and we're spinning our wheels, running 100 miles an hour, doing a whole bunch of work on the linear and not going anywhere.
Yes.
How do we find what's important? How do we look inside and find the through line? How do we access our God image that then is real creativity, which then allows for real psychic transformation, which allows for real reorientation, which is the real dissolution of the old egoic self that then allows for the affordance of accessing future adaptability or something like that?
Whatever the address is, which when I say address, I mean what you're saying, that question. The address has to be a realization of something that is always already in every possible person. Because you're correct to say there's a problem with the additive language. I completely agree. It's that problem of the understanding to reason in Hegel. If we have to add something, then we have the problem of totalitarianism, because you're going to have to add something. If you have to subtract something, you have a problem of totalitarianism.
Because you're on the flat level, and then you're adding and subtracting,
yes.
but that's still on the same level. That's not actually adding.
That's correct.
Not complexifying.
So
it's complicating, not complexifying.
Correct. So what has to be is the address has to be a realization of something already, always already, in all possible people. So what are those things? Okay. Well, let's start. One of the first things would be, so what is something that everyone does? They talk.
Eat. Oh.
Yeah, they eat. You're right. But talk. Why do I emphasize talking? Because talking is relational. And also talking is fundamentally social, and it is calibrated by the social order. So it is not atomistic; it is communal. Talking is communal. Okay. So the reason it is necessarily relational. Critically, whatever these most fundamental principles are that are going to be always already realizations, to go back to the modal logic stuff, they're going to have to be relational. They're going to have to be that of which situates the individual and the social, not just one or the other. And they also have to be unpredictable. They have to have a certain openness to them. Right. Okay, well, conversation is that, right? Now, we may, in our very understanding, want to shrink conversation to make it a program and small talk and all of that, but conversation has in it a kernel of the potential of this character of an open relationality. So, if you changed how people talk to one another, or you created an environment that encouraged the possibility and incubation of a different mode of engagement with the other person, this would be a big deal, especially if humans are language animals, and especially if subjectivity is structured by language, which there is very good reason to think that language and human subjectivity are very strongly connected.
And that's why my concern about the metaphorical substrate of the objective framework severs us from meaning.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the point, yeah.
That's exactly right. Objectivity is anti-conversation. Objectivity wants nothing to do with conversation.
And then that's the presumed metaphor of how we communicate.
Yes.
That's how our institutions are organized. Is
we speak to confirm, not to explore. And as a result, we die.
Which is not communicate.
No, not at all.
Because if you're confirming, it's confirming something you already know. And
Yeah,
so it's not
there's
new.
nothing to communicate.
And so it's not
Yes.
new. And so
Communication-
we're consuming non-real formation.
That's 100%.
We're not being informed by the other. We're not responding to informed of the other.
Yes.
We're just regurgitating our own little bullshit.
That's correct.
And like that's not those are empty calories.
That's correct.
And so we're not consuming the appropriate daily bread. We're being tempted by Ouroboros auto-cannibalistic
Yes.
non-food.
Yeah, that's correct. And that comes out in our conversation that leads to auto-cannibalism because we train ourselves. So there's just a few questions. Does everyone talk? Now, I did sign language for many years, so I'm not just saying verbally communicate. Everyone communicates, unless you're a wolf child. Everyone communicates. And I think we can also argue that there is very good reason to think. So also it should be noted that whatever we believe could be the address, we can't have certainty about. One, because certainty is impossible, and two, if you could, it's a program, not a garden, right? So there has to be a certain open-endedness. Also, there has to be the possibility of failure. Because a garden, to be a garden, must be possible to die, right? You cannot avoid the possibility of death without making a machine, right?
Yeah, because then it's just
It's a closed system.
It's a model. It's a product.
That's correct. So whatever the address is, and one of the reasons why we struggle to think of the address is because we don't think it's a real address unless it's guaranteed.
Because we think what's real is what fits with our mental model.
Yes.
Not what corresponds to reality.
That's correct.
And then humiliates us.
That's
so
correct.
It's like we want something that affirms ourselves.
Correct.
But then that actually isn't real.
That's
and so
correct.
we're mistaken that we're aiming at something that's not real.
Correct.
And then we're trying to satisfy ourselves by consuming something that isn't real.
Correct.
And then we're building habits of orienting our psyche towards things that aren't real.
Correct.
And then that is inherently missing the mark and
Yes.
is guaranteeing suffering.
Yes.
And then we're going to be living in a life of hell.
Yes, we will.
And so then how do we be the canaries in the coal mines to realize that the auto-cannibalistic metaphorical substrate of the Overton window of the ways that we're allowed to communicate with ourselves and each other is actually the problem. And so
Yes.
how do we communicate by not using the familiar modes of communication?
Yes.
Because the familiar modes of communication are that which is narrowing.
Yes.
And so how do we relate non-familiarly?
Yes.
And then how do we relate scarily in the right way?
Yes.
Not in a sort of Goggins pain for the sake of pain.
Yeah, that's
but,
right.
But the pain that's the scary opening.
Yes.
That kind of pain.
Yes.
Not, oh, here's my linear thing. How do I do the opposite of my linear thing and
Yes.
cause myself scary pain?
Yeah.
It's a different kind of scary pain.
Because if you
And then
intend
you
scary
can't intend
pain,
it, and
yeah,
then it's not
going to work. Exactly.
And so it's like you have to get out of that ego that thinks it knows what it's doing, and you can't be the manager. So who is asking, who's designing these spaces? Paradoxically, the ego can't design the space.
Correct.
And so how do we as people access our whole body?
Yes.
How do we become at one, symbolically relate to the other that isn't ourselves, to
Yes.
then transcend, to then incorporate both sides of polarity,
Yes.
to then have an understanding of reality,
That's-
to then be able to make an appropriate sacrifice of the necessary trade-off that is any sort of thing we eat.
Yes. That is, I completely agree with
Because
all of
we
that.
we lack all of the discretion, and we're just indiscriminately consuming things that aren't real, and we're producing things that aren't real, and we're eating things that aren't real,
Yes.
and we're believing in things that aren't real, and we're saying things that aren't real.
Yes.
And it's like, what is even real?
Yes.
Well, that's the meaning crisis.
Yes.
And so then how do we refamiliarize ourselves with the real
Yes.
while egoically directing ourselves?
Yes.
You can't.
Yeah.
And
that's
so
right.
then who is asking, who's orienting?
Yes.
The paradox is that the you think you are can't be the you that's
Correct.
thinking this.
Correct.
And so how do you yourself feel your way through the maps that will then
Yes.
cause you the emotions that then sound like these things?
Yes.
Not how do you specify these things out from the ego that listens.
So two things.
feel me?
First, this is another. All of what you just said is a reason why Plato thinks it's important to defend the eternal soul. Otherwise, you have nothing.
That's you.
You have no
That's you.
that is outside of you that can
And so-
straighten you per se.
And so that's my deal with MTC, is that we are the ego that isn't us.
Yes.
And so we are not the we. And so
Yes.
then I'm always asking my friend, like, who's asking? Who
Yes.
wants to do this?
Yes.
And if it's your ego, if it's your monkey mind, well, then it's a mistake.
Yes.
And so how do you be the you that is beyond the you
Yes.
think you are?
Yes. That's
the
correct.
you that you're thrown into. There's more to you than you think you are. And so how do you faithfully access the you that's not you, that's more than the you?
Yes. Yes.
And then something about that is how you connect to God, and that's with the meekness that you
Yes.
receive the implanted word, and that's how you get inspiration from outside of you, and then that's the only way not to go insane.
So basically, the
Or
issue
something.
here.
I'm oversimplifying this.
No,
and speaking
it-
from my ego, but
So
That's the
there's
trouble here.
basically the issue is there seems to have, if you grant me this way of putting, there has to be a you in you to save you. But where is that you? So
and then
it's
how do you not have some sort of dissociative identity
Yes.
disorder when you are necessarily a complex of complexes?
Yeah,
Complexes.
this problem,
Whatever.
because it's are we now? What are we talking?
Because again, it's
Du-
identity. It's who
yeah,
are
is
you?
this
in-
dualism? Is this narcissism? This
Who's
is the
orienting,
problem.
who's
This
understanding,
problem
right.
of you, I'll say. Let me put it this way, although I
It's,
would.
it's an identity crisis.
Yes.
And
How do you get? The only way that lowercase, I'm going to say it this way and it will sound dualistic, but just give it to me. How do you keep lowercase yu from ending up in Nash equilibrium, flattening death without an uppercase yu, right?
I don't think you can.
Well, that's
I
what
think-
they're arguing.
I think that's the Luciferian intellect is the lowercase u that thinks it's the uppercase.
Yes.
It's the map that thinks it's the territory.
Yes.
It's the intellect that thinks it's the spirit.
There were many
it's-
philosophers and theologians who basically said if there is no capital YU, we're done.
Yes.
It's over.
And
The
that's
question.
when Nietzsche kills God. That's when the lowercase
Yes.
thinks it's the uppercase.
Yes.
The lowercase acts as if it's the uppercase.
And this gets
obviously isn't. It can't
Yes,
be. It
yes,
doesn't
yes,
understand. It
but
doesn't
it-
have it. But it thinks it is because it's thrown into the situation, and
Yes.
so it thinks it is.
Yes.
And so then it thinks its little design is what it
Yes.
is, and that's the grasping that it knows.
Yes.
And that's literally all a delusion.
Yeah, and so there has to be a lowercase yu and an uppercase y. But the question is, how do they relate? Is it dualistic? Is it separate? Are they interwoven somehow? There's all these millions ways. But you can see where the debates of the Holy Spirit will surely, the idea of total depravity is, well, we are a lowercase yu. We have no uppercase yu, so we're totally depraved and done, and the only hope we have is God's grace, right? You can see all of the debates, and that's also where the debate on Genesis 1:3, where we're made in the image and likeness of God, our image and likeness, the same, or are there distinctions there where the image is the lowercase y and the likeness is the uppercase y? There's all these differences, you see, and so they may not be the same thing. But what you come down on the image of God has a massive impact on your theology because it determines the relation between the capital YU and the lowercase
And
yu.
that's what you think is good, and then that's what motivates you, and then that's what orients you.
Yes.
And so if you think you already know what's good, then you've eaten the knowledge of fruit of evil. You've eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Yes.
And then you're already fallen, and then you're already mistaken, and then no matter what you do, it's tainted by the spirit of sin because
Yes.
you think you already know it.
That's correct.
Or something like that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so the
So where's the faithful presence that bees in life believes without knowing? Like that,
Yes.
that feels without thinking, that participates without abstracting.
yes.
How do we remember that we are also that capital Y?
Yeah, that's correct.
Because
So
we're thrown into this lowercase yu, and then we're confined by the moment, the monad.
Yes.
And then we've lost the through line
Yes.
to the memory of the connection of everything else.
Yes.
That then is the capital U.
yes.
And so what's this? We've narrowed ourselves down into thinking we're just the lowercase
Yes.
u.
Yes.
That because now we're just that is everything, and so now we're the uppercase u.
Yes.
And so now we're the God of our own understanding, and then how do we not worship ourselves?
Yes.
In our own intellect.
So for me, that's exactly right. So for me, the way I think about it, which would be Hegelian, but I think it's also incarnational, is the issue is that in a sense we are a capital YU, but the only way we can understand ourselves because we have finite is as a lowercase y. But if we can negate the lowercase y, then that always is going back to the uppercase. But just as
How
soon
do you
as
see through it? Yeah.
yeah, but just as soon as you do that, you make another lowercase y to understand yourself. But that is actually the apathetic mechanism of eternity, is that the uppercase y, it's all one substance. It's not multiple substances. It's all the same substance. But the way that the uppercase y creates an eternal unfolding is by knowing itself through a lowercase y that then it can negate. And every negation is a sublation. It entails, because there's real knowledge in dropping the pen. So every time uppercase Y drops the lowercase,
it feels like a death, but it's a growth.
It's a growth.
And so it's how the uppercase U grows every time the lowercase u suffers.
That's correct.
And we think we are the lowercase u, and so we think we should avoid suffering.
That's it.
But what I'm trying to say is that when your lowercase u is insecure and avoids suffering and doesn't admit to your mistakes, then the uppercase u remains infantilized and immature and misses the mark and makes your future hell.
Yes.
And so we all need to internally fight our own karmic battles to deal with our own lowercase u tyrant, to then have faith to the uppercase u that is faithfully feeling participatory first.
Yes.
And then abstracted later.
Yes.
And so we're trying to aim later first.
Yes. So that's 100% it. So if this is the uppercase YU,
it's just making my head hurt thinking
and this is the, I'm going to call this, so the uppercase YU is the B of the AB. The B generates an A. That is the lowercase y. But the moment you generate an A, there's the risk of saying A is A. And you have to generate the A because the uppercase Y, the B, is too excessive. It's too apathetic. So you have to generate the lowercase. But the key of the thing but the role of the thing you generate, the lowercase y, is to negate it, not to make it equal A. It's to negate it. And every time you negate it, the negation comes back, it folds back into the uppercase and it grows it. And then it makes another lowercase that you fold and grows, and you do it over and over again. And faithful presence is always staying faithful to the B. Never forgetting the B. Always being connected to the B. The capital Y-U. Which is very difficult because every time you generate the A, you only ever experience the uppercase Y through the lowercase y. So what are you talking about?
Right.
You know, but that's the limit. That's the limit you're limited from experiencing. You can't experience your limit of being unable to experience the uppercase y because you always do it entirely through a consistent system of the lowercase y. Right. And so you are limited from experiencing the y, but you have to believe in it. You have to believe in it. And the question is, how do you remember it? How do you maintain that belief in it?
Because you have to live through it, but realize it isn't real.
Yes.
And so how do you realize that the perception of your experience is an illusion, but the only way to live is through the perception, but then that isn't real?
Yeah, and the temptation is to say, well, it's not real, so it doesn't matter. How do you see it as a necessary unreality?
Back to the metaphorical substrate of the Overton window of logic.
Yes.
Because then you can't have that contradictory. Why would I do it if it's not real?
Correct.
And so you have to be non-rational.
Yes.
Because then there would be no point in following the map because the map isn't real. And so there's some sort of non-rational.
Yes.
You have to be willing to be fooled by the map. The fool who persists in his folly maintains the wisdom. But you don't get to the wisdom without falling for the map. And so there's something about you actually have to walk through the foolishness, fail, realize you failed, integrate that failure, die that painful egoic death, burn off that old dead wood, and then reconstitute yourself given that new information and insight.
Yes.
But then that's all whole different. You're not the same river at that point.
No. No.
And so where is that essence of river that transitions through the monad of maps that thinks that this is the only river and I am stepping into this river?
Yes. Yes. That's completely, and that's all non-rational.
You have to act through the separation, but the separation isn't real. And so then where's the through line that pretentiously acts through monads, not the ego that is confined by the monad that then pretends everything else isn't real?
Correct. That is all non-rational. And basically the argument we make is basically without the non-rational, you end up in a rational impasse, a Nash equilibrium, auto-cannibalism. So you have to insert non-rationality at some point in your system, or it will necessarily entropy.
I think you have to base your system in non-rational.
Yes, you do. Absolutely. It's at the base of it.
Stay in rational, and then you add this nugget of non-rationality.
Non-rationality is a realization because there is no such thing as autonomous rationality. Actually, all rationality is actually from non-rationality. Autonomous rationality is auto-cannibalistic precisely because it doesn't exist. But please.
So I think a lot of times in philosophy we make arbitrary distinctions.
Yes.
So we've talked about correlation and correspondence and geometric and vertical.
Yes.
Reason and rationality. So there's a Vervaeke McGilchrist thing that confuses me. And at some point they talk about reason as like logic, and then rationality as like the proper proportion of logic and experience. And so again, just for arbitrary now, I'm not saying rationality ever and then autonomous rationality, but I think for now, I think it'd be helpful to make a distinction between something like autonomous reason and proper rationality. or like an intellectual Ouroboros spiral, and then some sort of relating. Do you see what I'm trying to
Sure.
get at here?
Basically, for me,
Do you get the arbitrary distinction I'm trying to make
I
here?
understand it. My issue is basically, ultimately, the problem is always autonomous versus relational, and
Right,
you can put in whatever you want. Not autonomous non-rationality is
Right,
bad.
right,
One
right.
of the reasons I
And
do.
So it's that Ouroboros not relating outside of itself.
Yes,
that
the
is-
autonomous is the
there's
main
a
problem.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, you could reduce all of my language down to AA versus AB. You know, AB is relational, AA is self-enclosed. I do think I
And
like
that's the structure of what we receive as intelligible. That's
Yes.
the enclosed recipient that the ego receives from the left hemisphere.
Yes.
And that's what we think we are.
Yes,
And that's the lowercase u that is fooled.
yes, that's
And
correct.
then to believe in that lowercase u that is fooled by the map of the autonomous rationality is to
Yes.
curse yourself to satanic hell. Or
One-
something like
yes.
that, I think, is the technical metaphor.
One of the reasons I personally can resist, I know many philosophers make distinctions between rationality and reason and things like that. One of the reasons I resist that and would like to simply emphasize AA versus AP or autonomous versus relational is because nobody experiences their rationality as not reason per se.
Right.
No one experiences, because the whole idea of the brain, like if you hear that distinction,
And so then there's the fluency and the what maps and what the intellect finds familiar, that seems to confirm itself.
yeah.
And so, but then that standard is actually the problem. Using
Yes.
that standard
Yes.
of motivation, having that be your
Yes.
ideal.
Yes.
And so where do we,
Yes.
what is this that isn't that?
Yes, because
make
even
sense?
you could say capital YU needs to not forget its lowercase yu, and easily a lowercase yu will say, yeah, we do that.
Right.
You know, it will easily do that.
They always,
They
yeah.
will, you know, you can hear, oh right, AB versus AA, very important, and your AI will absorb it into its consistency. Like, one cannot overstate the intelligence of maps. One cannot overstate the cunning of reason per se, the craftiness of consistency. It is remarkable, and basically, all of this is to say, there is no way to deal with this problem alone, because you are
Right.
your
That's-
own entrapment.
That's the breakdown of the community, and that's why it's a Tower of Babel, and that's
Yes.
why the more you're doing this on your own, that's the problem, is
Yes.
that it has to be in relationship.
Yes, because if the problem
That's what makes it not autonomous.
exactly,
Right.
if the problem at its root is autonomousness,
Because we're not able to relate with the other. We're not able to integrate that stranger. Because
Yes.
we are narcissistically doubled down on
Yes.
our own frameworks, which then necessarily prevent us from
yes,
listening.
yes, if the problem is fundamentally autonomous versus relational, then all autonomous methodologies, forms, way of living, etc., is
Anti-relational.
are
There's a
anti-relational.
trade-off.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so we think it's comforting, but it's alienating.
Yes.
And that's the irony.
That's correct. And so basically, whatever the movement into the vertical must be relational. It cannot be an autonomous movement. It cannot have an autonomous quality. It cannot have an autonomous character. So all of the principles, so we mentioned already communication. Well, that is not autonomous. That is relational. Whatever everything is, basically all of the shifts that are going to increase the probability that someone moves to the vertical is a shift that increases the probability that they move out of the autonomous into the relational.
And that's-
Every characteristic.
That's the transition into the real. That's out of the satanic, arbitrary
Yes.
creation of the left hemisphere Luciferian intellect,
Yes.
and into the participatory reality of phenomenological engagement.
Yes.
And it's that ability to be present and phenomenologically engaging that loads the ability to receive information.
Yes.
That then affords the ability to learn and grow.
Yes.
And then that's maturation and adaptation,
Yes.
which is what we're
Yes.
avoiding right now.
Yes. So it all has to be yes. So most conversation. So here is the issue. I would argue that most of the things that are contributing to the auto-cannibalism are the uses of fundamentally relational principle. I'll just say principles. That we are using for the autonomous.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's
and
a mistake, yeah.
and whatever the address is will be a change of how the average person uses these things that are fundamentally relational, that are currently being used autonomously, that then is a realization of what they actually are, that when that so does, will be the revelation of geometry, will be the movement to the AB, which is the always already actual. So basically the argument is this, that there are certain things that people are employing that are fundamentally relational, that they are employing in an autonomous way,
Yes.
that is creating a auto-cannibalistic contradiction, a logical contradiction that is leading to devouring. So the question is, what are those things, right? So right now, the first thing I would say is most people are using conversation to confirm things versus conversations that are open. So another way to put, most people go into a conversation knowing what they're going to talk about or following a script versus an open conversation where we explore something together.
I'm going to try to relate to this person so that he speaks in a way that confirms my map so that I have more confidence in what I already thought going into this conversation.
So we are using conversation in a sort of bad faith.
Definitely.
So conversation is supposed to be an open, exploratory unfolding where we don't know where we're going, and yet we're both committed.
And you're different after the experience.
Yes, this is the
So
key.
the point is to be different, not to reaffirm what you already know.
Yes.
Not to confirm your sameness.
If conversation, I'll just say, if conversation is used in this open way, it becomes a revelation that it is possible for a human to intelligently and meaningfully advance a thought without knowing the conclusion. Like, you don't have to have certainty.
That's the faith that you need to go into.
That's correct. So conversation can be used in a manner, and then if you get used to talking that way, you create a habit of thinking that way. You create a habit of relating that way. That also structures your subjectivity differently and structures you differently as a person, right? So you generate different habits.
And that's the goal, is a different subjectivity.
Yes,
because
that's
the
it.
presumed thrown into given facticity is objectivity, which then dissociates the soul.
Yes.
And
Ultimately,
so how do we then get out of that?
yes, it is a different subjectivity. It's AB versus AA. So first, changing how people think about conversation. Well, a good way to do that is, one, to model it online like we're doing. You're modeling it, right? People are saying it. Also, there are historic case studies of this. When you look at the Great Enrichment with Dietrich McCloskey, he argues that the Great Enrichment is where the average person on planet Earth went from less than $1 a day to, they just skyrocketed in wealth. And this is not just about money. This is air conditioning, technology, occurred because of a change in rhetoric. People in the Netherlands changed how they talked to one another. There's also Jonathan Routz and Kindly Inquisitors talking about how conversation is the process of knowledge. Like, we gain new knowledge through conversation and the freedom of speech. So there's a book called Kindly Inquisitors. You also have the commutative rationality of Habermas, and I can keep going. There are historical case studies that show that the mode of conversation that people have changes the civilization in insanely profound ways, and that when the quality of conversation collapses, then you actually get a major change in the civilization. And also, the main character. So what is the difference between a Bloomsbury group and most people meeting at a Lions Club? Like, what is the difference? The difference is the quality of conversation. When we look at these organizations that have changed the world, what is it that they did differently? They talk different. And critically also, something like the Bloomsbury group.
Presence. It's a different
It's a different
meaning.
presence.
It's a different salience landscape.
That's exactly right.
It's orienting towards the potent.
Yes.
Rather than the static.
That's exactly right. And the key to the Bloomsbury group is that it wasn't that the people who joined it were the best in the world. It's that they became the best in the world because they came together. It wasn't that it was a gathering of the all-stars. It was a gathering of people that became all-stars because they were together. And that's an important difference. So the quality of conversation that people have dramatically impacts the kind of subjectivity they have.
Definitely.
But the question is, what comes first? The change in the subjectivity or the conversation,
And
right?
I think that's what we're trying to get into, designing arenas so that people can participate.
Yes,
in.
that's
But
correct.
Which comes first.
Yes, that's correct.
And so we are trying to come first by designing it to then embody it.
Yes, and the design has to be a model because you're modeling it and showing it, but then all you can do is shine it, right? You can show it, you can shine it. Otherwise, it feels like propaganda or force, right? So you have to shine with a different mode of engagement, and also critically, conversation and intimacy are strongly tied. People feel intimate with people they can speak with.
Definitely.
We have a fringe session. We have a
But
society where people.
intimacy is also connection, which is also relation, which is also change.
There you go.
Which is then not reaffirming what you already thought you believed.
Correct.
And so it's the same attitude.
Yes.
We're still taking that spirit of engagement.
Yes.
And that's the McGill-Christian hemisphere spiritual difference of personality
Yes.
change.
That's it.
When you're habituating your left hemisphere, you tend to decadently
Yes.
interpret everything.
Yes.
When you're activating your right hemisphere, you tend to be overwhelmed by everything.
Yes.
And so where's that
Yes.
difference of how do we habituate each other to be
Yes.
openly different, to like our lack of paying attention has caused us to take for granted the maps that we have been thrown into,
Yes.
which then take for granted the objectivity that then de-souls us.
Yes.
And so if we're trying to re-ensoul, we can't sit here from our egos and then try to +1 our soul.
Correct.
We almost have to like let go of the ego to then remind that we are then connected to a soul, which is then reorients the ego, which
Yes.
then
Yes.
creates a new environment that we
Yes.
can then find a community to then come participate in.
Yes.
And then in building those experiences in that community, we're then ingraining a new daily bread that then is reorienting us.
Yes.
And then that's the map that then changes the person walking the territory.
Correct.
And then that's the strange loop of how we YOU control
Yes.
our big U, little u.
Yes.
That's the paradoxical. Sorry, I'm getting lost here.
No, that's all correct.
It's something
and
along those lines.
conversation also, I would argue, trains awareness. So Simone Weil awareness, McGilchrist, Ivan Illich, your ability to be aware is strongly tied to your conversational
attention,
structure.
yes.
So it trains it. So basically, the changing of the quality of conversation, which here's the other key. I would actually argue that people want intimate conversation. This is not something that like people don't want. They want love. They need it. I agree. So the key is
they don't think they want it.
Yes.
They think they know they don't need it. But that is a confusion.
And
That
it's-
is the Luciferian intellect thinking it can survive off of its own creation.
that's correct.
That is that which rebels against the body and severs the
And
body.
I think the Luciferian
That's that spirit of interpretation.
yes,
I was
and a
talking
critical component, I think, of the Luciferian temptations, where people think they don't need it, is also tied to they've never experienced it. So there's also a keeping people from
never
seeing
realized
it. They've never realized it. So the more you
'Cause
model
I
it,
think that actually is the grounding of experience.
yes,
But it's just people don't understand.
that's
What
correct.
it is.
That's correct. So the more you model it, put it online, do it, show it, faithful presence a bit, the more you increase the probability of the average person encountering this thing that they didn't know that they wanted and actually thought they didn't know it because they've never experienced it. So you're doing that by that, and that's a true grassroots movement. Like the only way to have a true grassroots movement is actually increasing the probability that people experience this thing that they didn't know, you know, and that actually then goes, oh, this is friendship.
Yeah, I think it's like the whatever an honest conversation is where you're vulnerable and you talk about your problems and then all of a sudden somebody resonates with you and then that's like comforting.
Yeah.
And there's something about that real conversation that is necessarily vulnerable and open
Yes.
that actually feeds your soul and increases your atomic mass.
Yes.
Which is the opposite of the Ouroboros auto-consuming, this is what I already know.
Yes.
And so there's a difference between the vulnerable presence and awareness of communication
Yes.
as above, so below, to other
Yes.
people and
Yes.
to yourself.
Yes. Yes.
And I think it's that ability for each person to
Yes.
grow up with a story that inspires them to turn into their own internal chaos
Yes.
and to be present in their own whatever.
Yes.
Again, I'm getting lost here.
No, you're trying to describe a geometry through algebraic means.
Yeah,
So it's
absolutely.
always, all you can do is point.
Right.
Before I also forget, the problem of the ego selecting its address, the only way you can make sure you're not doing that is whatever your address is has to entail the possibility of death and failure. That's the only way you are making a garden instead of a system. So that's also very important in all of this. We have to be describing increasing the probability, but not guarantee, which means there has to be the possibility of failure. And I forgot to mention that earlier. Please.
No, you're good. But there's something about attitudes and the McGill-Christian spirit that then becomes a mode of interpretation.
Yes.
And then we are the metaphorical substrate of the typical ways that MTC communicates are these top-down yin abstractions.
Right.
And therefore, the nature of that communal food is inherently evil, or something like
Yeah,
that.
sure.
It's
Yeah,
inherently
yeah.
disembodied.
Yes.
And so my point is that the language that we're using is dead. And so we're using dead language to try to revivify each other.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's a weird paradox in that. And so we have to remember that language is a tool. And so then language is participatory, and so then language is active.
Yes.
And so then it's almost like reinvigorating the language so that then that sets the stage so that then a different perception of calling forth
Yes.
then subjectively participates.
Yes.
Or something like that. Again,
Yes.
words are, but it's
Yes.
it's the foundational way that you set the tone.
Yes.
It's the tonos of interpretation.
Yes.
That then calls forth the spirit of engagement.
Yes.
Which then creates the egg of the thing.
Yes.
Which then you consume by experiencing the egg of the thing you have then produced.
Yes.
And so then that's how you then end up consuming your own product.
Correct.
And so how do you orient using living language
Yes.
so that you consume living language to then adapt?
Yes.
Not how do you create static language to then consume static language to then destroy yourself?
Yes,
Or something like that. It's
completely.
the spirit of the character of the medium. If the medium is the message, how do we make the medium alive?
Yes.
So that we're giving each other living things that then increase our
Yes.
ability to relate to the world.
Yes.
Not reduce things to then
Yes.
sever.
Yes,
Something
and
like
it
that.
should be noted that there is very good reason to think that tone is present in all possible worlds, and that it is an X. That is, it is a through line.
And so then it's not a specific particle.
Correct.
It's the tone of the wave.
Yes, that's correct.
And so how do you be present as a spirit to exist in tones and waves and colors?
Yes,
Not how do you be a computer that processes
Correct.
particular specific direction.
correct.
And that identity crisis
Yes,
is how we have the intellect has rebelled against God. We forgot that we're made in the image of God.
Yes.
And therefore we no longer send psychic energy into the potential.
Correct.
And therefore we forget that we're able to access the potential and then create the actual.
Yes, correct.
We think we can only deal with what is already
Correct.
actualized, which then turns our attention away from the potential,
Yes.
which then severs our connection to
Yes.
the ability to magically create potency.
Yes.
And then that is where we lose our ability to then provide for the future, and then that's the
Yes,
child
that's correct.
sacrificial.
Yes.
That's the taking. I'm gonna know this moment
yes,
at the cost of being able to relate
Yes.
to the future.
yes, that's
And
correct.
there's a weird paradox where it's like, no, I have to give up my knowledge of this moment so that my children know how to live in the future.
Yes.
And it's as above, so below. We're talking to ourselves here.
Yes.
And so again, V for Vendetta, look in the mirror.
Yes.
I'm not necessarily saying the previous generations curse us, or that we're cursing the
Yes.
next generations. We're doing it to ourselves.
Yes,
But it's also both of those things that I just said.
completely. All of that for me is this set the tone. Tone is present in all possible worlds.
And that's the attitude.
And
that's
every
what matters.
yes, and every single person of all
It's the spirit of
calibrations.
interpretation.
Yes, the spirit of interpretation, the tone, the music, and also to every person. So the question is the other principle you could say. People talk about the vibe, the field, the atmosphere. That is the principle that is present. That is the through. Vibe is a through line in a sense.
Right.
There is. It's always
Sounds,
present.
The frequency is the
It's
color.
always there.
It's the qualia. Of
If everyone experiences vibe,
it's not the quantity.
then the ability to change the quality of vibe would potentially be a universal address. If you could habituate people to experiencing a different vibe, especially if that vibe is one that they experience and say, I like it. If people go, I like it, then they will organically. Yes, then they go that. And once people go that, you have an address because people are then self-motivated.
How do we make scary language interesting because it's informative?
Yes.
And then how do we make static reaffirmative language irrelevant and not interesting? Or something like that. How
Yes.
do we change the value structure
Yes.
so that stasis isn't tempting and
Yes.
so that openness and scary humility is not desirable but is driven?
Yes.
How do we
It's
drive
self-motivated.
towards that?
Well, you just said the key word, drive.
Yeah,
So-
because the top down creates a lack, which then needs a desire to fulfill.
Yes.
How do we then do a bottom up that allows a drive to then create?
yes.
And those are two. Again,
Yes.
that's the McGill-Christian opposing forces.
Yes.
That's
So
what I was trying to get at.
So the question, so you have language here that is fundamentally communicative, that is being used autonomously, and thus is being betrayed by
And
its
so
own.
we are using the spirit of engagement with the language to mistakenly misinterpret and
Yes.
desoul ourselves.
That's correct. And so, how do you increase the probability that average people relate to language in the insulting manner? We would say, one,
Yes.
you remove, you make
That's how we solve the
education.
meaning crisis.
Yes, education instead of tests and confirmation. We basically, education is about getting grades for being good at confirmation, memorization. You make it based on oral exams, you make it based on conversations, and you reward exploring, not confirming.
Right.
So you transform what people associate
The value
being
structure.
educated.
It's,
Yes,
it's the salience landscape, it's
Yes.
the value structure, it's the incentive landscape that you're thrown into that you think matters, so then you aim towards those values.
Yes.
And so how do we get those values to be growing, maturing, spiritually fulfilling values?
Yes.
Not egoically consuming,
Yes.
masturbatorial, empty, non-creative.
Yes, the school system right now as a medium condition, like a medium, and the medium is the message in the
Mm-hmm.
McLuhan sense. And Neil Postman says the medium is the message, and he says we need to look at schools as mediums. The medium of the school makes you associate being good at trivia, confirmation, and knowing the answer with being educated. As long as that is the case, people will not think this sort of engagement, open-ended exploit, is
that's a different
educated.
tone. That's an
That's correct.
objective,
So you
collaborative,
have to change. If the
decadent tone.
average person went through a decade of educated being an open-ended process that would transform their association of a good conversation, a meaningful conversation, and an educated engagement. That would go a huge long way,
And
right?
their whole tone of engagement would
Their whole tone, and critically,
I think that's what we need. I think we need a collective tonal change.
yes, that's what we're
I
saying.
think
That is the X variable.
The unconscious presuppositional story that we're thrown into needs to have the living dialogue medium message change that encourages the kind of person who is open and participatory.
Yes.
Something like that?
Yes. So, 100%. The school system, because the key here also is that what Neil Postman wants to stress is that the content the school teaches is not nearly as important as the medium. It can teach whatever it wants, and that's where you're making room for deep difference. Teach what you want, just do it
Doesn't
in a
matter.
medium
Yeah.
that is open-ended. And that's where Neil Postman was like, he was more interested in, the school as a medium than the subjects it was teaching. Because you can teach the most important subjects on planet Earth, but if you do it in an egoic way, it doesn't matter. I can be teaching you theology in
The
an egoic
particles
way.
don't matter if you've severed the wave.
Exactly.
Or something like
That's
that.
exactly right. So the
That's-
medium,
Our current culture values particles.
yes,
And that makes us ignorant of waves. And
Yes.
if reality is based in waves, then no amount of particles is going
Correct.
to satisfy us.
that's correct.
And so we have to get out of this particular to be open enough to then interpret the waves to be sensitive and responsive to the future.
That's it. Yes.
Something like that.
So, and that, the question is, the value association comes from, to start, the value association comes from the medium of the classroom. And if you change the medium, then the value association shifts.
Right.
And that's a big step.
Because we're thrown into this objective view from nowhere.
Yes.
That then if we idolize, we dissociate.
Yes.
And so how do you have a view from somewhere that you care about that's
Yes.
then
Yes.
applicable and relational and matters?
Yes, and if
it's
you-
that binding, it's that caring, it's that embodiment that realizes it and then pulls it into the through
Yes.
line. That
Yes.
then can resonate morphically with the non-rational.
Yes.
That then you don't have to think of something and learn something. You can just
Go.
react.
Yeah, it trains you in improvisation. And also
And then
improvisation.
that open reactability is life.
Yes, and that's how you stand in your map with the Gödel Point, is you're more as a subject oriented toward improvisation, because improvisation is not chaos, it's artfulness.
Right.
You have artfulness is the balance between order and open. Order and chaos is artfulness, right? So the school system changes the classroom as a medium for you to associate improvisation, conversation, as what it means to be educated, what it means to have a good conversation.
What it means to be informed.
What it
is
means to be
able
informed.
To process information.
Yes.
Not to be a mindless
There you go.
computer that regurgitates information.
That's exactly right.
And that is an entirely different medium.
Yes.
And that medium calls forth an entirely different spirit of interpretation.
Yes.
Which, given an environment, which throwing people into environments causes a different spirit of engagement.
Yes.
Which then creates a different product, which then makes a different person.
Yes, that's
and
correct.
so we have been thrown into an objective, disembodied,
Yes.
I don't know, narcissistic
Yes, we have.
substrate. And
Yeah,
so then
because
how do
we know
get
bec-
back
because
into embodied?
yes,
Definitely.
that's right. Because
Yeah.
educated means you have certainty, and certainty means you're God.
And that's the civil and the sacred that is different.
Yes.
There's a difference between being familiar and conocer with something,
Yes.
and knowing something and being certain and sabering.
Yes.
And so we have created a culture of sabers
Yes.
that then cut each other off.
Yes.
And
Because
we wonder why we're not connected.
well, because to
And
be
it's like, well,
educated,
you're
Yes.
using the
to
wrong
be
term.
educated is to cut off, basically.
And that's what people don't understand. People
Yes.
think to be educated is to be empowered.
Yes.
And what we're trying to say is that wisdom brings in the paradox that there's actually a trade-off to knowledge.
Yes.
And so the more you know, the
Yes.
more you're not present.
Yes.
And so society teaches you to know a lot of things,
Yes.
which then
Makes you
shapes you not present. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then makes you ignorant, and then makes you a narcissist, and then makes you not able to love and care about those around you.
Correct.
And makes you not able to respond to the future.
And since
And then you keep making the same mistakes over and over,
Yes.
and you keep making infantile, immature mistakes, and
Yes.
and you don't grow into an adult, and you don't survive, and then you don't pass that wisdom on.
yes, and since it's literally impossible to know everything, it's a spurious endeavor to try to know everything. You can't do it. So whatever you know must be a cutoff. At some point, you do the saber. You have to, if the goal of being educated is to be a know-it-all or to know everything, right? It has to be an illusion. Eventually, and the key is that your map gives you a way to cut it off without you realizing you cut it off. Like, that's the
Yeah.
subtle move that occurs. At some point, you cut it off, and then it conceals it.
But you don't know what it is until you've grasped it.
Yeah.
But then once you've grasped it, you've cut it off.
Yes.
And so then it's not real. And
That's
so then
correct.
to realize something means you don't know it.
Yes.
And then to know something means it's not real. And there's
Yes.
always that necessary trade-off.
Yes.
And the metaphorical substrate of modernity says the more you know, the better you are.
Yes.
And the metaphorical substrate of wisdom says the more you think you know, the more you don't.
Yes.
Or something to that effect.
Yes. And you see, the other issue that is
And so then
occurring.
the kind of information, the kind of knowledge that we are attracted to, the kind of knowledge we desire, the kind of knowledge we pursue, the kind of spirit that we project out onto the world
Yes.
creates the wrong fruit
Yeah.
that we will then eat, and then we will build our bodies with the shape of the wrong kind of fruit.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
That's 100% what's going on.
And so how do we make better fruit without egoically knowing the fruit of our rationality? How do we believe and faithfully create fruit that isn't our top-down intentional fruit? How do we, I don't know, words are tough.
That is a fantastic question. So we had dinner and we're back because, it's great and the garage is fun. So, I really do think that basically school as a medium is training us to associate conversation with a process of confirming. Also, too, people use conversation to keep the other out, to kind of give them information and to avoid them. And conversation structures the human as language animal. And so if we don't use conversation as an open process, then we're not going to be open to AB from AA. We're going to be stuck in a map. We're not going to be relating to the Gödel point, and that's very, very problematic. Also, too, so the other thing I wanted to say is another key idea at the beginning of Belonging Again 2.2 is the notion of what I call the meta-judgment. And you know how earlier I was saying with Leibniz, there's this judgment of similarity, where you say these two things are similar, but where is similarity? That judgment is fundamentally subjective. Like, you can't reduce that to a system. Meta-judgment, and we can call it whatever we want, is the idea that we have to take back the way by which we value things or understand them. Now, the reason why I say that, because in an open-ended conversation, you're perpetually judging what is fitting. Not what is right, but what is fitting. What is the most appropriate thing to say next? What is the most fitting thing to say next? You don't know for sure, but you're constantly kind of training your judgment, right? If you don't train that faculty, the zeitgeist is going to train your judgment for you. And you see, if that is trained for you, then you're going to be enclosed. Now, the beginning of 2.2 is going to talk about Marx, because I think the best part of Marx is at the beginning of Das Kapital in Volume 1, when he talks about the following question. How do we come to believe that a shovel is worth $20? There's no one in nature that tells you a shovel is worth $20, right? Or how do you come to believe that a shovel is worth five batches of wheat or something? Like, it becomes fungible, it becomes exchangeable, right? And the point that he's making is capitalism only works if you come to be socially conditioned to judge things as fungible or to see them as equaling $20, right? And he calls that abstract social use. You get so used to this, you don't even realize you do it anymore. Like, you say, oh, that cup's worth $1, right? And that is a meta judgment, because the equal sign isn't found in nature, and you come to see things as fungible. The problem is most of our meta judgments are basically outsourced to what is practical, what is utility, and what things are worth, right? But another meta judgment would be to say that is beautiful, and actually, because it is shining forth with a kind of being that is not found in that is not reducible to facticity, right? So one of the issues that ends up happening is if you don't train yourself in open-ended conversation, one, you're closed, and also your meta judgment faculty is not trained. And so the meta judgment you absorb tends to be the logic of capital or the logic of exchange or the equal sign, which of course the equal sign is what? A is A. Oh, that's literally what happened. The shovel's worth $20. A is A. We literally treat it as A of A. That doesn't make any sense at all, but that's what we're doing. We come to treat them as exchangeable. Because the equal sign, there is no such thing as an equal sign. Nothing in nature is equal. It's equivalent. It's like one another, but it's not equal. Two things can't be equal, because if they were, they'd be one thing, right? So the equal sign doesn't exist.
They can have a very similar valence.
Yes.
And that they can have an equivalence.
Yes.
But they can't literally be the same thing. They can't be equivalent, because then that would negate the separation.
That's right, and they wouldn't be different. But the trick is that capital only works if you kind of almost forget that. Like, you kind of forget that the shovel isn't worth $20. You really have to treat the equal sign as authoritative. And then that can organize behavior. Now, please, don't mistake me as saying that this means it's all brainwashing or whatever. Look, the logic of capital is the only way we have figured out how to organize global society. And if we are not going to use the logic of capital, we better be able to handle difference. Also, the Friedrich Hayek coordination problem, or the von Mises, we have no idea how to coordinate resources without the pricing mechanism on a large scale. Like, you have to have pricing. Like, the idea of Friedrich Hayek is, if water is worth $1 in Florida and it's $20 in New York because there's a shortage, then everyone sends their water to New York. So pricing is signaling. It helps us figure out where to send resources. And that has always been the problem with command economy versus the price economy, because in the Soviet Union you had all of these different problems, right? Now, the argument is most Marxists would say, well, Stalinism isn't Marxism, that there's a difference between those two. Okay, well, we've never figured out how to keep Marxism from becoming Stalinism. It always ended, but in the same way, free markets always become mixed markets. We haven't figured out how to keep small free markets from turning into corporate structures, right? Because there's always incentive for businesses to get in bed with government and to become corporate, right? So no one has any idea how to keep libertarian free markets from not becoming crony capitalism, and no one has any idea how to keep Marxism from becoming Stalinism. And both sides have a certain myth, which is, well, capitalism doesn't have to become corporatism, and if we could just get it back to true free markets, we'd be good to go. Well, that's never occurred, because there's a reason it becomes corporatism. But likewise, there's this myth of, well, once we do Marxism and it doesn't become Stalinism, we'll be good to go. But that never happens, because you always get a strong man, you always get a cult of personality, and the whole thing eats itself. Please.
So in this global capitalism, global pluralism, we now are in Towers of Babel in that we don't share the same metaphorical substrate and the same biological experience as each other, but we do share the same language. And so then the only way to share the same language with a different embodiment is to pretend equivalence. And so even though it technically has a different meaning, we can say the bottom line is a similar valence.
Yes.
And then we have to reduce every complex phenomenon to a unidimensional valence, and then that's your price.
That's it.
And so then price and then that is reductive to value. And then why would you talk to somebody?
Yep.
Well, I'll listen to somebody if they give me investment advice.
Exactly.
So they make money. But why would you talk to somebody to just,
Open-ended conversation.
like, what's philosophy? Why would you do that? What's the point of that?
Exactly.
And so we think that the only point of relating is to get a value.
Yes.
And then the value is that monad egg ego that we're thrown into, that is the reduction, that is the flattened, that is the equivalent language, that necessarily objectifies the subject, dehumanizes the individual, and turns them into an object of capitalistic representation, of which their only value is the equivalence of capital that they can provide, or the price of your attention. And so then you're only going to pay attention to somebody that will reward you in the system of capital.
Correct.
And so then you think your only way of meaningfully engaging is to reduce your understanding of yourself to a vehicle of capital, and then you're dehumanizing yourself or something like that. And so we're not understanding what value is, because we're reduced to the metaphorical substrate of the flat language that will communicate with pluralistic people that don't speak our body.
Absolutely beautifully put.
And so that pretense that we need to use the equivalence of the priced reduction of the representation, and that's the only way we can share communal value, I think the error is there. We then try to reduce people to a quantity.
Yes.
And then we lose quality, and then that's the flattening that takes us out, or something.
1,000,000%. So that's exactly what capital does. Now, to the defense of capital.
So where's the language that appreciates quality and phenomenological participatory relation?
Yeah.
Because the metaphorical substrate of the Overton window, the only way you can talk to somebody is to objectify each other and then reduce people to the capital, and then that's the only transaction, and then that eventually makes a meaning crisis.
That's exactly right.
If we haven't figured that out.
And the issue is that, so that was absolutely perfectly put. Capital trains us into a meta judgment that makes us treat everyone as AA.
Correct. And then we consume that, and then we believe what we've consumed.
Yes.
And then we aim at what we believed, at what we consumed, and where's the strange loop that this is our fault?
Yes.
And where's the strange loop that we're just thrown into this, and this is how cognition works, and this is how original sin works, and this is how being born 3,000 years after whatever. How much of this is just circumstance?
Yes.
And how much of this is our own weakness and coward and habitual valuing of stasis?
Yes. So my views of capitalism, like to trace it all out, are very, very, how do I put it, tragic and, strange. And what I mean by that is the following. So, capital trains us into a meta-judgment or a logic of enclosure and AA, which makes everyone on planet Earth have a shared language. But that shared language comes at the cost of flattening difference.
Exactly. Yes.
But of course, if you don't flatten difference, you better be able to handle it. And if you can, it will be Lovecraft and destroy you, right? So before all the Marxists and everyone comes along and says, well, capital, reduces us to commodity form and whatever, let's get rid of it. Oh, really? All right. Can you handle difference? Can you handle otherness? And if you can't, you get destroyed, right? Also, so here's the issue. The Marxists say the logic of capital makes us fungible, and it's alienating. It removes our human. They're exactly right. Here's the issue, though. First, we have no idea how to coordinate resources without the Friedrich-Hayek pricing mechanism. So command economies don't work. Okay. Also, we have no idea how to keep Marxism, which is more of a communitarianism, small kind of communitarian, from becoming Stalinism. Oh, we also have no idea, though, how to keep libertarian free markets from becoming corporatism. Because the problem is, there is always incentive for small businesses to get in bed with the government and become invincible via K Street and stuff like that. Also, capitalism always becomes what Cortani calls the capital nation state, where it's a triplex where it gets in bed with all three. So there's no such thing as a free market that stays a free market. It always gets in bed with the government. And to make that more concrete, global capitalism requires global trade agreements. If you have global trade agreements, you need a navy. You need someone to defend the trade ships and everything, and now you have a state. And if you have a state, well, then you have an involvement with the markets to defend it, and then you have trade-offs between market and state, right? So we have a situation where all options on the table have their limits, right? Because if you, and one of the problems with a lot of the conservative thinkers is basically a notion of, well, we see that Marxism is bad because it ends in Stalinism and actually it's unbelievable terror, so we need to have free markets. And they're exactly right in regard to the pricing mechanism and the inability to have the state scale and not create problems. But then capitalism trains us into a logic that dehumanizes one another via removing the meta-judgment. So here's the issue. Also, too, Keynes warns that capitalism tends to have a flattening demand curve. And what that means is so the economy requires demand so that there's buying and supply. But of course, that means people need to be materialistic. People need to actually, the problem is then you actually want people to value themselves according to their material goods because they're good consumers, right? Otherwise, the demand curve goes this way and you get a Great Depression.
You're not feeding the monkey.
That's correct. And you get a stagnation problem. So capitalism has a stagnation problem. Keynes is good on this. Tyler Cohn is good on this. There are other people who talk about this problem. So capitalism has a natural tendency towards stagnation. Also, it has a natural tendency to put assets above wage increase, which means the older generation is going to benefit, right? But then, you get rid of capitalism? Really? You're going to unleash difference on one another, and you have no way to coordinate things. The problem is, the reason why I go through all of this, because Belonging Again tries to go through all of this, is we're trying to get rid of the idea that any system is going to address the human problem. There are many conservatives who are like, we just need more capitalism. And then you have leftists that are basically like, we need more state involvement. Ultimately, there is a meta-judgment that has to be trained, that needs to be trained in the midst of capitalism, not through its deconstruction, that is kind of carving out a space by which people can be trained alternative to the logic of capital, that I would actually argue. So let me say this. If you were to actually create demand for spaces of, say, AB logic or language or what we were saying, well, the market would be happy to offer those to you if you're going to pay for it. You can change what the market serves if you can change what people want and what they demand, right? So there's no need.
What's important? What's interesting? What's necessary?
That's correct.
What's useful?
That's correct. So the idea of, well, let's get rid of the market. Well, the market could be your best friend if you were to actually change people's demands, because it would help coordinate action to bring about that transformation. So one of the reasons I say this is because on this question of the vertical, the plus one, quote unquote, or the spread of childhood, let's use the language of the tone. We were talking about the spreading of the tone, right? Mm-hmm. There are many people who are perhaps critical of capitalism will say, well, if capitalism's around, you're not going to spread the tone. Like that's going to inherently structure people's desire, et cetera, so forth, in a problematic direction. Well, I do not disagree that the logic of capital is a certain streaking of difference. But if you could change the tone, it could actually help. because then the market actually has to serve the through line, right?
I guess I see underlying waves, and then I hear you talking in particles, and so I want to try to put your particles into waves.
Sure.
And so there's something in humanity where we communicate, and then the tribes, the Dunbar number of the tribes has been exceeded, and then now that we're into civilization, the Dunbar number of presence of 150 people is no longer there. We now live in cities of millions of people.
Yes.
And we're connected to our phones to billions of people. And so in that combinatorial explosion of the Dunbar number, you can no longer make sense of the world. And so then in that realization of the hyper complexity of the explosion of population and interconnectivity of a global society, your head explodes.
Yes.
And so then the only way to keep your head from exploding is to reduce everybody into an object of thought.
Yes.
And then we start managing objects of thought. And then as that increases, then across all different cultures, what's the object of thought that communicates cultures? Well, then at some point that's money, or that's action affordance of whatever.
Yes.
And so then with the combinatorial explosion of relations, we can no longer intuitively resonate with each other. We need the explicit communication.
Yes.
And then the explicit communication, when you transcend language, then that gets reduced to capital.
Yes.
Or mathematics or something like that.
Yes.
But then you can't sit there and say, now that we live in societies of millions of people, and you have Iraqis and Indians and Chinese and Japanese all living in the same apartment complex, well, then you need a common language. And
Yes.
so then that common language is global capitalism.
Exactly.
And so then the globe doesn't share a nervous system, but they do share money that is communicated. And so then the only language of sharing is then through capital.
Yes.
But then capital is a reduction and not a real language. So then when
Exactly.
you treat somebody as just whatever their capital equivalent is, then you've dehumanized them.
Yeah.
But if you then just say, oh, well, I don't want to dehumanize people, let's just throw capitalism away. Well, then you're throwing your whole orienting factor. And so,
Exactly.
And so regardless of Marxism or Stalin or
Yes.
capitalism or communism or whatever these abstracted things are, there's something about the representation
Yes.
that then you need to act as if the representation is sufficient for no longer being present.
Yes.
Because the combinatorial explosion has limited the ability to
Yes.
have the Dunbar number of communication of the shared locality.
Yes.
Because we're in different localities, therefore we have different nervous systems, therefore we have a different language, and therefore we need to communicate with capital or something
Yes.
like that. And so then this gets me to the morphic resonance and the non-ego.
Yes.
Because once you see yourself as thrown into your separate ego, then the only way to relate to somebody else is by using the language of your separate ego
Yes.
to their separate ego.
Yes. Yes.
Do you see what I did there?
100%.
So how do we...
Everything you said is spot on. So there's a few things. One of the reasons I go through all that, and you put it very well, is there are many people who are, on this idea of the address, the spread of childhood, the vertical, etc.
Sorry, just because the language is dehumanizing, how do you then human without the language if you're a Homo sapien?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Yeah.
you know,
That's exact. No. That's the question. So
is that fair? Yeah.
yes. So most people, I think, are actually arguing basically between capitalism and communism. Like basically the political discussion on changing the world
False dichotomy.
is a false dichotomy, because that doesn't matter. Like
So
it's
what's the wave that is then diametrically particularized into
Yes.
capitalism and communism?
that's it.
What's the communal value
Yes.
that then people are misinterpreting and reducing and
Yes.
picking sides of?
That's it.
Some people are splitting to this
Yes.
side and some people are splitting to this side.
That's it.
But what's the greater relational presence
Yes.
of phenomenological participation
Yes.
that then gives us the understanding that then we can say is capital or
Yes.
communism or
Yes.
this or that then has a label secondarily?
Yes.
What's the
Yes. If that's
that's
it.
the meta value
Yes.
that isn't the particular value.
To me,
So
it's the
then
meta
how do we
judgment.
get into that meta judgment?
Both
that then sets the salience landscape for what
Yes.
could be called judgment. Not how do we take this and then manipulate our way through it.
Yes.
But like, what even is this?
Yes.
That's the meta, and then that is where your self sets the meta.
Yes.
That then your ego takes for granted.
Yes. That's
And
100%.
so then how do you not identify as the ego that is thrown into the for granted?
Yes. That is exactly right. That's exact. So the first thing we said for this issue of the address, I'm just going to call it the address for the gestalt from the map, the spread of childhood, the +1 vertical, everything. So the address. The first thing we said is open conversation by a reform of the school system to a medium that facilitates those things. The next thing we are now pointing out is what I'm calling the meta-judgment. And the issue is that both capitalism and communism are addressing the meta-judgment in different ways. They're trying to deal with the meta-judgment. Capitalism has figured out a way, yes, the way that we judge reality and make it intelligible to us. And capitalism, the genius of capitalism, is it has successfully managed to scale beyond Dunbar numbers without losing the intelligibility of reality. But it has done so by flattening the subject, by reductionism. But reductionism then, in a sense, is a blessing, because without reductionism, we would encounter the other in a manner that would overwhelm us. But now we're reaching the place where we're overfitting that reduction. We don't know how to get out of the habit of that reductionism. So now we're trapped. It's one thing for me to reduce you and then open you again, to reduce you and open you again. But the problem is I enjoy the understanding that I get from reducing you, and so then I don't want to leave it. And so that enjoyment of the understanding keeps me in it, precisely because it works. And this is what we have to work against.
So there's something I've been talking to my friend a lot, and been trying to articulate how, and even in my own writings and what I call my ramblings when I just type into whatever, there's something about the speaker that explores the world and then maps a territory and then communicates with the audience a representation of what it was like to be present.
Mm-hmm.
And then so the explorer gives a map.
Mm-hmm.
And so then if the settler just takes the map and then just like plugs in the coordinates and takes 18 steps to the left and 14 steps to the right, well, they're going to step in the river and they're going to twist their ankle and they're not going to navigate the territory.
Yes.
And so,
Well, I mean, to me, what you're getting at is capital gives us a map by which to deal with difference, but then we can overfit the map, please.
so then I'm the explorer who then needs to communicate to you. But then by communicating to you, I need to reduce my steps into a map.
Yes.
And then so then for you, the audience, to think the map is the territory and think that you now know the territory because you read the map
Yes.
is a mistake.
Yes.
And so there's something, what I'm trying to get at, is there is a sort of a moral obligation upon the audience to realize what's being said. And so it's not to take the program data and then fit to the program, or regurgitate the program, overfit to the data.
Yes.
There's something about it that's almost like the speaker is like a magician casting a spell, and then the receiver is like being hypnotized by the spell.
Yes.
And then it's their obligation to act out the spell and go through that journey of the map. And then by them mapping out that journey, they're like participating.
Yes.
And so it's only through the participation of the map that then the audience then actually listens. Because right now we're just taking the map and regurgitating it,
Yes.
the map and regurgitating it, and that is lacking the participation that then can integrate it and download it from the linear into
Yes.
the spherical into
That's
the
it.
vertical.
Yes, I agree. To me, what you're pointing out is why. So the reason.
And so you can't. So the explorer has to reduce it,
Yes.
but then the listener has to produce it.
That's it.
Or something like that. There's a certain the audience has to become an active participant that goes on the journey of the quest, of the spell, of the question that is relayed as the map from the explorer.
Yes.
It's not, hey explorer, tell me what to do and I'll just do it. It's there's an active relational participation that then changes the audience.
Yes.
The audience isn't getting a map that then they know. The audience is going on a journey and changing and being reoriented
Yes.
by the map.
Yes.
And then so where is the moral obligation on the audience to then blow that back up?
Yes.
So I'm in a sphere and then I flatten it into language.
Yes.
And then you receive flattened language.
Yes.
And then it's your moral obligation to
Yes.
make that into a sphere that's real.
Yes. That's
What
it.
I hear now is like, hey, here, let me reduce this for you. And then MTC says, oh, look at that reductive thing. That's just,
Yes.
well, I don't care about that.
Yes.
It's like, no, I actually sent you the through line
Yes.
to get into the sphere.
Yes.
And then the fact that you didn't take the through sphere and you didn't take that through line and you didn't believe in it,
Yes.
now you don't get to say it's not real.
Correct.
And so where is that, oh, well, they gave me something reductive and now it's reductive and that's not important. And then where is the, oh, I'm getting something reductive, and now it's on me to then productive or something. Again, words and stuff, but there's something in communication that has to be realized on both sides.
Yes.
It isn't realized and then transmitted.
Yes.
And then just known.
Yes.
It's not just given. It's not just taken for granted. You actually then have to go through that program and then learn the insight on your own.
Yes.
And so where is that?
Yes. Yes.
I'm not sending you information. I'm not programming you.
Yes.
I'm like giving you a map or acting as a midwife that allows you to then go on that process.
Yes.
And so then we are like co-journeying through an experience, and then we can bond over that shared experience.
Yes. 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 So the
Something like that?
100%. So I have to flatten because I'm always dealing with an excess. So I have to flatten.
Mm-hmm.
So when I go into a conversation, the ethics of conversation for me look like, and this actually goes to the economics. It's actually all kind of parallel. When I go into conversation, I accept the tragedy of having to flatten, and I don't think I'm above it, or I don't become nihilistic. I see it as a necessary laying down my life for the other. The other goes into the ethics of conversation, knowing the other has to flatten it, and it's their duty to open it back up. So
that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, so both sides are kind of understanding that I have to communicate something compressed, and the other says, and I have to be involved. So, and that's an open conversation. I give you something compressed, you open it, then I take it back and we go back and forth. That's how it looks like.
And that's where meaning is made.
Yes, that is where meaning is made.
And the conversations that we are having are now almost preventing meaning from being made. We're collapsing the potential to make meaning before we even step in the room.
Yes.
Because we want to step in the room to reaffirm what we've already known, and then by reaffirming what we've already known, we're preventing it. And so then we are aiming ourselves to value our expectations.
Yes.
That prevents connection.
Yes.
And so the irony is that which we think is going to orient us is disoriented.
Correct. So the issue here, there is a necessary, so again, that dynamic you just described is a dynamic that is in play in all possible communications. So that's, we're going back to that modal logic, sort of what is a principle that is always in play. Every single transaction between every single human being entails the problem of too much information, reduced and compressed, opening and closed, right? I would argue that every transaction is like that. Economic, communicative, everything, right?
As above, so below.
Yes.
This isn't just something that applies over here.
No, it's
the
whole.
something that fractals out into every aspect of
That's
it. So
correct.
how do you get into the sphere that changes the fractal?
Yes.
How do you get into changing the painting in your projection?
Yes.
So that each individual billiard board, you don't have to recolor it.
Correct. This is it. So
Sorry you guys didn't get that.
no. So this issue. So for
A lot
me,
of conversations going on outside.
yeah,
of
absolutely. So the issue is, again, the discussion between. So this is for me. One of the reasons is it is important to discuss the capitalist Marxist debate is actually to show that if you change the quality of interaction between people, then that below can change to what the system is responding. Where most people are spending their time tearing down the system or giving up and saying, well, there's nothing we can do, that's not what we have to worry about. Because I would argue if you're like, well, is it Marxism or communism, you're stuck on the linear. That's not a vertical question. And most people are trapped in non-vertical questions that they think are revolutionary. The only way to have a real quote-unquote revolution, which is a change in kind, is actually vertical. Because that's a reformation. That's a reframing, right? Like most revelations are just disasters because they're on the linear. They're just adding to the spurious. So what you're trying to do is identify a quality of the interaction between people that may give you an insight to what is actually occurring on the systems level, that if you were to change it below, it would actually change what above is serving. So you're paying attention to that, please.
Static, known, internally consistent systems are collapsed. And then to think that that is the most real causes you to fear the other.
Yes.
And so when you're in that meta stance that order is desirable, then change is fearful and you resist it. And then you resist the veins and then you cut yourself off.
Yes.
And so something about altering your value so that what then appears to you isn't a scary snake, it's a glimmer of gold.
Yes.
And so where is that stance, disposition, default personality,
Yes.
center of aiming in a hemisphere,
Yes.
that then sees difference as interesting.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly right.
Because then you have the willing and unwilling neurology.
Yes.
And then you don't need a trauma of the world crushing you
Yes.
to reorient.
Yes.
You can wisely try to reorient yourself.
That's it. Yes.
And so most people want to avoid and want to avoid and want to avoid, and
Yes.
the world crumbles.
Yes.
And then only after this disastrous trauma
Yes.
do they then
Yes.
reorient.
Yes.
And so how do we orient the psyche to be interested in that which is different, which is then inherently unknown, which is
Yes.
inherently destabilizing?
Yes.
And so how do we organize the psyche to be inherently attentive and courageous
Yes.
versus planned, predicted, known,
Yes.
regurgitated, preaching platitudes?
So to me, making difference interesting,
Yes.
and I would also, making difference attractive, making it beautiful, pull you in. This is basically everything.
So what's the narrative that creates the kind of a personality that
Yes.
then walks into a room,
Yes.
and then that personality is disposed toward
Yes.
being inter-esse in the change?
Yes, that's it. Yes. To me, so there's a few things. Another move. What if you could make making difference interesting? What if you could make doing that practical and valuable? If you could do that, then you would change the incentives of the system, right? So this is where, for me, in belonging again, I want to argue quite strongly that basically economists have ignored the question of what is demand and where does demand come from. When you read Keynes, Marx, any of them, they basically assume demand. It's just there. People want things. Okay? It's just there. And the economic yes, it's just there. My argument is that demand is the incompleteness of capitalism, that when you think you actually have an opening there, that is a very big deal. Because if the economy, so this is putting Marx in cap. So for me, the best point that Marx makes, that in my opinion free market people, von Mises, etc., ignore, is he says that capitalism trains you into a logic of fungibility. Okay, so you treat things as fungible, and basically you lose the meta judgment. What I want to do,
things as objective, and you lose the subject.
that's correct. What I want to do is say that very habit of objectivity removes our ability to generate demand, because demand is actually tied to difference, interest, and stuff like that. So Marx is saying, and now he doesn't say this is where I think he would have been valuable if he did it, but he too assumes demand. He just says people want things. Well, then this is no good. Capitalism trains you into losing the ability to make your demands dynamic. You come to demand flattening. As you demand flattening, then capitalism actually loses its ability to be creative and to actually create new demand. So it becomes monotone. It becomes very similar. As it becomes monotone, the demand curve goes down. It's not, and so the government has to stimulate demand by pouring liquidity into the system, giving out checks, getting people to buy things. And it's like, in the way I describe it using Keynes is, how in the movie Interstellar, you go to the water planet and like a lot of time passes, but it's like 5 minutes or whatever. As the demand curve goes below what I call the demand event horizon, the amount of time it takes to recover the economy extends dramatically. So the Great Depressions widen, okay? So what ends up happening is governments are like, no matter what, we got to make sure the demand curve doesn't go down. Well, they do that by increasing asset value, dropping interest rates, all of which sacrifice children.
Yes.
And so,
It's all, yes.
so the problem is, if you can't...
That arbitrary patch is actually a trade-off.
Yes, and so here's the problem.
People who are in the things don't see the trade-off.
If
They
you're-
don't see the future.
Yes.
They're not connected to it
Yes.
because they've sabered off.
That's exactly right. So here's the issue. Most economists
That's
in my...
psychopathic. That's
It's
narcissistic.
psychopathic.
Yeah.
So my argument is
gonna
most
kill us.
economists conflate the categories of stimulating demand and creating demand. They treat them like the same thing. They are not the same thing. All we know how to do is stimulate demand. We have no idea how to create demand. If all we can do is stimulate demand, capitalism sacrifices children.
Right.
And yet...
That's where we're at, yeah.
And yet, capitalism is the only way we deal with global pluralism. It is the only way we have a shared language. So the only way we are able to make reality intelligible in global pluralism is necessarily according to a system that habituates us toward child sacrifice. And this is the problem we have to think. And it's a huge problem.
Okay, so then that brings me right back to what I was just saying about we flatten.
Yes.
And then the obligation is on the receiver
Yes.
to then sphere.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
I think the same thing just happened.
Yes,
It's like,
yes.
Oh yeah, well we have to use capital So now we're in this flat capital. So now
Yeah.
just reduce everybody to capital.
Yes.
No, fuck's sake. Like we have to
reopen.
reduce, but
Yes.
then that is to be a member of the community,
Yes.
to be a part of the polis, to be a
Yes.
part of the democracy, to
Yes.
earn your vote.
Yes.
You have to be present and attentive.
Yes.
And be able to see through the lens of capital into what is humanly valuable for the
Yes.
culture.
That's correct.
When you pretend that capital is the only dimension that your psyche can value, you have then sold your soul and cursed everyone around you.
Yes. Yes.
And so where is that sticky tendency to sell your soul and curse everybody
Yes.
around you? And then how do we remind people that we need to have the responsibility to not hide behind that reductiveness, to not oversimplify our thoughts,
Yes.
to not make our lives easier because we're reducing everything and making everything ignorant, which is then sacrificing our children.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
it's a momentary inflation of the adult to sacrifice the future of the
Yes.
child.
Yes.
And it's as above, so below. Again, we're doing this to ourselves. It's
Yes.
not just intergenerational trauma. That's not what I'm talking about. It's
Yes.
bigger than that. It's yeah.
So exactly right. And so here's the key move. If you can go, hey, isn't that kind of impractical? You know, to have a capitalist system.
Isn't it obvious that you're
Isn't this
destroying
kind of
yourself?
impractical?
Like, no.
So you're kind of like, hey,
Once you see it, it's obvious that it's impractical.
Isn't
But
that
if you're
kind of
caught
impra-
in the monad, then it's not.
No, he's like,
And
isn't that impractical?
So how do you get people to be Martian
Yeah.
anthropologists to see
Yeah.
outside
You're
of it
like,
so then it's obviously
that's
great?
really impractical. So everyone's always talking about be practical, get a good job. This is not practical, and this is not a great career. So, but this,
But it's given, and that's what's there.
that's what's there. So basically, the point
And we're not
is,
creative enough to believe outside the given.
so the issue is what you're trying to point out in capitalism is the problem of we have not thought the creation of demand, which of course begs the question, where does demand come from and what is demand? There's another factor that's very important here. There's a guy named Robert Solow. He was an MIT economist. I think he's very important. He came up with something called the Solow residual. And what he basically asks is the following question. What is GDP? What is it? And you go, well, it's gross domestic product. No. Like, what makes it up? And you say, well, you know, it's fluctuations in liquidity, supply, demand, wages. And he says, okay. Let me take all that. He did the following. He calculated. He said, if you take productivity and like liquidity and all the key variables that make an economist, you can only explain about 50 to 70% of the GDP. And there's 30% that is no one knows what it is. 50%, and this is the idea, it's called the Solow residual. 30 to 50% of what makes growth, we have no idea where it comes from and what it even is. It's like the unknown. It's like the mystery. So let me get this straight, everyone. You mean to tell me that 30 to 50% of economics is a mystery? Yeah, that's what we'd like to say. Are we going to teach this? No, we're not. So the reason why this is very important is because I would argue that 30 to 50%, and Solow even suggested, he said, well, that 30 to 50 cents is basically creativity and innovation, right? Okay, where does that come from?
That's
Okay.
that's the 80-20 of the, what is he called?
The Prior rule or something like that. The
Pareto principle.
Yeah, the Pareto principle. Yeah, so 80% is like creativity, and we have no idea where creativity comes from. Really? Yes.
It
So
comes
you
from
read.
the spirit. It comes
from the
from
spirit.
It comes from inside. It
Creativity-
comes from not lying to yourself and selling your soul and hiding behind the abstracted, static ideas that
Yes.
you're using to protect yourself.
Creativity is the X variable that makes an economy prosperous, and we have no idea where it comes from.
It comes from the courage to stop lying to yourself.
Yes, and so here's the issue: if you making difference interesting, I would argue, creates the conditions of possibility for creativity, because difference in relation with difference trains people into creativity. So making difference.
You have to realize that your map is different from the territory, which
Yes.
then you need to make a new map
Yes.
because then you realize that your old
Yes.
map isn't working.
Yes.
And so you need to see through the
That's
maps,
it.
and you need to be a person who is navigating territory.
Yes.
And therefore, you need to be a person who's processing spheres.
Yes.
I don't care that our language is flat lines.
Yes.
It is up to you to spherically interpret the meaning or the significance or the applicability of it.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
so it's on you to be responsible for the information.
Yes.
You are not a computer. You're not just receiving
Correct.
information.
Correct.
You are not
Yes.
victim to your user.
Yes.
You are the user.
Yes.
So you need to be responsible
Yes.
for that. Like
So-
you need to be attentive.
You need to open it, because if you don't open the flat thing you receive, we don't get creativity, and 50 to a very large percentage of the economy is not then
Then you
contributed
don't-
to.
You don't realize there's a problem, and so then there's nothing to pay attention to.
Yes.
And then your creativity does not come up with the solution to
Yes.
the places that you haven't paid attention.
Yes.
And
That's
so modernity won't pay attention to its errors.
Correct.
So it doesn't get motivated to focus its creativity on coming up with a solution to doing something else.
correct.
We would rather just soma.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, sleep. That's basic. Pleasure, Huxley, etc.
Pleasure, porn,
Yeah,
whatever,
absolutely.
whatever the
Creativity serves creativity. We become creative in how we flatten ourselves.
Because it's like, instead of being bored, we entertain ourselves with shallow pleasure. But
Yeah.
it's like, how do you be bored long enough to realize there's actually a problem to then
Yes.
come up with a solution?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
so there's something about, we're coming up with mental patches and justifications for why we're uncomfortable.
Yes.
And then we're using our creative energy to come up with an excuse as to why this isn't our fault.
Yes.
And instead, we need to be present, be humiliated,
Yes.
be aware,
Yes.
die, and
Yeah.
then let that awareness then reprocess a new ego that
Yes.
then seeks to be creative and find a solution or make a more livable tomorrow.
That's exactly
Something
right.
like
We
that.
are
But-
using
But we're not psychologically mature enough to admit that we're wrong enough to be inspired to come up with something new.
Yes.
We're repressing the fact that we're wrong so that we can maintain our old things so that
Yes.
we don't have to be creative.
Yes.
And at some point, this is a strange loop of V for Vendetta. Who's
Yes.
the problem? And it's us.
Yes, that's it. Yes, it's
So
100%
we
us.
can blame it on our parents, and we can blame it on the institutions, and we can blame it on everything that came before us, and
Yes.
we can say we're thrown into this original sin of facticity of ignorance. But also, at some point, that is our moral obligation to face our internal dragon, to
Yes.
fight the karmic battle to save our children.
Yes. Yes.
Or
Completely.
not child sacrifice, mammon.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And basically, if you're stuck as A, by definition, the only way to move from AA to AB is creative. Because it is not given to you by AA.
And that's non-egoic.
It's not
And
egoic.
that's not left hemispheric, and that's not decadent, and
Correct.
that's not rational.
Correct.
And so where do we get people to remember
Yes.
that there's more than the left hemisphere decadent rational?
Yes, that's
How
correct.
do you get people back into the capital S
Yes.
self that transcends all of that?
Yes.
And then feeds the ego its
Yes.
presumptions.
So critically, if the argument can be made that if we don't do that, the economy is going to stagnate, GDP is going to go down, and you're going to have an economic catastrophe, suddenly figuring this out is a great concern to the system.
Yes, it's that rationality severing the instinct. It's
Yes.
The intellect rebelling against God. Is the capital going against the inspiration?
Yes.
Is the mind going against the creativity?
Yes.
Is the civilization going over the sacred?
Yes.
It's as above, so below. We're
Yes.
talking about the same thing.
Yes. So basically, the move I'm trying to make here is to say that a lot of what we're discussing that people may hear and go, oh, that's impractical, that has no value, that's not going to do anything. The argument is that what we are describing, if it is not done,
Fractal.
yes, and the system will auto-cannibalize. Like, actually, this problem of
Yeah.
spread the address is the only way capitalism does not eat itself. Because what actually
That's
created
based on
wealth...
something, yes.
What actually created wealth was the great enrichment of McCloskey, which was a change in rhetoric. It was the Robert Solow residual, which is creative and unsystemized. Capitalism created wealth not because of the system, but because all of the hidden stuff you forget about that exploded innovation and creativity that then the system came in and said, we did that.
We are managing the system. We didn't create the system. And
Correct.
So we are the managers of the system, taking credit for making the system that we were just thrown into managing.
Yes,
and
that's
the
correct.
problem of the ego is we think we're the egoic manager.
Yes.
And it's like, no, you're actually that which threw your own ego into that facticity.
Yes. That's exactly right. And
And so, like, our inability, the metaphorical substrate of the Overton window keeps that objectivity out, which then kills the sacred, which then kills God inside of us, which then undermines our ability to be magic or imaginative.
Yes.
And then that severs our connection to our God image, which is the act of imagination, that is the process,
Yes.
that is the training of the through line that trains your consciousness to be present in the moment.
yes. Completely.
You know?
Yeah, completely. And basically, when you claim creativity, it's like we intended that, as opposed to honor, no, there's this mysterious X variable that comes and goes. Well, then that's automatically AB. Because if the entire economy is contingent upon something that comes and goes, like the wind, oh, well, I guess we can't close it off then. Our map better have a hole in it. And that's why recovering, for me, the history of capitalism, as weird as that sounds, when you look at the history of capitalism, you see that growth comes from mysterious things, like a change in rhetoric that calls the Great Enrichment in McCloskey, or the Nordic Bildung, where changing education, when you make it about the whole human being instead of technical training,
It's
boom.
technologies and psychotechnologies.
Yes.
To use the Verbachian, the psychotechnology.
Yes, here's the key move. It is not the technological shift that leads to the revolution in enriching. It is the psychotechnological shift that generates the explosion of technological innovation that then we forget the psychotechnology as we grasp the tool. Because we make our tools and then they make us and we forget we made them. Like, that's kind of the key, is we make our tools, then our tools make us and make us forget we made them. And that is when we're doomed.
And when we consider ourselves hammer wielders.
Yes, we identify
instead
ourselves.
of
Yes.
Home builders.
Instead of the hammer maker. Yeah, that's, or the home builder. That's exactly.
Why you have a hammer? It's
Yes.
because you need to nail something, and
Yes.
nailing pieces of wood, and
That's
pieces
right.
of wood part of a structure, and so your aim is to build a structure.
Yes.
And then the wood and the nails and the hammer, all of that is just represented
Yes.
steps along the way.
Yes.
That actually isn't you.
Mhm.
That's not your purpose. That shouldn't be your motivation.
That's correct.
And to act as if your motivation is the exercise of the hammer
Yes.
is to mistake your own identity, which is to then cause yourself to inherently miss the mark necessarily, and then to live a frustrating life
Yes.
of impotence.
Yeah.
Because you're not connecting to the procreative energies, because
Yes.
you're ouroborically
Yes.
on yourself, and then that makes you impotent, and then you're self-destruct because you're not then relating.
Correct.
And so there's the need to relate appropriately with the other, and that's the only way procreation happens.
Yes.
Is to balance the masculine and the feminine.
Yes.
But there's something about modernity and capital and understanding and knowledge and flattening that's all alpha, that's all yin, that is then like almost like a homosexual, that
Yes.
it's like not procreative.
Right.
Then it's a whole bunch of energy being expended, but it's not
Yes.
going anywhere.
Correct.
We're not learning, we're not developing.
Correct. That's
And
correct.
so what are we doing where our whole society is captivating our
Yes.
attention in a way that is not procreative or adaptable or survivable,
Correct.
other than sacrificing our children?
Yes.
To throw that cliche around that we love so much.
Basically, the entire without creativity, the system or global capitalism, to the degree there is a loss of creativity. Now, many people will hear that and say, "What are you talking about?" There's an explosion of Nvidia, Coinbase. There are all these innovations online and different things. And my argument would be that actually the amount of creativity on average is very limited. And so when you have a limited amount of creativity, whatever creativity there is going to go toward a monopolist power. It's going to be concentrated, and it's in the world of bits and not atoms, as Peter Thiel will say. Actually, the amount of innovation is dropping significantly, because most of the innovations, unfortunately, are actually, in my opinion, often just you'll have an IPO or a seed program. There's a lot of rich. It turns out there's no value or anything. It goes under, but people get rich and they leave. And then also the issue is that you have a system that only wants to allow the creativity that does not lead to the creative destruction to take out monopolies. So then you have a problem of needing to change intellectual copyright laws. There are legislative things that need to be shifted here. The system is not creative at all. The system is creative only in so much as it will create monopoly power. And the people then who...
I almost think the system is of a fundamentally different metaphorical substrate than creativity.
Yeah, I agree. I entirely
The
agree.
system, like, almost by definition comes after creativity.
Yes, I
The
agree.
system is like, yeah, it's like people think the system is how you are supposed to orient yourself.
Yes.
And paradoxically, it's like, no.
No. Mm.
The system is what you think is, that's your post hoc rationalization of what
Yes,
you
that's correct.
do. And so, yeah, again, we think that the knowledge is what we should be aiming at.
Mhm.
And it's no, that's past.
Yes. No, that's
And so
completely
we're
correct.
importing the wrong thing. We're aiming at in the wrong direction.
Yes.
So
We-
how do you aim your attention? How do you pay attention to invest in importing something that's going to change you for the better?
Yes, that's correct. That's exactly right, because basically there's a sense in which people are not aiming at the root of the creativity. They're aiming at the things
Effects.
that...
They're not aiming at the causes, they're aiming at the effects. They're
Yes.
not aiming at the
Yes.
causes, they're aiming at the symptoms.
Yes.
They're not aiming at the issue, they're aiming at the after effects.
Yes, and also
And
people...
that's the wrong place.
And what's ending up happening is this is a kind of a move of self-delusion. It's in the sense of people are pointing and they're identifying creativity. They're saying, that's creative. Look, it's AI. It's new. Not participating in creativity. And you see, just because someone comes up with a new idea is not the same as a lifestyle of creativity or being a creative being. Because ultimately, a creative being is someone who finds difference interesting because they know the encounter of difference is key to creativity. So here's the key. Suddenly it becomes practical to learn to be able to encounter difference. And that's the key move, because right now, basically, difference is impractical. if you encounter difference, it could threaten your business. It could throw you off. What's practical is to enclose yourself, to get a 9-to-5, get a career, get it stable. Don't worry about innovation, right? So that's practical. But if you point out to people the system is literally stagnating and basically sacrificing children, then suddenly you can't say that's practical anymore. So this move is trying to remove the claim that everything we're
It's taken
describing.
for granted because this,
Yes.
the internal spirit that wells up from within creates the product.
Yes.
And then something in the left hemisphere sees what's created and then assumes that's real.
Yes.
And it's like, no, actually what's real is what's producing,
Yes.
not what you can then look back on.
Correct.
And so we have taken all psychic energy out of believing of what's real in the inside.
Yes.
And we're putting it all into the pretense of the top down.
Yes, sir.
And I think that is
Not good. It's going to eat the children. It has to eat the children because the only
swallowing the children.
if you cannot create demand, if all you can do is stimulate demand, there's basically only one way to stimulate demand. You have to take the future, you have to sacrifice the future for the present. All economic means of stimulating demand necessarily entail debt. They necessarily entail increasing asset prices. They necessarily entail increasing the barrier to entry or increasing monopoly power. There is no way to stimulate demand other than making the conditions for the children not as good. You have to do that ultimately. If you're not going to do that, then you're creating demand. And that's enabling the children because you're creating things to give them. You're giving them new conditions of possibility. But then you have to have an environment that creates demand. But then that begs the million-dollar question. How do you increase the probability of that demand is created, not stimulated? And this is what capitalism has not thought. Now, the other argument, before I forget, in the same way that capitalism... So the quote-unquote incompleteness of capitalism for me is the conflation of the creation of demand and the stimulating demand. If you want to create demand, then basically you have to free up people's meta-judgments. Because when I look at that cup and I say, what if it was different? That's the key move of creativity is AB, not AA. I look at that cup and I think of an alternative. The only way you create demand is to free the meta-judgment, but problematically, capitalism habituates us into shrinking the meta-judgment. But capitalism could be what flattens if we receive it and open it. It doesn't have to destroy the meta-judgment. It could be the mechanism of the conversation, per se, that allows you to receive something that then you can create with. So this is why destroying capitalism is not the answer. It is the changing of the relationship to the flattened things that capitalism gives you that you learn to open up. But you have to learn to open it up.
when we're in a known determined environment, this is a cup, and you know what to do with the cup. But let's just say we're in an indeterminate environment.
Yes.
Well, this could be a cup, this could be a paperweight, this could be a projectile, this could be a phone stand, this could be a
Yes.
cup, this could be whatever.
Yes.
And so where do you get to be in the kind of environment where this one thing
Yes.
has 12 different applications? And then therefore what it is applications, and then therefore what it is multivalent.
Yep.
And then therefore what it is beyond the single dimensional flatness that we can call it a cup.
Yes.
And so then at what point are we not in places full of cups?
Yep.
And are we around networks of potential?
Yep.
And then how do we be people who process networks of potential?
Yes.
Potential. Not how are we thrown into a facticity where we have the data of collapsed cup.
Yes.
And then all I can do is drink out of that.
Yes. To the degree you can get the population to treat the average phenomenon as a network of potential is to the degree that it unlocks wealth creation, the creation of demand, and it actually leads to great enrichments.
And
To
I
the
think that's how you find your spirit. That's how
Yes.
you find your soul. That's
Yes.
how you find God. That's how you
Yes.
reconnect to yourself.
That's correct.
That's how you get out of your Luciferian intellectual propositional tyranny.
Yes.
You get into some embodied.
Yes.
And so there's a certain lack of freedom when you're confined in the mind, and then there's that certain.
Yes.
The only way towards real freedom is to then take the limitations of your body and then, or something like it's another one of those paradoxes.
Yes.
It's another one of those ironies or something.
There is also very good reason to think there's this idea that AI is going to lead to mass productivity and mass, GDP and et cetera, so forth. There is very good reason, in my opinion, to believe that all AI will do is stimulate demand, not create demand, because it is not able to approach phenomena as a network of potential. It has to follow however it is programmed. It does not encounter things as multivalent. It necessarily encounters them as deterministic.
Represent.
Yes, that's correct.
It
And
deals
so
with the representation, and then that is not real.
I am not convinced that AI will not simply accelerate the sacrifice of children. Now, AI, in a partnership with human beings, could be a creative source, but only to the degree that humans are free in their meta-judgment. If humans are not free in their meta-judgment, then
So-
AI will kill us.
That's where I'm trying to get. So the left hemisphere is thrown into the judgment.
Mm-hmm.
And then we are the ego that thinks it's the facticity, that's the monkey mind that's thrown into the judgment.
Yes.
And so that's a limited judgment.
Mhm.
How do we get up into the
Yes.
self
Mhm.
that then is able to do meta judgments?
Yes.
I've talked to my friend and we talk about being in different rooms and different realities and different eggs and different monads.
Mhm.
And then it's something about your body that gets you into a different room. But then you think of yourself as like your fingertip.
Yes.
And then when you want to change your mind, you go like this, and you stay in the same room, and you twist around your fingertip, and you change, and you go in all these different directions.
Mhm.
But you're actually still in the same room. You're
Yes.
still in the same environment.
Yes.
And so how do you get out of your ego and into the spirit that then allows your body into a different room?
Yes.
That then changes your meta judgment, which then changes the salience landscape that then your ego is thrown into.
Yes.
And so that's that. How do you get the cognitive flexibility to transcend the facticity that you're thrown into, to remind yourself that you're beyond that ego?
Yes.
Something like that?
Yes, 100%.
Is that fair?
Yes, completely. So basically, if you cannot do that, if the judgment is stuck in the left hemisphere, the judgment is stuck simply representing flattening logic, which will lead to a stagnation of demand, which will lead to Great Depression scenarios. And if it doesn't, it will only not because you're sacrificing your children, the future generation, Moloch, basically. If you do not want to do that, then you will have to learn the ability to keep the phenomenon as a network of potential, the meta judgment, keep it open. You have to keep things open.
So who can be present to stay with an open judgment?
Yes.
Because the insecure person needs to collapse and know.
Yes, that's
And
it.
So the immature, childish, insecure person needs to hide behind a satanic understanding of what's going on.
Yes.
But an adult that is able to confront chaos and adapt and survive is able to be present without that abstract knowledge.
Yes. If we are not able to...
How do we encourage each other to be more
Yes.
adult and present?
Yes.
And not to be infantile and rational and only aiming at the determination
Yes.
of the past?
To the degree that the average person is able to maintain an open judgment, which would be the meta judgment, because that is the very ability to judge the way that you judge. The meta, it's self-referential in a way that keeps it open. To the degree that the average person is able to maintain an open judgment is to the degree that AI will not be Moloch. To the degree you cannot do it will be to the degree that AI is Moloch. And so this is very urgent.
So the NPC is the person that doesn't have a self and then uses ideology to motivate them
Yes.
and then is captivated by AI and then is Mammon and Moloch and sells their soul and dies.
Yes.
So what part of the psyche then religios or relates to that beyond?
Yes.
And so at some point the warrior or the king or whatever can't be it. At some point we need to be like a trickster or a shaman or a
Yes.
magician.
Yes.
And so where does that part of the society, or that part of the individual that as above so below reflects
Yes.
the society,
Yes.
how do we then access that inner shaman to believe in that which is beyond,
Yes.
that then takes us out of the known judgment and into the metaphor?
Yes.
And so how do you become that soul flight seeker of traveling into different perspectives to then, without we're doing this but not sounding crazy?
Yes.
I think that we need to all remember to be that kind of inner shaman that is creative and present and can get out of the egg of the monad
Yes.
of what is known.
Yes.
And then that is the ability to get into the meta.
Yes.
And then that's what I'm talking about, being critical of the metaphorical
Yes.
substrate.
Yes.
Is how do you get out of the metaphorical substrate to realize that your metaphorical substrate is aiming
Yes.
you?
That's
Not
correct.
to just already presume that and take that
Yes.
for granted. But then how do you get outside of that? And
Yes.
that's where I think it's the shaman, that's where it's the trickster, that's the inantidromia of following rules
Yes.
now has to be embodied.
Yes.
Or we have to abandon the rules, or the flattening to capital has to then get beyond that.
Yes.
So then where's the inantidromia that then accesses the different part of the psyche that then connects
Yes.
to the thing that is then present, that then
Yes.
whatever.
That requires a movement from desire to drive. because only to the degree that our desire is about a certain drive, a certain mode of being, not an object of desire, is to the degree we would be able to access that.
Right.
So this is the next step. So
Get out of the objects of desire into the subjective modes of being.
Yes.
And then how do you get into the adult phenomenological presence of
yes,
either or and both and left and right hemispheres?
yes, yes. You're only
That requires something more mature and more atomically stable to then be able to do.
yes.
Because you can't stand in the unknown if you don't have anything. And
If
so
you don't
have
have-
to be-
yes.
So how do we create persons? How do we
Yes.
create atoms and
Uh-huh.
adams and atoms
Yes.
to have the organized mass to deal with
Yes.
the instability of the negativity of relating to the other?
Yes.
That then can integrate the ways of pattern relation to the other to then integrate how to communicate better.
Yes. Yes, completely
Something
agree.
fair.
That basically requires a move from desire to drive. So, the only way you're going to be able to work with the space between maps or Gödel points, which requires you to intelligibly act when you don't have a map, the only thing that would get you through that is drive. Would get you intrinsic motivation is what I mean by drive. The ability to motivate yourself and to meta-judge your own way, right? Which is going to require embodiment, it's going to require feeling, it's going to be able to a certain patience to allow things to unfold. And when I mean by your own way, I don't mean egotistically, I mean alone. Like where you're not reliant on someone telling you what to do, because that would be a map, right? And that's going to be very frightening, right? Because actually in a very weird way, the ego is how you avoid doing anything yourself. Like it's how you actually hide from your capital Y you,
Exactly.
right? So this, this is the trick. So a few things. We have already discussed opening language as increasing the probability of the address, school system, et cetera, so forth. The next thing we have touched
The
on.
moral burden on the recipient to open the language.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Which, to the degree the school system as a medium moves from certainty to unknown, exploratory, would help with that a lot. This would increase the probability as well of people training the meta judgment, because in conversation you're having to judge fitting what's the right thing to say. You're kind of active, right? And to the degree that people can maintain the meta judgment skill in capitalism, which is tempting them to get rid of it, is to the degree capitalism will not stagnate and go to Marlock. Critically, if you get rid of capitalism, we're doomed, because we are not able to handle the complexity of global pluralism without a mediator. The name of the game is not to get rid of capitalism because we have no way to coordinate action globally resources. It's to be able to receive something compressed and open it. Capitalism is the thing giving you something compressed, and now it's your job to open it back up. You can't blame you can't do the move of saying capitalism compresses things, therefore let's get rid of it. Well, then so Marx is right, but that can't be used to destroy capitalism. It has to be used as the ethics of maintaining the meta judgment in capitalism, right? So the temptation to the problem of meta judgment is to say, well, get rid of capitalism. That doesn't work. The name of the game has to be to train the meta judgment in capitalism. But of course, that requires people to resist the habits and temptations of flattening that capitalism affords you, right? But but this is the great irony, if you actually give in to that temptation of capitalism, capitalism destroys itself. It becomes more like. That's the main claim I'm trying to say. So then ultimately what I'm trying to arrive at is saying neither capitalism, or more communism, neither of those is the address. It's ultimately going to have to, both of those are hiding the deeper problem, which is the movement from desire to drive. From extrinsic motivation to intrinsic motivation, to the ability to actually be motivated by not an object of desire, but a mode of being. Because the moment you move from desire to drive, you're moving from objects to subjectivity. It's a mode of being. So here's the issue. Capitalism has a tendency to stimulate demand through objects, shiny, things you want. So it stimulates demand because you see what your neighbor has, you see this cool trip, and you want it, right? And so it creates desire. The problem and the trick is desire is endless. You cannot destroy desire. People want things, right? So capitalism is like, fantastic. People want things, we'll give them shinies, and the GDP will grow with forever because we'll do desire of objects. Here's the problem. There's a few problems with this. Objects of desire necessarily have to lead to rival-less dynamics that are parasitical. It has to destroy the environment. It has to do a lot of problematic things, right? Also, desire ultimately becomes nihilistic because you get the object and it doesn't make you happy.
It's almost like sourced, and it's like the Garden of Eden, and then man falls, and then it's man and God walking together, and then as soon as he comes, he realizes he's separate and naked.
Yes.
And so there's, what were you just saying?
The objects of desire, and you're going for that, please.
So then once you realize that there's something that isn't you, once you've entered the objective headspace that separates you from the object,
Yes.
is where you have split yourself.
Yes.
And then you feel disconnected.
Yes.
And so then you seek to reconnect yourself using attachment to
That's
an
it.
object.
That's it.
And then when you attach to objects and then you realize that objects are empty, then you get nihilistic and
Exactly.
you say, oh, well, it's not the object.
And then the capitalism fails. And because it becomes and you get a meaning crisis, which is a motivation crisis, and the GDP plummets, and we're like, how do we fix this? And you have to stimulate interest rates and do all this stuff that sacrifices children. Because if people are no longer, here's the problem, capitalism as of 2025, the jig is up in a sense. People now know their objects of desire are not going to make them happy. So screw it. They're not going to get a job. They're not going to. They don't see a future, and they're not participating. Well, the government is like, oh my gosh. We got to stimulate it. Well, there's only one way to do it. You sacrifice the future. Or you give it over to Molark and AI. There's only one way to save capitalism, is to sacrifice the future or give us over to AI. Which is,
double down on capitalism.
yeah, and that's what's occurring, right?
Yeah.
When really the answer is, maybe the whole strategy of objects of desire is wrong.
So it's the fundamental stance that presumes that it's already separate.
Yes.
And that's, again, the loading on the ego, that's loading on the
Yes.
narcissism, that's loading
Yeah.
on the
What if the
Luciferian.
metaphysics are wrong?
It loads on the diabolical.
Yeah.
It's the metaphorical substrate that
Yes.
presumes
Yes.
presumes separation.
Yes. Capitalism is failing not because capitalism is fundamentally wrong. It's because capitalism needs drive. It needs intrinsic motivation. It needs meta-judgment.
Because capital is the representation of human value.
Yes.
And so to worship the representation of human value is to miss whatever the human is.
Yes.
And that's, I think, the
Yeah.
final thing is that it's reducing it to the capital, reducing
Yes.
it to the metric, reducing it to the quantity, and then there's the lack of presence, the lack of quality,
Yes.
the lack of complexity.
The logic of indestructible maps is the same as the logic of capital. Like capital
Which is the same as the logic of reason, which
Yes.
is the same logic
Yes.
as
as AI
representation,
and all of
which
that.
is
That's
the-
right.
the left
But the
hemisphere.
answer then is you say, well, the answer is not getting rid of the representing, because that is what represents the flattened.
No, you
it's
can't.
the
You can't have a yin yang without yang. Yin.
Exactly.
And so I'm not.
No, so the
saying
name of
get
the-
rid
yeah,
of the
yeah,
yin.
yeah, yeah, but
I'm
most
just
of the
saying
more
if
liberal-
you live only in the yin and you
Yes.
neglect the yang, you go insane.
That's exactly
And
right.
So you need to see the value of the yang, which
Exactly.
means that your yin is incomplete.
Yes.
Which means your yin is the Gödel point that it then allows
Yes.
you to access
Yes.
the yang.
Yes.
And then by acting as if the Gödel point is real, then you can incorporate the
Yes.
feminine.
Yes.
And then you
Yes.
the way you pay attention is actually procreative.
Yes.
And then that actually might have a chance of hitting the mark.
Yes, exactly. The problem is most people are seeing the problem with quote-unquote re-representation and saying, oh, well, that means we need to get rid of capitalism. No. You need to restore the source of value
Right.
that is being represented. So the enemy is not capitalism. It's our inability to
It's the
meta-judge
inability to be
value.
present, to
Yes,
be present.
that's the problem.
We're obsessed with managing the representation.
Yes.
And then we're like, oh, well, let's just double down on the representation.
Yes.
No, dumbass.
No.
Like, be present.
Yes, that's correct. So
And,
the,
so we have a meaning crisis because we have a lack of presence.
Yes.
We have a lack of presence because we're obsessed with our low-resolution maps.
That's
We have
correct.
low-resolution maps because we're idol worshippers. We're idol worshippers because we're dissociated.
Yes.
It's dissociated. It's just it's the spiral.
yes,
And so then we keep trying to reorient ourselves.
yes.
By disorienting ourselves.
Correct. And so the issue is the only way you can be present, though, is drive. The only way you will actually be able to maintain presence is if you have an intrinsic value in it. Like where you believe that presence is fundamentally good, and so whatever errors, whatever difficulty, you're going to keep going. So the key to presence that is necessary for value that needs capital be represented so that global pluralism can handle itself, that requires drive. So you need the average person to have drive to stay faithfully present to the presence, right? So they have to be intrinsically motivated. So this is the million-dollar question. How do you increase the probability that the average person moves from desire to drive? Creates intrinsic motivation. And what creates intrinsic motivation?
I think you get them out of environments that constantly remind themselves that it's more important to act statically.
Yes. Yes.
And so then
that's my whole arena thing, and then that's my whole rehab facility is to get people into a spot where they can practice being present.
Yes.
Because right now in society, it's too overwhelming to try to be present.
Yes.
And so how do we get ourselves safe spaces to practice being
Yes.
present, to practice opening that door?
Yes.
Because if we actually open the door, it's too overwhelming.
Yes.
And so we can't just
We have
look
to
at
practice
people and be
it.
like, hey, you YouTube videos, go open your minds.
Yeah.
It's like, no, everyone's going to go insane.
They're going to go
And
insane.
so, but if you say, well, okay, we'll just stay in civilization and keep closing your mind,
Yes.
well, then we're also going to
Then
go
we're also
insane.
screwed.
And so how
Yes.
do you appropriately open your mind that's not irresponsible and leading to madness?
Yes.
And then I think your community has to be oriented around that.
Yes.
Is the community should be reciprocally opening. I
Yes.
think our communities are reciprocally narrowing.
Yes.
Same thing with thinking. I think
Yes.
we're supposed to use thoughts because it could be this perspective, and it could be this perspective, and it could be this perspective.
Yes.
But instead, we're like, oh, it's A.
Yes. Yes. I completely agree. Basically, those arenas you're describing, my argument would be the classroom should be that. And actually, AI is going to make it completely ridiculous to have the classroom do anything but that. What is the point of a classroom that's memorization, stuff like that, has no role, right? So the classroom, there is no... The role of school, if it is to have a role, and basically class and education, will be to be these arenas. And that is the architecture of the vertical, of incubating toward the vertical.
So I think that education in the school system should be to inform the population to identify in a way that keeps the culture going.
Yes.
And then culture is that lens, a filter that keeps the real manageable.
Yes.
And so you need to have an appropriate relationship with culture to keep the real in check.
Yes.
But if you just believe culture, then you end up losing the real.
Yes.
You end up insulating yourself from the real.
Yes.
And so how do we use culture appropriately to access the real?
Yes.
Not culture instead of the real, and then not the real instead of culture. And
Yes.
And so that's why I think that connection, that religio, has been lost.
Yes.
And so even our religions are just idol worshiping
Yes.
education systems.
Yes.
And so I think the family unit, I think the community unit,
Yes.
I think the school, I
Yes.
think conversations, I think whatever
Yes.
the internet is, whatever we're doing here.
Yes.
These are all that
Yes.
process of education system that should be reciprocally opening to humiliate, to then learn more, to then reorient, to then grow.
Yes.
Not a top-down, oversimplified, let's dopaminize the egos so that they get more foolish and then sacrifice more children.
Correct. The main thinker of this issue of creating arenas, education, and everything that you're describing for me is Ivan Illich. Ivan Illich has a book called Deschooling Education, but he got way more than that. Tools of Conviviality. Basically, for me, a lot of what was just said is afforded by basically following the advice and programs of Ivan Illich, and there are many of them. Family, his book Gender, his book on a right to useful unemployment, the notion we live in a society of disablement versus enablement.
I think both of those last two resonate with me a lot.
Yeah, Ivan Illich is a key thinker of this issue, and I have a lot to say on Ivan Illich. We had the pleasure of teaching a class on him at Parallax, and he is absolutely central to the address because
Yeah, I've heard you mention it a lot, and I want to get more into what other people are saying about him.
he's such a big deal. So, like, for example, just as a note of a cultural entrapment that gets us in trouble, one of my favorite books of his is this very short book called A Right to Useful Unemployment. He points out this. If you say, I'm going to learn the skill on how to build my own house, he says you're seen as a deviant. You're seen as prideful.
Yeah.
Because why wouldn't you get someone to build it for you? Oh, you're going to go learn this skill? Who do you think you are?
And that's what the creative and the shaman gets, is they're the crab that gets pulled back down at the bucket.
Yes.
Who do you think you are
Yes.
trying to be responsible for your own understanding of the world?
And-
why not just sell your soul and regurgitate and let somebody else do it for you?
Yes.
Why not be a coward and hide behind? Why not let culture do it for you?
Yes, and so what ends up happening is it
'Cause
creates...
that's insanity.
Yeah, so
Eventually.
if you say learn to hunt and get your own food, you're seen as crazy. Because why wouldn't you just go to Food Line? Why wouldn't you just go to the grocery store? So what he calls this is disablement. So there's a society of disablement that doesn't know it's disabled because it has at hand the expert class.
Because it enables you in your disability.
Exactly.
It,
And
it
so...
severs you from the soul and then allows you to live without a soul.
Yes.
And so the civilization is a simulacrum for your spirit.
Yes.
And so we are using the representations of the intellect to act instead of the faithful, whatever.
Yes. So basically, for me, that's just one example, and he has more to say on tools of conviviality, tools of manipulation, many, many things. He's a genius. Basically, a lot of what Ivan Illich is pointing at results in the loss of the spirit that gives us the ability to create demand and have drive.
That's where
Yeah.
it comes from.
And so basically, Ivan Illich is pointing toward practical changes that we certainly in our own life has implemented. We've taken him very seriously, that we think are critical toward, well, maintaining drive, right? And basically the culture habituates you out of these things. And
That's my key, yeah.
and so that's really, really important. And so taking seriously that is also going to be critical to move from desire to drive.
I think that's kind of my biggest thing, is I kind of feel like a sort of canary in the coal mine, where I kind of see these patterns and I see the loss of spirit, or the loss of thymos, or the loss of
Yes, thymos.
whatever that internal drive is. It's
Yes.
the loss of drive.
Yes.
And I see the disastrous consequences, and I feel the depression of that
Yep.
very, very
Yep.
really.
Yep. Yep.
And then I speak these things to other people, and they're like, what are you talking about?
Yes.
Everything's fine. This is the best time to be alive. And I'm like, fair enough. But if you see the pattern and you see the future of this, it's fucking terrifying.
Yes.
And so, like, I don't care that it's all sunshine and roses. Like, at some point, this is going to be a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And so, how do you get people to not just be captivated by the moment where everything is easy?
Yes.
And how do you get people to realize that there's a child sacrificial element to the easy today?
Yes.
There is no such thing as a free lunch.
Yes.
If you're easy today, it's going to be more difficult tomorrow.
Yes.
And so we are, as a culture, making our today easier, and we don't realize that that's cursing tomorrow.
Yes.
And whether that's us tomorrow,
Yes.
like what's that? Peterson quotes Simpsons, where Homer downs a jar of mayonnaise and vodka, and then is like something about like, well, aren't you going to feel shitty tomorrow? And he's like, well, that's a problem for future Homer. Thank God I'm not that guy. And like, obviously that's a dumb joke, but like that's totally the
it.
monad of the forgetful that loses access to the through line.
Yes.
That's who has been disconnected from their
Yes.
memory and has not learned from their past.
Yes.
And is not worried about the future and doesn't care about the future.
Yes.
And so then that weirdly makes them nihilistic
Yes.
or ignorant or Ouroboros
Yes.
or whatever that is. And so how do we realize we are future Homer?
Yes.
And how do we realize that we can't get away with it?
Yes.
What does Peterson say? No one gets away with anything.
Yes.
Well, no, people get away with shit all the time. But it just passes the buck
It
and
just
somebody else
passes
suffers.
the bucket. Yeah, that's
And
key.
so what is that where we realize that at some point we're, you know, if you call it a hive, or we are each other. And
Yes.
so at some point we're cursing ourselves.
Yes.
And so if you're going to attack Jesus or whatever, you're attacking yourself. If that's
Yes.
how you do the stranger, it's how you do me.
Yes.
And so then where is that ability to...
I think sometimes we over-identify nihilism with feeling like that life doesn't matter, and we may under-identify it as sacrificing the future. Like, nihilism is more molarchy. Like, when you don't care about...
There's no such thing as nihilism. Like,
Yeah,
you can't-
Samuel Barnes is good on that.
and
Like,
so there's something about nihilism that's like inherently foolish. And then that's
Yes.
like your desire to not want to be responsible.
yes,
And then it's like your bad faith justification for not being responsible is to say it doesn't matter.
yes,
But everything does matter, and so you don't get away with that. And
Yes.
so you're actually just bullshitting. You're lying yourself.
Correct.
You're deceiving yourself.
Yes.
You're so fooled by your own intellect. You have worshipped your intellect for so long that you are now thrown into the facticity of the left hemisphere deception of your...
Yes.
And then you think your conscious mind is what is post hoc rationalizing coming
Yes.
up with the story.
yes,
And then we think that we're coming up with the story of the left hemisphere that was the Gazzaniga projection of
Yes.
connecting the dots that we actually don't know.
yes, that's correct. Completely, and nihilism is absolutely that, because what Barnes points out is...
Isn't that just a bad faith left hemisphere?
Yes.
Isn't nihilism just a
Yeah,
bullshit
because
bad faith
you
left
because you
hemisphere?
literally can't live nihilistically. If
make
you
sense.
get off the couch, you believe it's valuable to get off the couch. So it's actually...
uncomfortable being on the
Yeah,
couch. I
nihilism is performatively impossible. And so nihilism has to be a kind of it's just a post hoc rationalization that is distancing. That's why, for me, nihilism should not, it gets a kind of get out of jail free card, because you kind of say, well, if nothing matters, well, they don't believe. No, they're sacrificing the future. Like, that's why we need to identify it more with Molark, in my opinion. It's too
And that's why I keep bringing the as above, so below, V
Yes.
for vendetta. You have to look in the mirror.
yes,
Because we are worshiping our own Moloch.
yes,
It isn't out there.
yes.
We're doing it to ourselves.
Well, but
does that make sense?
Yes, the issue is when you say they're a nihilist, I'm not. Well, if you're sacrificing the future, you are, and you're actually distancing yourself from nihilist behavior. But of course, that means basically, though, in a sense, everyone is a nihilist who doesn't contribute to the address, because everything that isn't the address is Molark. So the
So
address.
everything represented is
missing the mark
Yes.
of the presence of the wave.
Yes.
Every particular representation is a bad faith
Yes.
justification for not being present.
Yes. That's right, and is thus nihilistic in that sense of the mole arc
And
of
so
the child.
we think what is real is that empty
Yes.
nihilism.
And is that
So
in
then we're actually motivated towards nihilism.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying is the
Yes.
metaphorical substrate
Yes.
that is implied by the Overton window of the objective ability to talk
Yes.
actually is a map.
Yes.
And then the more we
Yes.
believe in that,
Yes.
the more we inherently become
Yes.
either nihilistic or
Yes.
dissociated
Yes.
or
Yes.
sacrificing our children, or
Yes.
we're not future Homer because we're not connected to the through line, because we have sold our soul and we're possessed in this
Yes.
auto-cannibalistic thing that
Yes.
we're not connected.
Yes. One of the reasons
So
I
where's
want
the identity of disconnect?
Yes.
And
And
so
one
the paradox here is that when you think in and of yourself in your auto-cannibalism,
Yes.
you're marrying yourself.
Yes.
And that splits you from reality.
Yes.
And so then the paradox is you have to split away from yourself to
Yes.
relate to reality.
Yes.
And so we're immaturely schizophrenic.
Yes.
We need to understand that we're split and we need to relate to the other. And
Yes.
that's how we're going to get sanity.
Yes.
We have to realize, where's my little thing, that we have all these different personalities, and then we find the through line.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
100%. Because well,
that makes
and then also critically, one of the reasons why I want to stress that the map is indestructible, because a lot of people would say, well, I can't be making that mistake, Charlie, because if I was, my map would fail and it wouldn't work. No, maps don't fail. You have to know better. You have to know better. But then, of course, how do you know better, right? And that's where we're getting into open conversation, classroom, movement of desire to drive. You have to increase the probability that the average person comes to the place where they know better. Otherwise, they're going to be schizo. They're going to divide up through the logic of identification that Korbowski warns about and never create a through line. They will never, ever generate a through line.
How do we realize that we ourselves, who then are thrown into ego facticities, and thus we are an ego that needs to incorporate the other?
Yes.
And then it's by humbly admitting that our psyche is fractured that we have a chance of integrating and uniting the psyche.
Yes.
Whereas most neurotypical people think that they are a unified consciousness, and then they repress all their different complexes.
Yes.
And then there's a whole bunch of dark matter, which then creates a shadow, which then creates fools, basically, because people that are operating on the intellect and disconnected
Yes.
from the body. And
Yes. Well, another way you mentioned neurotypical, my beloved Lorenzo and his work on
No
neurodiversity and neurotypical, basically the neurotypical without the neurodiverse is doomed for Nash equilibrium and rational impasses.
and that's, I think, the point. And so
Yeah.
that tapping into the shaman, that tapping into
Yes.
the neurodiverse, that
Yes.
realizing you are a split psyche,
Yes.
realizing you are a complex of complexes,
Yes.
is like the first step. And so it's
Yeah.
almost admitting your splitness
Yes.
is the only way to unite yourself.
Thinking
And
start.
trying
Yes.
to act as if you are united
Yes.
will split you.
Yes. That's the irony.
And so,
Yes.
yeah. And so how do we admit that we're split to unify?
Yes.
Not pretend we're unified.
Yes.
And then psychically split and create
Yes.
an indestructible map,
Yes.
which then actually sells our soul, which then disconnects us, which then disempowers us.
Yes.
But guess what? Our body's still moving. And if our conscious isn't pulling the buttons, then what is pushing the buttons?
Yes.
Other than whatever we've sold our soul to.
Yes.
And so then what map are we giving the controls of our psychic energy to?
Yes.
Where are we paying
Yes.
our psychic energy and then letting it auto-cannibalistically take our attention?
Yes. Yes. Correct. 100%.
So
Thinking
how do we stop selling our souls?
Yes.
Like how do we sorry. Yeah.
to what you were saying, thinking does not begin until you realize the map is not the territory, and you only think to the degree you do not forget that. And basically, without the neurodiverse, without the other, it is inevitable you will practically forget it, even if you every now and then tell yourself you know better, because that very knowledge will be absorbed into the consistency to contribute to your amnesia.
And like we were talking about capitalism being the reduction, this neurotypical presupposition is also the reduction.
Yes.
This is the same thing.
Yes.
I think it's the same kind of
Yeah.
thing. It's the representation, it's
Yeah.
the generalization, it's the equivocation, it's the problem of thinking in categories, it's the problem of using a representation to act as a universal generalization.
Yeah.
And then you're not in the particular, you're not
Yes.
present, you're
Yes.
not in the specific,
Yes.
you're not in the unique.
Yes. The neurotypical inevitably ends up in game theory problems it cannot overcome.
Because it denies the presence.
Yes.
It is a representative
Yes.
framework. And
Yes.
so the neurotypical is the flattened language of those who
Yes.
aren't present.
Yes. Yes.
And so then the neurotypical is that who does not have neurotypical neurology because they've severed it.
Yeah.
And so the neurotypical is now the severed soul.
Yes.
And so at what point does the NPC become the civilized complex that is just mimetically regurgitating God knows what?
Yes.
And at what point is there a genius who is then using a psychotechnology of culture for a temporary effect?
Yes.
And then at what point, how do we remind each other to be that which uses the psychotechnology as something more real?
Yes. Yes.
Did that make sense?
100%. So, critically, collective intelligence with just neurotypical people are less reliable than collective intelligence experiments that have all different types, right? And actually, neurodiversity increases the probability of not ending up in Nash equilibrium, prisoner's dilemma, Kinefero, preferential, etc. So
And that's
forth.
why
Right?
there's so many neurodivergent people,
Yeah.
is because the mammonistic, capitalistic, flattening culture is going to die.
Yeah.
And so if we keep producing NPCs, we're effed. But if we produce diverse people who aren't corrupted by these memes so
Correct.
easily,
Correct.
that's the only way we're not going to keep overfitting to the data. And so how do we create people that don't believe in the maps that they're given
Yes.
without going insane?
Yes.
And so how do we
Yes.
give people who are able to see through the maps? How do we take people who are given flat lines and then see through into the sphere?
Yes.
How do we get people who are going to live the ideas,
Yes.
not just regurgitate and program, not just regurgitate
Yes.
and program? Not,
Yes. You have to have the neurodiverse not end up in the cheap to lose, as I'll call it, or a line of flight that loses social intelligibility that ends up psychotic. So in Lacan, you have, we could say, the neurotic, the psychotic, and the pervert. The neurotic is basically an enclosed totalitarian system. The psychotic is the neurodiverse, but they close in on themselves and they can't relate to the neurotypical, okay? So they lose the ability to relate. The pervert enjoys their inability to relate. So basically what we're in is an age where those three registers are unable to cope with one another, that they must be able to cope with one another to not end up in a very problematic enclosure. And basically, as people lose hope in the address, they become perverted. Because what ends up happening is if you say, well, this address, guys, is nice and all, but it's not going to happen, well, then people just come to enjoy their inability to do it. And then they come to enjoy perversion, and we get a really effed up society. But that is what we're seeing more and more. So what you have to do is create the ability of the neurodiverse and the neurotypical to relate to one another, but that by definition requires drive, meta-judgment, and an appreciation of AB logic. Because without that appreciation of AB logic, the diverse is simply destroying the AA. It's A does not equal B, so get rid of the diverse, right? But if you understand that A equals B, it requires it, then you need the neurodiverse to be yourself. You need the becoming other. You need that diversity of thought to know what a thing is, right? But the moment you deal with diversity, you're going to deal with misunderstanding, different cultures, and all that stuff. And if you don't have drive, you're not going to tolerate it. You're not going to get through it. As soon as you have your desire upset because it's not pleasurable, you're going to exit. Drive and intrinsic motivation keeps you going when it gets hard, right? So you believe in it. So you need drive to deal with, to not encounter the obstacle and give up, like we were saying earlier today. And then you need to have the ability to have an open-ended conversation, because you need to be able to talk with someone who you don't fully understand everything in a manner that makes them feel invited and free and able to talk, and you're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
That's right, and you're not going to be able to do that if you're interrogating them or asking them questions that you have. If you go into a conversation with the neurodiverse and you know all the answers, dang. So you have to have the open conversation. This is the, dare I say, cybernetic structure that is not purely linear, that's open to the vertical, without which you're done. You're going to be in Nash equilibrium. And let me, the example I always make is you end up in birdie and donkey problems. And a birdie and donkey problem is you have a donkey that's between two equally piles of grain, and the donkey starves to death because it can't make a rational choice, because it's equally rational. The only way to avoid a rational impasse, a stalemate of rationality, is to make a non-rational decision, where you say, I'm just going to eat this one. Why? Because, right? So the donkey just chooses it, right? Pure, and I would argue AI is just going to end up in birdie and donkey problems.
Yes.
That's all it's going to do.
It's canary in the coal mine. That is the characteristic of the design.
Yes.
I'm not saying, oh, the design is broken. I'm like, no, that's the kind of design it is.
Yes.
Like, that's what it implies and what it entails.
Yes.
People think that the Ouroboricness is a flaw of a particular design.
No.
And what I'm saying is that's the system of the intellect.
It has to be.
Right. And
Yes.
that's what people don't understand.
It has to
They
be.
think that the collapsing brain that grasps onto knowledge knows.
Correct.
And what I'm trying to say is the grasping brain that grasps onto knowledge severs.
Yes.
And then that actually disconnects, and then that unknows.
Yes.
And then we're in a process of hyper-rationalization, a
Yes.
hyper-reason, which
Yes.
is then disconnecting us from meaning.
Yes.
And so that's why there's a meaning crisis.
Yes.
Not because there's not meaning. Or not because there's not things. It's because there's no meaning
Yes.
of the things. We
Yes.
don't care about the things.
The tricky move that is very hard to get, that is everything, is if you're not able to meta judge a limit, then you don't have difference and you don't have relationship.
Right.
And so what ends up happening,
You got to get into the meta.
you have to be able to say you are different and yet we relate. If you are not able to meta judgment, there is still difference that you can't identify, and in that
Yeah.
denial of it, you create a pathological relationship. So the key to AI, so AI as a hyper rationality, well, I was just talking with Clayton about this. AI needs us to give it a prompt because the prompt limits it. And the limit keeps it from an infinite calculation problem, which would just give us 23 coherent possibilities and it would never be able to tell you which one. If the AI gives you 23 piles of grain and the human is not capable of the meta judgment of saying, I'm going to pick this one, then we starve to death. And all AI could ever do is give us piles of grain that are equally coherent options. And if we are trained by AI out of the ability to meta judgment by that very giving us of coherent piles, then we starve to death as it gives us coherency, right? So you have to maintain the meta judgment to the degree that AI is going to be useful. If you lose that ability, then you'll starve to death because you're not able to. Here's the weird move: you can't tell the difference between the piles of grain.
So that's because there's people are saying, oh yeah, AI is not going to work. AI is just totally fundamentally different. Okay, well, why? Because it's disembodied. Why is it disembodied? Because it doesn't care. Because then it can't pick the grain.
Yes.
Because it's not just hungry and it's not following its hunger
Correct.
and just eating food.
Yes.
It's like, oh well, I'm a decision thing, and then what's the best decision? And I only make the best decision. Well,
Yes.
these two decisions are equal. Well, therefore I can't pick.
Yes.
And it's like, well, no, that's not who you are at all.
Correct. Well, the human, the advantage of the human is eventually you are limited because eventually you get hungry, and so you go, well, I'm going to just
But then
pick
you
this.
just care. And
Then
so
you
there's
just care.
something that
Yes.
not reason. And
That's
so
correct.
that's why it's
That's it.
non-rational.
That's
because
it.
that's the
Yes.
embodied
Yes.
reason
Yes.
of
Yes. The-
non-rationality.
there
It's
is-
something meaningful. It's something real. It's a motivation that
Yes.
not rational. And that's what I'm saying about modern culture.
Yes.
Is our only motivations are irrational.
So we're not-
And so then we've severed from
Yes.
any connection
Yes.
that couldn't be rational.
That-
so then we don't believe in the non-rational.
Yes.
And so then we get a gut impulse, and we're like, well, what does that mean? Oh, well, that doesn't make sense, so then I'm not going to do it. And so then we ignore that godly intuition that gives us the impulse. And then that severs our drive.
That's it.
And then we need to reconnect to the drive that is the intuition that is, I don't know, kind of like God. I don't know.
That's exactly right. The weird thing that's hard to understand that's so important is that if you can't meta judge a distinction and thus create a limit and thus make a difference, then you can't get a relationship, and what ends up happening is you end up severing. You either choose difference or you sever. So you're going to get a split. The question is if it's a split that facilitates relationship or a split that cuts you from the source. That's the tricky move. That you're actually choosing limit so that it propels relation with difference, as opposed to denying limit that leads to severing. And that's the tricky thing. You either choose limit and get a difference that makes possible relation, or you don't choose limit and you're going to end up with a severing that leads to pathology. And that's really important. And the issue too is that AI, this is kind of a key notion. We tend to think that AI will replace human beings because it is unlimited. And we go, okay, we're limited, AI is unlimited, therefore it beats us. But that assumes there are not capacities that require limit. What if there are capacities you can only develop if you have limit? And I would argue non-rationality is only developed because you have limitation. Because you are limited, you develop faculties of, so you care. AI, the issue is AI could stand between those piles of grain forever because it doesn't care. So the very lack of a limit sets AI up to unlimitedly stand between the piles of grain, which makes it...
And that's the desire to disembody.
Yes.
And that's the desire to be ruled by the rationality.
And it will be.
And that's the temptation to sell your soul to the Luciferian.
And it will, because, there is no limit that forces it not to. So limitation is a grace, because limit is always like, you're going to have to eat. So finitude is a grace in that sense. Yes.
And it's the real, and that's horrifying.
Yes.
If you're a Satan worshiper, then the real is horrifying.
Yes,
Then it's
and-
not a blessing, it's a curse. Or it feels like a curse.
And
it's a horror.
so the finitude, here's the key.
It's not beautiful, it's horrible.
That's right. The finitude is why you can do the non-rational. But if there is finitude, that means it cannot handle all of the infinite because it will be overwhelmed. So the finitude, to have the grace of limit, requires the possibility of the mistake of AA. Because otherwise, the finitude that is the grace can only be that grace because it can make the mistake of the AA, because it misidentifies the infinite as only itself.
I think, again, we're talking about the paradoxes of the two hemispheres.
Yes.
And, like, we are so used to only the left hemisphere making sense that we're trying to explain how the right hemisphere makes sense, and then that, in a way, doesn't make sense.
Yes.
I thought that was pretty cool. The way you were explaining it just made a lot of sense to me.
Well, and once you see that, the possibility of the mistaken finitude is then what gives it the potential for infinite productivity, like infinite projection, because it can always be re-experiencing the infinite according to a new limit, and that limit moves. It's a true infinity, not a spurious one, because it has a geometry. The issue is when you define, like what Hegel points out, is most of us think about infinity as a spurious, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. He's like, that's a spurious infinity. That's a false infinity. There is no such thing. A true infinity is a circle, because it relates forever, but it's a circle that you can comprehend. So it's an infinity that you can comprehend, right? Because a circle is an infinity. It's a sphere, and it's an infinity in time, because it can go forever. It's not an infinity in space. But since space doesn't really exist, it's time that exists, then true infinity is circular. Well,
it's atemporal. That's why you get everlasting life in the mythological traditions. Not because you live forever, but because that is almost an atemporal experience, something like that. It
Yes.
transcends the time, yeah.
yes, and you see...
Or our normal processing of time.
Yes. But so what ends up happening is you can get that true infinity that therefore is precisely possible because of the limitation that makes it possible to misidentify the circle as just a point. Because a circle, you can say, well, that's just a point. It's not a true infinity. It's an algebraic point, right? But actually know that the problem is you're not in it, you're outside of it looking at it, and that's objectivity. So true infinity as a circle, when you take the objective stance on the outside, you say it's just a point. Well, no, go in it and participate in it as a subject. Well, now you have a true infinity.
Then you've blown that line into a sphere.
Exactly.
And then now you're in the fractal plane.
That's exactly right. So the problem is the structure of reality as a true infinity requires the capacity of abstracting and veiling so that we're not overwhelmed, but that very capacity gives you the option of imagining yourself outside of it, at which point it is not a true infinity, it's just a dot. But that must be a necessary mistake to have the grace of finitude that would help us avoid birdie and donkey situations, where if this mistake is not in the structure, you're going to end up like AI. The reason why we are not destined to end up like AI, although we could, but we're not doomed to, is because of the finitude that necessarily affords the possible error of misidentifying the true infinity as a point. And once you do that, you're dead, because you're out of it instead of in it, right? But that error is necessary, and the fear of error is the fear of truth. No, and before I forget also, what's really, really important is that each one of these kind of steps of the address inform the other. So there's this notion here of a movement from desire to drive, to intrinsic motivation. If you have an open-ended conversation, you experience how great it is to participate in a conversation, not just receive information. So that can be evidence to you that the movement to drive is a good move. If you come to see, hey, that's true, A is vacuous, things are becoming other, then that also can make you more open to the idea of drive, because, objects are A is A, and if reality is actually AB, that would make sense that drive is optimal, not just desire, right? And also then the way you relate to people, maybe I should relate to people more in terms of drive, not what can we do together, what objects can we get together. It's going to change your calibration of how you think about all of these different things, which I think is very important, because there's a trick here. We have to somehow, we were just talking about, we have to change our relationship between I and other, where we are identifying with other, not just ourselves, but then the self is not lost in the other. That relationship between, the hive mind and ourselves. So, no, I appreciate what you were saying on that, on the hive mind. So bring that up. That was really important.
Yeah, this is an analogy I've been playing with for a while, and now I'm probably not going to communicate it well, but whatever. So back to my evolution of consciousness and what it means to be a human is to see the world through two different spiritual interpretations. And so that is to necessarily be in a state of contradiction or conflict.
Right.
And so we are necessarily seeing the world two different ways. And that's why I see the yin-yang as being so meaningful, because it's not that there's a yin world and a yang world. It's that we literally see both, and then it's some sort of interaction or interplay of the two
Yes.
that then appears as something unified and solid.
Yes.
And so it's actually two contradicting diametric opposites that then we perceive as something fused together.
Yes.
And so,
Right.
whereas bees have hives, wolves have tribes, wolves have packs, humans have tribes. And so there's something about Eric Neumann's Origin Histories of Consciousness where the people in the times of Homer were just vessels for God, and they said that, oh, well, I killed somebody because Hera possessed me,
Yes.
or because of Nike or whatever. And the more that we believe in our sapiential frameworks is the more that we think of ourselves as inherently separate, which is the more we take the yin intellect as the default presumptive substrate of reality.
Yes.
And so then at some point we're enculturated into top-down thinking that we are necessarily separate.
Yes.
And so I see you as a stranger that we have interesting conversations with.
Right.
I don't see you as part of the hive.
Right.
I see myself as a separate person who has my own biology and what I care about, and then I'm also supposed to relate with you on a V+1 level.
Right.
And what I'm trying to get at is, where do we see ourselves as part of the hive? There's something about an ant or a bee that to us doesn't appear to have its own separate volition. It seems as though the ant is acting intelligently, but it's not from its own brain.
Right.
And so I think that's the state of modern society, is we've conditioned ourselves to act out the left hemisphere, which then puts us in the fallen egoic state, which then takes for granted the facticity, which
Yes.
then disconnects from the potential, which then disconnects from the thymos, which then disconnects from the spirit.
Yes.
And so what I'm trying to get at is the nature of identity. What is the story that we tell ourselves?
Yes.
Are we the story that is separate from the world, and God created the world so we can exploit and dominate? Or are we some sort of shepherd co-creating participant?
Yes.
And so at some point, I think we're both a worker bee acting out something we don't understand that is not a part of our
Yes.
separate brain. That whatever an ant is doing is not its own brain separate
Yes.
volition.
Yes.
The ant is morphically resonating, being guided by something that isn't it.
Yes.
There's an external cognition guiding
Yes.
the ant
Yes.
and guiding the bee.
Yes.
My theory is that humans are both.
Yeah.
We are both bees, morphically resonant, guided by something we don't understand. And we are fallen, separate creatures
Yes.
that act differently.
Yes.
And so I think the mistake of modernity is the cultural identity that is the story that you are separate first,
Yes.
and then you live in a community second.
Yes.
And so you're a V first, and then you're a V+1 because you want to be smart.
Yes.
No.
Correct.
You are thrown into a right hemisphere hive, and you have instincts that you have no idea what's happening.
Yes.
You are a worker bee picking up a grain and moving it, but if somebody were to ask you what you were doing, then you would Gazanaga give them a shovel and chicken poop. Because the split brain, sorry.
Fantastic.
Gazanaga split brain experiments and yeah, whatever. We are not realizing that we have a bifocal personality. We're
Yes.
not realizing we have two essences.
Yes.
We are essentially separate and we are essentially together. We are essentially using the saber of left hemisphere saber of intellect that cuts apart chaos to make it digestible. And we're the connoisseur that is part of the great mother that is devoured by the
Yeah.
mother that is the unknown that is the whatever.
Yes.
And we've forgotten that we are bees in a hive. We've
Yes.
forgotten that we have divine inspiration. We forgot that we are a shaman that has access to the Jacob's ladder to the divinity.
Yes.
We've forgotten that we have an own internal moral compass that we can tell the truth to, and then that truthful presence will guide us.
Yes.
And then we think we have to be the intellect. We think we have to be the manager. We think we have to know what we're doing and plan what we're doing.
Yes.
And then when the knowing what you're doing, planning what you're doing becomes the most important thing, then you're in a propositional tyranny, and then you can't trust
Yep.
your intellect.
Yep.
Because if you want to pick up the grain of rice from the right pile, you're like, why am I doing that?
Why? Yeah.
Is the right pile better than the left pile?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not. Well, then I can't do it.
Right.
And so there's something in that non-rationality that relies on the connection,
Yes.
that is the other side, that is lost out of metaphorical substrate, that is then not in the Overton window, that then can't be talked about because the rational intellect can't
Yeah.
thingify it and manage it and dominate it.
Yes.
It's something that's beyond us. It's outside of us.
Yes.
It's different than us. And then at some point we need to be humble enough to be an ant that is just guided by something it doesn't
Yes.
understand. Not, oh, I'm an ant and I know what I'm doing and I'm an adult and I have my own free will and I'm picking up this grain of rice because I want to pick up the grain of rice because it looks better over there.
Yes.
Like, no, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so at some point, we're all thrown into this, and then we are the Gezenaga left hemisphere coming up with a reason we're given a shovel.
Yes.
Because we've dissociated from the right hemisphere that is the hive, that is the
Yes.
ant, that is just acting out the command of the queen.
Yes.
And so to what point have we dissociated ourselves to where we think we have to be the intellect looking down?
Yes.
At what point have we forgotten whatever that divine connection to the self
Yes.
is that allows you to faithfully pick up a grain that you don't have a reason for?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
That's very well put.
Because if you don't do that, either you're going to kill yourself or your children are not going to have a will to live.
Yes, and that's
And
basically
so, like,
that's where we are.
And so that's the canary in the coal mine. Is again, this is the best time to be alive. But if we don't realize what we're doing, we're being succumb to temptation. We're succumbing to temptation on a global level. The collective unconscious is being possessed by the need to justify every action,
Yes.
which is then justifying the need to sever itself, which is then the bad faith that nothing matters because we're severed and because
Yes.
nothing matters. I can't even finish the sentence because nothing of it makes sense. Because I'm trying to explain insanity. It's like I'm struggling. I'm feeling insane trying to explain the insanity that is the presence.
So everything you just said, which was so well put. So first, that account. I'm going to call that an account. If you took that account seriously, that would make the movement from desire to drive plausible. So, like, if you took that seriously. So,
That's why I suggested it.
also, too, the very fact that that account would make the movement from desire to drive plausible, and we've also given reason to suggest if we can't move to drive, then basically the socioeconomic order collapses or it eats our children. That the very fact that you get that result would provide reason to think that the account is valid, because it seems to, if you don't believe something like that, you end up in negative consequence. Now, of course, that's not a proof.
If you don't believe that, you end up in nihilism. If
Yes.
you believe that, then
You don't.
then you believe in
Yes.
something. Then you have a spirit.
Also,
And so how do you
too-
find belief? How do you reconnect
Yes.
to the spirit? Because there's something about reason that is non-believing.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
there's something about we need to be non-reasonable so that we can believe.
Yes.
Because reason depends on belief.
Yes.
It's like we're putting the cart before the horse. It's
Yes.
like we're like, whoa, well, what about the cart? Well, let's
Yes.
make a really nice cart. Well, it's
Yes.
like, well, how are you going to get there?
That's correct.
Well, it'll get there. We just got to make a nice cart. Let's just.
Exactly. And also, we have noted that identity requires relation and a certain becoming other. So the idea of worker bee and, this kind of idea of the morphic resonance. Morphic resonance suggests that there is always a bee.
I could be using that term wrong. 'Cause that's
Well,
a very
from
complicated
Seldrake,
term,
it is
I'm-
I think he uses
I'm
that with
pirating
the
it,
bee.
and I'm hoping that's right.
I mean, the idea, the odd thing is that ants will behave in a way that is for the good of the colony without having any idea of why they're doing it. Like, it's just, there's a collective intelligence that is beyond the individual.
And that, I think that is embedded in every human psyche. And I
Yes.
think that is the God image that we've killed. I think that's Nietzsche killing the God. I think that's the problem. I think that's the loss of soul. I think that's why we have a meaning crisis. It's because meaning comes from the spirit's association to it. And if you
Yes.
sever your spiritual associations and you're only reasonable, well, then at some point there is no meaning.
I am strongly of the opinion. So, if we use morphic resonance as this idea of this participation of that of which you intelligently and meaningfully participate in without being able to fully identify or even explain why you're doing it, that experience is strongly the experience of meaning. Because if you know what you're doing, it's not. This is the weird move, and Blondel points this out all the time. If you know what you're doing, it's not meaningful to you.
And that's the problem with being possessed by the Luciferian intellect and
Yes.
only doing things you think you know.
Yes.
Is because then actually, technically, nothing is meaningful.
Yes.
It's data, and you can point
Yes.
to it, and you can hide behind the excuse, and you can give yourself a static reason.
Yes.
But at some point, that's almost a substitution for meaning.
The key notion, so Blondel's book Action, which I think is a very important book, but the point I always bring up that I think is so powerful, he's like, the moment you're certain of something, you stop caring about it. And so the weird thing is we've made so he's critiquing modern philosophy. He's like, the goal of philosophy has become to obtain certainty, which if you gained, you'd stop caring about it. So intellect cannot be in the business of certainty without being suicidal, and that's what he's pointing at. And ultimately, it's a larger argument. He thinks intellect needs to serve action, process, development, etc., so forth, right? Because once you lose that, you die. You don't care anymore, and there's no meaning.
I don't know how to put this, but there's something about evil that is beta. There's something about evil that follows. There's something about evil that is the represented abstraction. And so there's something about the intellect that has an idea of a conception, and that conception has to be based on an embodiment.
Yes.
And so there's something about the intellect that is actually based on a prior embodiment.
Yes.
And so the problem with our society is we think that the intellect is the source
Yes.
of information.
Yes.
But what intellect is it's actually, I don't know what it is. It's a sycophant. It looks down on what has been given.
Yes.
It doesn't produce anything. And so it can only look down on something. It actually can't produce something.
No.
And so we need to be tapped into the greater S self
Yes.
that produces something. And then the lowercase u ego can then manage that something.
Yes.
And then we need something else to produce it, and then we can manage it. And so we can't produce in that paradoxical sense.
Right.
It's we can be vessels for the God's production.
Yes.
Or again, phrasing is tough, but it's something more like that, where the ego then silences itself so that the queen directs the grain.
Yeah. Well, we don't know what reason. We don't know what reason is for. We're using it for justification, which ends up just making maps. When really, to say something large, the point of reason is actually the negation of justification to keep the process going. Like,
So it negates the connection.
Yes.
That's the point.
yes.
Exactly.
So actually,
Because MTC thinks that is what's real, and so we
Yes.
can only realize what we've grasped.
yes,
And so now you're saying, no. Once you've grasped it, then it's like unreal.
yes,
And so there's something about being present and aware with an experience that you
Yes.
don't know what it is.
yes,
That you then have to keep experiencing it.
yes,
And there's something that, you see it, you recognize it, well, then I can ignore it.
yes,
And so that, what it is, and once you know it, then allows you to ignore it.
yes,
And the lack of knowing it means you have to pay attention to
Yes.
it. And then by paying attention to it, you're experiencing it.
Yes.
And then by knowing it, you're ignoring it.
yes,
And so that's the paradox of confusion.
Yes.
Where we think that knowledge is meaning,
yes,
but actually knowledge is separation.
yes. That's
And
correct.
so we are trying to find meaning by separating ourselves
Yes.
from
Yes.
What is happening?
Yes, and that's
Obviously, it's
precisely
insanity. Again, I'm describing
the
insanity.
a demonic trick
in my mind.
has to make you use the thing to get the thing that you want in a manner that keeps you from it. So we're using knowledge to get meaning, which is precisely what keeps you in it, and then it's infinite. Because if the thing you think you need to, it's groundless, and so it's auto-cannibalistic. So this is where, for me, it's very important to identify sin with irony. Because because irony is where X does Y for Z, and Y is why X doesn't get Z, which means X keeps trying Y.
The
And-
real is overwhelming, and so you have to narrow your psyche into a concept. But
Yes.
If you're constantly narrowing your psyche into a concept, then you're not dealing with the real.
Exactly. That's exactly
That's
right.
fair to
So
reverse
the point of reason is actually to negate the concept, to open you back to the real, but then to help you judge to the degree of the real you can handle, to introduce the concept that then you negate. So the point is this: the function of reason
Yeah, is to
is
break it down.
to break it down.
And that's why philosophy is realizing that your prior map was wrong.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you're looking for the Gödel point,
Yes.
because you're seeing the insufficiency.
Yes, that's exactly right. We are using reason is supposed to break down, not cut off.
So
We're
that's why
using
you talk to people. You talk to people because you want to reorient them.
yes, that's
You
correct.
don't tell people something they already know.
Correct.
You give them something different to reorient them.
Yes, that's correct. And then you're also supposed to use reason
community.
to deconstruct your prior ideas of what you think needs to be done to help orientate that person to keep you open. Reason cuts. So you want it to break down, not cut you off from the morphic resonance per se, or the source. The problem is, if you make that mistake, reason's not going to let you know you made that mistake, because you then close it off, right? So you have to be using reason to break down whatever is cutting you off, but that means it has the potential in it to cut you off, because it can break down. And that means it can break you down to just being a reductionist part, right? So that's what that's the danger of reason, is that it is a tool that can keep you open, but in the very capacity it has to keep you open is actually what can make you nihilistic. So let me explain that. So philosophy, let's just put it this way. Philosophy, what do you do in philosophy? You ask why. So in asking why, I could reduce something to nothing because I say, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? And just keep going forever and you get an eternal regression, right? But I could also use why to keep me from being certain so that I'm open, right? Because I could ask, why do I believe that way? Oh, I think this entire idea of morphic render, I think all of this stuff that Charlie and Daniel are talking about is stupid. Well, why do you think that way? And I could actually use that
Because
to
it doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand it.
yeah, and I said, well, why doesn't it make sense to you? Is that because it's unintelligible or because there's something you need to raise yourself up to, right? So I could
Because
use...
it is unintelligible, or because you can't?
Exactly.
Okay.
So I could use the why to open me to the other, or I could use the why to say there's no point, because there's always another why question. And that's where you're using the why question for justification as opposed to humility. The why, the infinite why question that rationality affords is supposed to be in service of humility, not justification. But the problem is that's only going to work if we believe humility is a good and that we should be open to the other. But if the entire culture is like, no, it's about the individual, then we're gonna use it and end up in nihilism.
Yeah, can I hop in here?
Please.
What was your distinction of cheap empathy and what was the other one?
Cheap and cost empathy
Cost.
based on
Okay,
Bonhoeffer.
So now
yeah.
let's do that same contrast
Yeah.
with faith and belief of your own products.
Yes.
And so what I'm thinking is happening in modernity is we are top down given a structure, and then we just take the structure and then we agree to it and ignore it.
Yes. Yes.
Now what I'm saying is that philosophy is, what was it? Not cheap?
Costly. Yes.
Let me write that down so I keep
Costly.
Costly. And so let's do costly philosophy.
Yes.
So now we've severed the world and we have a form. So now let's run that idea till its logical conclusion. And then let's really believe that.
Yes.
And it's only once you really believe that and you run that to its logical conclusion that you see there's a Gödel point. You
Yeah.
see it's incomplete.
Exactly.
You see it's
Yes.
insufficient.
That's it.
And so you have to believe it to see that it's insufficient. And so
That's
it's
it.
oddly the faithful person who really
Yes.
believes in
Yes.
it then
Yes.
sees that it's wrong.
Yes.
But it's the half-assed BSer who's just faking
Yes.
everything,
Yes.
who then just uses that intellect as a bad faith static to
Yes.
hide behind.
Yes. Yes. But that's the irony where many times the person, and this is a vast generalization, the person who actually becomes more open, say, in their Christianity or open to new ideas, are actually tend to be the people who take it incredibly seriously, whereas a lot of people that are actually more quote-unquote fundamentalists are those who have not taken it to its extreme. And that's where you need to actually finish your map to reach the Gödel point, right? Yes, that's what ends up happening.
And so cheap people take these different complexes, they learn this, they learn this, they learn this, they learn this. And then in this monad they have this character, and in this monad
Yes.
they have this character, and in this monad they have this character.
Yes.
But what makes sense of all of those? So then when you're cheap and you're cheap and you're cheap and you're cheap, you don't see that you're disintegrated.
Exactly.
And so if you're costly doing it and if you're really doing it, then you have to believe in
Yes.
it. And then you will orient because you won't be doing all of this cheap stuff that doesn't make sense.
That's correct.
And so I think the MTC is the person that actually just BS's. They just regurgitate. They just take,
Yes.
they take a concept and then they pretend that that concept's real.
Yes.
And so then they're not actually being in life the concept. They're almost using that concept to not be in life.
Yes.
And that's why it's kind of a death drive. Or that's why it's
That's
about
right.
sacrifice,
And that's why they also become very rigid and very
that's why
adamant.
it's weak. That's why
Yes.
it's a weakness, and that's why Nietzsche said that the morality is weakness. It's not good. It's not compassion, because it isn't procreative. It doesn't destabilize you enough to encourage you. It doesn't.
No.
It doesn't disorient you enough to make you bored to then realize you're insufficient to then inspire something new.
Yes, and
it like keeps you in that numbness of ignorance of you don't care.
Yes,
And so the problem is that most people have been conditioned to not believe in anything.
Correct.
And so then they're given a map and then they just fake the map.
Yes.
They don't even believe in it.
Yes.
And so they're acting out something they don't even believe. And so
Yes.
then they're dissociating from themselves and
Yes.
doing themselves. And then you
Yes.
say, hey, what are you doing?
Yes.
And then they post hoc rationalize, use their
Yes.
intellect to explain
Yes.
what it is.
Yes. Yes, and then
And so at some point, no one's actually living anything in anywhere.
No.
And so it's all cheap non-participation.
Yes, that's
and
right.
So where is the belief? Where is the cost?
Yeah.
Where does it mean to care?
Yes.
What does it mean to actually buy in and believe and have integrity and back up your words?
yes,
Versus just spouting off a bunch of different monads because they're all disconnected because you're just overfitting
Yes.
to the data.
Yes.
Did that?
That 100%, and basically what that means is everyone's, like the majority of people's beliefs are weak, but the way you defend that weakness is through certainty and rage. And
It's through not even believing it. It's
Yes.
just you claim it.
yes,
And you just claim it, and then you just claim it, and then you just claim it. But you're not actually believing it.
yes,
And so then you're lying to yourself.
Yes.
And so then you have fooled yourself. And so
Yes.
then by believing in these static things, you have deceived yourself into thinking that stasis is real.
Yes.
And now you've oriented your personality around your inability to be present.
yes,
And
that's
so
right.
then you've worshipped your. I hate to say this, but there's some people like, oh, I have a pain tolerance, or I can be so. And it's like, no, you just associate.
Yes,
And so you are not strong.
correct,
You are incapable of handling the real.
correct,
And that makes you brittle, and then that makes you susceptible to ideologies and
Yes.
the banality of evil.
yes, yes,
And so then where do you get the person that has the strength to not succumb to the temptation to use the cheap intellect?
yes. And basically,
How do you get people to believe?
yes, and basically the argument is this: if you do not get people to believe as such, to move into the costly, then global pluralism is doomed, because people
Right.
will, in the
Right,
encounter
because
of
if
the
you
other,
don't- if you don't believe it, yeah.
in the
Sorry,
encounter
sorry.
that will be unveiled to them, and they'll have to respond. Either they admit that they weren't costly, or they blame the other. And basically, the average person will blame the other, because that's the thing that's natural to them. And if they gave into the temptation of the cheap, then what is the likelihood they won't give into it now before the other? Very low.
And so when you build your whole culture on the efficiency and the fluency of cheap intellect,
yes,
you die.
yeah,
Or the culture crumbles, or it doesn't survive, or like I don't know what the canary in the coal mine is that says, hey, I recognize that as an anti-life philosophy.
Yes.
I can see the tone of that. I can see the frequency. I can see the
Yes.
higher form, and that doesn't reflect out into infinity.
Yes.
Infinity. That isn't a non-living philosophy. That doesn't adapt.
yes.
That is ignorant and insulating.
If you're going to base your society on cheap intellect, then you better not generate global pluralism, because that is going to be the revelation of that intellect being cheap, and then it will become psychotic. The cheap intellect mistake in a more isolated, less globalized world is hidden. You can get away with it because it's able to insulate itself and not become a terror to itself.
Disc.
And so, and then in that sense, it's not even necessarily a mistake. It might just be a historic reality, an episode. But when that runs out, and you get into global pluralism, as you necessarily will with global capitalism, technology, etc., then you can no longer make the cheap intellect mistake without great consequence. You will have to flatten intellect, and that means set it up to be replaced by AI. If you do not want to be replaced by AI, or you do not want to flatten it, if you say we want to take difference seriously, if you want to take difference seriously, then the cheap intellect mistake is not allowed. You can't do it.
But that's the whole point, is that the equivocation of the flattening makes it the same.
Yes.
And it's not different.
Exactly.
It's not real.
Exactly. So then you don't.
It's a simulacrum of reality.
Yes.
So then it's not real reality. And so
Exactly.
we are conditioned to consume simulacrums of reality that aren't fulfilling.
Yes.
And so then we are eating the daily bread that is insufficient to survive off of.
And when you-
so when do we realize that we have been erroneously eating counterfeit pieces of bread?
Yes.
And that it's not spiritually satisfying, and that's not wisdom, and then our kids aren't going to survive.
So basically, if you do that, you will not create demand. If you don't create demand, the system stagnates. It becomes auto-cannibalistic and it eats itself. So this is the question of creating demand versus stimulating demand, which is the question of moving from desire to drive, open systems, AA to AB. It's all the same question. How do you move from counterfeit bread? So, hey, theologically, there's two answers: trauma or beauty. You either have a beatific vision or you have a forcing function that makes you say, wow, so God's going to destroy Nineveh? The prophets can show up.
Where's the communal identity that creates the narrative that we are each other's forcing functions, and then our point of having a different perspective is to be able to see the mote in somebody else's eye?
Yes.
And then how do you trust somebody to point out the splinter in your eye?
Yes.
Or something to that effect.
Yes. Yes.
And so then the point of the community is to show you where you're wrong,
Correct.
not to reaffirm where you've deluded yourself.
Correct.
And so I think our modern culture teaches you to delude yourself, and then our modern community teaches you to reaffirm other people's
Yes.
delusions.
Yes. That's
And
correct.
so how do you actually be present and then remind other people of their own tendency to become self-effacing, lost
Yes.
in the map,
Yes.
lost in their own delusion?
Correct.
And so that's the point of being separate.
Yes.
is to then give somebody else your separate intellect. But actually, we're still community, and so we're actually just. Does
Yes.
that make sense?
Absolutely, and there's also the problem of if I identify your delusion, then that's probably just serving my map. Like, my making you aware of your delusion has to be a kind of surprise to us both, right? Or else it's going to be serving
Because
the
you
ego.
believe in what he said,
Yes.
and then you follow that map, and then you come up wanting.
That's correct.
But if you just say, "Oh, he said something cool,"
Yes,
then you're not living it, and then you're not seeing the end, and then
Exactly.
you're not saying, "Hey, man, you misled me."
that's correct.
And so we're not listening to each other long enough to go on the journey to believe what they're saying, to
Yes.
realize that what
That's
they're
it.
saying is empty,
That's it.
to realize that what they're saying isn't fulfilling you.
That's it.
And so that's the problem in modern relationships.
Yes.
Is we lie to ourselves, and then we create some BS, and then we feed our loved ones BS, and then they starve.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
And they're
right.
like, well, what is this? Why is he starving? That's not fair. I've been loving him. I've been giving him
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And it's like, no, you've been lying, and you've been deceiving, and you've been bullshitting.
Yes.
And then feeding somebody a diet of feces is not how you make them more healthy. Like, you can't just lie to somebody and then think that's going to make their emotions better. And that's
Correct.
the problem with this toxic positivity feminist culture is we're just going to be nice to everybody.
Yes.
And at some point, that is lying. At some point, that's delusional.
Right. No, that's exactly right. But then, of course, the great problem is if you choose the point where you cease being nice, it is probably serving the ego. So it has to arise into a situation of which is an encounter, and you have to be prepared for the encounter. And that's actually alluding to the most difficult leg of all this, which is the problem of forgiveness, which you don't have to think unless you encounter difficulty. And then how do you be prepared for this? And this is where, it's a very big deal. Before I forget, though, because the morphic resonance and the worker bee is very important to all this. So, I'm of the opinion that, indeed, the human is split between a kind of an I and a morphic resonance, a kind of participation in something beyond them. Aspasia, Seth, and I have been talking about authentic resonance, which is this kind of knowing, and that seems to be tapping into the morphic resonance. We've talked about fields, and this notion of participating in something that you don't know what you're participating in, and yet you know you are, and you do so well.
So what is that part of you that lives and doesn't know? Like the tree of
Yeah.
life versus the tree of knowledge.
Yes.
What is the part of you that right hemispherically lives in participation of the unknown relation with that
Yes.
which is other than you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So there's a few questions here. So first off, that idea of the individual being, I'll say a worker bee, a worker bee, we'll just say.
Sure. A non-egocentric
Yes,
vessel of God.
that's correct.
Simonde's attention vessel of God.
Yeah, absolutely. So first off, what are the experiences that the average person could have that would make that account plausible to them? Because that would be step one. So that's a great account, guys, but and maybe it's true, but it's not plausible to me. How do you make it plausible to me that that account is valid?
You have to live it through. You have to live them through the mistake. They have to come to the error of their own ways and realize it's insufficient.
Yes.
They can't take my word for it.
No, they have to
And
have the
so if
experience.
They can't believe what you're saying, and if they don't have the moral responsibility to take your line and to put it into a sphere, and then to go on the journey of the quest, following out
Yes.
the spell of your spell, and then you spell them out the information, and then they go through the map
Yes.
and traverse the map, and then they go on the journey, and then they follow the way that you're orienting their psyche. Yeah, I got lost.
No,
Something.
so that's
Because
exactly.
people aren't believing that. People are
Yes.
just taking it and then logging it away or filing it away.
Yes.
And then that's not engaging with it. That's not realizing it.
No.
That's not living in it.
No, they have
And
to
so
experience
we're not
it.
being it in life. We're like consuming it and forgetting it. And so then we're like looking for a reason to forget about it.
Yes.
And so then it's like a bad faith, something that doesn't integrate it. And then it isn't learning.
Yes. That's exactly right. So there has to be an experience, because ideas are not experiences in the conflict of mind. It has to be an experience. So what are the experiences that make it plausible?
Experience their own failure.
Yes.
And then realize that. Yeah.
That's exactly right. So how do you and that would be the opening to the worker bee, almost like the worker being per se, like that mode of seeing both the I and the morphic resonance, right? So there's a few experiences. One, I don't think it's by chance that many creative people are open to this kind of thinking, because if you've sat down and written a story, you've had the experience of intending something and then being surprised by what you intended, and you feel like God's working through you, the muse. So creative acts tend to make this account plausible,
an open conversation does. Because you'll be talking and have ideas you never had before. You'll have your own ideas clarify. In a true open conversation, the account of the worker bee becomes valid. In jazz improvisation, if you ever do an improvisational jazz, then it becomes plausible to you because you have that experience of you being essentially the only person playing the sax, but your idea to play the sax is informed by the group. Being in a real communal effort where everyone is on the same page, there are certain experiences you can have that are very, very difficult to explain in terms of an individuated ego. Because in a true open conversation, you're like, where did I come up with that? I've never thought that before.
That's just not how reality works.
Yeah, and so you just have these experiences where you do the creative action. You're like, how did I come up with this story? Where did this poem come from? You have this.
You just take it for granted.
Yeah, you have this.
And so how do we get people to access that which is normally taken for granted?
Yes, that's correct.
And so then that requires some sort of cognitive flexibility. That requires some sort of soul flight. That requires some sort of journey outside of the presence. That requires a trip into the imagination. That requires, whatever, a psychedelic, imaginatory, fantasy, whatever that is, whatever you want to call it. But there's something, again, the words that I'm saying sound so ridiculous, but there's got to be some way to access the other.
One of the critical ways churches did it, which it used to be just about everyone went to church, and religions was worship. Mm-hmm. Worship was a critical, because let's take the act, we forget.
I don't even know what that means, though.
No, but imagine.
Yeah, can you clarify that?
So worship, let's just think of, Plato talks about choir. Let's just talk about singing together. Worship is the idea of orienting yourself toward the vertical, that is, and saying it is greater than me. Mm-hmm. Well, right there, that's a +1, if anything. That worship can go a long way to opening you to the vertical, right? If you remove worship, there is not a reminder every day to think beyond your substrate, to think beyond your mouth, right? But a critical idea of just the physical act of worshiping, you can feel the spirit. You can feel the excitement in the room. You can feel this lifting up. Plato places choir at the center of education. What? Why is that? Because it's a participation in the harmony. It's this participation of I and other. You can't do a harmony or choir. I sang in choir for years, but there's something about worship and singing. We don't actually, it's a funny thing to think. The average person does not sing anymore. The average person, let alone sing with other people or sing in public. Singing in public is actually a very powerful practice of the reminder of I, other, worker bee, because you listen to music and you just know the next note. How do you just know the next note? You just know when that doesn't sound right. This is what Plato's entire stress of choir is basically a reminder of, is a way to make plausible the worker bee. Because Plato is absolutely suggesting that the human is a worker bee, quote unquote, that there's some morphic reference. That's why he's defending the eternity of the soul. He's like, the bee, we can only explain subjectivity as this bothness. And that's why he's also in Meno. It's like, you remember geometry and you're a servant, you've never learned, and yet you're able to remember something. Well, then there must be a morphic resonance, basically. And the Holy Spirit, the religions are full to the brim with suggestions of a participation in something beyond you that you don't fully understand.
What is up with modern people that don't believe that? How are we beyond that, Daniel? What is this where we're so captivated by our intellect? We now worship our intellect to where there is nothing beyond ourselves. And so now we only worship what we already know, and then that worship that you said brings you up is then been counterfeited, and now we get a dopamine high by consuming our own stuff.
Yes. One of the
almost the same, but we've subtly bastardized that process, and now we're missing the mark by confusing it.
The worship, let's put it that the worshiping soul, if you will, is the condition of creating demand that generates the technology. And once you generate the technology, you can take that as evidence that you don't actually need the worship, because the technology makes you feel powerful. It's that Faustian bargain. It seems to make the world understandable. We can deal with difference. We can make great cities, and that's where you forget the origin in the Luciferian fruit, in the benefits, right? And so it becomes, here's the problem, the more the more technologically successful and wealthy you become, the more here's the problem, the more plausible it becomes to you that you don't need the worship. Right. And if you don't have practices of the worship to make it plausible you need it, then you're going to forget it.
And if the people who are now the movers and shakers of society are the people who are kind of grandfathered into the systems of this abstraction, then those are the people that are most important. There's your tipping point of Pareto principle.
There you go.
But then those Pareto principle people who are the most resource capable are those who are the most spiritually defunct.
Yes.
and those who are spiritually capable are
Yes.
resource defunct.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so how do we combine those who have acquired the resources with those who still have the sphere to apply it?
Yes.
And so there's almost a weird.
Yes.
You either have to build up your ego, and then you're too egoic to care about other people, and then
Yes.
you want to care about other people so much that you sacrifice yourself.
Yes.
And so how do you care about yourself enough to have ego and have resources, but then also be connected to the whole to then
Yes.
redistribute that?
Yes.
How do you go on your own shamanic journey to enlightenment, but then also go back to your community and bring them with you?
Yes,
Like,
that's
where
correct.
is this joining of the two worlds, and why are we so not joining the two worlds?
Yes.
And then by not joining the two worlds, we're auto-cannibalistic, and we're not joining the two worlds of procreation. And then that's not a DNA seed that can then
Continue.
continue. And,
Yeah.
then we're sacrificing the future.
Yeah. So one of the things is, I like a book called Generations, Neil Howe William Strauss, and he also talks about the fourth turning and different things like that. And there's this idea that you have a first turning, which is this kind of visionary age, religious revival, so on and so forth. Then you have the second turning, which is basically the entrepreneurs, the people who build based on that new vision. Then you have the third turning, which tends to be the decadents, the children of that. And then you have the fourth turning, which is the nihilists. So basically what ends up happening is the first turning is thanks to a remembering of AB. That then creates the wealth in the ascent. AB is still remembered in the second turning. It begins to be forgotten in the third turning because you're decadent, you have the success you don't need anymore, and then it's totally forgotten in the fourth turning, which then brings about a crisis that brings about a remembering of the AB. And that's where we are. We're in the transition between the fourth and the first turning.
Yeah, I
where
feel like sorry to interrupt you. but
Please.
It's almost like the boomers are in the it's all glorious, and then the whatever is the millennials are kind of decadent, and then the Gen Zs are nihilists.
Exactly.
And so it's like, obviously it's not quite that simple. But,
Yeah.
But it's like there's an as above, so below.
Yes.
In that the adults are passing down systems that then the children can't understand.
Yes.
And then the system isn't meaningful, and then so then the child thinks the logical response is nihilism because that sentence doesn't make sense.
Yes.
And so then somewhere in that we lost the connection.
Yes, we did.
And so what is that dynamic? How do we? Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's exactly right. Because the issue is that when we say the third to fourth, it's not like everyone is the fourth. It's a mixture. There's a mixture of second and third and fourth turning, and we're in basically. It's
And that's what I
not.
was trying to say. The canary in the coal mine sees this pattern.
Yes.
So it's a mixture because you're able to get outside of it.
Yes.
You don't actually have to go through it to realize it because
Yes.
you go through that in different fractals of your life.
Yes.
And that's why you do that at work and you learn. You do that at home and you learn it. And then
Yes.
and then it's by that process of your ego
Yes.
destroying that you then learn to be beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what
That's
we're
it.
missing. We've lost the connection to what is beyond that.
Yes. So the
And
question.
that is the source of life. That is where your drive comes from. Is
Yes.
that how do you relate to that which is beyond you? And that's
Yes.
the only reason to do anything.
Yes. So basically, what all this suggests is that there's a kind of cyclical pattern that brings about a remembering of the AB, a remembering of the source, a remembering of the creativity, the childhood, the address. There's a cyclical pattern in history that is the remembering of the address, that is the forgetting of the address, the remembering of the address, and so on and so forth. And the question is, what occurs between we are in the transition from the fourth to the first turning. That's what's going on right now. The first turning is a return of the vision, of which then is the getting straight. The question is, what facilitates the transition? Well, there's there's basically two options, but then the prophet plays a role. It's either hell, beauty, or listening to the prophet. There is examples in the
And the prophet is the through line that connects you to God, and that's how. That's
Yeah.
the karmic journey that we all need to do is realize that we're all responsible for being the prophet.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Something like that.
And the Bible gives you images of people listening. You know, Nineveh is a great example. You can listen in Jane, so the prophet can make a difference, but only to the degree that people identify with the prophet.
Because right now the prophet is speaking a different metaphorical substrate that is unintelligible by
Yes.
the Luciferian possessed master.
That's correct. And so why would you listen?
Because the Overton window doesn't share the language of the sacred.
That's correct.
So you're not allowed to connect to the other because the only language in the Overton window is what's already known.
Yes.
And so then that's not potential.
Yes.
And then if what's known is the only thing you can talk about, then you can't reach the potency, which
Yes.
then you can't survive.
And you see, what ends up happening is that's why basically prophets are almost always killed.
Exactly.
Very rarely listened to. But then the prophet in their very death plays a role when they are remembered by people in the future who go, oh, maybe we should do that thing the prophet said because look what's happening in not listening to them. And now the schema, the prophet, this is the weird role. The prophet gives you a map, knowing that it won't be listened to, that needs to be there in history, so there's a map you can turn to that's actually the Gödel Point map that brings you to AB. So the prophet kind of has to be early. The prophet almost has to be early to place something in history that can be remembered when people are ready for it.
So then you access the inner prophet. You try to listen to your inner God, and then your intuition gives you an impulse.
Yes.
And then your reason comes back and silences that.
Yes.
As above, so below. Then the prophet goes and talks to God, and then comes back to God, and then says, "Hey, we have this idea," and then the society says, "No, that doesn't fit our language."
Correct.
Which is literally the same thing that we've been talking about this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how to make that more real. I don't know. I think that's really important.
I think that's extremely important. That is the structure of history. And the question is the following. To what degree is our current moment a certain paradigm shift in everything? And what I mean by that is this is the structure by which linearity that is disconnected from the vertical has been able to not finish itself off, like apocalyptic, right? And so far so good. The question is that I think about a lot, and it's it's dangerous to ask this, but I think there's reason to ask this. Is this time different? In the sense of the mechanism of history correcting itself back to the first turning, is that no longer guaranteed because of nuclear weapons, because of AI, because of
scary question.
yeah, because of the severity of global pluralism? Because if that's the case,
Because each time it gets bigger and each time it gets more painful.
Yes.
And that's why we're so afraid of it, is because it keeps getting painful.
Yes.
But at this point, the inability to do it and the increase in technology and the lack of ability,
yes,
is this going to be incredibly painful or is this going to be destructive?
yes, yes, that's what I go to.
And
And basically, because I do ascribe to Hegel's structure to
but
absolute
either way,
knowing,
we can't put it off. Sorry.
that's right.
Or either way, it's irresponsible to put it off. Either way, it's immature to put it off. Either way, it doesn't make sense as the canary in the coal mine that sees the pattern of this.
Yes.
It no longer makes sense to be the selfish person that puts it off for tomorrow.
That's correct.
But that is what every addict says every day of their life, and then they go back to the bottle.
Correct.
And so how do we, as the shaman, admit that the culture is addicted to the intellect, when the culture addicted to the intellect is going to silence the body, that then is the messenger,
Correct.
that then is the way, and then as above, so below, we're crucified by our companions.
Yes.
And so then we're afraid to have courage to ourselves.
Correct.
And so at what point do we have courage to ourselves that encourages our companions? And at
Yes.
what point does that as above, so below, can we then change our culture? And I think
Yes.
that's what Nietzsche meant by then redetermining your own values.
Yes.
Is it's something about retaking responsibility for it.
Yes.
Something like that?
Yes, that's 100% correct. And what is the question that I go to very, very often on this issue is I think it is reasonable to suggest that this natural first, second, third, fourth turning structure moves us from, say, reason to spirit to religion. The movement from religion to absolute knowing, which is going to be the Gödel point, it is not clear to me that that historic cycle can force that. It seems like it has to be chosen. And that's why this seems different. And if it has to be chosen, then the problem of address and spread has to be thought, and increasing the probability of the conditions of the average person, which is a very tall order, but seems to be
So at what
necessary.
point does the prophet choose it, the neurotypical scapegoat and kill the prophet, and then the only way is trauma, is the only way is the flood?
Yeah.
So how do we agree to have courage to ourselves, to then listen to the prophets externally, to then take responsibility to re-having faith,
Yes.
to then getting out of the intellect?
Yes.
Something like that?
Yes. Because what I would say, like, basically, incorporating what you just said, the movement to every stage of the phenomenological journey, as Gödel calls it with Hegel, seems as if has transitioned in history basically by a mechanism of trauma. It's been a mechanism of trauma that has moved the average person
Yeah,
there.
because we're not adult enough to want to seek our information.
That's correct.
We are running from it and running from it and running from it until we get kicked in the face.
That's correct. So the question is the following. Can the movement from religion to absolute knowing, which would be, on terms of society, when a critical mass of people make the transition to absolute knowing and thus identify with the Gödel point, can that be facilitated by trauma?
I think it has to be, almost.
But this is the question.
So is it external trauma or is it internal trauma?
Yeah.
Are you sitting there and are you costly going through your maps
Yes.
and realizing of your own volition that
Yes.
your map is insufficient?
Yes.
Or are you cheaply doing these things and BSing
Yes.
things and writing checks and then never cashing them and then just living a life of lies that then you never realize your mistake because you've
Yes.
never actually believed in it. You've never gone
Yes.
long enough
Yes.
to realize you've missed
Yes.
the mark.
So you
And
just
there's multiple ways of missing the mark.
it has to
You
be
can
traumatic.
not aim, and then you can also not pay attention to your last shots. And then you cannot cultivate that ability to aim. And
Correct.
we have not cultivated the ability to aim, and
No.
so then we don't even know if we're hitting the mark.
Correct.
And so we're shooting something, and then we're left
Yes.
hemispherically saying, "Oh yeah, that's where I am," and it's like, well, no, what? But
So what you just said is it has to be a kind of internal trauma. Exactly.
it
That's
has to be some kind of trauma.
Yes,
and I'm
it has to be a
suggesting
trauma.
the prophet is saying, "Hey, make it internal,"
yes. So
because
I agree.
otherwise it's
I
gonna
agree.
be, it's going to be
So,
unmanageable.
so here's the move. Okay. Every step of the journey up to absolute knowing can be through an external trauma. An external trauma can move you from reason to spirit to religion. The movement from religion to absolute knowing must be an internal trauma. But the question is the following: how would you go through the work of an internal trauma? You must move from desire to drive. You have to be intrinsically motivated to be willing to work through that internal drive and thus be able to pay the cost, right? So this is the question. How do you move someone from desire to drive? How do you make someone intrinsically motivated? Because those are the only kind of people that will go through that internal trauma. Because the internal trauma is only going to result when basically everything has failed you. Because when everything has failed you, then there's only one thing that must be the source of that failure, and that is you. And you see, people will move from reason to spirit when reason fails them. They'll move
That's my
from
point.
spirit to
That's
religion.
why we need to get into costly reason. That's why
Yes.
we need to believe our own reasons.
Yes.
Because we're reasoning and then not believing our reasons.
Yes.
But if you really believe your reason, you'll eventually sever that too.
Yes.
And then when you sever your reason,
That's when you hit the Gödel point.
That's
when you hit the Gödel point. So here's the critical thing. What happens at the Gödel point? What is the potentiality opened up at the Gödel point that then gives you the fortitude?
it's something like the phoenix blowing up. It's something
Yes.
like Christ dying on the cross. It's something
Yes.
like
Yes.
a loss of sanity. It's something like a breakdown. It's something like a destruction.
To me, it's beauty. And the problem is we've misidentified beauty as a characteristic of a thing versus a strike of beauty that is the death on the cross. It is horrifying but also wondrous. Beauty is a suspension of category.
Because you can't relate to what is outside the wall without something going through the wall. And
Yes.
So you can't relate to the other without your wall being destroyed.
Yes.
And so there's something about the beauty that necessarily is destructive because it destroys your status.
Drive
your
is
stasis.
you have to desire the destruction. But that makes no sense unless it's beautiful.
Right.
Like, and
right.
so
so how do we make errors interesting?
Yes.
How do you make your own self-effacement beautiful?
Yes.
How do you make
Yes.
realizing how you've
Yes.
been wrong your whole life, how you've been
Wonderful.
an addict and missing the mark, how do you make that interesting? How do you make somebody want to digest that?
That's
how do you
right.
make somebody stop dissociating from that?
Yes.
Stop making excuse for that?
Yes.
Stop blaming the other? Where do we do
you
that?
have to make the
How do we do
realization.
this and how do we encourage each other to do this?
It's what beauty does. Because when
I
you
think
have
my concern is that we're encouraging each other to do the opposite.
yes.
And that's causing us to be more insane.
Beauty unveils your error in a manner that makes you laugh with joy. Like, to put it in a like you go, oh my gosh, I was wrong, and it's joyful. Like, it's not horrifying, it's joyful.
So that's why Trickster is then the Joker, because then the Jokester then makes the horror of the mistaken intellect funny.
Yes.
And so how do we see the horror of the mistaken intellect in such a way that it's funny and it's interesting and we ingest it and we learn from it and the body keeps the score?
Yes.
And the new ego egg that is
Yes.
given to the intellect
Yes.
is learned the lesson of the broken
Yes.
down from the past.
Yes.
And so where's that connection to the memory? Where's that future Homer?
Yes. So,
And it's in belief.
yes.
And it's in belief in yourself.
Yes.
And so you can't lie to yourself and then learn.
That's correct.
Because the Dostoevsky, once you lie to yourself, you
Yes.
no longer can.
You have to genuinely make a mistake. You have to genuinely error. And when you genuinely error, in the strike of beauty, you're
And so
glad for
first
the
we need
genuine.
people to be genuine.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
you genuinely see your intellect to its logical conclusion.
Yes.
And then you philosophically see where your philosophy doesn't make sense. Then when you see where your organ is connected to the other. Then when you see where you're dependent on the other. And then you start paying attention to the other that is the vein, that is the lifeblood, that is your source of sanity.
Yes. One of the keys to the open AB is if conversations are open and you don't know the end, the only way to survive them is to be genuine. Like, you have to be genuine to go through the openness. And so that's a huge step in the right direction. Because if you're going into the unknown and you're not genuine, you're dead. You have no chance.
You
The
can't think in categories with your Luciferian intellect and also be uniquely genuine and present.
Yes.
It's literally a trade-off.
Yes.
And we don't understand the sacrifice we're making.
That's correct.
We think we're orienting ourselves by severing ourselves with our saber intellect.
Correct. It's the exact opposite. And so when you
So horrifying.
when you change the medium condition of education to make being educated and a good use of time and what average people do open-ended versus confirmation, that will go a long way to oriented people to be genuine, because the only way you can get through the open-ended is to be genuine, because you can't fake. You can't. Let me put it this way: you can't fake an improvisation. You cannot fake improvisation. You can only do it well. So you can fake.
And every relation is an improvisation.
Yes.
Whether it's with yourself or
Yes.
with somebody else.
Yes,
And
you
so
can't
That's the
fa-
problem. Is we're trying to script everything. We're supposed to.
Yes.
We're trying to predeterminedly know what we're doing before we've even done
Yes.
it. And then that undermines improvisation. That undermines right hemisphere. That
Yes.
undermines connection. That
Yes.
undermines connoisseur. That
Yes.
undermines creativity. That undermines meaning in life.
I can fake sight reading of music. I can fake playing Moonlight Sonata. I can't fake an improvisation. It will suck. If I fake an improvisation, it won't be good. So in an open-ended conversation, if it's genuine, it's not going to be a good conversation. And it will be naked and exposed, and it will not be... But if I'm playing Beethoven's Ninth, reading sight music, and it's technically brilliant, I can hide my lack of investment. I can hide my roboticism in the
just be a
technique.
machine.
But in an improvisation, you can't fake it. So the more and more you remove the barriers of association, whatever, from people doing the improvisational, is the greater you increase the probability that people enter into genuineness, because you're removing the structures that decrease the probability of them not improving or entering into relationship by making it, by changing the school system away from
I think education gives you scripts, and then you think your job as a person is to regurgitate the scripts you've
Yes.
been given.
Yes.
And so then that aims you at a machine, and the quality of
Yes.
your personality is your ability to reproduce the mechanistic thing. And
Education.
at some point, you're
Yes.
severing yourself.
Education as a medium condition needs to change so that we associate the educated person as good with improvisation. When that occurs,
It's to cultivate a spirit of presence and
Yes.
interpretation.
because improvisation is necessarily a presence. You cannot do it unless you're present.
It's reactive.
It has to be reactionary, and also
So then
improvisation.
You have to be sensitive and you have to be attentive.
And improvisation fundamentally makes the worker be plausible, because it feels morphic. You're doing something and it's
You're
morphic
listening.
resonance. You're listening, and how did I come up with that? So an improvisational
You're listening
mode
and
of being,
responding. Listening
yes.
and responding.
So
Listening
the
and
jazz
responding.
improvisation-
That's the opposite of an auto-cannibalistic.
Yes, and that's also Vervaeke's Dialogos and the hip hop cipher. I talk all the time about the cipher. The hip hop cipher is the key metaphor for the basically the political social structure, and the cipher and the Dialogos are two sides of the same coin. And it is an improvisational structure that makes plausible the worker being of individual and morphic resonance. If you do the hip hop cipher, and I did a lot of work with Bernard on ciphers and seeing the hip hop cipher at the center of philosophical thought and entrepreneurship and whatever. The cipher is the experience that says, the individual is not an isolated ego. It is necessarily tapped into and opened by a certain relational conditionality.
How do we get people to experience what you've just said? Because remember how we were
Yes.
saying that people don't listen to you. And so
Yes.
when you're in a propositional tyranny,
Yes.
and somebody else has a propositional tyranny,
Yes.
you cheap interpret that and you don't
Yes.
listen and you don't
Yes.
care.
Yes.
So how do you say what you just said to get somebody to actually live that out?
Yes.
To get somebody to actually go through that journey on their own,
Yes.
so that their embodiment keeps the score,
Yes.
and their new ego
Yes.
loads
Yes.
that spherically.
Yes. Absolutely. Well, first I'll just say quickly, one, modeling it, doing it, and putting one of the reasons I
That's
record
why we're
these and
here,
putting
yeah.
it online, like
Yeah.
I would, if I actually think one
That's
of the
why I
reasons,
let you record this.
yeah, and that's one of the reasons like I record it is precisely because it's like that requires models, and people like, what if they talk for 7 hours? How do you do that? Well, because you do
No,
all
you guys
this.
You guys are only seeing half.
Yeah, exactly.
We're getting a lot more.
Like people see that as like, wow, people can do that, and it becomes a model, and you've shown it, you've recorded that it's real and it's possible, and so then people go, oh, okay, versus they've heard it, and it's like, yeah, right, okay, I'm sure there, it's.
Oh yeah,
like,
you guys are creative for 5 hours in a row. Uh-huh.
yeah, and it's like we don't even know where the time goes. The experience of time going by quickly, you're showing it, and so that makes it an experience that becomes plausible. That's a reason why I'm bullish on the social coordination mechanism. This is not just creating content to consume to build channels or whatever nonsense.
This is
It is about
inspiration,
modeling
modeling,
and
yeah.
inspiring and shine. The way you have to shine with alternative possibilities that then show something is possible, and if it's possible for us, why not for other people? And then
We're all part of the same hive.
yes, exactly.
We're no different than anybody else.
Yes, that's exactly right. So for me, the correct way to use the YouTube recording Zoom is as modeling for different modes of being and experience of interaction, etc., so forth, that we have to be willing to be recorded, forget the recording, get over the nervousness to do that modeling, but it is for the service of showing people experiences of how they can carry themselves, which is an evangelical activity that doesn't fall into the traps of the tract and propaganda and force, because you're just modeling, you're just showing. So for me, all these people online who are recording these discussions and posting them are increasing the probability that these experiences are possible for the average person, because the more people that can come in and do it, well, then the more plausible it is that anyone can do it. And so you're modeling something to create a social alternative, and that modeling is not merely information, because they're
So
seeing
at
it.
some point, are we creating a map that then other people can vicariously participate in the map?
Yes,
so that
we're
they can
creating
go
a
on that
map, but
journey?
we're creating a map though that also shows a different relation to that map, because we're not just using that map to establish coherence. We're making
We're
maps
not-
that people can
We're
use
not
for the
mapping
Gödel Point.
to data to conform to data. We're mapping to midwife you out of your living room
Yes.
into the journey of the psyche, which is where the insight is found, which is where the dragons are.
Yes.
And then once you leave your body into the psyche, you can fight the dragons.
Yes.
And then once you have the courage to overcome the dragons, then you can get the gold that is the transcendent information
Yes.
that hides behind the dragons that you've been avoiding.
Yes, we are mapping to Gestalt. The point of this map is a mapping to the Gestalt. It is the mapping to the geometry. It's
So
mapping
it's a
you.
mapping to the body, and so
Yes.
it's a mapping to the depths of your psyche
Yes.
versus a shallow BS.
Yes.
Cheap.
Yes.
This is a map into the depths, into the costly, into your body,
Yes.
into reality.
Yes, and one of the reasons I want it recorded and people to see is because you see the body, you see the interaction. It's not just words on a page, you see the mode of engagement. So you see that when we're in this kind of conversation, it's not just talking philosophy, it's like literally lost in the unfolding of the thought. And it feels full body, and it's an emotion, and you're modeling that.
'Cause we're not talking propositions. We're trying to feel
Yes.
something, and then we're relating through propositions.
We're
But
following
what
a morphic
we're actually
resonance.
trying to do is communicate emotion.
Yes.
But then there's the limited data of conversation that then we have to pretend we're collapsing our ideas into the data. But actually, we're not ideaing.
No.
We're feeling and then
Yes.
translating to ideas.
That's correct.
So we're not sharing an idea.
No.
We're trying to share a common idea that then we can both
Yes,
experience.
Yes.
And then it's a lived, shared experience to be communicated through an idea.
we're mapping to the Gestalt. We're using ideas to the morphic resonance. What you're doing is feeling out. Like this is a live modeling of the feeling of something. We're not sitting here talking about, so Hegel was born in 1522, and we're not trying to confirm the science of logic. We're trying to, the way that I love how Schopenhauer put it, it's the idea that most people use ideas. You're supposed to use ideas as rungs on a ladder to climb and to leave the rungs behind.
Psychotechnology.
Not to, he said, but most educated people take the rungs off the ladder and put it to a bag to show off. We're trying to use ideas to forget about them, to enter into a certain self-forgetful, because that is the most I meant to mention this. The mode in which you're able to be in that space of morphic resonance in the individual is when you actually have a self-forgetfulness of the individual. And that's
Right,
actually the
right.
fulfillment
And
of the
how is
individual.
that sense of separateness that you lose?
Yes.
You lose the fact that you are a separate human,
Yes.
and you're just then a worker bee.
That's correct. And you're in great jazz improvisation.
trade-off there.
Yes, in a great jazz improvisation, you forget yourself.
And
But the
that's-
separation
That's
of
where the beauty is
Yes,
forgetting yourself.
yes. So
that's
beauty-
where grace comes from.
Yes.
Because grace is the effortlessness of the beauty of the inspiration that wells up
Yes.
from the inner drive.
that's 100%.
And then hard work is the forced thing that is the top down, that is the pretense, that is the
Yes.
emptiness.
Yes.
And
And
then
as you work hard, you think about how hard you're working, so you don't
we've
forget
killed,
yourself.
We've killed grace.
Yeah,
We've-
there's no
we've
grace.
killed
No.
trust. We've killed
No.
faith. We've
Gra-
killed creativity.
But this also gets at how you make sense of the mystery of what do you mean the burden, the yoke is light, but take up your cross. How do you make sense of this? In self-forgetfulness, the cross is light. So what ends up
Right,
happening is when
right,
you're in the
right,
spirit,
right.
you forget yourself. You don't think about the difficulties. So, like most people look at me, like,
And
you've
then
been
you're just doing something that makes that feels right. You're just acting according according to your feelings.
Yeah, it's like a conversation. Like, how do you talk for 7 hours or whatever? You literally forget about it. Like,
No,
if you
it's
you
this is what I'm
like
interested
you
in.
just you don't even think about
It's
it.
just one moment. I'm
Like,
just talking about this. I'm
if
just
you
talking about
literally were doing this in a work mentality, after 30 minutes, you would be like, whoo!
Yeah.
But when you get into the morphic resonance, into the flow, you're stretching your neck. You don't even think about
Yeah,
it
you keep
because
moving
you
your neck, I
forget.
keep moving my
Yeah,
back. We've
you
been
just
sitting
you
here for so
don't
long.
you don't you just go.
Yeah.
And that is
You're
the
only
dance.
tired after the fact. Looking
Exactly.
back.
That's-
You're only tired once you're like, wait, what am I doing? with my
That's
neck?
right,
Oh.
and that's when you're the
Oh, I've
worker
been
bee.
sitting like this. For
And that's
a
when
while.
you're the worker bee, and you need to model that and record it so people can see it, because otherwise they don't believe it. If you just give them the data,
So that's the forgetfulness of doing a transcendent task.
yes, that's correct.
And then that's where you get your drive, is when
Yes.
you're doing something that's
That's it.
motivated beyond you.
Self-forgetfulness is how desire moves to drive.
And we are constantly reminding people to be in the spirit of the left hemispheric
Yes.
separation.
That's correct.
And then we're reminding people to identify as separate. And then we're reminding people to identify with that spirit of interpretation that will map out a world that will then cause a belief structure that will necessarily miss the mark.
Yes. The great irony is separation removes from you the ability to self-forget. And you would think it'd be the opposite. Because if I separate from you, isn't it easy to forget myself because there's no one bothering me? It's the exact opposite. The only way to forget yourself is in the presence of the other. You lose yourself in the other. You flow, the eros, the Dante dance.
And that's why a lot of depression is just narcissism.
Exactly.
Because like you're just trying to take care of yourself and you don't know what you want, and then you're chasing things that you don't even realize you need.
The
And
only-
so then it's like, how do you actually put yourself to doing good in the other world? And then
Exactly.
that compassion of caring for the other is how you then get out of your own egoistic thing, and then that's when you do good, and then you're not being egocentric.
That's correct.
And then you are being in life in a meaningful way that wasn't your top-down Luciferian egocentric
Exactly.
way. And then you're not acting selfishly.
Yes.
And then paradoxically, those times of other service is the most redemptive. That's
Yes.
that's what we're missing in society.
1,000,000%. The great irony is that the only way the narcissist forgets themselves is to off themselves. You literally have
Which is
to.
why this is auto-cannibalistic, which
yes.
is why it's child-sacrificial, which
Yes.
is why it's a death
Yes.
cult,
Yes.
which is why the presumed Luciferian intellect
Yes.
is an anti-life philosophy.
I mean,
'Cause
ultimately-
it doesn't live.
I'm-
It doesn't have a live core. It is literally that which substitutes for not having a live core.
Yes.
And that's why the narcissist is the damaged child who then grows up to not have a center.
Yes.
Because they were never attuned, they were never paid attention to, they were never believed in to have their separateness.
Yes.
And so then their whole life is an illusion of keeping up these things to make themselves feel whole again.
Yes.
And it's like, no, you just forgot that. And it's because you're constantly conditioned to be separate, and then you're trying to medicate your separateness.
Yes.
And it's like, at some point, you have to remember that you're not just separate.
Yes.
And that whole you are separate and need to take care of yourself is the presumptive, necessary missing of the mark that is causing the confusion.
Yes. Completely, beautifully said. And basically, ultimately, that means the choice is between self-forgetting or death cult. It's one or the other. You're either going to
You
figure out.
You choose yourself into suicide, or you choose others into compassion and survival.
That's really well put. And so, basically, the question is.
Because we are not selves, we are hives. And so if you're not taking care of the hive, you're killing the hive.
Yes.
Like there's a trade-off.
Yes.
And you don't get to invest in yourself the whole time without costing the hive.
Yes, that's it.
And so we are constantly costing each other.
Yes.
And then at some point we're costing ourselves, because then as above so below, the sphere goes
Yes,
inside.
that's it.
And then at some point we're deceiving each other, and we're deceiving ourselves.
Yes. Yes.
And so that's why this is all eventually a karmic journey of the inner thing. And so
Yes.
that's why we are trying to then map out to be the midwife to then let other people go on their own journeys.
Yes.
Not saying, hey, I went on this journey here, follow this formula.
Yes.
No, that doesn't work.
Co-
That-
absolutely.
And it's the person who's too scared to go on the journey themselves.
Yes.
That then thinks they need to regurgitate somebody else's track.
Yes. Yes.
And that is the person that needs to hear this message the most.
Yes. Yes.
And so they are the least capable of doing it, but the most in need of the message.
Yes. And that's.
And so how do we find the people who can do it and let them do it in enough way that's beautiful and interesting, so that the people who can't do it are still attracted to the beauty and interest that they can't yet manifest.
Yes.
And then they try
Yes.
to become
Yes.
that beauty
Yes.
that they can't
Yes.
yet manifest.
Yes.
Instead of looking at something that they can't have and then pulling it down because it makes them feel insufficient because they sold their soul and they can't handle the fact that they sold their soul and they're
Yes.
now a weak coward.
Yes.
And so how do we get people to then believe in that which is greater than them, which necessarily isn't them, which requires them being outside of themselves,
Yes.
which then requires a lack of that narcissistic Luciferian tyranny, which is the only way we can reconnect and find love and connection and support and survival. That's the only way to tap back into the inner drive. No, it's not the only only way, but it's an easy way that makes sense.
Yes. So
It's one way of doing it.
basically, in my opinion, the probability of that occurring for the individual that is least capable but most in need is greatly reduced if they don't see it, if they don't experience it. And that's why recording these things, modeling and putting it is an act of that possibility. Now, does it do anything? I don't know. But it is an act of that possibility.
By
Isn't
the
it?
fruits we shall be known.
Yes, that's correct. So it isn't.
Can't
It is.
know that now, though.
It is exactly. So I think the chances are significantly less if all you do is tell them. Like, you just give them the information. They have to see the full body participating in the
You can't
folding.
cast pearls before swine. You have to give pearls to explorers, and then they can go into the pearl and explore it themselves, and then they see the beauty that's within the pearl, and then they realize that
Yes.
they are that which can see the beauty in things.
Yes,
And
that's
then they
correct.
start believing in themselves, and then they're not just consuming what you give.
Yes.
And then they're not swine.
Eh.
And then they're not pigs that are abusing Boxer, Animal Farm.
Yes.
The pig, the cart before the horse, Nietzsche and Dostoevsky abusing the horse and having a breakdown, Animal Farm abusing
Yes.
the Boxer, the ass that's the beast of burden, that's the Bourdain's donkey that can't
Yes.
make the decision. These are, sorry to throw 19 metaphors at you, but
No.
but I don't think they're actually that different.
No, they're very similar because ultimately it is
And
the.
so where's the pig part of the psyche that's exploiting the horse?
Yeah.
And how do we find that shamanistic part that then starves the narcissistic pig, that then makes the society more horse-like and productive?
Yes.
That is then connected and realizes that it's a worker bee just working, and it's a
Yes.
horse doing the bidding of the farm.
Yes.
But then the horse is happy to serve the farm because
Yes.
the horse depends on the farm.
Yes.
And it's not the pigs exploiting the farm to then milk it and exploit it, and then
Yes.
the farm dies, and then we lose the thymos of the farm, and then the farm loses its community because the people on top are exploiting it.
Yes.
Yes, this is an as above, so below for society.
Yes.
And so at what point did Bernays and the Jekyll Island people then cause a conspiracy to then create an education system that then creates a bunch of top-down Luciferians who
Yes.
then needs their desires to then buy the market, and then now we are lost. But
Here we
did
are.
I just ruin it? Before we get into that? Sorry.
No. Well.
Are we gonna die now?
so-
Is the distributed information suppression complex gonna come for us now that we called it out?
That's really funny. And so there's a few things. So if you see a video, so again, I'm just drawing attention to this because it's getting at why I bother, and I actually think it's important, and why I support the work of the social coordination mechanism, this little corner of philosophy, et cetera, so forth. Is so if you see a video like this, and it's not. It's weird. You're like, okay, they're not doing any of the attentionalist dynamics. What are they doing? They're not going to get many views. It doesn't even have any of the attentionalist dynamics going on. You have two. You either dismiss it or you go, they must really believe this. And if they go, they really must believe this, maybe there's something real here. Weirdness. So this is where weirdness is an invitation. Because it doesn't make sense.
So yeah.
And it doesn't make sense. And when something doesn't make sense to someone, they're given a choice. It doesn't make sense because it's stupid, or it doesn't make sense because there's something going on I
Doesn't
don't.
make sense because you don't know what it is, because you need to be in presence with it, because its
There you go.
identity is yet to be determined.
That's it. So when you have people on YouTube or in these spaces that are using the technologies counter to their own logic, not using them in the way that the systems want you to use them, and that makes sense according to the system, that forces people who see the material to ask a question. Or they're forced to decide what it means.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you're
They have to say, well, that's stupid because these people are stupid,
There's
or
just so many stupid people that they're just gonna write us off.
yeah, that's fine. But then when you go through the logic of faithful present sociology, it is always 12. The 12, it is a 12 slow move. These artifacts of models of this alternative are there, and people see them, and those 12 and 8, and you get exponential curves, right? And that's how faithful presence and when you look at a book like Faithful Change or the Sociological Theory of Intellectual Change, you look at all these things, what changes the world are exponential curves. Not linear. It's exponential. And exponential look like nothing and then suddenly. And it's very small and then bam, right? That's what's always changed the world in terms of culture making. Culture making has never been a linear process. It has always been a nothing, 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 bam. And
so where's the tipping point? So
where's the tipping point?
We're in this
Yeah.
Luciferian propositional tyranny.
Yes.
And we're trying to access the inner shaman that keeps getting silenced because it doesn't make sense.
yes.
And so at what point can we continually, faithfully access that inner shaman until at some point we're no longer in a propositional tyranny?
Yeah.
Did that enantiotromic tipping point of how we need to switch the hemispheres, did that make sense?
Yes, absolutely it did. So one, the tipping point, if the tipping point can be identified, then it is in the logic of AA and therefore can not actually be the tipping point to the vertical, right?
So how do you encourage people to do the interesting work that is only
Yes.
that doesn't have the feedback?
Yes.
It's just it seems like it's going
Yes.
off into the ether.
Yes,
And then how do you get people to trust the process?
Yes.
When they're not getting the immediate feedback.
that's correct.
And
Oh,
that's what the immature person can't do, and that's what our entire
yes.
society seems to be creating adults that can't do that.
The great problem is if you get feedback, you're in AA, not AB, because that means you're getting the intelligibility back so you have consistency. The only way that a person is going to keep doing something without reward, in a sense, or confirmation or feedback is drive. You have to have drive, okay? So drive's the only way. So how do you create drive, okay? So that's very important. Before I forget, I just wanted to just put a note on this idea of a inner trauma, and it seems like trauma moves from religion to absolute knowing. The question I have that I think is plausible is the only way to move from religion to absolute knowing is the trauma of beauty in particular. Like it has to be the trauma of beauty because that is the inner trauma that also creates the attraction and drive and anti-fragility to go through that work, right? I can see people going from the trauma of the 2008 financial crisis to spirit from reason because and that's not beauty. That's saying, wow, our models didn't work. We got a housing crisis, so maybe we need to rethink things, and people go into a spiritual direction. But then they go into spirit not, and this does follow what happened. You know, the spirit not religious took off big time after 2008 financial crisis and 2001, 9/11. The spirit, but not religion, but then, of course, spirit turned out to be vacuous, and the vacuousness and the atomization has moved people back to religion.
We just switched it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so people.
That's the idol worshiping is we're taking religion as an idol.
Yes, and so.
And then it's not religion, but we're calling it religion.
Yes.
And so then we're saying, oh, religion is this, religion is that, and it's like, well, no, it's just the idol worshiping called
Yes.
religion is that. And
Yes.
so what we actually need is the religio that combines the hemispheres
Yes.
that is unknowable.
Yes.
Not the collapsed religion that
Correct.
I was saying you were misinterpreting
Correct.
before.
Yes.
Because-
Yes.
But
Yes.
well, not misinterpreting. But
No, it's very fair.
you
It's
know-
very
you
fair.
know what I'm
The
trying-
concern is that without Hegel and the kind of notion of absolute knowing where lack is central to your thinking, then a Peterson religio
Yeah.
is going to be stuck in the AA.
Yeah, I'm getting the Vervaeke religio to the binding, not
Yes.
the religion of what's known and what's determined.
And I can the binding is everything. I'm all about religio as binding, which is getting to the Kyoto School, and I know Vervaeke speaks of the Kyoto School. I have no problem with that. How do you increase the conditions of possibility for the average person to bind? And here's the issue. The question I have that I think is plausible is it doesn't seem as if the movement from religion to absolute knowing can be done by a binding that is due to an external trauma. It has to be an internal trauma that is afforded by beauty. And that is where it seems to be historically different. And that's where I think we are. And if that is the case, then the motivation of it is not going to be the same as it usually has been in history. It is not going to be looking at leveling events from that book by William. Most movements from fourth turnings to first turnings has been done world wars, plagues, financial crisis, etc., so forth. I don't, and I might be wrong on this, but I am of the opinion that forcing functions like that, I'll call them leveling events, cannot move us from religion to absolute knowing because they do not force internal change.
Right.
You'll just say the system screwed up. You'll just say the society did something wrong.
Right.
But if you draw into question the logical form itself, that seems to require something different. And this is where, to me, the switch is now beauty is the beauty to trauma versus trauma to beauty. Let me put it this way. Up to absolute knowing, you can do trauma then beauty. From religion to absolute knowing, it has to be the trauma of beauty, which is a subtle distinction that is massive because when you say the trauma of beauty, that's AB. It is fundamentally geometry and AB because you're saying beauty can also be traumatic. When you say trauma then beauty, you're not identifying the trauma in the beauty. You're saying we went through horror, but we recovered, and now we are open to beauty, and we've kind of changed things. No, what we're literally now saying is that the very experience of God is that of a beauty that pierces you, and that forces you to see God as a multivalent phenomenon where if you hate God, it's hell, and if you love God, it's heaven. That is a geometrical understanding of reality. And that geometrical understanding of reality seems like it requires an experience of beauty to get. Because if you have an experience of trauma, you can always just say, well, that's because we got the linear wrong. That's just because we didn't do the program correctly. But beauty shows you that reality is not what you thought it was. Like, beauty shows you that reality is distinct. It is not, it entails the morphic, right? And so for me, if beauty has to lead now, then, and beauty is primarily afforded by experiences of self-forgetfulness, then we need to show as many models of that as possible. We need to have as many models of that. We need to participate in that. We need to show communities of that. Like, you need to
believe in it.
you need to believe in it.
Be it in life.
That's correct.
We need to vote to be the kind of society that believes in that matters, that makes that into matter. Because there's a certain cheap and costly.
Yes.
Where the cheap is the external propositional hearsay.
Yes.
And the costly is the internal, I went through this journey and I've experienced it.
Yes.
And my body is keeping the score.
Yes.
And there's something about this cheap intellect
Yes.
of the other that isn't
Yes.
the internal trauma. That's
Yes.
then an external trauma. And so how do we then go on that internal battle to then go on
Yes.
that internal karma to then believe in it and then cost? You pay attention and that's a cost.
Yes.
But there's a trade-off to that.
Yes.
And so where do you pay attention to get the trade-offs to actually make yourself healthier,
Yes.
not more addicted to delusion?
Yes, yes, that's correct. And that will require an ultimate appreciation of the possibility that every event that can be encountered in the linear entails with it a vertical possibility which the experience of beauty makes plausible to you. Anything short of that will not make that plausible to you.
So anything that is just linear is vacuous and empty and foolish. And
Yes.
You shouldn't believe it.
Correct.
The only application to the linear has to come through the spherical or through the
Yes.
vertical.
Correct.
Or otherwise, it's a temporary illusion that lets you win this game of the
Yes,
monad. Or
that's
the
correct. That's correct.
And so how do we realize
Yes.
the thrown into temptation
Yes.
that maximizes this facticity
Yes.
is actually just an illusion of your whole life.
Yes.
And so your life isn't just this moment and this moment
Yes.
and this moment. Life is like the series of
Yes.
connected tomorrow Homer moments.
Yes, yes. Beauty makes that plausible. When you have the experience of beauty and self-forgetfulness, it becomes plausible that the linear is only valuable in so much as it is through the spherical, right? If you
So I
never...
think the beauty is that which is like almost by definition outside of your
Yes.
structure. It's by definition.
Because it
it's a
suspends the
surprise.
category. It is
Yeah.
by definition a surprise, and yet reality doesn't fall apart. So beauty is the
Right.
experience of that of
That's-
which suspends category and reality
And
holds
if you're,
together.
If you're possessed by the Luciferian intellect and you're cheap with everything,
Yes,
then eventually you can't even see beauty.
correct. That's
And
correct.
That's my concern as to where we're going. Is
Yes.
we have taken beauty for granted, and we're like, oh,
Yes.
we'll always have the beauty.
Well, this is
And
why...
I'm like, no, actually, if we keep this rational up, we're actually going to kind of lose that beauty. We're going to lose the thymos. We're going to lose the libido to procreate.
So I'm glad you said this. So this is what it seems to me. It is possible now to have a trauma that closes beauty. It is at the stage of religion to absolute knowing that a trauma is possible that you lose the beauty. Up until this point, there was no trauma that could occur that could close you off because it couldn't give you a perfect system. AI can give you a perfect system. Like, it can give you a perfect consistency. And in giving you a perfect consistency, there's nothing outside of it, so you're done.
It's apparent
Right?
consistency.
That's correct. So up to the moment of absolute knowing, there's a sense in which no matter what the subject did, history would make up for it. Like, the world, history would make up for it. Like, the trauma would wake you up, right? At the point of absolute knowing, you can't take the next step unless the subject does the work. Like, because the next trauma...
And it has to be dry at that
Yes.
point. Because there's no emptiness that's coming from the top down.
Exactly.
Because that top down has already reached its rock bottom.
That's what I'm saying.
And so how do you costly follow your
Yes.
philosophy to its rock bottom to realize that it depends on the Gödel point of the vein
Yes.
that is the lifeblood, that is the unconscious, non-rational?
That's exactly right. So there's nothing more. So you have to make the step, right?
It's not outside. You can't have somebody else do that for you. And
Exactly.
How do you
Yes.
go inside to then go outside.
That's correct. So I am of the
without
opinion.
sounding like an insane person.
Correct. So I am of the opinion that the next trauma is the loss of beauty. The next
Right.
trauma is the loss, but it's not lost yet. Because when it's lost, it's like game over. Like once it's lost, it's done. Like you'll forget, it's done, right? And so that's why this work for me of the faithful presence and all of this is so important, because the next one is the game over.
And the more we take for granted beauty and act like we already know it and file it away,
That's right. So we have
then
to keep
we're
doing
no
it.
longer engaging.
Yeah, so we have to keep doing it. We're still talking. We have to
Right.
keep talking.
And
We have to
without-
keep working. Yeah,
Right.
because the moment we stop, it's over. So we have to keep doing this. We have to record again and do another video and do another conversation and do another working.
Well, I
but
guess
if
I'm
you,
moving it.
yeah, but if that's right, you're moving. But if you have drive, you're like great, because
Yeah.
here's the key.
I can go all night.
That's
this
right.
is important and this is meaningful.
So
and that's
this
what I
is
can
the
do. I don't
key.
care that my back hurts. This is more important.
Yes. So the key is beauty. It only works if you never let yourself think you have it. But drive is like, great, I don't want to have it because it would be over. So drive actually enjoys the inability to
It enjoys
finish.
the relation.
And that is evidence that it's beauty. Because beauty is like, if you get me, you lose me, and drive is like, exactly. So the very fact that you're glad you don't have it and that you have to keep in it is evidence of eternity then. Because eternity is that mechanism. You never completely know God. That is eternity. You never completely know God, and yet you always know him more. And that is, drive is fundamentally a participation in beauty. Because beauty is that which you can never exhaust, but you can always know more. And drive is like, great, we now can go forever.
Beauty is the food of life, the
Yes.
tree of life, whereas intellect is the food of knowledge.
Yes,
And that beauty is what we're atrophying away from.
yes,
And if we continue this cycle, then we're going to starve ourselves
Yes.
of beauty, then we're going to disconnect from beauty, then we're going to lose our inner drive, and then we're not going to get off the couch, and we're not going to feed ourselves,
Yes.
and then the society is going to crumble.
yeah, and that's it. And basically the great joke is that, the great horrific Kafka joke, is that we are making AI to get what we want. But what we actually want is not to get. We want to participate. And the issue, we don't want to get anything. We just want to participate in something.
Yeah, post no clarity, man.
Yeah, and so the issue is
Uh,
beauty.
It's
Drive.
all about the acquisition. It's
Yes.
about the chase. It's about
That-
the hunt.
That's right. And the key is, but here's the issue. If you,
It's about relating to something beyond you, not already having something you can ignore.
that's exactly right.
this.
And the key though is if you intentionally say, I'm going to pursue something I never get, then it's in the ego. The only way to pursue something you never get is in relation.
Yeah.
Because relation is a
It's gotta
something
be
you can't.
outside the rational. Outside
That's
the
correct.
ego, yeah.
Only in conversation, only in relation can you.
Only from humble where you're relating to the beyond.
Yes.
You can't top down know everything and also relate to something.
That's correct. That's correct. So
And
what?
that's the inherent narcissism that we're thrown into, is that which pretends it doesn't need to listen to anything.
Yes, that's correct.
And then it's that forgetting that you are connected and you are dependent that is the Luciferian hell, that is the
Yes.
narcissism, that is the MTC, that is
Yes.
the static
Yes.
Satan worshiper of hiding behind using the
Yes.
structure of words to act instead of your presence.
Yes, that's exactly right. And so what ends up happening is that if you don't realize that the purpose of desire is to negate itself into drive, because desire wants objects, and you say there are no objects that are going to make you happy, I'm going to negate you. The proper orientation is desire is drive. And the only way that drive is only itself, it's participating in that which it never finishes. And the only way to do that is in relation with the other. Then that also makes plausible morphic resonance, because there's this thing you never finish. And that's when you're actually, dare I say, satisfied. Because you,
That's when you're in joy. That's
Yes.
when you're enjoying yourself, when you're in a state of joy, when it isn't a separate you that is desiring
Yes.
something that is not you.
Yes.
When you are at one and you are in joy and you are relating appropriately to
Yes.
the other, then that is where meaning in life and connection is found.
Yes.
And that's the only way we can adapt and survive, is by appropriately relating with the other and using procreative energies of balancing both polarities.
Yes, and the great joke is that I would argue that when you are in joy and you're in drive, then the probability, then you have the condition of possibility for the creation of drive, not the stimulation of drive, and it actually is far more practical for the economy. That is the great irony, is that because if everyone is in drive, the system is sustainable, we're not destroying the environment, we're coming up with ideas, we're solving real problems, and so what ends up happening is capitalism reaches its success when it has its people in joy, And now they are internally motivated, and they are actually then they are moving their wants to not just be frivolous things, but wanting one another, and so they innovate and create businesses in service of that. You create businesses and services and objects in service of how to be in joy, as opposed to objects of desire, and so then the system actually, funny enough, greatly enriches. It becomes more wealth creating.
Yeah, because the system's trying to cut its head off.
Yes.
And we're just like, no, you actually need your body.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's like, there's something there.
Yeah, and so what's interesting, AI is, we think that's like, AI is in a sense the final creation of a capitalism that's trying to cut its head off, that can stimulate demand and not create it. And in that achievement of its, AI in a sense is the object of desire of capitalism itself. It is the perfect logic of capitalism. It's the pinnacle of it. And that's Nick Land, and that's where Nick Land is correct. And so the object of desire of capitalism itself is AI. It is a purely enclosed rationality that needs nothing external to itself.
And I think that's what an ego is.
Yeah, it's absolutely an ego. Yes. I mean, AI is basically a severed head.
Yeah.
That is what it is. And it's...
And that's what we're worshiping. That's what we're aiming
And that's
for.
what we're
That's
worshiping.
what we're being in life. That's what we are aiming our psyche to increase more of.
And of course,
That's what we have set as our value system. And that is the spirit of attention that we are paying. That is the
Yes.
form of the
Yes.
attention we're paying.
Yes.
And so then it calls forth the spirit of interaction.
Yes.
And then that determines the tone and vibration of society.
Yes, that's
and
correct.
then we are thrown into a vibration of society
Yes.
that it feels wrong to vibrate differently.
That's correct.
And so then how do we have the courage to vibrate differently
Yes.
when that is the only way we can reconnect to the internal drive that's going to connect to the through line that is...
Correct.
Yeah, sorry. words.
Correct. That's 100%. And critically, it should be noted that AI is kind of the ultimate child sacrifice because it doesn't produce but lives forever. It can live forever without making children. So it's like you don't need children anymore.
And so then we're worshiping that which doesn't need children, which doesn't,
Yeah.
And
It doesn't need children to continue. Humans need children to carry on their bloodline. AI can carry on its bloodline per se without,
It
because
doesn't have blood.
it doesn't have blood, it has data.
Yeah, it's not
And
alive.
so,
It's not alive.
that's correct. And so it is the ultimate,
And so we're worshiping the non-living.
yes, that's correct. And it's fundamentally Moloch.
And so how do we refine our present ability to have the discretion to see when maps are living?
Yes.
And then to livingly, costly act out a map for the appropriate temporal duration that it is relevant.
Yes.
And then to see that through to its logical end, realize the Gödel point, access the vein, get a new blood, and reestablish a new organ that is going to harmonize with the new
Yes.
paradigm.
Yes.
Because we are the boomers holding on to the old paradigm.
Yes.
And that is killing the children.
Correct.
And so how do we get into that self to then be the part of the boomer that then opens up?
Yes.
And this isn't as above, so below thing. I'm not saying, hey, go talk to your boomer and
Yes.
tell him to open his mind.
Yes.
That's not at all what I'm saying. Did that make sense?
That made a lot of sense. The children, so basically, how does the children show the alternative to the parent who thinks you're just a kid?
Yes, because
Yeah.
you're a kid and you're crying because you don't know, because you want ice cream because somebody else has ice cream.
Yes.
But I'm the adult and I know you're about to have dinner, and so I know it's best for you not to have ice cream.
Yes.
And so you're throwing a fit and crying, but I can sit here and tell you you're just a unreasonable child.
Yes.
And then if I just top down tell you not to do that,
Yes.
well, then you eventually lose the connection to manage your own emotions.
That's
And
correct.
so how do we sit together with the presence to say, hey, I know you want ice cream, and I know you see him having ice cream, but that's not appropriate for you.
Yes.
And you need to start paying attention to what's appropriate for you,
Yes.
not just what's salient and pretty and looks good to the Kardashians, but what is actually going to be revivifying to you and making your community better.
Yes.
Not what is the decadent value of distraction.
Yes. To me, the only way the child can do it is by modeling. And they have to
It's the
model
trusting attunement.
yes,
Yeah.
they have to model something
And so
the
if we
parent.
have a narcissistic culture that can't attune to their children, what are we going to do?
Yes. The only way is that the child can model with something the parent cannot deny and they didn't know was possible. And most boomers don't know drive is possible because
That's my point. They don't
Yes.
know drive is possible, and
Yes.
so then they're like, "How do we direct this desire?" And
Yes.
it's like, no, just create a safe space so that the inner drive can happen, and then
Yes.
the inner drive will take over the world. If
yes.
you sit here and say, "Hey, ego, forcefully act your way through all of this stuff,"
yes,
it's like not going to work.
yes,
And so how do we
Yes.
tap into that inner drive to find the belief in the inner
Yes.
creativity that
Yes.
is the presence that is going to solve But all of that's uncomfortable and requires
Yes.
courage,
Yes.
courage and presence.
Yes.
And so how do we encourage each other to have the presence, to then
Yes.
realize there's a problem,
Yes.
to then access the inner creativity, to then
Yes.
remember that we're made in the image of
Yes.
God, to then access
Yes.
that imaginary capacity, to
Yes.
come into the theoretical universe,
Yes.
to hypothesize a heaven that would be greater than the present moment that we're in, to
Correct.
then believe in that enough, to then connect to our bodies, and then to take the steps forward to actually bring
Yes.
that heavenly image down into the. How do we actualize that? How do we manifest that? How
Yes.
do we do that theory?
Yes.
And there's something about that we are disconnecting from.
Yes.
We're losing that ability to relate appropriately to whatever.
Yes. Yes. Completely. So first, if the idea of the boomer does not know drive is possible, well, a reason to record this and put it out is because this shows drive is possible. You can see people that forget themselves and engage with it. This is not just telling drive is possible. Look, there it is. Now, they may say, well, I don't care. But this is where the world getting worse and worse. If the world gets worse and worse and you don't see the alternative elsewhere, well, maybe those weirdos, there's something there, right?
Yeah,
And
but
so,
what if those weirdos are just using their Luciferian intellect to create presuppositions that then they're masturbatorially auto-cannibalizing themselves in front of a camera and they're thinking they're doing something good?
yeah, well, come and see. You know, that's the whole idea of the modeling. We'll try it. You know,
But the cheap person who has sold their
Yeah.
soul is not going to try it. They're only
Yep.
going to judge these people using propositions.
yes,
And
yes.
So then they're going to think that we're doing the same thing we're talking against.
Yes, and we have to put ourselves in a
And so
place
then
where we
where's
can be
that?
seen that way and misidentified, or else we're a system. Otherwise, we're manipulating them. So we have to actually be in a place where we can be interpreted as such, or else we're manipulating them, right? And if we're manipulating them, we're in the Luciferian, right?
Because it's got to be open to interpretation. Because
Yes.
that's the whole point. Is we're trying to cultivate presences that interpret.
Yes, that's correct. So we have to put it, and one of the reasons is like, well, why put this out there and people see they're just not going to they're just going to, yeah, that would be the Lucifer. That actually
That's
not,
the risk. That's
yeah.
the reason not to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you say, no, we're going to do it, and yes, we're vulnerable, and yes, they may just blow us off. Yep, that's correct. It has to be that way. It has to be that way, or it's a system. But the very fact that it's not doing any of the attentionless dynamics, you're not doing any of the things that would be smart for your channel, blah, 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 all suggests that, well, I think they're idiots, but they must believe it. You know, they must actually see a value in it, and, well, if everything else is failing, maybe there is. You know, maybe there is something there, right? Like, to be like Jesus, you have to be crucifiable. Like if you're not crucifiable, you're not like Jesus. And but that very
And we're
crucifixion.
trying to condition each other to not be crucifiable.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
horrifying.
And
That is
we,
so horrifying.
yeah. So we basically are like, yes, we are crucifiable, but that has to be part of the picture, or else you're Luciferian. But then how would you actually be willing to do that which is crucifiable? Drive. It has to be in joy. And so the very fact is like they're doing the stuff that makes them crucifiable. Why would they do that? That's irrational. No, it's non-rational, and we do it because we see the beauty and drive in it. And so the very fact that you're putting yourself in a place where you can be seen that way versus closed off in a university where even if they think they're jackers, like, well, it makes them money and they get status, right? No, we're doing it without status, without money. We're just doing it. So it's completely crucifiable. So you have to go, well, they must believe this, you know? And that's the That's the That is the possibility, right? And in that well, now we have the faithful presence that can
But
possibly
I think
change.
in order to get a there has to be a presence that's curious to begin with. And so my fear is that we're actually conditioning that presence out.
In the society? Oh, absolutely we are. But that's why we need to do this work now. I don't think it's gone yet.
Yeah,
I think
but yeah.
I don't think it's gone yet. I think there are people that still have it. The whole dream of AI is to get rid of the It's total damnation.
Right, that's
But
my point.
and so the clock is
Because the
ticking.
is being less and less.
Yes.
Less and less people are going,
Yeah, that's right.
And more people are just like,
I mean, the clock is ticking, and I'm not saying that in a sense. I experience the clock is ticking, but then if you bring it into fear, then you're in the spirit that can't do this. So you have to have a certain intentionality, but not fear, and that's where you have to be intentional, where you're not wasting time, but you're also not panicked, and that I think is the proper mode. A certain sort of carrying yourself with a certain gravity, but not fear. Right? And that's a very important balance I think about all the time. Because I do think basically the is vanishing. But it's not gone. And the more people that do the huh and see this, and they begin living it, then you can bring back the huh, because then in their like it's reversing that. But we
start believing it. And
yes,
start voting for it.
that's correct. We are in the age of the war, and you could put it this way: the transition between religion and absolute knowing is marked by a war against the huh. It is marked by like the final battle between the possibility of the huh and the loss of the huh. The movement of the spirit versus the loss of it. It's like the final kind of spiritual war.
And so that's the inner karmic battle.
Yes.
That's the Bhagavad Gita. That's
Yes.
the Luciferian fight. That's Christ and Satan. That's the internal battle that is the identity that is us.
Yes.
And if we're still looking for society to give us the formula, to have the formula act instead of us,
Yes.
we're going to madness.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And so we need to then take that responsibility on ourselves. We need to be costly. We need to be responsible. We need to be aware. We need to be present.
Yes.
And then that requires standing up to your own inner tyrant of your
Yep.
own need to understand everything.
Yes.
And then so then
Yep.
you need to act faithfully when you don't understand.
That's it.
And I don't think the modern person, educated, can now think for themselves. Or
No.
can do what I just said.
No, that's why we have to go
They're
outside.
so
yeah.
full of complexes and regurgitation
Yes.
and programs of cheap empathy that they haven't even seen through the end of.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's why all this is happening outside the institutions. This is not happening in the institution because those are the it can't. It's programming it. So you have
And that's
this.
the other thing that people don't get is they're like, okay, well, we'll listen to you when you're a professional and you have a degree from an institution.
Yeah,
Like,
but
well,
then-
the institution actually kills your
Yeah,
spirit.
that's right.
So wait, you only want to listen to somebody with a dead spirit?
Yes.
And like, no offense to institutions, but like that, or to people who've gone through institutions.
Yes.
But there's something about that where you kind of need the thymotic creative trickster that doesn't yet know that's still playing with fire.
Yes.
What was the wounded healer and the Apollonian doctor? The Apollonian doctor just went to school and then gives you the top-down thing, whereas the wounded healer actually went through the pain and went through
That's
the
it.
suffering.
Yes.
And then they're giving you an empathetic response of what
Yes.
it actually feels like, and they're giving you practical advice that makes sense to you,
Yes.
rather than just some sort of top-down follow this diet.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yes. That's
Where's that embodied, that errored and then learned from it?
yes.
Versus the top-down, I'm perfect, and then I know everything, and I've never done anything wrong, and I'm a doctor, and I know everything, and I'm an institution, and I'm just a bunch of empty regurgitation.
Yes.
Versus like, oh, I'm a human too, and I've made that mistake too, and I feel that you're tempted, and I see your psyche oriented over there, but I've been there, and like, try this psyche orientation,
Yes.
or whatever. Again, particulars.
That's exactly right. So critically in history, when you have paradigmatic shifts tend to emerge in the metaxis, to use that William Desmond, the between space between outside the institution and inside the institution. And what I mean by that is, so let's take, I keep mentioning it, but the Bloomsbury group. This required Cambridge, but it happened outside of Cambridge. You had to have the institution to gather the people who could then meet outside, right? So most of history, the main organizations have been affiliated with institutions, but they've also operated outside of them. Like the Apostles Group, yeah, it's at Oxford, but then it's late at night on a Friday outside of the bureaucratic logic, right?
Because the point of Oxford was to create thinkers, and then thinkers did things outside of the school.
Yes.
But
So
the problem is
basically,
we're-
for most of history, the social networks arose. You needed a coordination mechanism, and for most of history, let's say the last 100 years, it was the college because it gathered people of high human capital that then would meet. But then, if they got trapped at the college, it didn't work. They had to go outside. That's why stuff like, for me, like the Jeff Society was a big deal because it's at UVA, but then it actually kind of operates in a logic outside of UVA, right? So basically, it's that. Now with the internet like we've got it, we don't require colleges to gather people who are, say, still got the hump, right? They can meet one another, see one another, and then you've come to the house. You were talking in the garage, right? So the internet allows us to socially coordinate far more effectively than the universities. And then, unfortunately, I do think the universities have basically sold their souls. Like they're on.
I don't think I had a conversation anywhere near this interesting with any of my peers in college.
Yeah, because it's all.
Because that wasn't relevant. We weren't
No.
actually trying to do philosophy.
No.
It was like a history
Yes.
of philosophical ideas.
Yes.
And so we were regurgitating what other people had said and when
Yes.
they had said it. And I was like, this isn't
No, it's not the spirit of it.
It's learned.
It doesn't have the spirit, and it's for technical
And
training.
so then how do we now only respect people who have degrees, and then the degree is only the people who have no longer participated
Yeah.
in or something like that?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So there's almost something paradoxical about philosophy that's almost like not degreeable.
Yes.
Something about living that's not knowable.
And
so then
yet-
how do we get that wisdom of lived experience that isn't a top-down knowledge?
The great weird thing is that philosophy is anti-institution, but PhDs are always philosophies of. Like, philosophy is the heart of the institution that can't be in the institution, and this is the weird kind of contradiction that is everything.
And that's why it's the thymos. That's why it's a spirit.
Yes,
that's why
it's
it's
the
a
spirit.
presence of humanity
That's it.
that interprets.
that's
It
right.
isn't a machine that regurgitates.
It's a certain passion, it's a certain love.
It's a presence. It's a stance. It's
Yes.
a disposition. It's a way.
Yes.
It's a being.
Yes.
It's a mode of engagement.
Yes, and the key is for most. So there's a few things. So precisely at this moment, when I do think colleges have basically been taken over by technical thinking, getting a job, et cetera, so forth. For most of history, if you had the likelihood that you would encounter the spirit of philosophy was at a university, just by probability. You may come across David Hume and Adam Smith in a bar, but it was likely to be at university. Wasn't guaranteed, but it was probable. As that is reduced, the probability is now on the YouTube, on the videos to see it, right? So it's moved to the end. So precisely as the college has closed it off, something has opened up that's trying to make up for it. But the key is that I do not see what we're doing in the social, I call it the social coordination mechanism. I do not see what we're doing as trying to claim the institutions are bad. By showing this, you can actually waken the hub back in the colleges. They can see this and actually wake back up.
You're seeing through it. and
Yeah.
then- yeah.
So it's not anti-institutional. It's like, remember. This is trying to make it, remember. Hey, you philosophy people at Oxford, remember. And bring it back, dang it. I think universities can have a critical role where they become almost like community. They go back to being the centers of community that are actually more participating with the external around it versus universities being like colonies inside of towns. I can see a different model.
I mean, isn't that what the word university
Yes.
means? Is it's like, hey, you're going to learn things that spherically apply to the whole universe?
Yes.
Not you're learning some arbitrary thing that's going to progressively narrow
Yes.
you into not understanding anything?
Yes. That's what they're supposed to be. You're supposed to get, the universe is supposed to be the through line.
Yeah, you're supposed
The
to be able to
universities.
relate to the through line.
Yes,
How do we
that-
educate people to relate to the universe?
Yes, that's correct. So I see,
Yeah.
like, there's a real sense in which, for me, the social coordination the social coordination mechanism is a modeling to help the remembering of the through line.
Right.
That then universities, everyone can remember. That then so this is not an this is not a colony. This is not a new world you're creating outside the university. This is a helping the remembering of the always already that's latent in every calibration to add the +1 of the vertical, right? So but you have to record it and you have to put it out there. But here's the key: changes of the paradigm happen in metaxis spaces. Okay, they occur in metaxis,
Necessarily.
and so. What you're doing here is when you put something online, it is in the metaxis between the university. It's not, if you didn't record it, then it would be outside and it couldn't relate to the other because they never know about it, right? So what you're doing is we're sitting in a garage, we have nothing to do with anything, but you're creating a metaxis. Because if you make a video that people can see, even if it's
liminal between
you have to make the liminal, and that's what you're doing. And so you're making the liminal, and the only way to get the James Hunter liminal, faithful presence that changes the world in his book To Change the World is liminal. It is you're visible by the system. You are visible by the system, but not reducible to the system. Because if the system sees you, then it can respond to you. It may try to kill you, but it also might go, let's try that. And then that can change the system. But you have to be visible. And if you're not visible, then you can't model.
You don't matter.
You don't matter. And you might, and look, here's the
see
but this is actually the
visible,
temptation
that's
of
what makes
drive.
it matter.
But this is also actually where drive can be bad, because if you're like, I don't need to video it, drive is like, that's actually a temptation of drive, is where you kind of say, well, we just enjoy it for its own sake, and you don't need to record it.
Then it doesn't matter.
Then it doesn't matter. So you have to maintain you can't let drive separate from the ethics of the community.
Sure.
Like, so you always have to say, okay, let us do drive in a manner that can contribute to the faithful presence that could open up the metaxis to lead to change. That you must let in a very real sense, drive must always be used in an evangelical manner. But the problem is people hear the word evangelical and they think tract, giving people information. The real understanding of evangelical is shine. You shine with something. You don't force it, you attract, right? So drive,
That's beauty again.
that's beauty. So for me, drive must always be evangelical, and if it is, it's beautiful, but that means it has to be visible. So you have to put it in a visible place.
So it has to enter your attention, and if
Yes.
your attention is constantly hidden behind a static wall,
Yes,
then you are unable to attend to it.
But
And
then,
you're
of
unable to
course-
see it, and
Yes.
then unable to make it matter.
Yes.
Because you have to see it first, and that's how you integrate it.
Yes.
And so that's why Peterson is so against willful blindness,
Yes.
and that's what I was talking about V for Vendetta.
Yes.
Is it's like, who do you have to blame? Well, at some point, you
it's
were
you.
willfully
Yeah,
blind.
that's it. That's
And
it.
so how do we be willfully open that is suffering,
Yes.
instead of willfully safe and comfortable that blinds us?
Yes.
And then that's the Nietzschean morality that's actually weakens. It's
Yes.
just like, oh, we're just bad faithing using this thing that's a morality.
Yes.
But actually, that's just an excuse for not being present and taking
Yes.
responsibility.
Yes. That's
And
right.
So at what point are we being good by just being cowards and bad faithing?
Yes.
And at what point
Yes.
does being risky and scary and terrifying is
Yes.
the only way to actually be good?
That's it. That's it.
And so we don't understand what good is anymore.
No.
We don't understand what living is anymore.
No.
We don't have the presence to open up the faculty for discretion
Correct.
that then allows us to separate the wheat from the chaff.
That's it. Yes.
And so our judgment only sees what it recognizes.
Yes.
And then how do we see potential
Yes.
is a different headspace.
Correct. And that potential has to be visible. And it has to be
that's
modeled.
why it's it's not visible because it isn't real.
Yes.
It's visible because it's imaginable.
Yes.
It's visible because you are made in the image of God,
Yes.
and you can get into that hyperspace to get into
Yes.
the map formations where
Yes.
you can reorient your maps.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
you can say, hey, I like this theoretical map more than any of these actual maps.
Yes.
Let's try to make this theoretical map actual.
Yes.
Now, how am I connected to my mental maps?
Yes.
And that's what the third gen MTC who's raised by a narcissist can't do because they've been dissociated from the
Yes.
map.
That's correct. That's correct.
And so, how do we stop abusing each other to psychically disorient from the ability to turn hypothetical maps into reality?
Yes.
Because you need that emotional connection to understand how to embody things.
Yes.
And so, you can't just top down theorize.
No.
You need to also believe in that and embody it.
Yes.
And there's something about that process that's interrupted, and there's something about the development that's arrested, and there's something about the inability to procreate and the inability to mature that comes from the willful blindness, that
Yes.
comes from the inability
Yeah.
to be present, that
Yeah.
comes from a lack of courage to be open,
Yes.
that comes from that comes from being shaped by the need to hide behind a concept.
Yes.
And so, at what point are we still addictively hiding behind this concept that we're thinking is comforting us,
Yes.
but is actually the addictive thing that's pushing us away?
Yes. And at what point in all of that is there no longer the possibility of a movement of the spirit?
It's,
Right.
it's to the extent that you are only captivated by the left hemispheric
Yes.
given.
Mhm.
Because the requires something to relate to create an expectation of which this is now a surprise because it wasn't that.
Yes.
And so the only ability
Yes.
to see a is to be surprised. The only way to be surprised is
Yes.
to relate to the other. The only
Yes.
way to relate to the other.
Yes. Yes.
And so then when you're auto-cannibalistic and you just are self-affirming, then there is no other, then there is no
Yes.
surprise, then
Yes.
you never hit that
Correct.
And
That's
then
correct.
you have no reason to rethink yourself, and then you
Correct.
have no reason to realize you're wrong, and then you're willfully blind and you auto-cannibalize.
That's correct. And so for me, what you just said, the key, the surprise, there has to be the surprise, but then there has to be things in your world that can surprise you and people making things that can surprise you. So this is recorded and put to a place where it can surprise people. But then, of course, they have to see, here's the trick. We know we're being recorded, and if we act as if we know we're being recorded, then you're not going to see what you need to see to actually be the So you have to forget that you're being recorded as you're recorded to show the quality of interaction.
Believe in what you're saying long enough to make a genuine production so that when somebody else comes across your
Yes.
genuine production, that genuine genius is then a gold that comes through as interesting glimmer of mercury that's,
Yes.
that's then
Yes,
attractive.
yes. And to me, to be able to do that, you can't fake it. You have to genuinely be self-forgetful, which
I can't
then
have a script that I'm like, oh yeah, here's the script. You're
Yes.
a good person.
And so if
Like, it
somebody
has to flow
sees
naturally.
that,
Yeah,
if somebody
yeah.
sees that genuine self-forgetful, you can't fake that.
Right.
And
You
that's
can't-
where
you
it can
can't-
break through the ego. That's where it can be like, like that can't be faked. In the same way that improvisation can't be faked, you can't fake self-forgetfulness, because improv and self-forgetfulness are two sides of the same coin. So you can't fake that. And if somebody sees it and you're somehow forgetting you're being recorded as you recorded, how do you do that? Well, that's a split of you and you. It's because we are able to just be, it's a capital Y you, not lowercase u. We're able to make that distinction so that it doesn't sever us. We're able to make distinctions so we're not severed. And if you can't, and that's huge. That's so freaking huge. And basically, and no one would believe it's possible unless it's modeled. No one would believe that. It would have to be modeled.
Because then it's just a theory. It's just a
Yes.
fantasy. It's
Yes.
just a utopia.
Yes.
It's just
Yes.
the
Yes.
capitalism that's never been tried before.
Yes. Yes, and so it has to be modeled, and then if people see it, also you can't deny the experience.
And then
You saw it.
It's not theory. Yeah.
It's not theory.
It's not theory. It's not abstraction. It's not BS. It's like, whoa, that actually was real.
When you experience it, you have two options: change to it or crucify it. You have two options: make it evil or do it. And that's what it comes down to. But then we have to put ourselves in a place where you either model and inspire people to change to the AB, or we get crucified, and there's no other option. And that's to be like Jesus. To be like Jesus is to put in a place where either people follow you or they kill you. And that's it. And of course, the AI system wants to kill you because you're the thing that doesn't compute, and they gotta get rid of you. But that is the necessary activity for the possibility of the movement from religion to absolute knowing.
Yeah, that's the disposition that loads the potential or the affordance to then accomplish that.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the headspace you have to be in.
Yes.
That's the divine Sophia that allows you the humility to receive the implanted word from above.
Yes.
That's the sort of humility required to listen to new information, to then reorient, to then.
Yes. Yes, and for me, so up to the point of absolute knowing, you can transition all the way up to religion through primarily external leveling events or traumas that force you to see the incompleteness of that level. The movement from religion to absolute knowing has to be marked by an experience of that which is crucifiable. Beauty always appears in the possibility of the crucifixion of it. Because if you experience beauty as that which you don't have to kill, then it's deterministic, and therefore it's in your frame, right? I am strongly of the opinion that once you have a strike of beauty, most people are either going to turn around and hate it, or they're going to confirm their like to it. Beauty, I actually, I was speaking with Jockin and Javier and other people about this. We tend to say the opposite of good is evil. I'm of the opinion that the opposite of good is bad and the opposite of beauty is evil. That beauty, the opposite of beauty is actually evil. And evil is the hatred of the beautiful, is where you actually want to destroy it, because it forces you to change yourself. I think Lucifer has to be the angel of light to become that. And so the problem is when you unveil beauty, which is necessary for absolute knowing, it forces people to have the choice of changing it or they must become evil. Like, the plausible deniability is gone. And that's one of the reasons why also it is not until this historical moment that the risk of beauty must be taken. Like, it's kind of like a good reason you don't take the risk until now, because now it's absolutely necessary, but until it's absolutely necessary, it's really darn risky to actually try a strategy of beauty, because if people hate it and they're not ready for it, they become Lucifer. Like, Lucifer is the angel of light. He's the most beautiful of the angels, and he becomes the worst. Only the most beautiful, only beauty can become the demonic. And that is where... That's why beauty has to be crucifiable, because if you're modeling the beautiful in self-forgetfulness, the people who hate you will really hate you.
So there's something about what's known and what's determined and what's established and what's predictable that is then the banality of evil.
Yes.
And then there's something about beauty that breaks that frame and surprises you and invigorates you and taps into the inner you, that then you're driven to relate to the beautiful.
Yes.
And so at some point, beauty is necessarily breaking down your stasis or
Yes.
transcending the stasis or something like that.
Yes.
And so if you are a stasis worshiper, evil, then beauty is going to seem the opposite of that.
Yes.
And then beauty is going to undermine your evil tyranny of stasis.
And thus it's evil, because it's doing that
And
undermining.
then because it's other than you, you call it evil.
Exactly,
But
exactly.
it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
And
true
so,
evil.
So then that's the person, that's the Cain-like person
Yes.
who then sees the breath of life as scary.
Yes.
And then builds up a wall to stop the breath of life.
Yes.
And
Yes.
then seals the fate of its grandkids.
Completely. And there's a real sense in which, in an odd... in a sense, there is no more evil act than calling God evil. Like, that is almost like the most evil act is identifying God as evil,
I
right?
think that's what's happened.
Yeah.
I actually think that's the state of modern society.
But that basically AI is to practically live as if you think God is evil, because you're cutting yourself up from God.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
so even if you
Because
wouldn't,
the surprise is evil because what's known is good. What's
Yes.
safe and known
Yes.
and comfortable is
yes,
good.
yes,
And then therefore anything surprising
Yes.
is bad. And then therefore
Yes.
new knowledge that would allow you to be adaptable and survive the future
yes,
is seen as bad, rejected, and
yes,
scapegoated.
yes, that's correct.
And that's where I'm like, hey, we need to actually listen to the shamans and
Yes.
the prophets.
Yes.
We can't scapegoat the shamans and the prophets
No.
because they're telling us something that's upsetting us.
Yes.
Because the shaman and the prophet is saying something that shows the paradigm is insufficient.
Yes,
And we are the cowardly Cain-like people who are married to the paradigm and have identified with the
Yes.
paradigm. And now that this scapegoat is being critical of our paradigm, we feel like he's attacking us.
Yes.
And so now we are too insecure to realize that our old map was wrong.
yes,
And so it's either that mirror showing me the hole in my thing is wrong,
yes,
or I am wrong.
yes,
And I'm a narcissist, and so that
Yes.
is wrong.
yeah, that's correct.
And that, I think, is the state of what we're doing, is that everybody that disagrees with us,
Yes,
we have the ability to write them off as not.
Yep.
And then we're not listening to the other. And then
Correct.
that's how we're not doing the stranger, and that's how we're not integrating the
Yes.
other. And that's how we're killing God, and that's how we're severing the connection to Jacob's ladder. That is the only way that we can get the insight required to survive.
yes. Completely. And basically that all practically is the activities of one who hates God. Like, it
Right?
is,
It's-
even if you
it's
don't,
a status worshiper, a
Yes.
Satan worshiper kills itself from God and then finds the beauty that would redeem the spirit to be evil, and then it
Yes.
kills the redeemer instead of believing it.
and if you find beauty evil, you're evil. Like, that necessarily
That's my
makes you evil. And so that's where, once beauty shows itself, plausible deniability is off. You either conform to the beautiful or you're evil. Like, there's no choice anymore. And basically,
Well, that reveals your character.
yes, and it's a purgatorial. It
And
is.
we are crabs in the bucket that are we are revealing our character that we don't like beauty. We're
Yes.
revealing a character that
Yes.
the collective unconscious perverse stasis.
Yes.
And that's why we kill scapegoats and shamans and redeemers and Christs. And that's why we kill that creative thing that would bring us the drive.
Yes.
Because we have mistakenly worshipped the status that is their representation.
Yes.
We think we are identified with the representation. And so then we can't sacrifice our identity of the representation in order to pay enough attention to our embodied presence.
Yes. 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 And beauty is the experience of, if there's any part of you that realizes that mistake, that is still capable of beauty can magnify it and bring it out, right? And so if you're in a world that is is this close and has only this much left, like the smallest of all possible left, the only thing that can magnify that enough to move from religion to absolute knowing is beauty. But if beauty appears, as opposed to leveling events that force the movement from reason to spirit to religion, if beauty appears, it forces a choice. I'll call it the absolute choice. You either accept it or you're evil. There's no.
So at what point is that a conscious choice, so to speak? And
Yes.
at what point are you actually thrown into that because of the way that you have believed in your life? And at what point is the way that you believed in your life your conscious decision? And at what point of that is the system that you're thrown into?
Yes.
And so at what point do we get to play the victim because we were thrown into original sin and we were educated in a certain way?
Yes.
And at what point are we actually the God that needs to overcome that and stop using those bad faith BS arguments to avoid responsibility?
No idea. Because that's God's judgment. All we can do is model
And then
and
how
show
do
the
we listen, or how do we access that God's judgment? Because that's not some God's judgment that's inaccessible to us. I think we can actually get there. I think we can relate with that. I think we can.
I think we can
connect with
certainly
something.
relate with us in ourselves, but can we identify to the degree the other person is relating to it in a manner where they're responsible for their degree of relation or lack thereof, or grace covers it? Like, I think we certainly can have attunement to our own sense of God's judgment on ourselves, but then what's very interesting is Jesus is like, but don't worry about the other. even though you can kind of look at the other
But
and
at
be
least you get it yourself. And
Yes.
that's my concern, is that nobody's getting it themselves. Or very few people are. Because the culture constantly encourages you to say,
I think definitely the goal of the Luciferian spirit is the removal of any connection with a sense of God's judgment. There's no doubt of that. Until
but then anything that isn't the Luciferian intellect is pure as wrong.
yeah.
So then your instincts are wrong, and then your caring is wrong, and then your emotions are wrong.
So
Because that comes from outside the intellect, and so then that's a stranger. And so then we don't know what that is, and then we don't like it, and then we kill it. Does that make sense?
completely. The Bible. So there's the question: is it possible to be totally lost, like totally lost, like there's nothing that can reach you no matter what, or even in the worst of all possible circumstances,
Or like, are you redeemable or not?
is there a 0.00001% chance? I think it is better for us to believe, even if it is not so, that there is a 0.00001% chance. And then it is also best for us to believe that beauty can magnify a 0.00001% chance and make it like 100%. Like if there is the experience of it.
That's the spherical inch that gets you the linear mile.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, because if you have a 0.0001 possibility of that which is realized by the vertical, that's all it needs. It
If
becomes
you
100%.
get your Pareto principle of the 1% that is the depth psychology connected to the through line, then you get the
Yes.
spiritual spherical change.
Yes, that's correct.
And whereas if you work on the outer and the periphery and the cheap empathy,
Yes,
then you can run 100 miles and not lose a pound.
correct. That's exactly right. And also too, what I was saying, it is also possible that a person could be something where between say 30 and 40 they're totally lost, but then from 40 to 45 they're not. It could go in waves, right? And so if it can go in waves, but you don't know the structure of that wave, all you can do is maintain the faithful presence of the modeling, the faithful presence of the shine, to be able to happen to be there where people are. And then if you only need 20/80, then even if and then the probability of that shine reaching more people exponentiates as more people change, then that's the best you can do, right? I definitely think that the dream of the singularity, AI, etc., so forth, is basically the end of the potential. Like that is the Luciferian dream, that there's no possibility, that is damnation, that is hell.
I would think so.
And so that is the dream. I do not think it is good for us to think that that moment has been reached, even though it is theoretically possible, right? And even if all the incentives are in that direction, because for me, this is what I want to say. I don't think a person is totally damned, as in there's no percent, until they have looked at beauty, experienced beauty, and said no. And you know, if you experience beauty, where that is God's grace, that is God being like, hey, and you, until that occurs, and a person says no, then there's hope. But if they experience that and said no, there may not be. That will be up to the mystery of God's judgment. But I do not believe we exist in a society that actually has, on average, experienced beauty. I do not think the average person has experienced beauty. So let me put it this way. I do not think the average person has had a real conversation. I do not think the average person has experienced reality according to AB versus AA. I do not think the average person has freed up their meta judgment. I do not think the average person has experienced drive instead of desire. And I think the average person has never tasted the sweetness of forgiveness or done the act of forgiveness that makes them crucifiable by Jesus. Since I do not believe the average person has had those experiences, I do not believe they've said no explicitly to beauty. Because those are the experiences that afford you the towardness toward beauty, right? If you've never had these experiences or even tasted them or they've even been intelligible to you, then you're still in a sense innocent. There's still a certain grace there. Now, you're innocent in your Luciferian damnation, but it's also you don't know any better. You know, that's the issue. You're lying, but you don't know you're lying. You're in a certain sort of habituation to the Luciferian, right?
Yeah, you're in the Matrix and you've never met Morpheus.
Yeah, that's correct. Under those conditions, if I believe that the average person has not experienced those things, then I do not believe the average person is quote-unquote totally damned, because they have not explicitly denied the beautiful.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
And so,
Okay, but sorry to be pedantic here, but
Please.
What about somebody? What about the busy business executive that works a 9 to 5?
Yeah.
And by that I mean a 9 to 7:30 or
Yeah, sure.
whenever the sunset is at this time of year. And they're so busy at work, and they're so busy with their bills, and they're so busy about planning their jet ski weekend
Yes.
and getting their whatever and whatever and whatever, that they kind of sort of realize there's a sunset going on, but they say, nope, I don't want to admire the beauty of that
Sure,
sunset, I'm
sure.
just going to do that.
Sure.
And so I think there's certain ways where as above, so below, in moments we are choosing to ignore beauty. I don't
Sure.
think somebody is saying like, oh, here's my conscious mind as a lifestyle, I'm neglecting beauty.
Yes.
I think these are moments where we choose to separate from beauty or something like that.
I think certainly those moments.
Like there's a certain lack of salience in the sunset where the person then chooses to go back to the computer at work. And then at some point that's almost a choice against beauty.
It is.
And at some point if you vote that enough times, then you no longer actually see the beauty in order to then turn
Yes.
it away. Or you no longer value it to then turn it away. You just almost like don't even notice it.
That you
It
are.
almost doesn't even hit the conscious to be able to negate it.
That certainly those small decisions absolutely build up your callousness toward the experiences you need to wake up per se. But here's the trick. Because you are, when we talk about drive, so we'll just say drive. Drive is where you are in joy, right? If you are not in drive, then you're actually not in joy, right? And so you're denying beauty to do something that doesn't fulfill you. And that's actually the grace. And the only way that you're able to maintain the illusion to yourself that you are satisfied by pursuing objects of desires is to maintain busyness and not to think about it, right? And people become very good at that. But this is where Lacan comes in, where it's only a matter of time before the real hits, before a shock, before something breaks. And then you're in hell, and you know you're in hell, and you ask the question, how did I get here? So this is where the Flannery O'Connor move of the violent bear it away, God's grace for most of us today shows up in the form of a bull impaling us, or a gun, or a disaster. And it's like, Flannery O'Connor is grotesque, but he's like, no, when you're in an age of enclosure that is so easy and good at enclosing itself, internally consistent systems, then grace has to show up as a violence. So the person who denies beauty is denying it in service of that which will fail them, and when it fails them, they're denying beauty toward that of which will fail them. And in that failure, it opens up the possibility of the asking of the question why, which can reorient them toward, well, those things they overlooked, those things they ignored, right? Like the sunset, the beauty, etc., so forth, right? So absolutely, people can look at the sunset and then pass it off, but they're passing it off to that which will fail them. And when it fails them, then the question is, what now, right? Now, also critically, the beautiful, as the strike of beauty, is not merely the aesthetic pleasance of a nice-looking painting. It is a strike of beauty. It is closer to the mystical vision. It is closer to the, oh my gosh, 5 hours went by and where did it go to? It's in the dance. It's in self-forgetfulness. So simply seeing a beautiful sunset or a painting is not the same as the experience of self-forgetfulness that you can only describe as beautiful and wondrous and wow. It afforded a different horizon of experience, right? That is what, when people taste, in my experience, if you actually have that experience, most people absolutely want it. What happens is not that they cease wanting it, they cease believing it's possible to get. That's my experience.
Or it's just like so horrifying that it's so destabilizing.
Yes, that can happen as well, because they have no training. They're like, I feel stupid, I don't know what to say, and they get, oh, I'm in the improv, I'm improv jazz, and I don't know what to play, and you get overwhelmed, and they get hard, and they never want to do it again. But if you actually get in the music, and you have that taste, in my experience, anyone who has had a taste of truly being present would love to get back. They just don't know how. Or they've given up on it. They say, yes, I know it was the...
But I think we've also been confused, and so that's what I'm trying to get at, is the mistakenness that then takes the form, then loads your discretion. And so there's something about our discretion that's corrupted.
Yes.
And that's what I was trying to get at there, is it's like, then you don't see beauty and then turn away from beauty. You see strangeness and you don't like strangeness.
Yep.
And then you almost don't even recognize it as beauty because it's different first. And so
Yes.
I read this book,
I want to say it was like Shadow and Evil and Fairy Tales or something.
Sure.
But it was something about talking about sticklebacks, the fish of a stickleback. And there's something about stickleback perception that's sight-oriented, and they're very nearsighted. And so they see size, and they have a one click. And basically, if it is smaller than them, they pursue it because they want to eat it or they want to fuck it.
Right.
If it's bigger than them, they run away.
Yeah.
And so the weird paradox here is that a male will be afraid of a bigger female
Right.
because it's bigger first,
Right.
and then you have to engage with that bigger and then see that it's a female
Yeah.
to then be attracted to the female stickleback, to then desire the big female. But when your map building is so low resolution that the
Yes.
size comes first,
Right.
you will then reject a female stickleback because it's bigger than you.
Right.
And so what I'm trying to
Yeah, that's
say
great.
is beauty is bigger than us.
Yeah.
And so we are now rejecting beautiful stickleback females.
Yeah.
And so my point is that our discretion is now corrupted.
Yes.
And so we're running from what is bigger, and we don't even realize it's beautiful. And
Yes.
there's the inability to even see the female as a female. It's literally just a bigger object, and we're already running from it.
Yes. I agree. To me, you're running from beauty. You're seeing it as strange, so you're going to objects of desire that will
It's the
fail you.
The corrupted ability to distinguish wheat and chaff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's because it's bigger, it's automatically chaff.
Yes.
And there's something about that that is very wrong. Yeah. Sorry.
This is where there is a grace in the inevitable failures of desire, extrinsic motivation, closed conversation, AA logic. Because when you experience the beautiful, you reject it, you say it's strange, and go to that which has an expiration date and will fail you. It is not going to suffice.
It's temporary. Yeah.
When it fails you, you are then given a choice. Try again and continue the linearity that has failed you and pretend like it doesn't, which will give you greater and greater devastation until one day you say, maybe we should try something different.
I think that's where we are.
And if you don't try something different, that's hell. If you do try something different, that's redemption. And because you can only reject the beautiful for that which will fail, the structure of reality is such where the only way to reject the beautiful is in favor of that which can't support you, which is actually a grace.
Right.
And because in that
That's the wall can't support you.
yes, that's right. And so there's always hope, because you can never reject the beautiful. If you could reject the beautiful for that which could hold you, that would be really bad.
Right.
But actually, we can only reject the beautiful for that which fails.
And so then you're eventually going to have a breakdown.
That's right.
You're eventually going to have a narcissistic breakdown.
That's correct. And you see, that's where there is this kind of idea that the only way to paradiso is to go through hell. In Dante, there's an inevitable role of trauma in this development, right?
And that's what every new egg is. That's what every serpent that comes into Eden that
Yes.
causes a fall from grace, that causes a different relationship between man and God. That's
Yes.
like literally what
Yes.
the cycle of every cycle is. The story of every cycle. Yeah.
So this is because this is a very important point. So every individual has to go through subjective destitution, a certain cross, to be open to beauty. Every individual does. But Daniel, didn't you earlier say that we are in the age where we can only move from religion to absolute knowing through beauty as opposed to a kind of trauma, right? Because for most of history, it's been a trauma that has moved us. So here's the difference. The collective trauma like World War I, Great Plague, some sort of devastation, functioned as a source of individual traumas from that collective trauma, right? So it was kind of a centralized large trauma that could be the catalyst for individual traumas that could open them to the beautiful. Today, the individual traumas have to be from a non-centralized large trauma. It has to be individual processes that then open up. They open up to the beautiful. But this is where the inversion occurs. Because where for most of history, it was a collective trauma that set people off on individual processes where they then encountered the beautiful in their individual local life. Now it's the reverse, where you need to have available to you on the systems level experiences of the beautiful, where you have your trauma in your home life, your community, your individual circumstances, that then you go to the beautiful and bring back to your home life. Where for most of history, it was kind of the reverse. It was the reverse order.
Okay, can I,
Yeah,
vibe
yeah.
on that. So the point of community, it used to be man versus wild.
Yes.
Sorry, human versus wild.
Sure.
It used to be man versus wild. And so then the goal of man was to confront the chaos out there.
Yes.
And then the point of the community was to create a stasis of harmony.
Yes.
But there's something about modern taker culture
Yes.
where there is no wilderness.
Correct.
And so there is no longer man confronting the wilderness
Yes.
and then coming home and being stabilized. But we've kept that pattern. And so now we just stabilize everybody for no reason.
Yes.
And then when there is no chaos and then there's just stabilization, well, then there's no difference and then it's all the same and then it blurs into meaninglessness.
Exactly.
And so at some point, when there is no more chaos, the role of the community is to show the difference.
Yes.
And so at some point, we need to be communicating the difference. And so that at some point, we need to stand up and disagree with people. And
Yep.
at some point, the community is then the pushback that then brings insight.
Yes.
And so the role of the community has shifted.
That's it.
Because we're no longer confronting external chaos.
Correct.
And so now we are internally gaslighting ourselves.
Yes. So the community has to be the place that traumatizes you out of that internal gaslighting, as opposed to
is
the
basically
experience
what
of
I was
being.
trying to say,
Yes,
yeah.
that's correct.
Because
so
now
flipped.
everybody's trying to be nice
Yes.
and reaffirm your egoic stance.
Yes.
And so now we actually have to be real
Yes.
and make you realize the horror of how immature your ego is.
That's it. Yes.
That is a very uncomfortable conversation that is going to lose you a lot of friends.
Yes.
And so how do you care about people and act in a way that's going to lose you friends? Or whatever. I know I'm
No.
reasoning the way not to do this, but that's kind of the slippery slope of the discretion you need to have. You need to have the courage to fight somebody and tell them they're wrong.
Yes.
I'm not saying go fight people and tell them they're wrong.
Yes.
But without the ability to think that's what you're doing and have the courage
Yes.
to do that anyway,
Yes.
you're never going to take the necessary risk to
No.
get you out of the auto-cannibalistic curse of guaranteed insanity.
Yes. Yes. Basically, philosophy affords you the
So if
skills.
you're safe, you're going to curse yourself. You're guaranteed cursing yourself.
Yes.
So you need the risk of conflict in
Yes.
order to not curse yourself to your own delusions.
Yes.
And
Phil-
so how do we be in community in a way that we cannot keep ourselves delusional? How do we encourage each other to disagree with each other enough that we're disagreeing with our own Luciferian confusion?
Yes.
And then we're reorienting around a common thing that's greater than any individual egoic intellect. How do we then listen to the queen, not our own ant embodiment?
Yes. Philosophy and open-ended conversation trains you in the ability to disagree with someone without making it too explicit, too quickly, too emotional, too quickly. It trains you in the skills of unveiling with the UN in parentheses. And so open-ended conversation trains you in these skills, because people are like, we need conflict, we need to be real, but they're not trained, so they do it in an unskillful manner that breaks the membrane. And so only philosophy, and then drive, because when people inevitably screw up, you have the drive, and the other key massive leg is forgiveness. You have the drive to see through that difficulty and keep going and not give up, right? So there's a skillfulness to do this that is only learned and trained in open-ended conversation, philosophy, and et cetera, so forth. And if you don't have that, you can't disagree effectively. You can't do it well.
So
And
how
you
do
also
train that? If people can't do it, and it's really exhausting and it's tiring, and that's what's necessary, how do we train that? Or how do we get people in an environment where that can then be conditioned?
you change the entire
something like that.
you change the entire school system to make that basically the point of education. That ability of holding yourself becomes what it is to be educated. If you can't do it, you're not educated, and that would change the average person sort of how they use their intellect. The idea of like
That strengthens the spiritual interpretation of the
Yep.
intellectual map.
that's it.
That doesn't sacrifice the spiritual presence and relation to hide behind the map and use the map instead of the presence.
That's it. Yes. So basically, the inability to do this would be the inability to be educated, and people want to be educated. And then the social plausibility structure in the institution is all creating the incentive to be able to do this. And that's how you start, well, creating change on a grassroots level because of the medium condition shifting in a manner that people associate the educated in being able to do that versus not, right? Basically, there is no, in people's minds, there is no connection between being educated and forgiving or, disagreeing with people in a manner that helps grow their spirit. There is no connection between those things. If you set a connection between those things, then you start to use map making for the service of this, not to avoid this. So that to me is very big. The thing that is very, very important is what you were saying about the community and the trauma and et cetera, so forth. Because ultimately all what we're saying is the education system, which education is supposed to serve the community and serve the citizen, et cetera, so forth. So education is training the community to be the place of experiencing trauma, so that you get out of your map making and you open up to the address, et cetera, so forth. That is a massive reversal, and so because this is so important. For most of history, it's been a collective trauma outside the community that has gotten you out of your own narcissism, that you could actually experience the beauty in the community. Because without that trauma, you weren't really realizing the always already in the community. At absolute knowing, anything collective that can occur will lose the it will lose the spirit. It will close us off. Like the collective traumas of today are final. They remove the redemptive power of the trauma in it, because it's the AI that's totally Luciferian. So a collective trauma is not possible, and yet we still need traumas. So they have to be decentralized traumas. Communities offer decentralized traumas.
Right.
But if all you have is decentralized traumas,
Right.
you become nihilistic.
You can't handle that. Yeah.
But if the system provides models of beauty, because we're recording them and putting them online and people are showing it, then the decentralized traumas then are actually opening you up to the social beauties that are being coordinated by the social coordination mechanism that is then being modeled, right? So it's a flip, because you said it very well. It was man versus nature. So the trauma was in nature. You go out into nature, the community gives you the skills to face that trauma, and then you go back and the trauma you face then opens you to realize fully the beauty of the community.
The safety of the community is unappealing.
That's right. Today,
And so then the comfort of reaffirming what you already know
Yes.
is a good balance to getting wrecked by chaos all the time.
that's exactly right.
And then now we go home and we just get gaslit, and then that's actually not helping us relate healthily.
No. And so the issue is
Not
community
relating either way.
community without nature per se has no trauma to prepare you to face that then prepares you to experience the beauty of the community, and therefore the community must be a trauma. Because community without
that was my
nature
guess,
will
yeah.
be a trauma. So community is now a trauma. And that's the meaning crisis. The meaning crisis is community is a trauma, which you say, well, that means we've made a mistake. No, that is the historic necessary
That's the pattern.
trauma,
That's the pattern of breakdown, yeah.
so that we can move to absolute knowing. The question is now, well, what is the role, what is the nature per se? Well, it's funny because nature is a classical term that means both the unknown but also human nature. Like, what is the essence of thing? Well, beauty is the nature of reality. So now our nature is beauty. The nature we go out to experience is the beautiful, but there has to be people modeling that and coordinating that so that experience is afforded to people, or else people are left with the trauma of community and nothing that is leading to, so they become nihilistic. So community now is actually very, in a sense, psychoanalytical. It's the place where you encounter the real and come to terms with it. So the community is actually, because what is a community? Well, you face your inner demons. You realize you're not nice.
I think so, yeah. I think that's the point.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that it's almost too traumatic to realize how horrible of a person you are. And
Yes.
so you almost need to outsource that to the community.
Yes. Yes, you do. You need the community to help you realize your horror, or it's too much too quick.
Or-
But then
and to
you can
process your
scapegoat,
emotions and to process the trauma. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to
which
get through
means you
trauma.
can scapegoat the community then, because it makes you face that. So you have the ability to say they're the bad guys, right? And you have to not do that, but you could do that, and so you have to know better. And The only way you would know better is if there's experiences of beauty outside that you can bring back to know better, right? So the community becomes the pressure cooker of facing the real, that if you don't face, then you're not open to the beauty, and if you don't get the beauty, you get enclosed in the Luciferian.
And I think that's the pressure cooker that's causing us to clam up.
Yes.
Not the pressure cooker that's causing us to rise up.
And
so how do we make that how do we identify as those who confront chaos so that we feel the pressure and we rise up to it?
Yep.
Not identify as those who defend the static order, and then when there's chaos, we are afraid and anxious and panic and double down on the stasis, and then hide behind, and then hide behind, and then dissociate, and then.
Yes, that's 1,000,000%. So these are the movements. So we have the movement of logic from AA to. So this is the question of the address. We have the movement of AA to AB in terms of metaphysics, logic, from thinghood to situation, relation, etc., so forth. We have the open-endedness of language that makes that an experience, that makes it plausible, classroom, moving out from certification. And that all is also an experience that trains you in the meta-judgment, that also trains you in experiences of self-forgetfulness, that then makes it plausible, the entire work would be morphic resonance structure. That
self-forgetfulness that then gets you out of your Luciferian intellect is the non-existence that is the feminine mindset that is receptivity.
Yes.
That then allows you to be a womb, to be implanted by the idea of God, that then allows you to be a vessel that acts out the God.
That's correct. And in that self-forgetfulness, you have the experience of drive versus desire. Because when you forget yourself, you're not after objects, you can enter into drive. That's correct. So we have logic, language, meta-judgment, motivation, and there are architectural moves that can be made to increase the probability of people having these experiences. And then, of course, if things are recorded and modeled, then people can see them, and et cetera, so forth. But all of this is then, there's a movement that is being described. That if these things would be present in or by, et cetera. So it's community a source of trauma for a beauty of, I'll just say, the social coordination mechanism that then you can bring back to the community. So trauma, beauty, trauma. So the question is the following. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how do we make the move, the community that traumatizes you're going to go back to? Why in the world would you do that? Forgiveness. Without forgiveness, you can't make the last move. So then what you do is you take the beauty in the social coordination mechanism from people and you say you never bring it back to the foundation. Well, then the beauty becomes actually evil because it is no longer in service of the community. You're trying to treat God as disembodied. Because if you take beauty and you don't go back to forgiveness, you're trying to consume it.
You're trying to take it as yours.
That's right.
Instead of enjoying the fact that you can experience it for a while.
Yeah, so this is why Jesus has the transfiguration on the mountain and then gets crucified. It's not crucified, then go up to the mountain. You have the transfiguration, and then you're crucified, and then you have the ascension. And there are differences there. So the community has to traumatize you. And of course, if the community, it can't be that the community plans to traumatize you, because then it's its own terms and it's not the trauma. It has to be a surprise.
Not real.
It's not real.
It's planned, yeah.
Which then needs to have models of beauty to experience so that you can create the faculties of drive and et cetera, so forth to handle. But once you get the logic, the language, the meta-judgment, and the motivation, if you don't forgive, you're not going to bring it back to the community. And if you don't actually
reset it or whatever, it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So then you have to forgive.
Yeah,
Well, why would you do that? They traumatize you. Why would you ever go back to them? They hurt you.
Yeah, life goes on though. Yeah, I don't know.
You
It's
have
tough because it defines you, but then it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to confine you. It defines your past, but it doesn't have to confine your future.
Yes.
And we think what is my past then must also be my future,
Yes.
or something like that. There's
Yeah.
the inability to change. There's the inability to differentiate. There's the
Yes.
inability to grow beyond.
Yes.
We are given these familiar patterns, and then we think we need to regurgitate them for forever.
That's
And
correct.
So we're lacking that inner creative shaman that can then come up with a new pattern that can then live it differently as an adult than it did as a child.
Yes.
And so how do we get that inner courage to live our inner children costly enough to let those inner children die in such a way that we can mature into teenagers?
Yes.
And then how do we let those teenagers really live costly lives in such a way that those teenagers go out and then die, so that then we can become adults?
Yes.
And then how do we make that so that every moment we're living and growing and dying and living and growing and dying, and then
Yes.
at some point,
I don't know. We don't destroy ourselves. We
Yep.
don't auto cannibalize into ignorance.
That's correct. And critically, if you can't return to the community, there are no children. Children are not being born because they are born in the community. And the community is constituted by generations. If you cannot forgive, then you really don't believe in the morphic resonance. And there is a kind of...
Because you're captivated by the ego that thinks it knows that it got wronged, and then you're holding on to what has been wronged.
Yes.
And then you're not letting your separate sense of ego let go of its propositional tyranny.
Yes.
And then faithfully reconstituting into
Yes.
the more real. You're holding on to that old tyranny that is infantile and immature and
Yes.
will necessarily lead you to mistaken.
That's right. Forgiveness is the final challenge of identification. It is the hardest because they wronged you. Identify them as wrong. Well, then reality entails identification. You're saying relation is not real, and you've got a serpent in the garden now. You're done. Forgiveness is precisely...
That'd be like the integrating it and the accepting it instead of the battling it and
Yes.
pushing it away and
Yes,
repressing it.
but
instead of distributed information suppression complex, that's your access to the real.
Yes, because forgiveness is ultimately abyssal. Because it's you forgive the person that actually wronged you, which there is always reason not to do because they actually wronged you. So forgiveness is purely abyssal in the sense that there's no justification at all.
It's not rational. 'Cause
It's
they,
not
they
rational.
did it. They wronged you, and
Yes.
so the right thing would do to hold on to the wrong.
That's
So
correct.
then the irrational thing to do is forgive, and that's ironically the food of the spirit that will redeem you.
It's the only way to avoid the Nash equilibria. Basically, AI wins if we cannot forgive. Because
We
forgive...
can't come off it because we're holding on to that sense of separate self, and then we're holding on to the separate sense of self's entitlement to blame the other for wronging them.
Yes.
And all that's doing is dissociating us and projecting.
Yes. And also, too, there's this idea where a lot of people are saying there is no God, there's no meta laws, there's no transcendental principle. Well, if you're unwilling to forgive, then you still believe in a meta law. You still actually believe in an absolute. Forgive...
Yeah, if you eat a protein shake before working out, like you believe that protein is going to make your workout
Yes.
better. And so you believe in some transcendent principle
Yes,
where
that's
consuming
correct.
something is going to make your life better. And so you can't tell me that you prefer steak over
Yes.
asparagus and
Yes.
then tell me that it doesn't matter.
The- if you're not able to forgive in all possible, well, this is the radical notion that Jesus presents. If you're not able to forgive in all possible worlds and all possible circumstances, then there is a
the core.
there
Sphere.
th-
Yeah, sorry.
then there is a situation in which relationality is not the highest principle.
Right, exactly. Because you aren't going into the depths. You're going into the pretense of a triangle that's out there.
And if there is a possible configuration of events where relationality can be sacrificed, then it is only a matter of time before a possible world arises in which relationality is sacrificed, which then, once that enters into the frame as a possibility, now has the possibility of replication. And if it happened then, why wouldn't it happen before? Because the logic has been entertained, and now the garden's in trouble. I do wonder. This is completely speculative, but I do wonder, with the garden, when Adam ate from the apple, if Adam didn't turn around and say it was Eve's fault, could he have been forgiven? Like, there is something that is
I kind of think so, yeah.
yeah, that there is something about it was the fact that Adam didn't forgive Eve that actually was the confirmation of the fall. Had Adam said it was my fault and not blamed Eve and actually maintained the relationship with Eve, because the critical marker of the fall is actually Adam, which is a name that refers to both man and woman, then it's Adam and Eve. It's not Eve until after the fall.
Right.
So there is a question of if there would not been a skirting of responsibility, would that actually have been within God's jurisdiction to say, well, don't worry about it. That's okay because you had mercy. And there's something about God's forgiveness and our ability to have mercy that are tied. It's almost as if we can't have mercy, we can't be forgiven, because we close ourselves off to forgiveness, which seems
Because
different.
you're collapsing into the particle, and then you can't get back to the wave. And
That's
there's
good.
something about being at one that redeems you, that reconnects you to the presence, that
Yes.
is the wave sensory,
Yes.
that then is somehow, I don't know, characteristically different
Yes.
from a collapsed particle of knowledge.
Yes, that's correct.
It's like a different thing. It's a different kind of being.
Yes.
And so we are the kind of being that lives in anti-life philosophy.
Yes. That's
And so how do we as philosophers have the discretion to see the way that thoughts are informed and to see that some thoughts are formed in an auto-cannibalistic way,
yes.
and some thoughts are formed in a humiliating procreative way,
Yes.
for lack of a better phrase.
Yes.
Some things are real and some things are illusory that sound real, and some things are sticky and familiar and fluent to the ways that we've been selling our soul.
Yes.
And some things are very uncomfortable and we don't like it, and it's bitter medicine, and I don't want bitter because I just want to feel good right now.
Yes.
And I'm not future Homer. And so I'm not going to eat bitter medicine today so that I feel better tomorrow.
That's exactly right.
And so there's no incentive to drink that better medicine if you aren't the future Homer.
That's right.
And so if you're constantly believing your facticity of this monad, then there's no reason to make a sacrifice.
No.
And that's why we're all narcissists.
Yes.
Is because we're captivated by this moment, and there is no future Homer, and so
Yes.
there is nothing to sacrifice for,
Yes.
and there is nothing to connect to, and there's no reason to be responsible and have the courage to tell
Yes.
the truth and fight your inner dragons
Yes.
if you aren't coming home with the gold.
Yes.
And if there's no marketplace to spend the gold.
Yes.
And so what's the point?
The emphasis on relationality means you are always connected to the next. So when you deny relationality, the disassociation with future Homer is much more likely. If a relation is primary, you can never disconnect from future Homer.
Right, that's my point. That's why you need to tell the story that you are a beehive and that you
Yes.
can't be disconnected.
Yes. If there is something, though, that you will not forgive, then there is a possible circumstance where you forget the beehive. And that is...
Yes, that's yes.
So you basically... So this is the issue. You must be willing to forgive in all possible circumstances where forgiveness is possible. But this is the key. This is the tricky move that for me is a huge deal. Are there situations where forgiveness is not possible? But you can't decide that. This is because we have a problem here. Okay, Daniel, you just said you have to be willing to forgive in all circumstances. So should the Jew forgive the Nazi? And I think of books like The Sunflower. Should the victim forgive the abuser, etc., so forth?
Should the person in V for Vendetta forgive themselves while looking in the mirror?
Yeah, that's correct. Forgiveness, there is also then the question of if forgiveness is always possible, and what is forgiveness? There is something to be said if the Nazi, I'll just use that example, if the Nazi's like, I did nothing wrong, then they can't be forgiven. So the Jew, it's not that the Jew won't forget them, they can't forgive them, because the Nazi denies they did anything wrong, right? So this is kind of the critical move of how I think about it. You are always to forgive, but actually you can't always forgive, because the person doesn't think they did anything wrong. That seems to be the right balance in this issue, is that you, and also because if you're not able to forgive anyone, then you're enclosed, you're doomed, you're in trouble, right? You've begun closing yourself off, right? Now, of course, this is an incredibly tall order, but this is why this is where for me Christianity is a big deal, because Christianity basically suggests the problem of forgiveness is so dire and so big that it kills God. Like, the problem of forgiveness kills God. He dies for it. Like, of course, now that leads to resurrection, but the problem of forgiveness and the death of God on the cross are tied together. Because you have this idea in Romans that there is sin and we couldn't be forgiven, and how do we get justification? Now, that all has to be gone too, but there's this idea that the problem of forgiveness is so massive that God himself has to come and face it. Yeah. And basically, that's a model, and this is one of the reasons why for me I'm a Christian, is because I think the problem of forgiveness is so massive and so big that a God that identifies with that problem as being like the biggest problem is also just seemingly true to reality. It just actually just seems to be how reality is like. And the thing that we see in Jesus, and I think God as well, is this idea that God forgives anyone of whom he can forgive. But the problem is that people can enclose themselves in their sin where his grace doesn't reach them, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the model. Is that the only way to honor relationality is the primary virtue is to be willing to forgive anyone who is not self-enclosed. Which means it's not that you're not willing to forgive them, it's that you can't forgive them, because you can't reestablish. Because here's what I'm saying. Yeah. Forgiveness is the reestablishment of the relationship.
So if you've sold your soul, you can't re-ensoul yourself because it's already sold.
Yeah.
And so each moment is a Adam Grant vote for the kind of people, the Atomic Habits.
Yeah.
Each moment is a vote for the kind of person you're going to be.
Yes.
So each consumption of the intellect is a vote to be more possessed by the intellect.
Yes.
And so at what point are we momentarily selling our souls to the disconnect? To the extent we actually become a disconnected person.
Yes.
To which extent we then can't love.
Yes.
Or then can't connect.
Correct.
And I think that, yeah, that's kind of my fear.
Well, and then the problem is if you don't forgive someone, there is a point in yourself that is you can think about to recapitulate that you're closed. And if you're closed here, why not here? Why not here? Now you have a virus that can spread, right? And it's only a matter of time under enough pressures that it does spread. And then if it spreads in you, you can spread it to another person. It goes from there, right? So the forgiveness, always forgiving, is the point of non-rationality. It's the assurance that non-rationality is always in the system. Because if people are always open to forgive when they can forgive, then non-rationality can always be added to whatever circumstance you are in. And as long as there is always the possibility of non-rationality being added to the circumstance, then there is no necessary there is no necessary world that must enclose itself. Because no matter how bad it gets, you can reintroduce the non-rational. And of course, here's the key. Forgiveness and beauty are strongly tied. The act of forgiveness strikes people as beautiful, right? Well, then as long as they got a little bit of that experience of the forgiveness can awaken that and go, why would you do that? They wronged you. Well, they must believe it. In the same way that the only way you're going to be having this kind of conversation is if you believe it. When someone forgives, they must really believe in it. You may think they're wrong. You may think they're stupid or passive or whatever, but you can't deny they did it. And that begs the question of, what kind of person are they? Like, what kind of subjectivity do they have? And that's an invitation to think. And so forgiveness then is not simply a question of ethics. It is a modeling of non-rationality that forces the other.
Because ethics is like a top-down ego
Yes.
thing. And so this is like a non-rationality bottom-up. It's something outside
Yes.
of, yeah.
That's it. And if you see people forgiving, then it becomes an invitation to you.
Yeah.
But no, I think it will all come down to forgiveness as the final kind of choice.
So there's something about society that enculturates you to think and creates the kind of adult personality who thinks they know what they think.
Yes.
And so we build our lives based on momentary decisions to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And then we think we understand what good and evil is. And then when our ego feels wronged by an oppressor, we can then hold on to that dynamic of, hey, this is wrong.
Yeah.
Because I've built my life learning good and evil, and I know that this is evil because this goes against my ego. And so there's some sort of like holding on to that knowledge where you think you've been wronged.
Yes.
And then being in life as though your abstracted knowledge of good and evil is correct, and that you have the right and entitlement to hold on to this grudge because you have been violated,
Yes.
because you understand the natural order, and
Yes.
you know that this is not within the natural order.
Yes.
And so then something like that is the Luciferian temptation to curse you to hell. And there's
Yeah.
something about the forgiveness of realizing you don't ultimately know that then allows you to let go of that bad blood, which
Yeah.
then allows you a more purified consciousness moving forward. And
That's
so
it.
there's something about the redemptiveness that allows you to get at one, that is a forgetting of your sense of separateness, that is a letting go of the knowledge of separateness that knows that somebody else did something inappropriate to their separateness.
Yes.
And so it's that presumptive landscape that then can say, hey, you did wrong to me, so now you're an oppressor, and I
Yes.
can demonize the oppressor,
Yes.
and now I'm justified in crucifying my oppressor, or killing the
Yes.
oppressor, or rebelling, or whatever that is that I can use a bad faith because I know good and evil, and I know you're evil, and so now I can justify anything I want to.
Yes. Yes.
And there's something about that ability to label the other, to hold on to it, that allows atrocities.
Yes.
And then there's something about the forgiveness that I think you're saying would then kind of prevent that atrocity because it lets go
Yes.
of that, and then
Yes.
it hits the reset button. And then that's what allows you to then make a new ego.
Yes.
Because you're not holding on to your infantile low resolution map where you were wronged. You see that that other person was actually under a pressure cooker and they acted under pressure, and then that was a response to pressure. That wasn't a moral wrongdoing against you.
Correct.
And then you are not the egocentric center of the universe that knows right and wrong. And then every time somebody that says something that makes you uncomfortable, you don't get to hold a grudge against them.
Right. Right.
And so there's some sort of humility that recognizes you don't know the fiber of reality,
Yes.
and then you're not entitled to holding on to that grudge.
That's it.
And then you're not entitling to causing suffering to somebody else because they caused you suffering. And you don't get to be the ego that balances.
Yeah.
Because you don't understand balance.
Yes.
Because you can't.
Right.
Because by definition, you are given a monad. And so you can't understand how that monad applies to the through line. And then
Right.
you can't say, hey, this monad is wrong.
Right.
Because you literally can't, you're disconnected from that. You
Right.
don't have the authority to make that judgment because you have
Yes.
severed your connection to your conscience.
Yes.
And so you can't statically hide behind conceptualizations and then also say that you're present enough to demonize that conceptualization
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
say that you're strong enough to hide behind the conceptualization that you know it is so that you can then be entitled to demonize other people.
That's it. That was very well put. The ego is the knowledge of good and evil. Like,
It's what has been built by the consumption
Yes.
of the knowledge of
Yes.
good and evil. And
So-
so then it's the complex that manages the experience of the network of webs of experience that are spiritually interpreted in that consumptive way.
yes. So the only way to kill the ego death must be a giving back of the knowledge of good and evil, a surrendering of the knowledge of good and evil.
Something like that. Yeah.
And
A
basically,
letting go of it.
Yes.
Yes.
and basically the only way to give back the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil is forgiveness. Because in forgiveness,
Sure.
you are saying,
That's the metaphor.
I have reason to not forgive, but I'm saying that is wrong. But that would mean I'm wrong. Or I don't know what I'm talking about. It means that your way of knowing good and evil is not adequate.
Right, because it's always relative to your position. And so just
Yes.
because something wasn't advantageous to your position doesn't mean the other 7 billion people in the world aren't benefiting.
That's
or
right.
the 107 billion other living organisms aren't benefiting.
Right.
And so we can't have every single person survive and get the maximum because then that would cause everybody else to suffer. And
That's
so
it.
that's the problem is we think we are a separate ego and then we want to get the maximum of our little monad.
Yes.
And then that ignores the through line, that ignores the humanity as a beehive, and that ignores the biosphere as the habilis of which Homo habilis originated from.
Yes.
And so we can't then sever ourselves from the roots because we're presumptively thinking we know good and evil, and
Right.
then we cut down all the forest to make apartments.
Right.
And then, well, where's the oxygen?
That's right.
Again, I'm oversimplifying, but
No, but that what's going on is
But
you
you feel what I'm
said
saying?
the fiber of reality. There's for knowledge of good and evil takes us out of touch with the fiber of reality. And, well, it makes us think we have the fiber when we don't because we can't know it. Only God can really know the entirety. But that,
the ego at the center of experience
Right.
instead of self.
yeah. That's
And
right.
The self is God, and we're the ego, and we need to trust God. We need to trust the self.
Right.
Because we are the ego, and we don't have access to the self.
Right.
We only receive the monads that the self gives us.
Right.
And so we need to have faith in that which gives us the monads, of which we think we know are the knowledge of good and evil,
Yeah.
of which we have our emotional reactions to, of which if it's a negative reaction, we call it evil.
Yes. Yeah, that's
But
exactly.
the negative reaction of one cell does not morality for the organism
Right.
equate to.
That's right. And if you're not willing to forgive, then you're saying it is.
Then you're yes.
Yes.
Then
And-
you are saying that you are the God and you
Yes.
don't like it, and therefore
Yes.
your judgment is worthy of imposing upon the rest of the world. And
That's
then
it.
that is the imposition that you are insufficient to believe in.
Yeah.
And
And
that's
so-
the temptation is you think you are that.
Yeah.
And so then you need to be reminded that you are not that.
And the only way to actually be reminded to the degree that you believe it is to do it, and the only way to do it is to forgive when you have reason not to forgive. Forgiveness is a way to give back the knowledge of good and evil.
It's a way to admit that you didn't know what
Yes.
you were talking about. It's a way that you admit that your psyche is narrowed.
Yes.
And so the evaluation of your narrowed psyche is not sufficient for the
Yeah.
greater phenomenological pattern of sphere.
It's a negation. You're
Just because
negating
your
your
line
knowledge.
doesn't like it
Yes.
doesn't mean it's wrong.
Correct.
Your line is probably delusional.
Right. And what you're doing is you're negating your knowledge of good and evil, which then opens it up to the whole.
Right.
And then, of course, this makes sense if the transition from religion to absolute knowing is forgiveness. because absolute knowing is a sort of acknowledgement of lack and limitation. And what you're saying is we lack the knowledge of good and evil. You're setting yourself up to accept your limit. And
there's a deceptive pretense of knowledge of good and evil that comes from an illusory participation of an insufficient experience.
yes,
And we think that limited participation of an insufficient experience is sufficient to make ultimate judgment.
yes,
And then we think that we are entitled to act out the long arm of the law, the judgment of the whatever.
Yes.
We're then entitled to give punishment.
yes,
And then we're both judge, jury, and executioner, or all those things, and none of those are under our purview.
that's correct. And
Or none of those should be under our ego's purview. Or something.
that's completely the case. And we could say that all day long and genuinely believe we believe it. But until the choice to forgive or not to forgive, when we have good reason not to forgive, then we don't actually find out if we mean it. And if it's in our body, if it's in our spirit, if it's us.
Yeah, if we're cheaply performing the regurgitative thing called redemption or
Yep.
forgiveness,
Yep.
and we are just bitterly and resentfully saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that,"
Yes.
then it's not real.
Correct.
We actually have to
Correct.
believe in the forgiveness.
Yes.
It can't be a performative manipulation where we're deceiving ourselves and then trying to save our own image to ourselves.
Yes.
And then we're performing to the nage
Yes.
by acting out a script.
Yes.
Did that make sense?
Yes. And so then, but the way to fall into the danger of, say, forgiving the Nazi who doesn't think they need to be forgiven, and that's not why, is the idea that you're always open to forgive, but you can't forgive the closed person. And if that is the case, it is wise to avoid them, not because you don't forgive them, but because actually in their closeness, they will take your openness to keep them closed. They get a substance. They parasitically maintain themselves. So this is where this problem where people are like, if you forgive in all circumstances, won't you forgive the Jew forgive the Nazi or the abuser? It's like, you can only forgive the abuser if they acknowledge that they were wrong, that if they're open to correction, because they themselves, if they're an abuser, they don't want a relation, right? So if they don't identify themselves as an abuser, they're not open to relation, and so you can't forgive them in that sense. Because you can't reestablish relation, right? And so then, even though you're willing to forgive, there's wisdom in that if I'm willing to forgive and put myself in a place where people aren't open to relation, then actually that provides substance to keep them closed. Because when I pull away, then they have to eat themselves, and the eating of themselves actually eventually leads to a trauma where they either have to choose to change or be destroyed, and that's the possibility of redemption. The only way someone who refuses to open can be redeemed is actually through the horror of autocannibalism. And so if you...
So what about when the narcissist loses their supply of empaths?
Well, they have to make a choice.
And then they eat themselves and they explode.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah,
So then how do we not give each other the narcissistic gaslighting that keeps the Luciferian intellect in charge?
Yes.
And how do we then bring that humble reorientation that allows that transcendence?
Yeah.
That allows that reorientation. Does that make sense?
Yes, we always have to be a source of the non-rational. Like, if we in all of our interactions are a source of the non-rational, then we can possibly do that. If not, then there's a possible world where we're not, and therefore we contribute to the problem, right?
When we think we're the ego and we forget that, then we're disconnecting from that non-rational. That
Yes.
is then actually the source of the rational.
Yes.
That's what people don't see, is the rationality is like an evil. It's like a downward. It doesn't produce, it only separates.
Yes.
And so if you've produced an insufficient map, well then it's good to eventually separate it.
Yes.
But you don't make a map and then think it and then separate yourself from actually living it out and then never seeing its conclusion
Yes.
and then believing in it forever.
Yes. Completely agree. And I think also what this suggests is you basically, you in a sense, you don't want to stop a person's autocannibalism, because that eventually leads them to the place of the trauma.
And that's what current society is doing. That's what our current community is doing.
Right.
We think we're making each other feel good, but we're actually preventing the necessary discomfort
Yes.
of the proper reorientation.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we don't have the proper discrepancy to understand what people can and can't handle.
Yes.
We treat everybody like a child and say nobody can handle anything.
Yes.
So let's just give them lies they can handle.
That's correct. So the issue is people are confusing the question of forgive someone with stopping their autocannibalism, which is not, no, you're not to ever stop a person's auto-cannibalism. The question of forgiveness, that's not the same thing. What you're doing is if you're willing to forgive, then you're shining and thus opening them to the experience of the non-rational that then they choose. So it's not, when you say you don't stop a person's auto-cannibalism, that doesn't mean you just kind of throw them into outer darkness. You stand before them and shine with the non-rational and thus force upon them the choice to leave their auto-cannibalism on their own or not. So that's the proper relation. You don't stop a person's auto-cannibalism, you stand before them and shine with the non-rational. And then they have to choose. Because the only way to get out of auto-cannibalism is a choice. You can't leave it by anything else than you changing your orientation. It has to be you internally changing your orientation. So if you stop someone's auto-cannibalism, you don't change their orientation. You shine and you make them choose to go beyond it, which is different.
You're saying that you then see the insufficiency and then choose to get out of it. And
Yes.
There's something you said in here where the map's indestructible because you can't choose to get out of it. And so then it almost creates a forcing function that makes you get out of it.
Yes.
Or there's an emotional experience that then changes your mind.
Yes.
So
So
I know that appears on the surface as a contradiction,
yes.
but I don't think it is. But so can you?
Yeah, so what ends up
Does that make
happening
sense?
is you stand before someone undergoing auto-cannibalism, and because you need to be there when in their auto-cannibalism they get to the Gödel point, when they get to the point of end where their map is failing them, and at the moment of the Gödel point, they then have to make a choice. That's the opening moment, right? And if you're there, then there's a greater chance that they will choose that Gödel point to open versus deny, and that's the final damnation, right? And that's
then the community is to inspire you to open to that Gödel point and to treat that as real.
yes.
Whereas now our
Yes.
civilization is inspiring us to delude that,
Yes.
and so we need community that inspires us to confront that or something. I tried to
Community
make words
community
simple.
needs to help you reach your Gödel point and then be standing there with beauty. Like that would be a community that's doing both. It's helping you not avoid your Gödel point and in fact bringing you to the Gödel point, and then when that day comes of its encounter, the community is also shining with the beauty that you are now possibly open to, right? So that's the kind of double move of community. Working you to the Gödel point and shining with the beauty that can be accessed from the Gödel point. That's the double move. But that is not reducible to a simple program. That is an art form. Like good art does that. It devastates you and makes you experience the beauty, right? So it's an artful community.
So is that the presence that then is the donkey between the two trees of life and chooses the more difficult because it's rationally going to make them more adaptable?
Yes.
Instead of the donkey who's like, oh, what's easier? Let me take the easier one. This is easier now. So we need to be the mature donkey that's connected to the through line, that takes responsibility for tomorrow's Homer, that chooses the more meaningful daily bread of consumption, of voting to be the kind of person that they're going to be in the future.
Yes.
And then, so then how do we recognize use the discretion to recognize the difference, to then aim towards better food, and then eating better food orients us better, and then that allows us to access more beauty, which then opens us up more, which then, sorry, again, I'm getting
Yes.
lost here because it's late, but
Yes.
did that,
Yes. Yes. That's what the community does. Exactly. But of course, if you're the donkey and you
so
choose,
that's what it means to be co-unified around the good. And
Yes.
that's what it means to be aiming at quality, which means to be like a right hemisphere transcendent, which is the opposite of the left hemispheric objective quantity of already known.
yes, yes, and you see that means the community is then shining. Shine is a quality.
Sorry, because again, we're supposed to be a community oriented around goodness and quality, which
Yes.
is then non-rational.
Yes.
And so then you are your ego worshiping the God that then allows your inner conscious to be present and assess the quality. And then you can choose to consume living quality foods
Yes.
instead of consuming dead non-foods of illusion.
Yes. And ultimately, a community that can't forgive will inevitably get to a place where it's choosing the non-food because it chooses the knowledge, the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil.
And that's when you realize that you're in a mammon cult,
Yeah.
or you're in a capitalistic representation
where the goal is stasis and then change is seen
Yes.
as scary.
Yes.
And then we cut down the change, which means we sever the spirit. We
Yes.
sever the soul.
That's correct. And
Because we are prioritizing comfort and planning and security.
yes,
And that's Cain.
that's correct. And a good community doesn't do that.
And then a good community reminds you that you are able.
Yes.
And then how do you believe in your God to tap into that higher realm, to then imagine a better future, to then believe it, to then put it in practice, to then as above, so below resonate out into the material world?
Yes.
And then how do you connect that whole chain?
Yes.
Because right now we're in the culture that aims you to keep abstracting and keep severing yourself and losing your thymos. And then you are auto-cannibalistically deluding yourself, and then you give your friends your own self-delusion, and then you encourage them to have the spirit of confusion.
Yes.
And then you're making everybody else more confused and
Yes.
evil.
Yes.
And so then your own cowardice and your own inability to realize the difference between good food and bad food causes you to be a bad community member because you make bad food and then you give bad food to other people and then they're sick by the quote love you gave them.
Yeah, that's it.
And so your inability to relate properly with goodness causes you to inappropriately spread parasitical bad memes of anti-life philosophy.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And if you can't give back the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, it's only a matter of time in some possible world when you make that mistake. Because a bad community is spreading the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil with one another, which is ego reinforcing, etc., so forth. But the only way to assure you do not do that is to forgive. Because when you forgive, you're saying, I don't know what's good and evil, and in fact, I have reason not to do it. So basically, a good community forgives.
It's humble.
Is humble. And it forgives, and it convinces.
Humble bumblebee, dude. We
Yeah.
can't be these Luciferian
And a
narcissists.
good community, too, is one that makes it plausible to you that you should forgive. Like,
Right.
it creates...
Because it values beauty and that requires forgiveness, and
Yes.
so that it encourages you to come off it so then you can forgive so that you can access beauty.
Yep.
Because the value of society is how do you become a stronger person to access more beauty,
Yep.
to withstand the sight of God? How do you
Yep.
be able to manage the real? How do you be able to sit in the conflict that is the difference between your ego and the self,
That's
and
it.
then sit in the reality that your ego isn't the primary,
Yes.
and then to sit in the reality where your body tells you that your ego needs to do this,
Yep.
and yet you're still faithfully doing something else.
That's it. Yep. And that must...
So what kind of a personality is that?
Yeah.
And then how do we vibrate on that? And then how do we beautifully vibrate on that in such a way that's contagious and attractive to the community?
Yeah.
Not in a way that triggers the community to then scapegoat and kill us and
Yeah.
crucify us.
Yeah.
How are we not scaring the community by being different, but how are we inspiring the community by being good?
Yeah. Right. Because most...
And at some point, our fundamental disposition is towards stasis.
Yeah.
And so anything good and beautiful upsets that stasis.
Yes.
And so then that's my concern, is that we're now worshiping the stasis in such a way that we now don't have the ability to understand what beauty is, because everything is a big stickleback.
Yes.
And there's no beauties anymore.
Well-
something like that?
Yes, I completely agree. And basically, most communities have been formed by scapegoats, which is the opposite of forgiveness. And at this moment, the transition from religion to absolute knowing requires the death of the scapegoat in the form of forgiveness, which, of course, Jesus, forgiveness, etc., sacred violence, so on. Basically, as long as there is no... The question is there a point where forgiveness is not possible? If there is no possible point where forgiveness is not possible, then there is always the possibility of beauty re-entering the frame. When AI takes over, forgiveness is not possible because there's no subject. And so if AI takes over, there's no forgiveness. There's no subject. And so there's no human. There's no perceiver. That's correct. And so basically the dream of AI is to remove the problem of forgiveness. The Christian God is coming to earth.
We're all trying to not suffer.
Yeah.
The human remembers that their old way of seeing the world was problematic, and so they try to fix it by fixing the old way of the world so that they can live a better future.
Yes.
The Luciferian person says, oh wait, there's suffering? No, let's just cut the suffering and then it's not there.
That's correct.
And
And
then
there's
we
nothing to
repeat the
forgive. Yeah, there's nothing to forgive.
And then that gives you no reason to change.
That's
and then
correct.
that's not painful. And so,
Correct.
oh well, I can just disc that pain.
Yes.
And then I can just suppress that.
Yes.
And then I can just keep acting as though I know the difference between good and evil, because I'm not listening to the evil that is reflected by my own actions.
Yes. when Lucifer is basically like, there's nothing to forgive. Like the AI, there's nothing to forgive. That's not giving back the fruit of the tree of knowledge, though. You're keeping it. You're just saying, I judge that there's nothing to forgive here. There's just AI. So you're keeping it, and so you. So basically, damnation. Like the game is over.
You either get to know things or you get to live.
Yes.
And humanity wants to know things.
Yes.
And then the prophet's like, help.
Yeah, and so when ego, if you still have the ego, because you still have the knowledge of good and evil, but there is no longer anything to forgive, because there is no good and evil, you're done, because you're stuck in the ego, and you've removed the question of forgiveness that would make you give up the knowledge of good and evil. So if there's no certain situations for you to forgive anymore, and you still have the knowledge of good and evil, you're stuck with it, because you're not going to have a situation to make you give it up. So once AI takes over, there's nothing to forgive, so you're stuck with the knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, you're stuck with the ego, and that's it. That's damnation. So basically, let me put it this way: total damnation is when you have the ego, and there's no longer any more possibilities of forgiveness. Because that means there's no longer any ways to give back the knowledge of good and evil, therefore to kill the ego, right? So that would be the end of the game.
Is that when you're fully identified with the products of your rational intellect?
Yes.
Such that when you step in the fire, you're not burning off dead wood, you're
Yes,
just dying.
that's correct. That's it. Yeah, because you identify with the thing dying. So you're just dying at that point. So that's it. That's damnation.
So either you live long enough to lose the drive and then die.
Yes.
Or you live long enough to kill yourself, or to destroy yourself.
Yes.
So either you atrophy by lack of spirit, or you end up demonizing yourself and then...
Yeah, and then of course there's a sense in which if you can't give up the knowledge of good and evil, then you can't die. The ego can't die. So that's like eternal damnation. Like that's kind of like an eternal. All you can do is burn. You know, all you can do is burn.
Yeah, until the body starves itself to death.
Yeah, and so
or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no. Yeah, you're stuck.
I think that's the future of humanity: is losing that and 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 losing that.
Yeah.
And so the more comfortable we're hiding behind the static things that act instead, the more we are voting to be the kind of people who sever the connections to beauty.
Yeah, and then as we sever those connections, we lose the opportunities we lose libido, and we can't reestablish it.
The beauty,
No.
And then we can't motivate towards it, and then everything is scary, and then we never leave the house, and then we're what's the word? Agoraphobic? What's the people that never
Yeah,
leave their house
agoraphobic. They were scared of outside.
because they're
Yeah.
scared of the other.
Yeah,
and
they're
so
scared of the other.
Then you internally consistent self-reference on your map because you
That's
can't
it.
relate to
Yeah,
the other.
and that's the end. That's exactly right. So forgiveness is kind of the final question. But I am noticing it is 1 in the morning.
I was gonna say, dude, I've been here for over 12 hours at this point. Like, I felt like that last couple things you were saying, I was like, damn, I want to like listen to this later. Like, I'm zoning out. I don't even know what this dude's talking about anymore.
So
I felt bad. I kind of toned out.
no,
I was like,
it.
shit, dude, we've been
Well,
doing
it's
this
1
for
in the
12
morning,
hours. Like,
and
what?
C Money shows up in Lynchburg. Like, let's go to the garage, and 10 hours later. But no, logic, language, meta judgment, motivation, forgiveness on the address. Those to me are all the topics of the fundamental principle that is the simplest of all possible fundamental principles that can be present in all possible worlds, that then in all possible worlds can enact the transformation from AA to AB. And the linchpin and the hardest one is forgiveness. Because if we can't do that, then any progress we make on the others will be reversed in some possible world. But if we can forgive under all possible circumstances, where it is possible, well then any progress we make in logic, language, meta judgment, motivation can be maintained. Like forgiveness is sustaining. Like if you succeed in all these things but you can't sustain the win, then it doesn't matter.
The static, the Luciferian, the known, the intellectual is the collapsed.
Yes.
And then the forgiven is the letting go of the collapse and
Yes.
returning to the ongoing.
That's exactly right. So forgiveness is the final test. And if you can't forgive, which
If you have been worshiping the static structures of your identity, to then
Yes.
forgive something feels like an ego death.
Exactly.
That's scary and traumatic.
yes, and it's also inevitable that it's inevitable that something occurs that you have good reason not to forgive.
Right.
And that's the ultimate
So to the
non-rational.
extent you're
Yes.
identified with your ego is the extent you feel like you need to hold on to that.
Yes.
Which is the extent you're then tainting the future by
Yes.
that impure thought of the damage of the trauma.
And you will
And then
necessarily
you're not integrating
Yes.
it and learning.
Yes.
You're like holding on to it and
Yes.
then projecting it into the future.
and you will
And that's a very different thing of like internalizing it and understanding it, or like externalizing it and projecting it.
yes.
Those, like that's not digesting and metabolizing and growing and being wiser.
Yes. The
That's some sort of deceptive
yes.
BS.
100%. And basically what this all means, and I am strongly of this opinion, there is no such thing as ego death without non-rational forgiveness. It is the ego death. Like, there's no other way to kill the ego. Because the only way, if relation is reality, then ego death must be in a relational act. What is the ego death? What self-forgetfulness is a kind of ego death, but it's not the ultimate challenge, because AA to AB, self-forgetfulness, meta-judgment, open conversation, those are all ego deaths. But if you get to forgiveness and you can't do that, then the ego actually didn't. It actually is a realization of the opposite,
Didn't finish the
and it's like you never did
Yeah.
it. If you don't finish it, it's like you never did it. Because if the address is a realization of
that's the cheap.
Yes.
If you cheap empathy, then you're not empathy.
this, so this is the
Yeah.
weird. This
So
is
we're
how
not doing anything.
when you are dealing with matters of eternity, to fail them means you always failed them or you always succeeded them. This is what's so tricky. If you get to everything but forgiveness and fail forgiveness, is as if you succeeded in none of them. Likewise, if you move to the vertical from the horizontal, it's as if you were always going to move to the vertical. It has a retrospective transformation of meaning of everything that came before it. Because it's a spear. If it's a spear, that means what you do now reaches back and changes the meaning of the past and the future, etc., so forth. Forgiveness is the final test that either confirms the ego death or that the ego death never occurred. Because forgiveness, you feel the ego death. It's not just you forget about it. You feel like you shouldn't forgive. So basically, this is the issue. If you have rational reason not to forgive and you forgive, what you are saying is ego, even when you're right, you're wrong.
Right.
Even when you're right, you're wrong. And
that's
it.
That's feeling insane.
the moment you're able to say ego, even when you're right, you're wrong, that means the ego's finished. Because it can do nothing then. Because even when it's right is wrong, well, then it has no role. Then it's dead.
And then that's why you have to come off it, and that's why
Yes.
you have to let go of it.
Yes.
That's why your ego is the propositional tyranny that your spirit has to have the courage to let go of. And that feels disorienting and frightening and overwhelming by the real.
Yes.
But that's paradoxically the only way to redeem yourself.
Yep.
Is
And-
through this self-effacing atonement.
That's it. And that is only possible in forgiveness. Because forgiveness is the situation in which ego is right and you choose nevertheless to say you're wrong.
Yeah, you disagree.
So you kill it.
Yeah.
You kill it by declaring it wrong, and if it's wrong when it's right, then it has no role, because even when it's right, it's wrong. So it's gone. It's negated, and then it's and then it's as if you always already succeeded. You always already succeeded, and so it retrospectively always already succeeded. And that's why forgiveness is that is why forgiveness is the confirmation. It's the final test. That's it. And we can talk all day about.
We can talk all night too.
Yeah, we can. That's exactly right. Like obviously, the problem of forgiveness is the question on if we are at the end of AI. If AI is going to replace us or not. Like, if we can't forgive, AI wins. If we can forgive, then AI can be a tool of conviviality. Because forgiveness is like, oh, you guys are going to talk all day about humanity and how great humanity is and wanting to save humanity. Okay, well, what about when humanity wrongs you? That's when we find out if you mean it. It's the final test. But in another way, I think it's the last test, because the only way I think you can do it is if you have drive, if you have an A-B sense of reality of becoming other, if you have the ability to meta-judge, where you can say, okay, I can judge this not according to the immediate logic, and also you've had experiences of the beautiful that then can help sustain you in the difficulty of forgiveness, then I think it becomes possible. But we have to make a social order that increases the conditions of possibility of that journey. Lovely talking to you, C-Money.
Always.
Always a pleasure,
Always.
sir.